The mobile game I played surprisingly connects the past and present. It was a world plagued by famine and a constant lack of food. 2 steamed buns could hire a whole group of workers. 5 pounds of corn can buy a maid. 500 pounds of grain could even buy a mansion. And ancient Buddhist figurines could also be brought back to the modern world by me. All because I played a little game while picking corn. Suddenly, everything went dark before my eyes. Then, I vanished from the spot. The next second, I found myself on a street resembling an ancient city. All around me were ragged beggars. Even those who dressed slightly better looked emaciated and malnourished. Have I time traveled, or entered a game? I stood in the middle of the street, astonished. A disheveled woman suddenly knelt at my feet, bowing her head and pleading, "Sir, please have mercy and buy me. Just 10 copper coins for my father's burial. I'm willing to be your servant for life." I instinctively checked my pocket. I still had some money, but these bills probably wouldn't work here. Suddenly, a warehouse page popped into my mind, just like the management game I played before. Before, it was filled with all kinds of supplies, but now there were only a dozen bags of corn left. "Isn't this the corn I picked from the field this afternoon, now stored in the warehouse?" "Miss, you lift it up. I'm having a hard time myself, but I can't bear to see others suffer. I don't have money, but I do have some grain." Before I finished speaking, not only the kneeling girl but also the nearby beggars all looked up at me, their eyes like beasts spotting prey. The kneeling girl quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir, for being willing to buy me." "You mean grain is acceptable?" I looked at the girl in front of me, who was overjoyed to the point of tears, and asked, trying to ignore the sour smell coming from her. The girl nodded repeatedly, saying, 10 pounds of grain will do." No, 5 pounds is fine." She quickly corrected herself, afraid I wouldn't buy her for 5 pounds. I was even more surprised. What kind of world is this where you can buy a woman for just 5 pounds of grain? The girl thought I found it too expensive and looked up to whisper, "Sir, it can't be less than 3 pounds. I asked the coffin shop owner, and the cheapest coffin requires at least 3 pounds of grain. Hearing this, I realized the girl misunderstood me. It wasn't that I found it too expensive, but rather too cheap. I never expected that the cheapest grain in modern times would become hard currency here. "Don't worry, miss. Let's go with the 10 pounds of grain you mentioned earlier and pick a coffin for your father." "Thank you so much, sir." "Thank you." The girl was so excited she knelt again. I had to persuade her to get up, and then we headed to the nearby coffin shop. After some haggling, I exchanged 5 pounds of corn for a mid-range coffin and then used a few more cobs to hire someone to help bury the body outside the city. On the way back, I sent the helper away, then took out 5 pounds of corn, bagged it, and handed it to the girl. "These are the remaining 5 pounds from the 10 we agreed on. Take them home. Grandpa, you don't want me anymore." The girl panicked, pleading, "Please don't send me away. I can serve you well and do anything. Please don't kick me out." Reluctantly, I took the girl who sold herself to bury her father back to the city. She was stubborn, selling herself for 10 pounds of grain, and I couldn't get rid of her. "Girl, let me give you a new name. From today on, you can consider it a new life. You shall be called Xiao Xiang. And don't call me Grandpa, just call me Grandma." "Okay, Grandma. I'll listen to you." As I took charge and returned to the city, I learned some information about this world. This place is called Lanyun County, a small town near the capital of Manhwa. Although development isn't great and beggars and vagrants are everywhere, it's still much better than other disaster-stricken areas. Years of continuous disasters, floods, and droughts have rendered the land barren, leading to severe scarcity. This is why grain is so precious. Having grain in hand is like having power. After learning all this, I felt more secure. I now held over a dozen bags of corn, weighing more than 2,000 pounds, definitely a minor landlord. In modern times, this amount of grain wouldn't even suffice for living, but here it could elevate my status. "Xiao Xiang, I'm not familiar with this area. Do you know where I can buy a house?" I've decided to settle in Lanyun City, as it's close to the capital and should be much better than other places. Xiao Xiang gobbled down her steamed buns and said, "Sir, to buy a house, you need to find the moneylender. There's one not far ahead." That title sounded much better. I nodded and said, "You eat first. Once you're full, we'll go take a look." Xiao Xiang brought me to the yamen, and when they heard I was there to buy a house, the officials treated me like a long-lost father. Their enthusiasm was off the charts. In this situation, those with money or connections had gone to the capital, and those remaining were just lucky to have enough to eat. Who would still buy a house? Amid the officials' warm reception, I stated my needs. In less than an hour, I owned my first house, a luxurious residence with front and back courtyards and dozens of rooms. The cost was merely 500 pounds of corn. What an incredible bargain! After sending off the officials, I stood in the courtyard, surveying this nearly new mansion. Looking at the deed issued by the county office, I burst into a hearty laugh. Now this is what life is about. Xiaoxiang, Xiaoxiang, I shouted excitedly in the courtyard. You tidy up at home first, I'll go buy some things. Xiaoxiang, who was cleaning the room, hurried out and respectfully nodded, saying, I understand, sir. She felt grateful in her heart. Go ahead and be busy. I waved my hand and strolled out. The house had furniture, but I still needed to procure bedding, sheets, and kitchenware. Once on the street, I strolled around while shopping. Due to the famine, business was generally slow in these shops. By chatting with the shopkeepers, I learned more about this world. As night fell, I returned with 2 large black dogs. The things I bought were stored in the warehouse. After retrieving them, I called out, Xiaoxiang, I'm back. A shadow dashed out from the house, and upon seeing the pile of items on the ground, was so shocked that they couldn't speak. They had never seen so many good things in their life. What are you standing there for? Hurry and move the items inside. Take the vegetables and grain to the kitchen to cook. Xiaoxiang grabbed the pots, pans, and grain and went to the kitchen. As for me, I placed the bedding in the bedroom I chose, lit the candles, and hummed a little tune while laying out fresh sheets and blankets for myself. I also organized a few sets of clothes I just bought. Wearing modern clothes here felt a bit strange, so I needed to adapt to the local customs. Once I finished tidying up, I tossed 2 steamed buns to the 2 big black dogs, who immediately wagged their tails at me. It's quite a miracle these 2 dogs have survived without being eaten. Half an hour later, Xiaoxiang brought fragrant dishes to the table and was about to leave with 2 steamed buns. Xiaoxiang, where are you going? Come over and eat with me, I said, tapping the table. Xiaoxiang was taken aback and quickly shook her head. No, that's not allowed. A servant cannot eat at the same table as her master. Since I'm the master, you should listen to me. Hurry over and eat. Once you're full, you can take a bath. I bought you new clothes. Let's see if they fit later. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiang immediately knelt down, choking back tears. Thank you, master, for being so kind to this servant. All right, get up. It's just the 2 of us in this house. If you don't keep me company at the table, it'll be so lonely. Besides, you really need a bath. After we finished eating, Xiaoxiang quickly tidied up and took the 2 big black dogs back to the bedroom, tying them up at the door to stand guard. I walked into the room and closed the door. The clock in my mind was already counting down from 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, everything went dark in front of my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back at the edge of the cornfield, under the same big tree where I rested yesterday, just as dawn was breaking. I realized it was just a dream. I quickly took out my phone to open the mini-game, but when I clicked on teleport, there was no response. It really was a dream, but it felt so real. Oh, the corn! I hurriedly opened the storage, and saw that the corn I harvested yesterday was in the minigame storage, but the quantity had decreased. The amount that was reduced was what I used for shopping and buying a house in the other world. This is not a dream. This is real. At this moment, I jumped up in excitement because it meant that I, a once laid-back old bachelor, could go enjoy a wealthy life in the other world. Not to mention having a harem, at least I now have a little maid to serve me. However, relying on this small plot of land won't last long. I need to think of a long-term plan. Moreover, I figured out the rules of this 2-way crossing. Each time I can only stay for 12 hours, and I need to wait another 12 hours before going back. It's not bad, as I can just relax on Earth during the day. At night, I could enjoy this time item in the other world. When I tried clicking on it, I saw that time could be artificially sped up or slowed down. I wondered if that time could be applied to myself. Thinking of this, I tried to speed up time to its maximum. The next moment, when I looked up, I was startled to find that I had unconsciously stood at the edge of a slope and moving forward would mean falling off. Damn! I quickly stepped back, shocked. I had been so focused on my phone that I hadn't noticed before, but now I realized that during the time acceleration, I had walked almost a kilometer at an incredible speed. I eagerly began experimenting, and after a few hours, I had become quite proficient with the time item. Time could be applied to myself as well as to the environment. For example, when someone attacks me, I can slow down their time while remaining unaffected, allowing me to interrupt their attack before it even begins. This is just one potential use. There are many more to discover. With the help of the time item, I sped up time and began harvesting the remaining corn. There was still half left to collect, but with time accelerated, my work speed was much faster than usual, and soon I finished all the corn. In just 1 day's time, I not only finished my work but also managed to catch up on some sleep. Now feeling completely refreshed, as night fell, I eagerly locked the door and returned to the bedroom. Then I clicked on teleport. The next second, I found myself in my own sister's bedroom. Taking in everything, I was overjoyed. Are you awake? Just then, I heard Xiaoxiang's voice outside the door. I'm awake, I replied as I messed up the bedding to make it look like I had been sleeping. Then I walked over to open the door, revealing Qiu Xiang. Standing at the door was a pretty young woman, whose appearance and figure bore quite a resemblance to Qiu Xiang. I couldn't help but rub my eyes. This was the same disheveled woman from yesterday, who had reeked of a sour smell. Wow, I really hit the jackpot. Qiu Xiang smiled shyly and nodded. Master, let this servant assist you with your washing. She seemed a bit embarrassed under my gaze and asked softly. Ah, Qiu Xiang, come in. You look quite nice in that outfit, I said, playfully taking her small hand. Qiu Xiang shivered slightly but did not resist, only feeling a bit nervous. Thank you for buying me these clothes. You are the first person to ever buy me new clothes in my life. I'll buy you more beautiful clothes in the future, I said, but Qiu Xiang shook her head. Master, I'm just a servant, I don't deserve your kindness. Silly girl, I want to be good to you, and no one can stop me. I gently brushed my fingers across Qiu Xiang's little nose and spun around to let her see properly. Qiu Xiang placed the wash basin on the stool and, under my eager gaze, turned around, her face flushed. Though it was just a simple outfit, it highlighted her curvy figure beautifully. What a lovely little maid she is. She seemed quite willing to let me touch her, and looking at her figure, she certainly appeared to be quite the fruitful catch. Qiu Xiang's face turned beet red as she lowered her head and whispered, Master, I'm always yours if you want me. Those words sent the old bachelor's blood pressure skyrocketing. I want you right now. Like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, over an hour later, the old bachelor finally became a real man. Suddenly, there was a loud banging at the door, and the two big black dogs started barking furiously. The door was kicked open, and a group of ruffians burst in, led by a one-eyed dragon. I put on my clothes. I rushed out of the room. What are you doing? This is my home. Get out now. That's the guy. He bought that girl yesterday, one ruffian pointed at me. Listen up, hand over that girl, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, the one-eyed dragon glared at me threateningly. After hearing this, I realized that these people were after Qiu Xiang. Although I was new here and shouldn't offend the local thugs, I had no choice. Now that Qiu Xiang is my maid and my first woman, I will never hand her over. I don't have what you want here, I said decisively. Damn it! If you won't take the invitation, you'll face the consequences. Brothers, search him. I'll see about that. Suddenly, I found a chopping axe in my hand. I brought some tools this time, thinking I would have time to tidy up later, and the axe was one of them. Woof, woof, woof. The two big black dogs also lunged at the ruffians, biting them. Beat him to death, and it'll be on me. With the one-eyed dragon's command, the ruffians immediately drew their clubs and started swinging at me wildly. Stop! Stop! Just then, Qiu Xiang rushed out of the room. They said the person isn't here. Upon seeing Qiu Xiang, who was neatly dressed, the one-eyed dragon's eyes lit up with greed. Isn't this just causing trouble? Qiu Xiang was frightened but suddenly became resolute upon seeing me. Master, I know you care for me, but I can't just stand by and watch them kill you. Ha, that's right. If you come with me quietly, I won't kill him, I'll just break his legs at most, the one-eyed dragon said excitedly. He hadn't expected this girl to look so beautiful after dressing up. She would fetch a good price. No one can touch my woman, and no one can take her away. Hey, kill them. I shouted angrily, immediately using the time item. In the next moment, the movements of the one-eyed dragon and the ruffian slowed down in my eyes, while hey and hey were unaffected, going wild as they bit into these men, filling the courtyard with screams. Moments later, all the ruffians, including the one-eyed dragon, were covered in blood from the dog bites, with some even having half their faces torn apart. If I hadn't shouted at them, they surely would have died. It wasn't that I was soft-hearted, I just didn't want anyone to die in my own yard, it felt too ominous. With the time item, it wasn't difficult to deal with this trouble. After following the law for decades, suddenly finding myself in this cannibalistic feudal society awakened my suppressed bloodlust. Just wait, I won't let this go. The one-eyed dragon shouted as he limped away, followed by a group of ruffians who fled in all directions. They looked particularly pitiful. I'm just a servant, I shouldn't have caused you trouble, Qiu Xiang cried in self-reproach. How can you blame yourself? Don't cry, it's all over now, I said, cupping her small face and wiping away her tears. Qiu Xiang shook her head and said, these people are the local thugs from Lanyun County. They often break the law, and many girls who fled here have been tricked by them and sold into brothels. Just a few days ago, they set their sights on me. Seeing you yesterday, with your strong build and cheerful demeanor, I knew you must be a wealthy man. So I begged you to buy me, partly to get my father a coffin, but also to find a protector for myself, as I knew that group wouldn't let me go. You're quite clever. It's just the nature of this cannibalistic environment. Never mind that, let's go handle something, Qiu Xiang said as she locked the door, and then we went out with the two dogs. Arriving at the place where porridge was being distributed at the city gate, I pointed to the refugees slumped against the wall and called out loudly, "Who wants to work for me? 2 steamed buns a day, limited to 10 people." At first, there was silence, but then a huge crowd of refugees rushed over. "Sir, I'm strong. I can carry 2 sacks, and I can do any kind of work." The scene became chaotic, so I climbed onto the porridge distribution table and shouted, "Shut up. Form a line and stand properly. Anyone shouting nonsense will be disqualified. You and you," I pointed out some of the stronger-looking refugees, preparing to take them home. "Excuse me, sir, please wait." A somewhat dirty and raggedly dressed woman in a fitted outfit called out to me. Although she wasn't as pretty as Xiaoxiang, her athletic figure suggested she was well-trained, giving her a unique charm. The strong-willed woman hesitated for a moment, then walked over and cupped her fists towards Lin Chen, saying, "My name is Yi Xiaodai. My father was once a bodyguard at the Weiyuan escort agency in the capital. We fled here due to a famine in our hometown. I have trained in martial arts with my father since I was young, and ordinary thieves cannot get close to me. I wonder if your family is in need of a guard. Of course, I can also do work. I am very strong, stronger than most men." "You say you are strong and skilled, but can you prove it to me? If you have real talent, my family will definitely provide you with food." Lin Chen thought Yi Xiaodai was unlikely to be lying. However, hearing is one thing, seeing is another. In this world, people can do anything for a meal, even tell a few lies. Of course, he did need a female bodyguard to protect Xiaoxiang. During the day, he was there, so there was no need to worry, but at night when he returned to Earth, Xiaoxiang would be alone, which was quite unsafe. The purpose of hiring these temporary workers today was actually to test them. He wanted to see who worked earnestly and who was lazy. By nightfall, Lin Chen would keep those who performed well to temporarily act as guards. With the addition of 2 large black dogs, Xiaoxiang's safety would be assured. Yi Xiaodia's appearance was like a pillow sent to a sleepy person. Not to mention Xiaoxiang, he himself wanted a bodyguard. It was just a matter of providing a few meals and consuming a bit of food. Yi Xiaodai nodded, then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, performed a set of punches. Although Lin Chen did not understand martial arts, he could tell that her strength was considerable. If she hit someone, it would surely hurt. After finishing her set, the onlookers immediately cheered. It is human nature to enjoy a spectacle, even when their bellies were empty. People were willing to gather for some excitement. Yi Xiaodai was not shy at all and thanked everyone with a bow. But that was not the end. She picked up a few large blue bricks, stacked them on the ground, and placed one horizontally on top. With a sharp shout, Yi Xiaodai used her small hand to split the hard blue brick in half. "Good. Well done, girl. That's amazing." "Yeah, to split such a hard blue brick in 2, if it hit someone, wouldn't it hurt like hell?" This time, the cheers grew even louder, and people began to discuss among themselves. Lin Chen was even more pleased and walked over to examine Yi Xiaodia's hand, nodding and saying, "Good skill. From today on, you are part of the Lin family. As long as I have food, you will never go hungry." Now was a year of famine, and food was precious. Being able to ensure that one person had enough to eat was the greatest reward. "Thank you, Lin Yi." Yi Xiaodai immediately showed a joyful expression, but then hesitantly asked, "Lin Yi, can I bring my mother along? I can eat less." Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "Of course, but you have to defeat me first." "Ah?" Yi Xiaodai was taken aback. Martial artists are easily distinguishable from ordinary people. She could tell at a glance that Lin Chen did not know martial arts. Defeating him would be like child's play. But what if she accidentally hurt the master and made him lose face? Would he still hire her? However, if she did not defeat him, she could not bring her mother into the Lin family. This posed a dilemma for Yi Xiaodai. Lin Chen was unaware of how complicated Yi Xiaodia's thoughts were. Of course, his intentions were not simple either. He intended to use this occasion to showcase his own strength and intimidate any potential troublemakers. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Yi Xiaodai bit her lip and asked, "Lin Yi, you're not joking, are you?" "Of course not. As long as you defeat me, both you and your mother can come to my house and fill your stomachs," Lin Chen replied. "All right, then I will offend you." Yi Xiaodai thought for a moment and then made her decision. "Come on, use your strongest skills and let me see what you've got," Lin Chen said, striking a pose as if to perform Tai Chi. Yi Xiaodai saw the situation and couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. This setup looked quite impressive. Could it be a hidden master? "I apologize." Yi Xiaodai thought quickly, but her attacks remained unaffected. "Come on," Lin Chen exclaimed, simultaneously using a time-related item. In the next moment, Yi Xiaodia's lightning-fast attack slowed down in Lin Chen's eyes. Finding a flaw, Lin Chen gently blocked with his hand, then moved forward and grabbed her by the neck. "Miss Yi, you've lost." Lin Chen smiled faintly. Yet Yi Xiaodai looked as if she had seen a ghost, her face pale as she said, "How could it be so fast?" "Impossible. Impossible." Before she could react, she was already caught by the neck. If this were serious, she would be dead by now. Hiss. This Lin master is impressive. How did he do that? I didn't even see it clearly. His speed is too fast, so fast that our eyes can't catch it. I didn't expect Lin master to be a hidden expert. Listening to the whispers of the onlookers, Lin Chen knew he had achieved his goal. He then called everyone to head home. Miss Yi, stop dazing and hurry up with your mother. Xiao Xiang came over to remind her. But I lost. This is our master's intention. After Xiao Xiang finished speaking, she hurried to catch up with Lin Chen. Soon, everyone was brought to the Lin family. Lin Chen first distributed 2 steamed buns to each person, then sent them to work in the back garden. These buns were not made of pure flour but mixed with some bran and grains, making them quite hard to swallow. Yet, despite this, many people still wanted to eat them but couldn't get enough. After all, buns were much more filling than the thin porridge. Lin master, you go help me keep an eye on those people, see who is slacking off and who is diligent. As for your mother, I will have Qiu Xiang take care of her, Lin Chen said, handing 2 white buns to Yi Xiaodai. Thank you, Lin master. Yi Xiaodai found it hard to understand this person in front of her, but that didn't hinder her from executing Lin Chen's orders well. After explaining a few things to her mother, Yi Xiaodai went to the backyard to keep watch. Lin Chen then had Qiu Xiang arrange a room for Yi Xiaodai and her mother, and he also planned to have Yi's mother help manage the kitchen affairs. Yi Xiaodai was quite talented and needed to be well courted. After settling these matters, Lin Chen left the big black dog at home and went out again. This time, he was looking for business opportunities. Strolling down the street, he saw a pawn shop ahead and walked in. He actually wanted to buy some antiques, but all the antique shops were closed. Perhaps he could find something good at the pawn shop. Sir, what would you like to pawn? The shop assistant asked. Although Lin Chen was dressed well, in these times, entering a pawn shop usually meant pawning items for food. If it weren't for their strong background, this pawn shop would have gone out of business long ago. Little one, I'm not here to pawn anything. I want to buy something. Buy something? The shop assistant showed a look of surprise. I just bought a house and want to add some decorations. If you have good items, I can trade with food, Lin Chen explained. Please wait a moment, I'll go get our manager, the shop assistant said, and upon hearing food, his eyes immediately lit up. Fuyuan Pawn Shop. The manager invited Lin Chen to the reception room at the back and warmly served him fragrant tea. Please enjoy the tea, esteemed guest. Thank you, manager. Lin Chen took a sip of the tea. The manager smiled. The little one just mentioned that you want to trade food for some decorations? That's right. I wonder if you have any good items here. Of course, we have good items. Our Fuyuan Pawn Shop has a main store in the capital, with deep connections. As long as you can offer enough food, we can even get items from the homes of princes and ministers. The shopkeeper said with a hint of testing, my surname is Lin. I just purchased a property in Lanyun County yesterday, right by the river in the northern city. You must be well informed, so I believe you can find out with a little inquiry. Lin Chen introduced himself. So you are the Lin who exchanged 500 pounds of grain for a house. My apologies. The shopkeeper is indeed well informed. May I see the items now? Are you still exchanging with corn, Master Lin? That's right. How much corn do you have on hand? We can buy in bulk. Lin Chen chuckled. Grain is quite precious now, and I don't have much. Mainly, I don't have any family, so I thought to trade a bit of surplus for some items. Understood. Then let's take a look at the items first. The shopkeeper, having understood Lin Chen's capabilities, confidently brought out several treasures. One of them was a white jade Buddha statue, about 50 centimeters tall, crystal clear, and exquisitely crafted. Although Lin Chen didn't know much, he could tell from the jade's transparency and the carving's craftsmanship that it was a good item. Shopkeeper, how can I exchange for this Buddha statue? In this world, there are no fakes. At most, the quality might be poor, so Lin Chen could trade with confidence. The shopkeeper extended a finger. Lin Chen thought to himself, 1,000 pounds of corn isn't too expensive. Bringing this large jade Buddha back to the modern world, selling it for tens of thousands should be no problem. Even selling it for a few thousand would be fine. 1,000 pounds of corn is worth so little, it would be a huge profit. This deal is worthwhile. However, he then heard the old shopkeeper say, Master Lin, if you like this jade Buddha, it can be exchanged for 100 pounds of corn. 100 pounds? Lin Chen was taken aback. But then he understood, grain is hard currency now, and in some places, even money can't buy grain. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, gold is valuable, in prosperous times, antiques are. Although it isn't a chaotic time now, it's not much better, and collecting these antiques isn't as good as storing a few more pounds of grain. At a critical moment, it could save a life. Master Lin, this jade Buddha is exquisitely crafted, made of the finest mutton fat jade. In better times, it would have cost at least 100 taels of silver. Shopkeeper, you know the current situation. It's just me, having just settled in Lanyun County, that I thought to trade some surplus grain for a decorative piece. Moreover, I'm using corn, which is grain imported from other countries." The old shopkeeper thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Master Lin, I want to be friends with you, so how about we exchange this jade Buddha for 80 pounds of corn? The 20 pounds saved can be considered my congratulations to you for moving into your new home." Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then smiled broadly. "Alright, I also want to be friends with you. Let's go with 80 pounds. Master Lin, take a look at this blue and white porcelain vase, specially made for the royal family from the Ling kiln. If you like it, how about 50 pounds of corn? And this set of Wali tables and chairs, which used to belong to a high-ranking official, but due to a decline in fortune, it ended up in our hands." The old shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced the items, and after half an hour, Lin Chen exchanged 500 pounds of corn for more than 10 good items. "Shopkeeper Chen, later on, could you have your staff deliver the items to my home? We can bring the grain back together then?" "No problem, Brother Lin, rest assured, it will be delivered safely." Chen Jingji took Lin Chen's hand, warmly seeing him to the door, then leaned in to whisper, "Brother Lin, think about what I just mentioned. As long as there is grain, we can get you items from the palace." "You can get things from the palace? From the Empress?" Chen Jingji smiled subtly. "This is something you and I know, but it must not be made public." "Alright, when I bring more grain, I'll come to bother you again." The items used by the Empress can be procured. This pawnshop has a deep background. It seems I need to be cautious. After leaving the pawnshop, Lin Chen continued to stroll down the street. What lay before him could only be described with one word: desolate. The entire street was filled with ragged, pallid refugees and beggars. Fortunately, there were constables from the county office patrolling the streets, ensuring that no major disturbances would occur. Passing by a brothel, he noticed it was one of the few lively places. It seemed the wealthy in the city were spending their time there. "Sir, come in and have some fun. Another day, another day." Lin Chen truly wanted to go in and broaden his horizons, but he had important matters to attend to today. Those took precedence. Of course, the main reason was that there was a more beautiful and alluring maid at home. Although a home flower may not smell as sweet as a wildflower, it still depended on whether this home flower was about to bloom or withering away. Not far past the brothel, Lin Chen suddenly had an idea when he saw a pharmacy. The medicinal herbs of this era were all genuine, and many were purely wild. If he could exchange for some precious herbs like ginseng, reishi, dendrobium, or sanchi, he could make a considerable profit. If he could get his hands on a wild ginseng that was a couple of 100 years old, even one could sell for millions, allowing him to truly relax in the future. "Esteemed guest, what do you need?" As soon as he entered, a shop assistant approached him. "Do you have any ginseng that is a bit older?" Lin Chen asked. "How many years are you looking for?" "Of course, the older, the better." "Well, you know, ginseng is a precious life-saving herb. Generally, the older ones are collected by those officials and landlords. Our pharmacy is fortunate to have a 300-year-old one, but that is our prized possession and is not for sale." "If it were for sale, how much would that 300-year-old ginseng be worth?" The shop assistant thought for a moment and said, "I wouldn't know, but a 200-year-old one is currently 50 taels of silver. A 100-year-old one is 20 taels, and the ones with just a few decades are even cheaper. If I were to exchange grain for a 200-year-old wild ginseng, how would that work?" "Exchange for grain? Please wait a moment, I'll ask the shopkeeper." The shop assistant couldn't make that decision and hurried to the back to call the shopkeeper. Soon, a shopkeeper who looked to be in his 40s walked over briskly. "Esteemed guest, are you planning to exchange grain for ginseng?" "Yes, how would that work?" "If it's high-quality rice, 50 sure will do. For inferior rice, you would need 200 sure." "That's so expensive?" Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. 1 sure is about 100 jin, so 50 sure would be 5,000 jin. Moreover, it had to be high-quality rice, which far exceeded his expectations. Through some exchanges, Lin Chen finally understood that medicinal herbs were as precious as grain now. The main reason was the recent plague. Of course, comparatively, grain was still more valuable. However, old ginseng was a life-saving treasure, and wealthy people generally kept some in stock for emergencies. This stuff was never hard to sell, at least in Long Country. The prices had always remained strong. In the end, Lin Chen abandoned the idea of buying ginseng, but other herbs were much cheaper, so he exchanged 500 jin of corn for herbs, including reishi, sanchi, dendrobium, and agarwood, 100 jin of each. He only knew that these herbs had relatively high prices and would need to research more when he got back. After leaving the pharmacy, Lin Chen found a secluded spot to store the herbs along with the small cart the pharmacy had provided in the warehouse. He didn't plan to wander anymore. There would be plenty of time for that later. It was better to resolve the trouble first. The The one-eyed dragon and his gang were easy to find, as many people in the city were discussing the incident of them being bitten by dogs. Mainly, they were so hated that the common folk were reveling in their misfortune. Lin Shen didn't need to ask around deliberately, just following the threads of conversation. He quickly learned their destination. Avoiding crowded places, Lin Shen sped along with his time device and soon arrived at the residence of the one-eyed dragon. Even if someone saw him, he would only appear as a shadow, completely unrecognizable. The one-eyed dragon's hideout was still a hidden door, a brothel shrouded in darkness. However, today there were no seductive sounds, only the cries of agony. As Lin Shen walked in, he indeed saw that group of ruffians, especially the one whose face had been bitten to shreds, nearly dying from the pain. He planned to be a good person and help them escape their suffering. Activating the time device, everyone inside slowed down, and Lin Shen took out a chopping knife, bringing it down in one swift motion. When he struck the first person, he hesitated a bit, but after killing a few more, he felt nothing. These people were bullies who preyed on the common folk, having no idea how many lives they had ruined, so killing them was a service to the people. While mentally justifying his actions, Lin Shen continued to reap the lives of these ruffians. A few minutes later, he took down the one-eyed dragon and temporarily tossed all the bodies into a storage room. As he was leaving, a thought struck him, and he searched both inside and outside the house, uncovering a good amount of gold and silver, which he took with him. As for those in the brothel, they were also pitiful souls. Lin Shen didn't harm them, only knocking them out. The entire process took only a few minutes. Back on the street, Lin Shen pushed a cart filled with medicinal herbs, heading home. In the afternoon, the pawnshop and apothecary staff arrived. Lin Shen delivered the grain, completing these two transactions. With the one-eyed dragon dealt with, he had also found a sustainable path forward, and Lin Shen felt quite good. Snacking on sunflower seeds, he went to the backyard where the 10 hired hands were working quickly. Half of the garden was already tidied up, and several piles of weeds had formed, which could be dried and used as firewood. Master Lin. At that moment, Yi Xiaodai suddenly appeared from behind. You were hiding quite well. I didn't notice you when I came over just now. Lin Shen laughed. Master Lin is joking. Don't keep calling me Master Lin. If you want, just call me brother from now on. Xiaodai doesn't dare. If I say to call me, then call me. From now on, I'll treat you like a good sister, and you treat me like a good brother. How about that? Yi Xiaodai hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. That's more like it. Lin Shen took out a bag of 5-spice sunflower seeds and stuffed it into Yi Xiaodai's small hand, whispering, So, is there anyone slacking off? Yes, the one by the wall. Just remember, whoever slacks off, let them go tonight. The ones who work hard can stay. By the way, can you help arrange the home's defenses? Is that okay? No problem. From now on, I'll leave the safety of the house to you. Thank you for your trust, Master Lin. Still calling me Master Lin? Yi Xiaodai paused for a moment and finally whispered, Thank you, good brother. Ha ha. You're welcome. From now on, if I have food, you and your mother will have food too. Oh, and by the way, when I sleep at night, I don't want to be disturbed. No matter what happens, we'll talk about it in the morning. Understood. Alright, you keep an eye on things. After giving instructions to Yi Xiaodai, Lin Shen wandered off to find Xiao Xiang and brought her back to his room. Master, it's not even dark yet. Xiao Xiang shyly said in Lin Shen's embrace. How can I see you well when it gets dark? Come on, let me take good care of you. This time, they were busy until it was dark. As the countdown began again, Lin Shen used the same excuse to explain things to Xiao Xiang. The two large black dogs dutifully stood guard at the door, and after locking it from the inside, Lin Shen closed his eyes and opened them again, returning to the modern world. Xiao Xiang really is exhausting. Lin Shen moved his sore waist a bit, feeling both pain and pleasure. Thinking that it was her first time, he felt he should treat her well in the future. After changing into clean clothes, Lin Shen washed his face, then slung a bag over his shoulder, locked the door, and headed to the city. During the ride, Lin Shen took a nap, and by the time he arrived in the city, he felt revitalized. He took a taxi straight to the traditional Chinese medicine shop. After asking a few places, the buying prices were all about the same, but his medicinal materials were of good quality, so the prices were relatively higher. For instance, agarwood sold for 1,000 yuan per pound, and he sold 100 pounds for a total of 100,000 yuan. Ordinary sanchi was over 100 yuan per pound, while better quality ones went for 200 to 300. Lin Shen's sanchi was of excellent quality, and several pharmacies offered 500 yuan per pound. Lingji was 300 per pound, and the most expensive was actually dendrobium, which Lin Shen didn't understand, but it might be due to its quality. Anyway, it sold for 2,500 per pound. Today, the total sales of medicinal materials reached 430,000 yuan, while the cost was just 500 pounds of corn cobs. Lin Shen sold the medicinal materials to several pharmacies, and they all enthusiastically exchanged contact information with him. These business people had sharp eyes and were already thinking about future collaborations. After selling the medicinal materials, Lin Chen took the white jade Buddha from the warehouse, placed it in a prepared bag, and then took a taxi to the largest antique shop in the city. He had high hopes for this item, as it should be worth more than those medicinal materials. As for other antiques, Lin Chen decided not to sell them today. He preferred a steady approach. Moreover, selling too many antiques at once could attract trouble. Of course, he could sell them in other provinces, but he didn't want to deal with that hassle for now. With this money, he had enough to enjoy life. There was no need to make things so tiring. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" a smiling female staff member asked. "I have a good item I intend to sell. Could you please ask your boss to take a look?" Lin Chen was taken to the second floor of the antique shop. In a well-decorated office with an elegant ancient style, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s was writing with a brush. "Uncle Bo, this gentleman has something he wants to sell. Please take a look," the female staff member said. The old man didn't lift his head, continuing to write his calligraphy. "You've already learned 8 parts of my true teachings. Can't you just take a look yourself?" "This gentleman insists on speaking with the boss," the staff member replied. At this point, Uncle Bo finished the last character, nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Lin Chen. "Anyone who enters our Boya studio is a guest. Xiaoya, pour a cup of tea for the guest first." "Sir, please have a seat over here," Xiaoya said, leading Lin Chen to the tea table. Uncle Bo also came over, glanced at Lin Chen's bag, and asked with a smile, "What does the young brother want to sell?" "A jade Buddha," Lin Chen said, opening the bag to take out the Buddha. Earlier, when Xiaoya wanted to see the item downstairs, Lin Chen hadn't shown it to her. As soon as the jade Buddha was revealed, Xiaoya's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Uncle Bo's eyes also lit up instantly. He quickly put on gloves, took a magnifying glass and a small flashlight, and began to examine it closely. After he finished, he had Xiaoya take a look as well. "Xiaoya, you go first," Uncle Bo said with a hint of challenge. Xiaoya organized her thoughts and said, "This jade Buddha, both in terms of carving and the quality of the jade, is top-notch. The craftsmanship is lifelike, with exquisite details, and when I looked at it just now, I even felt the compassion of this jade Buddha, which shows the superb craftsmanship. As for the material, it is made of white jade, and it is the finest quality, completely crystal clear without any flaws. This is the first time I've seen such white jade. However, regarding its age, I really can't tell." Uncle Bo listened to Xiaoya's assessment and nodded in appreciation, then turned to Lin Chen and said, "Brother, may I ask where you got this item?" "It was passed down from my ancestors," Lin Chen replied. "Do you know if your family has any records about this jade Buddha?" Lin Chen shook his head. "What Xiaoya said earlier is correct. This jade Buddha is indeed a masterpiece, but the Buddha statues circulating in the market have never had this style. This is the first time I've seen one. Brother, if you want to sell it, I have 2 options for you to consider," Uncle Bo said. "What are the 2 options?" Lin Chen asked. "First, you can sell it directly to us at Boya Studio. Since you came to me, you must have inquired beforehand, so the price I offer will be absolutely fair. Second, you can go to an auction house. I can recommend you, and the auction price will be a bit higher, but you will have to pay some fees. Both methods have their pros and cons. You can think it over." Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "If I sell it to you, how much can you offer?" Uncle Bo held up 3 fingers and cautiously said, 3 million. "That's the highest price we can offer. Of course, if you have any information about this jade Buddha, I can add a bit more. If you add a little more, I'll sell it to you." Lin Chen didn't understand antiques, but he was satisfied with this price. Even if someone could sell it for 10 million in the future, Lin Chen wouldn't feel envious. He had already earned what he deserved and was very content. That was enough. Uncle Bo thought for a moment and said, "Brother, I'll add 50,000 more. How about we become friends? Add 200,000 more. Then this friendship is sealed," Lin Chen replied. After some haggling, the jade Buddha was finally sold for 3,180,000. Lin Chen took 2 million in cash, and the rest was transferred to his card, mainly because their shop didn't have that much cash on hand. After leaving the antique shop, Lin Chen found a place without cameras and stored the cash in his game warehouse. Today was a good day, perfect for spending money. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to reward himself with a car, fulfilling a wish he had held for many years. He took a taxi to the car dealership area and headed straight for the tank specialty store. Although he had made quite a bit today, he didn't want to be too ostentatious. A Tank 300 would be just fine. This was also a model he had always liked. Coincidentally, there was a crossover vehicle in the lineup which Lin Chen felt suited his current identity perfectly. An hour later, all the paperwork was completed, and Lin Chen drove off in a gray Tank 300 with a temporary license plate, heading to the mall for shopping. He bought clothes and shoes from top to bottom, inside and out. getting a few sets for each season. Most of what he bought were sportswear or casual clothes, like jeans. As for suits and formal wear, he never wore them and had no opportunity to do so, so there was no need to waste money on that. After finishing with the clothes, Lin Chen first took his things back to the car, stored them in the warehouse, and then went to the supermarket. This time, he bought even more items, various foods and drinks, snacks, fruits, fresh vegetables, seasonings, and so on, all piled into the shopping cart. In the end, he filled 3 shopping carts. He hadn't even bought rice, flour, or cooking oil yet. He planned to buy those at the wholesale market. The supermarket staff helped him push the items to the parking lot, and Lin Chen filled his car to the brim. After driving a short distance, he stored everything in the warehouse. Next stop, the wholesale market. But before going there, he first bought some unmarked woven bags. He planned to buy loose rice and fill the bags directly. He decided to start with 100 bags to test the waters. After that, for flour, he would go directly to the flour factory to load up, also in unmarked bags, another 100 bags. At the flour factory, he also bought some bran, which he planned to mix in for steaming buns. If it's too extravagant to feed hired refugees white steamed buns, it mainly raises suspicion and invites trouble. Besides that, Lin Chen also bought some grains, like cornmeal. He then rushed to the suburbs, spending 20,000 yuan to rent a small warehouse to keep things under wraps. Once everything was delivered to the warehouse, Lin Chen closed the door, and all the items were stored in the game warehouse. This was an essential step. He temporarily rented it for 6 months and would decide later based on the situation. After sorting all this out, Lin Chen drove to the seed station to buy some seeds. He planned to grow some fruits and vegetables in the backyard of the other world, so he could eventually enjoy pollution-free green food. Previously, he had lost hope in life and had reluctantly chosen to lie flat, but now he was enjoying an early retirement, so he wanted to eat healthily and live long. As the saying goes, disease comes from the mouth, and to minimize hospital visits, the first thing to solve was the food issue. On the way back, Lin Chen thought of a money-making opportunity. That was to contract a piece of land in the other world to grow green agricultural products and then sell them in modern cities for a good price. But to do this, he would also need a green planting base in reality to keep things under wraps. Contracting land, hiring employees, various approvals, and possibly facing forced demolitions. Forget it, just thinking about it felt troublesome. Better to enjoy life. Life is short, so why work so hard? Moreover, casually trading some medicinal materials could earn him hundreds of thousands or even millions, so why bother? Lin Chen bought a car? This car is huge. Must have cost a lot, right? It's domestic, not too expensive. As Lin Chen drove into the village, he attracted the attention of the villagers. Many families in the village had bought cars, but they were all family cars worth around 100,000. Mostly parked at home and hardly used throughout the year because the young people had all gone out to work. Although everyone understood Lin Chen's situation, they didn't know all the details, so buying a car wasn't particularly surprising. If they knew this car cost over 260,000, some would probably gossip. Of course, that was bound to happen sooner or later, but Lin Chen didn't care. He just wanted to live his little life well and enjoy it. Greeting people along the way, Lin Chen drove the car into his yard. It was getting dark, and after a busy day, he hadn't even had a proper meal. Forget cooking, he would go to the other world and let the maid Xiaoxiang make something delicious. Just thinking about Xiaoxiang's charming little face made the old bachelor's heart race. After locking the yard gate, Lin Chen wanted to store the car in the game warehouse, but it reminded him that he couldn't store it and needed to upgrade the warehouse first. However, there was no indication of how to upgrade it, so it seemed he had to explore slowly. It appeared that not everything could be stored in the warehouse. He had originally thought about racing a car in the other world, but that was no longer possible. Time quickly passed, and Lin Chen locked the car, entered the house, locked the door, and then eagerly began the teleportation. In the other world, morning. Lin Chen opened the door and saw 2 big black dogs squatting at the entrance, looking at him eagerly. Xiaoxiang was holding a basin of water, standing at the door, seemingly waiting for a long time. Why didn't you call me? Come in quickly. Lin Chen tossed 2 pieces of bone to the big black dogs and then called Xiaoxiang inside. Xiaoxiang entered with the basin, saying, "Master said yesterday that he doesn't like to be disturbed while sleeping, so I waited outside." So thoughtful. Here, this is a reward for you. Lin Chen casually took out a red butterfly hairpin. So beautiful. Xiaoxiang's eyes widened, but she quickly shook her head, saying, "Master, this is too precious. I can't accept it." "Do you like it?" Lin Chen asked, pinching Xiaoxiang's chin. "I like it," Xiaoxiang replied shyly. "Then take it. Grandfather rewards you, you must not refuse. Do you understand?" "Thank you, grandfather." Xiaoxiang quickly expressed her gratitude. "Then how will you thank me, just with your mouth?" "Grandfather says whatever you say." After another hour of morning exercises, Lin Chen felt refreshed, as if the meridians that had been blocked for over 30 years had been opened. Xiao Xiang, on the other hand, was drenched in fragrant sweat, her face flushed, lying soft on the bed, not wanting to move at all. Xiao Xiang, look at the beautiful clothes grandfather bought for you. Lin Chen magically pulled out a bikini. Grandfather, what kind of clothes are these? Why is there so little fabric? Xiao Xiang asked curiously. Come, let grandfather help you put it on. A few minutes later, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Xiang in the bikini, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. Grandfather, you are so bad. Xiao Xiang stood shyly in front of Lin Chen, feeling that it would be better not to wear anything at all. It was simply too embarrassing. This is art. You wouldn't understand. Lin Chen wanted to get angry again, but after touching his slightly sore waist, he held back. One must know how to exercise restraint. With such a good life, he wanted to enjoy it for a few more years, so he had to take care of his health. He gave Xiao Xiang another qipao, indulging his eyes for a while before washing up and having breakfast. He chose a room in the backyard to use as a storeroom, putting in some grains, vegetables, and meat. The key to the storeroom was entrusted to Xiao Xiang. Feeling Lin Chen's trust and affection, Xiao Xiang was now wholeheartedly devoted to him, wishing she could dig out her heart and give it to him. Lin Chen's actions also moved the little maid to tears. Why are you crying again? Come, open your little mouth. I'll give you something delicious. Xiao Xiang thought grandfather was going to bully her again, so she shyly closed her eyes. But soon she felt a sweet taste in her mouth. She opened her eyes in surprise. Is it good? Lin Chen asked with a smile. So sweet. Eating candy made her happy, and Xiao Xiang's beautiful eyes squinted into crescent moons. Seeing her smile, Lin Chen chuckled and placed several pieces of milk candy into her small hand. You go steam some buns, I'll go check on Xiao-Dai and the others, and let Ye's mother help you. Got it, grandfather. In the backyard, Yi Xiao-Dai was directing the hired workers. After yesterday's test, only 7 people remained. The 3 who had been lazy were dismissed. The remaining 7, upon learning the reason, were all relieved. Of course, they were honest farmers and didn't have too many tricks up their sleeves. Good brother. Yi Xiao-Dai hurried over to greet Lin Chen. Good morning, boss. The other workers quickly bowed in greeting. Lin Chen wanted to laugh at Yi Xiaodia's address, but he held it back in this situation. Some people were lazy yesterday, so today they will go hungry, and for those of you who remain, I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Alright, get to work, and I'll prepare something delicious for you later. Lin Chen handed some seeds to the workers, taught them how to plant, and then became a hands-off manager. He took Yi Xiaodia's hand and sat down in the pavilion, pulling out some sunflower seeds, candies, and snacks to share with her. Is it good? It's delicious, so good. I've never eaten anything this tasty before. Yi Xiaodai said while eating spicy strips, sticking out her little tongue and savoring it. Here, try this soda. Lin Chen took out a bottle of cola, twisted off the cap, and handed it to her. Yi Xiaodai was feeling the heat from the spice, and when she heard it was a drink, she took it eagerly. However, she drank too quickly, and the carbonation went up her nose, making her tear up. Good brother, what is this? It tastes strange. Yi Xiaodai wiped her tears and asked curiously. This is called cola, a new kind of drink I've developed. Drink it slowly, and try it again. Yi Xiaodai followed Lin Chen's words and took a small sip, then excitedly said, It feels like there's air in my mouth. How wonderful. It's even more wonderful with spicy strips. Lin Chen replied. Yi Xiaodai took a bite of the spicy strip, sipped the cola, and quickly grew fond of the taste. I wonder if she would like it even more if I got her a hamburger. After eating and drinking for a while, Lin Chen had Yi Xiaodai watch the hired workers while he went to the kitchen. Xiao Xiang and Ye's mother had already steamed a large pot of buns, steaming hot, releasing a fragrant aroma. Although they used white flour, it was mixed with a lot of bran and even some wild vegetables, so it didn't look much different. Xiao Xiang, Aunt Yi, you help me wash the vegetables, and I'll make a pork stew with vermicelli, Lin Chen said. Hearing that Lin Chen was going to cook himself, both were surprised, but Lin Chen was the head of the household, so whatever he said went. They just needed to follow his orders. He heated the oil in the pan, caramelized the sugar, added the pork, used cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, and then added both light and dark soy sauce. After that, he tossed in a mix of spices like Sichuan pepper, star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon, and the aroma wafted out. Xiao Xiang and Aunt Yi were both enchanted by the smell. After stewing the meat for a while, Lin Chen added cabbage and vermicelli, making a large pot. He wanted these ancient people to experience the power of technology and hard work. Meanwhile, a government official in official robes, accompanied by several constables and yamen runners, was arriving at the Lin residence. What is that smell? Why is it so fragrant? The official twitched his nose and couldn't help but ask. The aroma was simply irresistible, making his mouth water. Sir, it seems that the fragrance is coming from the Lin residence, one of the constables said. What a coincidence. Let's go in and take a look. Sir, please wait, I'll go knock on the door, a constable said as he walked to the door and knocked loudly. The yaman is investigating a case, open the door quickly. Hurry up. Sir, it seems to be people from the government. Could it be those one-eyed thugs who reported us after being bitten by a dog yesterday? Xiaoxian's face turned pale with fright. Ye's mother also looked a bit tense. Could it be that this newly found source of income was about to be lost? Don't be afraid. We haven't committed any crimes, nor have we done anything wrong. Even if the King of Heaven comes, we don't need to be scared. Lin Chen, as a modern person, had no reverence for the officials of this era. Besides, he could leave at any time. These people couldn't do anything to him. He just didn't want to implicate Xiao Xian and the others. So unless absolutely necessary, Lin Chen wouldn't take extreme measures. While thinking of a countermeasure, Lin Chen ran to the front door and opened it himself. Your Excellency has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Lin Chen looked at the people standing at the door and then spoke to the official who was clearly different from the others. You are the owner of this residence, Lin Chen? The official asked as he walked inside. Indeed, I am. May I ask what your orders are, Your Excellency? Lin Chen replied, following the official. Yesterday, Long-Air and his gang came to trouble you, and you let your dog bite them. Is that true? The official suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained calm. Is the Long-Air you speak of the one-eyed ruffian? Stop wasting words. Just say whether it happened or not. A constable scolded. It did, Lin Chen said. I just arrived in Lanyun County and bought a maid named Xiao Xiang who sold herself to bury her father at the market. Then this gang barged into my home, forcing me to hand her over. When I refused, they threatened to kill me. My dog, protecting its owner, went wild and bit them when they attacked me, and then those ruffians fled. You dare! You killed them all, and now you portray yourself as the victim? I see you have the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Someone, take down this ruthless and cruel murderer. With the magistrate's command, the constables immediately drew their knives and held them against Lin Chen's neck. I'm wronged, Your Honor, I'm wronged. Before Lin Chen could plead, Xiao Xiang rushed out of the house, crying out. At that moment, she was disheveled and had changed into her old, tattered clothes, completely losing the charming appearance she had just moments ago. Who are you? What grievance do you have? The magistrate asked as he scrutinized Xiao Xiang. Xiao Xiang knelt before the magistrate, lowering her head as she spoke. I am Xiao Xiang, a maid bought by our master. Your Honor, please see clearly, my master is a good man. He saw me selling myself to bury my father and bought me a coffin, but he never intended for me to be a servant. How could such a person possibly commit murder? That makes some sense, the magistrate nodded, but suddenly turned to Lin Chen. Why aren't you resisting? I don't understand Your Honor's meaning, Lin Chen replied calmly. I have already sent someone to investigate. You were looking for work at the city gate yesterday and displayed impressive martial skills. I fear none of my men are your match. Why do you not fight back? Lin Chen hurriedly said, Your Honor, you jest. I am just a commoner. How could I dare to lay hands on you? Moreover, I have only learned a bit of skill to strengthen my body, not to commit evil deeds. So far, from the clues we have gathered, you are the only one with both the ability and the motive to kill Long-Air and the others. At this point, the magistrate suddenly changed his tone. However, we have checked your whereabouts yesterday. When Long-Air and the others were attacked, you had just come out of the apothecary, leaving no time for you to commit the crime. Furthermore, Long-Air and the others are now missing, and even the person who reported the case cannot clarify what happened. Therefore, I have decided to classify this case as unsolved. We will wait for further clues to emerge. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt somewhat confused. The magistrate smiled and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to release Lin Chen. Lin Chen, just now when I arrived at your door, I suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. I wonder what it is. In response to Your Honor, I am currently cooking. If Your Honor does not mind, may I invite you to step in and taste it? Lin Chen quickly replied. Of course. I am very curious about what dish could produce such a fragrance. Please, Your Honor. Lin Chen pretended to respectfully invite the magistrate to the kitchen. The closer they got to the kitchen, the stronger the aroma became, almost intoxicating. At that moment, even the county magistrate couldn't help but swallow. The other constables and yaman runners also had their throats moving, peering into the kitchen. In these times, even the government constables and yaman runners struggled to fill their stomachs, let alone enjoy such fragrant food. Your Honor, please sit here. Lin Chen invited the magistrate to a table under the pavilion, then personally went to the kitchen to serve a bowl of freshly stewed pork with vermicelli. There were also a few steamed buns made of wild vegetables and grains. Your Honor, please taste how my cooking is, Lin Chen said as he handed over a pair of chopsticks. The magistrate had long been craving it. He was not polite, took the chopsticks, and stuffed a large mouthful into his mouth. After chewing slowly a few times, he began to eat heartily. Before long, he had finished 2 buns and a bowl of pork with vermicelli. Listening to the slurping sounds of the vermicelli, the constables and yamen runners were drooling, their eyes wide as saucers. Xiao Xiang, Anchi, quickly serve a bowl to the other officials as well, and bring out the freshly steamed buns, Lin Chen hurriedly instructed. A few minutes later, the only sound left in the courtyard was the slurping of vermicelli. Lin Chen served another bowl to the magistrate. He looked as if he hadn't had enough. After finishing a bowl of vegetables, the county magistrate finally smiled with satisfaction. Lin Chen, your culinary skills are quite good. Come to the county office another day, and we can study it together. I will obey. The county magistrate stood up and looked at the other subordinates, saying, have you all eaten enough? It's time to go back. From now on, keep an eye on the Lin residence and don't let those troublesome people disturb us again. We will obey. Thank you, sir. I will see you off. Lin Chen escorted everyone to the door and had Xiao Xiang pack a small porcelain bowl of pork stew with vermicelli for the county magistrate to take with him. The magistrate smiled with satisfaction. Lin Chen, don't forget to come find me another day. I will definitely go, Lin Chen replied eagerly. Watching the county magistrate and others leave, Lin Chen calmly returned to the courtyard and then asked Xiao Xiang to invite everyone from the back garden to come eat. The fragrant and delicious pork stew with vermicelli nearly made the hungry refugees eat their own tongues. After this meal, they felt they would have no regrets even if they were to die immediately. Compared to the hired workers who each received 2 steamed buns, Yi Xiaodai and her mother, along with Xiao Xiang, had no such restrictions. Yi Xiaodai, coming from a martial arts background, had a larger appetite than the average woman. She managed to eat 5 large buns and 2 big bowls of vegetables by herself. After the meal, the hired workers continued their work in the backyard, while Lin Chen called Yi Xiaodai and Xiao Xiang to the study. Xiaodai, I need you to go out and find out what our county magistrate likes. I plan to visit the county office tomorrow and need to buy some gifts, Lin Chen said. Yes, I will go right away. Once Yi Xiaodai left, Lin Chen had Xiao Xiang sit on his lap, pinching her little face and laughing. Did you deliberately make yourself so dirty just to worry that those officials might take a liking to you? Xiao Xiang replied with a hum, I was worried it would cause trouble for you, sir. Don't always call yourself a servant. From now on, in this house, you are my housekeeper. Didn't I give you the key to the storeroom? Thank you for your trust, sir. The better you treat me, the more I must know my place. Then just be my servant, and in front of others, you are the housekeeper of the Lin family. Lin Chen hugged Xiao Xiang's soft body and kissed her fiercely. By the way, the toothpaste I gave you, you must use it regularly every day. It's for maintaining your teeth. I like your teeth, they're white and neat, so you must take good care of them, Lin Chen reminded her. I will remember. And remember to bathe every day. Don't worry about wasting firewood. Also, you need to gain a little more weight. I like a bit of softness, but not too much. Then I will eat a bit more at every meal, striving to gain weight quickly so that you like me even more. Xiao Xiang, I'm holding you, and now I don't know what to do, Lin Chen said with some distress. This man, who had just tasted the pleasures of flesh, felt like a wild cat that had stolen food, always feeling it wasn't enough. But he wasn't a young man anymore. He still needed to take care of his health. Xiao Xiang will always be yours, sir, but you must also take care of your health, Xiao Xiang said thoughtfully. I will go to the pharmacy to get a tonic for your health. I'll go myself. I was just planning to go to the pharmacy. You call Aunt Ji and then get 2 hired workers from the backyard to follow along. We need to buy some chickens, ducks, piglets, and lambs to raise in the backyard. It will be convenient for eating meat in the future. Lin Chen wanted to eat healthy ingredients as soon as possible. After arranging these matters, Lin Chen gave Xiao Xiang some silver coins and went to the pharmacy. Lin sir, you're here again. What would you like to exchange for today? The shop assistant greeted Lin Chen enthusiastically. Bring me your 200-year-old ginseng. Yesterday, Lin Chen had dealt with the One-Eyed Dragons group and had conveniently acquired several hundred taels of silver. At first, he didn't think much of it, believing that several hundred taels of silver wasn't much. In the past, when watching historical dramas, it was common to see characters casually pulling out dozens of taels of silver. Wealthy landlords and corrupt officials had family fortunes starting from tens of thousands of taels. But later, upon reflection, it wasn't quite like that. At least in the early days of the Dragon Kingdom, a few hundred taels of silver was definitely a substantial amount. Take the ginseng from the pharmacy, for example. A 200-year-old ginseng would sell for 50 taels of silver. If Lin Chen wanted to trade for it with grain, he would need 50 stones, and it had to be high-quality rice. This shows that the purchasing power of silver is still quite strong. 1 tael of silver can buy 1 stone of high-quality rice. Based on 1 tael equaling 1001 and 1 stone weighing 100 jin, 10 won can buy 1 jin of good grain. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom not only has precious grain but is also short on silver. For Lin Chen, it was clearly more cost-effective to buy ginseng with silver than to trade it for grain. Upon learning that Lin Chen had arrived, the shopkeeper personally came out to greet him. Now he could be considered a VIP customer. "Master Lin, please enjoy some tea," the shopkeeper said politely, specially serving him tea. "You're too kind, shopkeeper. I'm here today mainly to buy some ginseng for emergencies. I wonder if you could part with your store's treasure." "Master Lin, you know that's our store's treasure, we can't sell it. Buying some 200-year-old ginseng would be enough," the shopkeeper said with a bitter smile. "You really can't let it go for me?" "I truly can't, and I don't have the authority to decide." "Then when your boss comes next time, please ask him for me. The price is negotiable." "Sure, I'll definitely ask when I see the boss next time." "Shopkeeper, do you know anything about our county magistrate?" Lin Chen casually inquired. The shopkeeper stroked his goatee and smiled. "You've asked the right person. Our magistrate is actually from the same hometown as our boss." "Oh, please tell me more. I'm planning to visit the magistrate tomorrow. Any suggestions?" Following that, the pharmacy shopkeeper briefly shared some information about the county magistrate. Of course, it was all the kind of information that could be shared, such as his name, where he was from, what achievements he had made, and some of his preferences. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had a basic understanding of the local official in Lanyun County and felt more prepared for his visit the next day. "Brother, I heard that Long Air and his gang have run into trouble?" Lin Chen took a sip of tea and casually mentioned it. "Isn't that right? I just heard the news too. But Long Air has done so many bad things, he deserves it. Haven't you seen people celebrating? This guy bullies the weak and has done so many bad deeds, yet no one manages him. There must be someone behind him, right? Don't you know?" The shopkeeper countered, then slapped his forehead. "I forgot, you just moved to Lanyun County. Brother, please tell me." Lin Chen instinctively pulled out a cigarette and offered it. "What is this?" "This is called a cigarette. When you have something on your mind or when you're visiting a brothel, having one of these is a real pleasure. As the saying goes, a smoke after matters is like being a celestial being," Lin Chen said, giving the shopkeeper a hint. When the lighter sparked to life, it startled the shopkeeper. "Don't be afraid, this thing is just a fire stick I made myself. It's more convenient to use. You're really skilled." The shopkeeper then tried smoking a cigarette himself, and surprisingly, the feeling of puffing out clouds of smoke was quite delightful. The two continued to chat more and more comfortably, and Lin Chen learned a lot about the local power dynamics in Lanyun County. "Brother, it's getting late. I should take my leave. Next time I have free time, I'll treat you to drinks at Fengxiang Zhai." "You're too kind, brother. Next time, I'll treat you," the shopkeeper said, rubbing his hands together, feeling a bit shy. Could you give me another cigarette?" "No problem. I'll give you these, and here's the lighter as well. It's a gift for you." Lin Chen took out a pack of unfiltered cigarettes and handed it, along with a lighter, to the pharmacy owner. The owner immediately expressed his gratitude with repeated thanks. Arriving at the front of the pharmacy, the assistant had already packaged the ginseng, which was over 230 years old, in a box. Lin Chen also bought 3 more that were over 100 years old. As for the ones that were only a few decades old, he passed on them, feeling a bit disdainful. Given the warming relationship between the two, the owner directly offered them at cost price. In the spirit of reciprocity, Lin Chen didn't hold back. "Hey, isn't that cordyceps?" Just as he was about to leave, Lin Chen suddenly noticed a bag in the corner behind the door containing some dried twig-like cordyceps. "Brother, what is this?" Lin Chen pretended not to recognize it, squatting down to rummage through it, confirming without a doubt that it was cordyceps. A merchant brought it back from the western regions. "I think he said it can be brewed in water and is somewhat beneficial to health. We didn't know how to use it, so it's just been sitting here. I've been studying tea recently. I wonder how this would be for brewing tea." "Brother, sell these to me." "Sell? It's not worth anything, just take it." "Then how can I do that? With our friendship, what's there to be shy about? Just take it, it won't take up space." "Well, thank you then." After thanking the owner again, Lin Chen left the pharmacy with the ginseng, cordyceps, and some health supplements. "I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich." Lin Chen excitedly walked home. In modern times, cordyceps are sold by the gram or by the root. Good quality ones can cost around $100 each. If sold at that price, he would at least make $1 million this time. And it was all free profit. Leaving the main street, Lin Chen looked around to see if anyone was nearby, then stored the cordyceps and ginseng in the warehouse. He then carried a few bags of medicine back home. At that moment, Yi Xiaodai had already returned and was waiting for him near the door. "Good brother." Yi Xiaodai greeted him. "Xiaodai, how did your inquiries go? Lin Chen didn't correct her way of addressing him. It was just a title, and he had gotten used to it over time. Yi Xiaodai nodded and reported, the county magistrate's name is Song Yao, the Yao from Yaoshanyu. He was transferred from the capital to Lanyun County, supposedly on the orders of the Empress to specifically handle the previous civil unrest. After the unrest was resolved, Magistrate Song stayed on. This Magistrate Song has a good reputation. He's not greedy or corrupt and treats the common people well. You can tell that from the current state of the county. His only hobby is a love for food. He enjoys cooking and sometimes invites friends to taste his dishes. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. It was similar to what he had learned from the pharmacy owner. A county magistrate who loves food, he was definitely going to befriend him. With modern technology and various bizarre additives, he wouldn't rest until he had him hooked. Sir, we're back. At that moment, Xiao Xiang and Ye's mother also returned. Following them were two hired hands, one pulling a wooden cart with cages on it, tied to a few sheep. The other had several half-grown piglets tied with a rope, grunting happily. Not bad. Did you buy some chickens and ducks? Lin Chen smiled, took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from Xiao Xiang's forehead, and casually handed the handkerchief to her. Thank you, sir. Xiao Xiang first bowed in thanks, then replied, there weren't many chickens and ducks at the market, and they didn't look very lively. So, I and Auntie went to the nearby village, and these sheep and piglets were collected from the big households there. We got 20 chickens and 10 ducks. Pretty good, but still too few. Next time, I'll accompany you to the village, and we'll gather some more. Master, there is a shortage of food now, and there are far fewer families raising livestock and poultry than before. The village where the maid went has only these left. If we go again, we will have to change to another village, Xiao Xiang added. That's true. The wild vegetables outside have all been dug up. There's nothing left for the poultry and livestock to eat. Alright, you all take these to the backyard first. Master, there's one more thing. I made a decision without your consent, and I ask for your punishment, Xiao Xiang said timidly. What is it? Lin Chen asked curiously. Xiao Xiang was a sensible person and wouldn't normally do something so out of line. Like a child who had done something wrong, Xiao Xiang lowered her head and said, I encountered a pair of siblings in the village. Their parents have both died. I felt sorry for them, so I brought them back. Master, with your kind heart, could you take them in? Where are they? Bring them over for me to see. You all come here, Xiao Xiang called out to the door, and soon a girl of about 15 or 16 entered, pulling along a 7 or 8-year-old boy, both looking anxious. Please, sir, take us in. I can do anything, and I eat very little. I just hope to stay with my brother. The siblings hurriedly knelt before Lin Chen as soon as they entered. Lin Chen looked at the girl. She was indeed pretty, but her body was too frail, as thin as a stick. However, with years of famine, there weren't many plump people left, and those like Xiao Xiang and Yi Xiaodai were already considered fortunate. Xiao Xiang, you are the steward. What kind of work do you think you can arrange for them? I dare not. Everything is up to you, master, Xiao Xiang said, kneeling down. Lin Chen turned to the siblings and asked, what are your names? My name is Xiao Chan, Diao Xiao Chan, and my brother is Diao Sanhua. That's a nice name. It matches our Xiao Dai's name. Lin Chen smiled. Why is your brother called Sanhua? We have another sister named Diao Xiaoyi, who was taken to the capital and has been missing ever since, Diao Xiaochan replied. You know that in these times, having a meal is so difficult. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking us in. We will definitely work hard and serve you well, Diao Xiaochan said, quite clever, immediately pulling her brother to bow to Lin Chen. At that moment, Yi Xiaodai suddenly leaned closer to Lin Chen and said, Good brother, I think this child Sanhua has good potential. Oh, suitable for martial arts? Yi Xiaodai nodded. Sanhua, from today on, you will practice martial arts with Xiaodai. Xiao Chan, you will be responsible for taking care of the chickens and ducks. Auntie, please help them settle down first. After sending everyone away, Lin Chen finally allowed Xiao Xiang to get up and took her back to the room. Master, Xiao Xiang was wrong. Please don't be angry with me. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Xiang knelt before Lin Chen again. Lin Chen lifted her chin, making her look up, gently pinching her cheek and saying, What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have made decisions on my own. Wrong. Your mistake isn't about making decisions on your own, but about trusting people too easily, and even more so about bringing them back. Do you know who they are? What if they are swindlers? What if they are robbers? You know what the world is like outside. If you bring bad people home, do you know what the consequences would be? Lin Chen said seriously. I'm sorry, I realize my mistake now. I didn't think that much. Xiao Xiang was so frightened that she shed more tears. Get up. Lin Chen pulled her up and let her sit in his lap, saying, I know you mean well, but sometimes the people you want to help may actually want to harm you. The human heart is treacherous. You must be cautious in the future. I will remember. Grandfather, you're not angry anymore, right? That depends on how you make me not angry. Xiao Xiang's face turned red, and then she knelt down again. In the evening, after having dinner with Xiao Xiang, Lin Chen took some nourishing medicine and then returned to his room. Xiao Xiang cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen, where Ye's mother hesitated before saying, Xiao Xiang, I see that the master likes you very much. Why don't you serve him at night? Xiao Xiang shyly replied, Grandfather doesn't like to be disturbed while sleeping, otherwise, he won't rest well. I see. Ye's mother nodded and asked again, Xiao Xiang, what do you think of our little Dai? Little Dai is very good. She's beautiful and skilled in martial arts. Grandfather values her a lot. I mean, how about marrying her to our master? Even if it's as a concubine, it would give little Dai some support after I'm gone, Ye's mother said. This. I wouldn't know, you'd have to ask grandfather. And what does little Dai think? The master is a good man. As long as he is willing, he will definitely treat little Dai well in the future, and I would feel at ease. As for little Dai, she doesn't understand anything. I, as her mother, can make decisions for her. Ye's mother took Xiao Xiang's hand and pleaded, Xiao Xiang, if you have the chance in the future, could you ask him what he means? Xiao Xiang thought for a moment and said, Auntie, the master is a good person. Even if little Dai doesn't marry him, he will still take care of her. As for what you mentioned, I can pass on the message, but how to say it, you should talk to grandfather yourself. Then I really thank you, Xiao Xiang. If it works out, you will be our benefactor. I can't accept being called a benefactor. Let's just consider ourselves family, taking good care of grandfather and managing this household well. What you say makes sense. Lin Chen had no idea that he had already caught Aunt Ye's eye, who was preparing to make him her son-in-law. At this moment, he had returned to the modern world. He took out his phone, added the heads of several pharmacies in the city to a group chat, and then took a photo of some cordyceps and a century-old ginseng. Gentlemen, take a look at these good things. Anyone interested? Highest bidder wins. After sending the message, Lin Chen rode his electric tricycle to the town. He needed to buy some fertilizer to plant wheat. If he found suitable ones, he planned to buy a few piglets and lambs, as well as some chickens and ducks to raise. The backyard was quite large, and it would be a shame to leave it empty. Raising some poultry and livestock would also help pass the time. More than an hour later, Lin Chen returned from the town. He bought fertilizer and wheat seeds, as well as 6 piglets and 6 medium-sized lambs, 6 sixes for good luck. He bought a bit more chickens and ducks, totaling over 100, and also got a few dogs. Among them were 2 adult wolfhounds, strong and imposing, looking quite intimidating. These were for guarding the house. Additionally, there were 3 puppies that Lin Chen planned to raise from a young age. He placed one wolfhound in the front yard and the other in the back, letting the puppies run freely in the yard. The pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese were all thrown into the backyard. He scattered some corn kernels and mixed a large bowl of food with bran, cornmeal, and chopped cabbage, then left it alone. The backyard had trees and grass, and there were bugs in the grass and soil, so he let them find their own food. After finishing his busy work, Lin Chen finally had time to check his phone. He saw dozens of missed calls and hundreds of messages in the group. Upon opening it, he found that the missed calls were from the heads of those pharmacies. The messages in the group were from several heads bidding for the cordyceps and ginseng. The price of the cordyceps had already soared to 200 yuan each, while the century-old ginseng had reached 3 million. At this moment, the atmosphere in the group was tense, and it looked like it was about to escalate into personal attacks. Lin Chen quickly spoke up, "Everyone, calm down. I just went to town for a bit. How did it turn into a quarrel?" "Lin, you finally spoke. If this goes on, we might end up fighting." Chen Jie, the manager of the Welcome Pharmacy, said with a bitter smile. "Mr. Lin, name your price. As long as this old ginseng is pure wild, no matter the cost, we at Xishingtang will take it," said Lin Siki, the head of Xishingtang Pharmacy. "Is it just you at Xishingtang who has money? We at Xinglong Pharmaceutical will go all out, no matter the price," Zhao Long shouted, a bit irritated. "Lin, say something. How do you plan to handle these items?" Finally, it was Yang Xiaowei, the head of Taiyang Pharmaceutical, who spoke up. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "We all see each other often, there's no need to get heated over this. How about this, you 4 can split the cordyceps, and for this old ginseng, each of you can submit a sealed bid. The highest bidder wins. What do you all think? How do we submit this sealed bid? You send it to me privately. To keep it fair, each person can only submit once. Once the time is up, I will share the prices you submitted in a screenshot in the group. Is everyone okay with that?" Lin Chen asked. "This method is good. I have no objections," Yang Xiaowei said first. "All right, I agree. I agree. Agreed. Since everyone agrees, please send me your prices now. You have 5 minutes to consider. After 5 minutes, I will post everyone's bids. Those who do not bid will be considered to have given up. Starting the timer now." Just after Lin Chen sent the message, Shen Jie sent over his price. 4 million. To be honest, this price was already quite high. Lin Chen had checked online before, although century-old ginseng is rare, 2 to 3 million is about right. Of course, Lin Chen didn't think they were fools. They were all business people. No one would engage in something that wouldn't yield profit. Soon, in less than a minute, the other three also sent their prices. The highest was Zhao Long from Xinglong Pharmaceutical, who surprisingly offered 8,888,000. Next was Lin Siki from Xishingtang with 8 million, just 88,000 less. As for Yang Xiaowei from Taiyang Pharmaceutical, she offered 5 million. Quite a bit, but still far behind the other two. Thank you, for bosses, for your patronage. I didn't expect everyone to value this old ginseng so highly. Although the time isn't up yet, since all four of you have submitted your prices, in the spirit of fairness, everyone can only submit one sealed bid. This means that the current prices are the final prices. Then we don't need to wait. I'll screenshot the prices now, and everyone can see for themselves. Lin Chen then took a screenshot of the four prices and sent it to the group. Zhao Long was overjoyed to see that he had won the old ginseng. Lin, how do we proceed with the handover? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll head to the city now and deliver it to you. You four can split the cordyceps, at 200 yuan each. How does that sound? No problem. I'll be waiting for you. After agreeing with everyone, Lin Chen first called the person in charge of plowing and sowing, then brought the fertilizer and wheat seeds to the field. Now, both plowing and sowing cost money. It was easier for him, but the expenses were too high, and farming was hardly profitable, barely breaking even. There's a saying that if farming were profitable, common folks wouldn't have a place in it. After arranging things in the field, Lin Chen drove towards the city. Having a car was convenient. He arrived in an hour and a half. If he took the bus, it would take 2 to 3 hours, wasting time and exhausting him. Lin Chen first arrived at the Xinglong pharmacy and saw Zhao Long. He took out the century-old ginseng, and Zhao Long immediately exclaimed, "This is truly a wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old. I haven't seen such a good thing in many years. Brother Lin, you have really helped me out. President Zhao offered me such a high price. I should be the one thanking you," Lin Chen replied. "Such a good item is worth this price. Brother, if you come across anything good in the future, be sure to let me know in time. We can discuss the price. With President Zhao taking such good care of me, I will definitely inform you at the first opportunity. This is cordyceps, you can take a look." Lin Chen then took out a quarter of the winter worm summer grass. "Ah, brother, you really are amazing. You can get such good things," Zhao Long marveled. "I'm just lucky," Lin Chen said. "Luck is also a form of strength. Brother, we must keep in touch more often in the future." "Definitely. Brother, give me your account number. I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you." "President Zhao, I have a request. Can I have cash?" "Cash?" Zhao Long looked at Lin Chen and then smiled. "I understand. But I can't take out that much cash. Wait for me a moment while I check." Zhao Long went away for a few minutes and then returned to tell Lin Chen that he only had 5 million in cash across several stores in the city, and that was because they were preparing to collect medicinal materials. Nowadays, people don't use cash much, so there isn't much cash on hand. "President Zhao, then just give me this 5 million in cash, and transfer the rest to my card." "No problem. I'll have someone bring the money over right away." Zhao Long first transferred the balance to Lin Chen, and after half an hour, the cash was brought over from other stores. He handed Lin Chen a box containing 5 million in cash and smiled. "Brother, you must be careful. With so much cash, if you lose it or get robbed, there will be nowhere to cry." "I'm a miser, no one can rob me of my money," Lin Chen joked. After receiving the money, Lin Chen bid farewell to Zhao Long and went to deliver the cordyceps to others. After making the rounds, Lin Chen's total assets instantly increased by 10 million. The century-old ginseng sold for an astronomical price of 8,880,000, and the rest was from selling the cordyceps. Since the other three stores paid in cash, Lin Chen's game warehouse now held over 8 million in cash. Meanwhile, he had over 5 million in his bank account, making him a solid millionaire. Life truly is full of surprises. Originally, he had just planned to return home and relax, but unexpectedly, he had become wealthy. Before returning to the village, Lin Chen decided to find a place to enjoy himself. As the saying goes, if you have money but don't spend it, it's all for nothing. Having earned so much money, it would be too boring to act like a miser. He drove to the mall and headed straight for the leading counter to support domestic products. He bought 2 phones, one a foldable screen and the other a regular one, to switch between them since money was no object. Then he went to the computer counter and bought a high-spec gaming laptop, planning to play the currently popular game Black Wukong when he was bored. he also bought a tablet and a projector. The tablet was for watching videos, while the projector was for watching movies, which would definitely be enjoyable. After shopping, Lin Chen passed by the luxury watch counter, initially just wanting to take a casual look. But thinking about needing to keep track of time in another world, he decided to buy one. Moreover, even second-hand, luxury watches have a high resale value, so he spent over $1 million to buy a Patek Philippe Nautilus. Considering that the watch could also be used in another world, he went to the regular watch counter and spent $1,000 to buy 10 mechanical watches as gifts. Walking out of the mall, Lin Chen looked at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, worth over $1 million, as if he were in a dream. I can't believe I've brought over $1 million in watches with me. How incredibly extravagant. If it were someone else with this much money, they would definitely buy a house in the big city, then find a girlfriend, and prepare to get married and have kids. But Lin Chen has come to terms with it. Being alone is just fine. Firstly, it's free and easy, and secondly, it helps keep secrets. Moreover, in this other world, he can still marry and have children, and he can marry as many as he wants. The women there are both obedient and gentle. Why bother finding a troublesome partner here? A disagreement could lead to divorce, and then there would be property division, adding to his troubles. Looking at the time, it was already noon. Lin Chen found a restaurant and spent several hundred on a delicious meal. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to spend like this. After eating, he returned to his car, took out his phone, removed the SIM card from his old phone, and put it into the newly bought foldable screen phone. As for the old phone, it would only be used to play small games and travel between worlds. Thinking about how there were sometimes power outages in the village, Lin Chen bought a few large power supplies that could power the TV and computer. Finally, he decided to get a gasoline generator. Now, even if there was a power outage, he wouldn't have to worry. Realizing there was nothing else he needed to buy, Lin Chen drove back to the village. Over an hour later, back in the county town, he went to a deli and bought some pig head meat, roasted chicken, and sausages. On his way back to the village, he suddenly noticed a car behind him that seemed to be following him. At first, he was uncertain, but after walking and stopping a few times to test it, the other car also followed suit. Am I being followed? Lin Chen thought, pulling over to the side of the road and activating a time device. The next second, as time slowed down, the following vehicle's reactions also slowed. Lin Chen quickly appeared next to the car behind him. Are you following me? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice, looking at Yang Xiaowei inside the car as he deactivated the time device. Yang Xiaowei was startled by Lin Chen's sudden appearance beside her car but quickly regained her composure, opened the door, and got out, saying apologetically, Lin Gu, please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to discuss a business deal with you. Weren't we just discussing business? Lin Chen remained cautious. Yang Xiaowei explained, Lin Gu, through our two collaborations, I suspect you must have your own channels to obtain these high-quality medicinal materials. So, I was thinking, could we establish a long-term partnership? The price is negotiable. What Xinglong can offer, Taiyang Pharmaceutical can match. If that's all, you could have just brought it up in the city, Lin Chen replied. Yang Xiaowei nodded, you're right, but the reason I came here is to find out where you live, so that if there are any good materials in the future, I can come to you first. Additionally, I believe you must have more good stuff, so I thought I'd come personally to try my luck. You see, I came alone, and I really have no other intentions. I hope you can forgive my boldness, Lin Gu. Lin Chen looked at Yang Xiaowei, seeing her sincere expression, which didn't seem fake, and his demeanor softened a bit. If we're talking about cooperation, can you make the decisions? Seeing Lin Chen's expression improve, Yang Xiaowei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled. To be honest, Taiyang Pharmaceutical is my family's business. The current chairman, Yang Tai, is my father. So, you're the daughter of a wealthy family. My apologies. Lin Gu is joking. I'm just a worker now, and I have to earn my salary based on performance. Since you're here, why not come back to my place? Thank you, Lin Gu. Lin Chen got into the car and led the way, with Yang Xiaowei following behind. After driving along the mountain road for over 20 minutes, both cars entered Lin Chen's home. This scene caught the attention of the elderly people sitting at the village entrance, and they began to discuss among themselves. Some curious onlookers even quietly followed and arrived at Lin Chen's home. They saw a very attractive city woman getting out of the car, and the flames of gossip were instantly ignited. Lin Chen also noticed those onlookers but couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. This was how it was in the countryside. Idle chatter was inevitable. Lin Gu, is this your home? Do you think it's too shabby? A bit unexpected? No, I actually think it has a very rustic charm, Yang Xiaowei said. Lin Chen smiled, knowing this was just polite flattery. While taking things from the car, he said to Yang Xiaowei, who was helping him, not everyone is willing to see you doing better than them, especially in the countryside. Besides, this is the old house my father left me. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, and I think it's quite nice to live in. I also like old houses like this. Oh, Yang Xiaowei suddenly jumped as a large wolf dog approached her. Don't worry, it doesn't bite good people. Lin Chen patted the dog's head, sending it off to play, and then invited Yang Xiaowei inside. The interior was somewhat worn, after all, it had furnishings from over 30 years ago, but it had a strong sense of age. Moreover, the house was kept very clean and had no unpleasant odors. Lin Chen invited Yang Xiaowei to sit down and brewed her some tea leaves he had brought from another world. Miss Yang, please share your thoughts. In Xiaohua village, at Lin Chen's home. Wow, this tea has a unique flavor. Yang Xiaowei picked up the teacup and brought it to her nose. Lin Gu, is this wild tea? Miss Yang seems to know a lot about tea, Lin Chen said with a smile and a nod. Yang Xiaowei waved her hand and laughed. I wouldn't say that, but my dad loves tea, so I've tried many kinds. But this tea has a very distinct taste. If you like it, I can give some to your father when you go back, Lin Chen said. Then thank you, Lin Gu. Yang Xiaowei did not refuse. This was also a way to strengthen their relationship. Lin Gu, you know that wealthy people are increasingly focusing on health maintenance, and the demand for nourishing medicinal materials, especially high-end ones like ginseng and cordyceps, is growing. Now you have the channels to obtain these things, while our Taiyang Pharmaceutical has a dedicated research department and a high-end client base. If we could cooperate, it would be mutually beneficial. You might say that other pharmacies can do the same, and I can't deny that. But what I want to say is that I have more sincerity than they do. Take Xinglong, for example. Although he paid a high price for that century-old ginseng, Zhao Long didn't buy it for research but as a gift. A gift? If I'm not mistaken, he should be giving it to a big shot, and that big shot is about to celebrate his 70th birthday. So he overpaid for your century-old ginseng to make a good impression, Yang Xiaowei said. Lin Chen nodded. I see. But even so, for me, as long as I can sell it for a good price, I don't need to know what you do with it. Miss Yang, your idea of long-term cooperation isn't really suitable for me. Because I'm just one person, even if I can get some good medicinal materials, the quantity won't be large enough to benefit your company much. Lin Gu, you're mistaken. High-end medicinal materials are meant for the wealthy. Moreover, rarity increases value. Having less quantity is not a problem. In the future, no matter what medicinal materials we obtain, we will unconditionally buy them all at the best price, and we can even send someone to coordinate, so you won't have to waste time making another trip. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, hearing you say that, it does seem feasible, but I won't guarantee the quantity I supply you, nor the types of medicinal materials. I can only say that when I have stock in the future, I will notify you first. If the price you offer doesn't satisfy me, I have the right to sell to others. No problem. As long as you give us this priority, I guarantee our price will not disappoint you. Alright, it's settled then. Brother Lin, should we sign a contract? Forget about the contract. It only protects against gentlemen, not against scoundrels. A person of integrity doesn't need a contract to bind them. Since I promised you, I will definitely deliver. Otherwise, even if we signed a contract, I could still find a way to trade with someone else behind your back. Lin Chen certainly wouldn't sign such a contract, nor would he bind himself. The priority could be given to Yang Xiaowei. As long as her price was high, it didn't matter who he sold to. Okay, let's do it Brother Lin's way. Yang Xiaowei smiled and added, Brother Lin, isn't it time to bring out your treasured items? Are you so sure that I have good things in hand? Lin Chen smiled as well. 100-year-old ginseng is such a good item. If it were an ordinary person who stumbled upon it, they would definitely sell it for money. But Brother Lin doesn't lack money, so logically, you should keep it for yourself. However, Brother Lin chose to sell it, so I guess you must have even better items, at least of comparable quality. Yang Xiaowei said, Miss Yang is truly clever. Indeed, I do have another 100-year-old ginseng, but as you said, I don't lack money. I still want to keep it for myself. Alright, Brother Lin, you see I've come personally, and I'm here with sincerity. You can't make me come all this way for nothing, right? Besides, you have channels and will definitely find better items in the future, so just let me have it. Yang Xiaowei shook Lin Chen's arm and even acted a bit coy. Lin Chen couldn't resist this, especially since he originally intended to sell it, so he half-heartedly agreed. Thank you, Brother Lin. Yang Xiaowei immediately became excited. However, I have a condition. I need cash, and the price cannot be lower than what President Zhao offered, because this ginseng is older than the one he has. No problem. Is 10 million enough? I brought cash with me. Yang Xiaowei quickly replied. It seems you really came prepared. But as a young lady, aren't you afraid to come to the mountains with so much cash, that I might have ulterior motives? Brother Lin has money. What kind of woman can't he find? But you are a young lady from a wealthy family. If Brother Lin really likes me, I would be willing to date you. Yang Xiaowei said half jokingly, half seriously. Ha, I was just joking. Wait a moment, I'll go get the item for you. Lin Chen laughed and went to the back room. After a while, Lin Chen came out with another 100-year-old ginseng. Yang Xiaowei took a close look and confirmed it was indeed better than the previous one. In fact, she had come with a bit of luck in mind, not expecting Lin Chen to actually have stock. Seeing how easily Lin Chen agreed, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lin, you don't have even better ones, do you? Where would all these good things come from? Being able to find these two is already my great fortune. If you want things like iron-skin dendrobium, ginseng, or agarwood, I can still get some for you," Lin Chen said. "I want them all, I want them all," Yang Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly. Her voice was so eager, it was as if she wanted something else entirely. Looking at Yang Xiaowei, who was shaking his arm incessantly, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, "You want them now, but I don't have them. We have to wait for the opportunity. Then we have to agree that when you get good items, you contact me first." "Definitely, haven't we already cooperated?" "Don't worry," Lin Chen assured her repeatedly, which finally satisfied Yang Xiaowei as she left. After sending off the guest, Lin Chen quickly locked the door and hurried back inside. 10 million in cash, such a large pile, was enough to make anyone envious. In the past 30 years, he hadn't even earned a tenth of that. Just as he was immersed in a sense of satisfied happiness, the phone suddenly rang. It turned out that the sewer had already finished his work and informed him. Lin Chen then put the money into the game warehouse, preparing to go to the field and give the money to the person. However, at that moment, both the time item and warehouse function showed upgrade notifications. Lin Chen first clicked on the warehouse function's upgrade notification. Assets exceed 10 million, unlocking warehouse upgrade restrictions. This upgrade requires a consumption of 1 million, and the types of items that can be stored in the warehouse will increase. No wonder the newly purchased laptop and projector could not be stored in the warehouse. It turned out that there were limitations on the types of items the warehouse could store. Now, Lin Chen had 18 million in cash in the warehouse. Spending 1 million to upgrade was not too expensive. Of course, the main reason was that this money came too easily, so spending it didn't hurt. The benefits brought by the upgrade were obvious. No matter what types were added, as long as they increased, Lin Chen could carry more items while traversing between the two realms. The profits generated from that were not something this little money could compare to. Upgrade. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but decisively spent 1 million to upgrade the warehouse. However, after the upgrade, it did not show what types had increased, but it was increased nonetheless. The money spent felt a bit unclear. Lin Chen tried to store the laptop in the warehouse and was surprised to find it successful. The watches, phones, and portable chargers were also successfully stored in the warehouse. In the end, only the gasoline generator could not be stored. It seemed that this upgrade increased the types of small electronic products, while for machines, he would probably need to upgrade further. However, another upgrade would require 10 million. Spending that much was a bit too much, and since it wasn't needed at the moment, he decided not to upgrade again. He could always upgrade later when needed, as long as he ensured there was enough money in the warehouse. Next, Lin Chen checked the upgrade notification for the time item. Assets exceed 10 million, unlocking time item upgrade restrictions. This upgrade requires a consumption of 1 million, increasing the time item by 10 minutes. Upgrade. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly spent 1 million, increasing the time item from 10 minutes to 20 minutes. The next upgrade for the time item would still cost 1 million. Lin Chen upgraded again. The time item increased to 30 minutes. Upgrade. The time item increased to 40 minutes. Continue. He kept upgrading the time item until it reached 1 hour before stopping. Because the next upgrade would require 10 million, but after the upgrade, the time would directly increase by 1 hour. In this round of upgrades, Lin Chen spent 6 million, leaving him with 12 million in the warehouse. This money could still upgrade either the warehouse function or the time item once more. However, Lin Chen did not plan to upgrade again. He tested the time item, and its effect was indeed much better than before. For instance, cooking rice, after speeding up the time, was almost instant. However, the effect on crop growth was still not obvious. Unless the time item was increased to several days, the seeds would sprout instantly. But to reach that level, he didn't know how much he would need to spend. He didn't have that need right now, so it was fine as it was. After finishing his research, Lin Chen went to the field, paid the mechanical fee, and then returned home. As he reached the village entrance, the elderly people sitting idly under the big tree asked, "Lin Chen, was that girl who came back with you just now your girlfriend?" "No, just a regular friend. I saw that girl was driving a BMW. What does your friend do?" "Just an ordinary job. I have things to do, so I'm heading home first." Lin Chen hurried home, trying to escape. He couldn't say too much to these informants in the village, or else it would quickly spread throughout the village, and he didn't know how it would be twisted. Even so, the news about Lin Chen finding a little rich girlfriend still got out. Moreover, some people claimed to have heard them being intimate at home, speaking as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Before long, night fell. Lin Chen packed up the things he needed to take and tossed them all into the warehouse before clicking to teleport. In another world, morning arrived. Lin Chen opened the door and, as always, saw two large black dogs, along with Qiu Xiang standing at the door, holding a basin of water for washing. "Master, good morning." Qiu Xiang greeted Lin Chen with a respectful bow. "Come in." Lin Chen took out 2 bones and threw them to the 2 large black dogs. Qiu Xiang entered the room with the basin, while Lin Chen sat in a chair, and Qiu Xiang attended to him, helping him shave, brush his teeth, and wash his face. It was incredibly comfortable. "Qiu Xiang, is there anything going on tonight?" "Master, rest assured, everything is well at home. Xiao-dai is with the hired workers, taking turns patrolling at night." "What about the little mink and her brother?" "According to your instructions, Sanwo went to practice martial arts with Xiao-dai, and Xiao-chan is currently feeding the chickens in the backyard." Qiu Xiang reported every detail like a little secretary. "You manage the food at home. Let me know in advance when it's about to run out." "I will remember, Master." Lin Chen enjoyed Qiu Xiang's service, and his hand couldn't help but explore her body. "Master." Qiu Xiang's body softened and fell into Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen held her, letting her sit on his lap, and asked, "Open your mouth, let me see if you've brushed your teeth." Qiu Xiang obediently opened her small mouth, revealing 2 rows of neat, white teeth. Very white, very clean, and your breath is fragrant. Did you just brush your teeth?" Qiu Xiang shyly nodded. "I just took a bath too." "No wonder you smell so good, let me give you a kiss." Another hour of battle ensued. Lin Chen felt refreshed, holding Qiu Xiang's smooth, boneless body, reluctant to get out of bed. No wonder emperors in ancient times, once infatuated with women, were unwilling to attend morning court. He had just one little maid and didn't want to get up, let alone an emperor with so many women in his harem. "Master, what do you think of little sister Xiao-dai?" Qiu Xiang lay in Lin Chen's arms, looking up at him with her small face. Lin Chen glanced at Qiu Xiang and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you ask that?" "It's nothing, just asking casually." Lin Chen didn't think much of it and said, "Xiao-dai is capable, responsible, and has good character. She's someone trustworthy. With you and Xiao-dai in this family, I can feel much more at ease." "Master, Auntie wants to speak with you. Can you meet her when you have time?" "Sure, let her come find me in a bit." After Qiu Xiang helped Lin Chen wash up and get dressed, she went to call Aunt Yi. Before long, Aunt Yi entered alone. "Master." "Aunt Yi, no need for formalities, please sit." Lin Chen welcomed Aunt Yi to sit down and asked, "I heard from Qiu Xiang that you have something to discuss?" Aunt Yi quickly stood up again, gathering her courage to say, "Master, I wish to marry Xiao-dai to you. I wonder what you think?" "Oh, why did you suddenly bring this up, Aunt Yi?" Aunt Yi sighed and said, "In this world, for us orphans and widows, it's too difficult to survive. Master, you are kind-hearted and have taken us in, but it's not a long-term solution. I am getting old, and who knows when I might be gone. The only thing I worry about is Xiao-dai. If you don't mind, let Xiao-dai be your concubine, then she will have someone to rely on, and I can rest easy." "Aunt Yi, to be honest, I do have feelings for Xiao-dai, but does Xiao-dai agree to this?" "I think we should hear her thoughts first," Lin Chen said after some thought. "If he could turn Yi Xiao-dai into his woman, that wouldn't be bad, he would feel more at ease. In this era, once a woman gets married, she puts all her thoughts into her husband, and it is 100%, wholeheartedly invested. Yi Xiao-dai has martial arts skills, looks good, and she is willing to be a concubine. Such a good thing, of course, Lin Chen would not refuse." "Master, do you agree?" Ye's mother said with surprise. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Aunt Yi, I said that this matter still needs to hear Xiaodie's opinion." "No need, it's always the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. I can make the decision for her." "Aunt Yi, I still want to hear Xiaodie's own thoughts," Lin Chen insisted. If Yi Xiaodai was unwilling, he would not force her. A forced melon is not sweet. He still wanted to find someone who truly cared for him. Lin Chen had his own principles, and Aunt Yi could not just push her daughter onto him. So, they called Yi Xiaodai over. "Mother, good brother, what do you need me for?" Yi Xiaodai always thought of good brother as just like calling Lin Deji or Ege. It rolled off her tongue easily, and she felt no embarrassment. "Xiaodai, your mother wants you to marry me. I wonder what you think. If you are unwilling, I will never force you, nor will it affect your position as a guard in my house. You can rest assured about this," Lin Chen said. Yi Xiaodai looked at her mother, then lowered her head, feeling a bit shy as she said, "I will listen to my mother." "Xiaodai, you don't need to be shy. This is about your lifelong happiness. I want to know your true thoughts," Lin Chen continued to ask. Yi Xiaodai was still an unmarried girl, and in this era, marriage was largely decided by parents. Where would one find someone like Lin Chen? who directly called her over to ask for her opinion. However, after these few days of contact, she also knew that Lin Chen was different from other landlords. Lin Chen was kind-hearted, tolerant, and most importantly, he had never looked down on her, always treating her to various delicious foods. Such a man, while not unique, was certainly rare. If she disagreed today, she might miss out. Xiaodai, the master is asking you, why aren't you hurrying to agree? Ye's mother urged anxiously from the side. Aunt Yi, don't rush her. Let Xiaodai think it over. This is a lifelong matter and cannot be taken lightly, Lin Chen said. Good brother, you are the best man I have ever met. I am willing to marry you, bear children for you, and take good care of this home. Yi Xiaodai gathered her courage and said to Lin Chen, expressing her decision. Aunt Yi watched from the side, both excited and happy. This silly girl finally understood and could sweet-talk a man. Lin Chen smiled. Xiaodai, is this your heartfelt words? Yi Xiaodai nodded seriously. Good, then you will be my woman from now on. However, I don't have many relatives at home, and the world is not good right now. Let's just have a small celebration at home. How about that? Everything is up to the master, Ye's mother said. Aunt Yi, you don't need to call me master anymore, just call me by my name. Then I will respectfully follow your command. Xiaodai, give me some time to prepare a few things. Once I'm ready, we can hold a simple ceremony. I will do as you say. Alright, it's settled then. I still need to visit the county magistrate, so you two can go about your business. Lin Chen planned to buy some wedding items and decorate the house a bit. After all, it was his first time in life, and he wanted a sense of ceremony. As for Qiu Xiang, Lin Chen planned to take her in as well. He couldn't favor one over the other, otherwise, Qiu Xiang would definitely be sad. In his heart, there was no distinction between a legitimate wife and a concubine. They were all his women, and he would treat them equally with love. On Earth, he had a hard time finding a partner. He never expected that just a few days after arriving in this other world, he would already have 2 wives. Moreover, the women of this era are all completely natural, whether it's Qiu Xiang or Yi Xiaodai. If dressed up in modern style, they would all be stunning beauties scoring over 90. Lin Chen stepped out with great pride. He made his way to the county office, reported his name, and was quickly taken inside. In the backyard of the county office, Lin Chen met the county magistrate, Song Yao. I pay my respects to you, sir. Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward to bow. In any place, one must speak accordingly. Although he was a modern person and found this system quite distasteful, since he was here, he had to abide by the local rules. Lin Chen, you came at the right time. I've been experimenting with a new dish today. Let's have a couple of drinks later. I am honored, sir. This is the roast chicken I made, and also some pig's head meat. Please enjoy, sir. Lin Chen handed over the basket. It smells so good. What is this flavor? Song Yao immediately took the basket. Replying to you, sir, I added some spices brought from the western regions, so the flavor is quite unique. Yes, it's the flavor of the spices. But these things are hard to come by now. They sell for a high price in the capital. I used to be in trade, so I have some stock. If you need, I can bring some over another day. How can I accept that? But having spices would indeed help me with my new dish research. It is my honor to provide assistance to you, sir. I will come by tomorrow to bother you again. Come, let's eat and chat. Song Yao was even more enthusiastic this time, pulling Lin Chen's hand as they walked into the dining room. They served the small dishes he had been researching, along with the roast chicken and pig's head meat Lin Chen brought, and the two began to drink lightly. The pig's head meat, marinated with various spices, nearly intoxicated Song Yao with its aroma. In a moment of joy, they both drank a few more cups. At this time, Lin Chen appropriately offered some cigarettes, and after a brief explanation, Song Yao enjoyed them immensely. Lin, my brother, you really have a lot of good things in your hands. I really like this cigarette. After drinking, having a puff is simply blissful, Song Yao said with great satisfaction. I'm glad you like it, sir. Lin, we share similar interests, so from now on, just call me brother, no one else around. I'm older than you, so it's not taking advantage of you. Song Yao laughed, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately put on an excited and respectful expression. I would be honored to follow your command. A toast to you, brother. Good. Come, let's drink together. With the help of the alcohol, they began to discuss brotherhood. Brother Song, I've always had a question, not sure if I should ask? Lin Chen took the opportunity to inquire. You want to ask why I had such an attitude towards long hair? Song Yao said this with a mysterious smile. Lin Chen nodded. Song Yao took a bite of the pig's head meat, chewing happily as he spoke. Actually, I had my doubts about you, but Long Hair's death was timely, so whether it was you or not, I wouldn't investigate further. Oh, why was it timely? Do you know Long Hair's background? Yesterday, I went to buy medicine and learned a bit from the shopkeeper. Lin Chen replied honestly. In Lanyun County, there are 4 families, Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Li, who have lived here for generations. Almost everything in Lanyun County is under their control. Long'er was a dog raised by the Qian family, doing all sorts of underhanded things. I was sent by the government to quell the civil unrest, and according to my investigation, the cause of the unrest was these 4 families' extortion, forcing the common people to live in misery. You could say these 4 families are the cancer of Lanyun County. Song Yao spoke with a hint of undisguised disgust. Of course, it could also be a deliberate show for Lin Chen to see. Brother, when you say Long'er's death was timely, do you mean that his death provided a way to eliminate the cancer? Lin Chen asked. In Lanyun County, behind the county office. In the dining hall, there were only Song Yao and Lin Chen. When Master Song began discussing serious matters, his originally hazy eyes suddenly sharpened. Lin, my young brother, I've secretly looked into you. Song Yao stared at Lin Chen and suddenly said, "What do you mean?" Lin Chen was taken aback, wondering if his identity had been questioned. Just as Lin Chen's mind was racing, Master Song continued, "I wanted to see if you were someone who walks the same path." "I don't quite understand," Lin Chen replied, puzzled. It seemed that whether in modern times or ancient, those in power were never easy to deal with. Their words and actions were far beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. "Young brother, let's close the door and speak from the heart. Don't think that just because I am a dignified county magistrate, the biggest in the county, that I have the final say here. There are many matters where my words carry less weight than those of the heads of the 4 families. I want to change this situation, and Her Majesty the Empress also wants to break this shackling. Lanyun County is just an experiment. If successful, Her Majesty can promote these experiences nationwide, but if I fail, I will have no place to be buried." "Brother Song, what you're saying is making me a bit scared," Lin Chen thought bitterly. "Why is the county magistrate telling me this? I'm not an official, and I don't want to wade into this murky water. Isn't it better to enjoy life comfortably?" Song Yao continued to speak to himself. "I looked into you because you are an outsider, unrelated to the 4 families. Moreover, you have a certain vision and means, which I need as an ally. If you were responsible for Long'er's death, I would be very pleased because only someone like you could help me. I really have no knowledge of Long'er's matter." "That's not important." Song Yao waved his hand, gazing intently at Lin Chen. "Young brother, I need your help, and Her Majesty needs your help. Are you willing to assist Her Majesty? Will you help your elder brother?" At this moment, Lin Chen wished he could slap himself. He shouldn't have showcased his abilities in public earlier. Although it intimidated the petty criminals, it also drew others' attention. He was now troubled but couldn't directly refuse. After all, he was the county magistrate, and he had to save face. Moreover, since Her Majesty the Empress was brought up, if he refused, wouldn't that be equivalent to defying an imperial decree? Of course, Lin Chen wasn't afraid, he could always leave. He always had a very safe retreat. He just felt unwilling. Such a fun place, would he never come back? Or would he have to change to another city? Seeing Lin Chen lost in thought, Song Yao didn't press him. "Young brother, you don't need to rush your answer. Think it over when you get back." And that topic came to an end. Song Yao raised his glass, clinked it with Lin Chen's, and then said, "By the way, I heard that you have some grain brought in from overseas? Corn. I still have some stock. If you want to try it, I can bring it to you another day. Do you have any way to get more grain? You know, the entire dragon country is facing a grain shortage, and winter is approaching. Soon, even tree bark and wild vegetables will be hard to come by, and many people will surely starve. Her Majesty held a court meeting a few days ago and has issued an edict that anyone who can solve the current grain crisis will be generously rewarded." Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "Right now, the whole country is short on grain. Even if we can get some, it would be a drop in the bucket, addressing the symptoms but not the root cause." "You're not wrong, but winter is coming, and even if we want to plant grain, we have to wait until spring next year. So we need to find a way to get through these next few months. Those landlords should have grain, right? They definitely have some, but they won't easily part with it. Plus, with the continuous disasters in recent years, they probably don't have much surplus left. In this situation, they are already tight on supplies for themselves, so they are even less likely to share." Song Yao said, "With so many people in the country suffering from famine, if this issue isn't resolved properly, it could lead to civil unrest." Lin Chen interjected, "This is also the most pressing problem for His Majesty right now. We can't just kill the protesting commoners, can we? They're only trying to survive. If we kill them all, who will grow the food in the future?" "Brother Song, you mentioned before that to solve the problems in Lanyun County, we must eradicate the tumors and dig out the food?" Lin Chen suddenly realized that these issues were actually one and the same, with the same goal, to secure food. A country can do without landlords, but it cannot do without its people. The people can farm and pay taxes, they are the foundation of a nation. However, the landlord class still controls the vast majority of the country's resources, and they hold significant power in the court. Even if the empress wanted to tackle this problem, she wouldn't know where to start. As Song Yao said, if things go wrong, it could end in a fate worse than death. This is a confrontation with the entire landlord class. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen made a quiet decision. He couldn't get involved in this matter. It would be much better to live his comfortable little life. Of course, he couldn't refuse Song Yao. He needed to think of a way to satisfy both sides. After a hearty meal and drinks, Lin Chen took his leave. Meanwhile, Song Yao, who was already quite drunk at the table, suddenly became sober. He spoke to the shadow in the corner of the room. What do you think he will choose? He's a smart man. He definitely won't offend you, but he also won't go against the four families. At that moment, a woman dressed in black stepped out from the shadows. Have you found any trace of Long Air and his group? Song Yao continued to ask. No. However, this Lin Chen doesn't seem to know martial arts, but his bodyguard, Yi Xiaodai, has some skills. Yet, Long Air's group is elusive. Yi Xiaodai's abilities can't account for that. The woman in black replied. I have a gut feeling that Lin Chen is the one who killed Long Air and his group. Although I have no evidence and don't know how he did it, this person is definitely not ordinary. I find him hard to read, Song Yao said. You said so much to him today. Aren't you afraid he will betray you? You should know that if this matter leaks, even your master won't be able to protect you. Before coming to Lanyun County, I was already prepared to face death. His Majesty has high expectations of me. I'm not afraid of dying, but I fear failing the task entrusted to me. However, now I feel a bit more confident. Is it because of that Lin Chen? You have such faith in him? Have you seen this? Song Yao raised his wrist and shook the watch on it in front of the woman. This was the watch Lin Chen had just given him, along with instructions on how to use it. He even gifted an extra one for him to present to Her Majesty the Empress. Lin Chen was also hoping to curry favor with the Empress and leave a good impression. The woman in black shook her head. Anyone who can obtain such a thing is not simple. Please present this watch to Her Majesty on my behalf. I've detailed the situation in the memorial. You should return to the capital now. When you take action, I will return. By the way, I've already sent someone to relocate your family to a secret place. Your master has promised to protect your family. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost. The woman in black nodded and once again melted into the shadows. The streets of the county town were sparsely populated. At this hour, several city gates were distributing porridge, and the refugees had all gone to eat. Lin Chen came out of the county office and wandered over to the pharmacy. He heard from the shop assistant that the owner had gone to the capital on business. Lin Chen didn't linger, buying some expensive medicinal herbs like sanchi, lingji, tiepi shirhu, and agarwood before heading home. However, just as he reached his doorstep, he saw a carriage parked in front of his house. He didn't think much of it and walked towards the main gate, when suddenly a voice came from inside the carriage. Master Lin, please wait. Who might you be, sir? Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, turning to look at the young man who had just stepped down from the carriage. I am Qian Lianbo, the son of Qian Duoman, the head of the Qian family. Ah, so it's young Master Qian. My apologies. Lin Chen returned the gesture with cupped fists and then asked, You aren't here to look for me, are you? Indeed. I specifically came to pay a visit to the head of the Lin family. In that case, please come in. Lin Chen sensed that the Qian family's visit was suspicious, perhaps related to Long Air. However, he feigned indifference and invited Qian Lianbo to return home with him. Master, you have returned. Xiao Xiang hurriedly greeted Lin Chen as he entered. Xiao Xiang, brew a pot of tea. Yes, young Master Qian, please. Lin Chen welcomed Qian Lianbo into the living room and served him tea. After some polite exchanges, Lin Chen asked, Young Master Qian, we are not well acquainted. May I ask what brings you here today? Head of the Lin family, you are too modest. Our two families are both gentry in Lanyun County, and we should interact more. Of course, I am here today mainly to apologize. Oh, what brings that on? I only heard today that Long Air caused a disturbance at the Lin family. This is due to our Qian family's lax discipline, and I ask for your understanding. To express our apologies, please accept this 100 taels of silver. As Qian Lianbo finished speaking, a servant from the Qian family presented 100 taels of silver. Young Master Qian, you are too kind. It was merely a small misunderstanding, and they were also bitten by my family's dog. I would be grateful if you do not hold it against me. Head of the Lin family, you are mistaken. Those rascals barged into the Lin family and caused trouble. If they were bitten to death, it serves them right. I originally intended to bring them to apologize, but now they are missing, dead or alive. You don't suspect that Long Air's disappearance is related to me, do you? No, no. Even if those rascals are dead, they deserve it. They have brought shame to our Qian family. However, if the head of the Lin family knows their whereabouts, it would be best to inform us. Young Master Qian, I am just like you now, hoping to find them quickly so I can clear my name, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. Qian Lianbo had been fishing for information here for a while but left disappointed without the answers he sought. However, the 100 taels of silver remained. Master, why would the Qian family give us silver? Xiao Xiang asked, puzzled. In her impression, the Qian family was a formidable presence and would never bow to others over a servant. This silver is too hot to handle, Lin Chen said as he put away the silver and went to the backyard to find Yi Xiaodai. He planned to have Yi Xiaodai recruit more people. In addition to ordinary hired guards, he intended to adopt some children with martial talent for Yi Xiaodai to train. In this dog-eat-dog society, to enjoy life without worries, one must possess enough strength to deal with those who covet one's wealth. Lin Chen was merely preparing for the future. In the capital, at the palace, in the back garden, the empress was sitting in a pavilion, listening to a report from the Shadow Guard. Your Majesty, this is a summary of Lord Song's recent actions and achievements. Additionally, this is a watch and a large ear of corn from abroad, presented to you by a merchant who migrated from Lanyun County through Lord Song. The Shadow Guard reporting was the same black-clad woman who had spoken with Song Yao at the county office in Lanyun County. The Empress took the watch, glanced at it, and set it aside, then picked up the large ear of corn. For now, she was more concerned about food. To grow this big, this corn must be a high-yield crop? Reporting to Your Majesty, Lord Song has detailed it in his memorial. The Empress set down the ear of corn and began to carefully read Song Yao's memorial. About a tea's worth of time later, the Empress put down the memorial and asked, who is this Lin Chen? Why does Song Yao value him so highly? This servant has investigated, but there are too few clues about Lin Chen. Moreover, there have been wars for years, followed by continuous disasters, with refugees and chaos everywhere. The population is highly mobile, some have died, some have gone missing, making it impossible to trace. Could he be a spy from another country? The Empress raised an eyebrow and asked. He has not colluded with the local gentry, nor has he bribed anyone in the county office. If it weren't for Lord Song's invitation, he might not even have interacted with the county officials. This person is quite interesting. You may rest for a while, then hurry back to Lanyun County. This Lin Chen is someone I want to keep an eye on. Regardless of whether he is a spy, I must obtain the method for cultivating this corn. This servant obeys. When does Song Yao plan to take action? Very soon. Select 10 from the inner guards to accompany you to Lanyun County and ensure Lord Song's safety. Understood. Lanyun County, Lin residence. It was already evening. Lin Chen had dinner with Yi Xiaodai and Xiao Xiang before returning to his room. However, when it was time to return, the countdown did not appear. It wasn't until an hour later that Lin Chen returned to the city. Delayed by an hour? Could it be related to the time artifact? Lin Chen had just upgraded the time artifact today, extending the duration from 10 minutes to an hour. Consequently, the time to return from the other world was also extended by an hour. This was definitely not a coincidence. However, the specific logical relationship would need further upgrades to determine. Additionally, whether the interval time had also correspondingly shortened needed verification. Seeing that it was still not bright outside, Lin Chen took a nap in bed. When he woke up, it was already past 11 in the morning. After washing his face, Lin Chen went to the backyard to check on the poultry and livestock, fed them, and then drove to the city. Today, he planned to gather some food, aged wheat, expired food, and zombie meat. Anything edible would do. Taste was not important. The entire country was short on grain, which he couldn't control, but a small Lanyun County was manageable. This was also the biggest problem he was helping Song Yao solve. Song Yao wanted to move against the Zhao, Chen, Sun, and Li families, but was most afraid of causing chaos. Now that Lin Chen provided ample food, the refugees and common people would not be incited. As long as there was no chaos, dealing with just 4 families would be much easier. After a busy half-day, Lin Chen hadn't even had a sip of water, but finally prepared a month's worth of rations for Lanyun County. He even bought some extra because there were not only local residents but also many refugees. Even so, the entire county's population was only about 50 to 60,000. This was still considered a populous county due to its proximity to the capital. In more remote areas, a county might only have a few thousand people, unlike modern counties that often have populations in the hundreds of thousands. Standing at the door of the fully stocked warehouse, Lin Chen closed the door and, with a thought, transported everything inside to the game warehouse. After securing the warehouse door, Lin Chen hurried back to the village. This time, he not only bought grain but also materials for building a greenhouse. He didn't use steel frames, not because of cost, but because they would be too conspicuous in the other world. Instead, Lin Chen purchased bamboo and planned to build earthen walls with mud, covered with plastic sheeting, allowing for fresh, uncontaminated green vegetables even in winter. An hour later, Lin Chen returned to Xiaohua village. Now he could confirm that after spending an extra hour in the other world, the interval time had correspondingly shortened by an hour. In other words, he now only needed an 11-hour interval to travel to the other world. In the other world, one can stay for 13 hours. The total time is still 24 hours a day. If this line of thinking continues, with the upgrade of time-related items, it is possible for him to achieve a zero interval, meaning he could go to the other world at any time. How long he stays in the other world, whether it's a day or several days, or if time is no longer restricted, is also possible. This will need to be verified slowly in the future. After parking the car and locking the door, Lin Chen returned to the bedroom and was once again transported to the other world. Under the care of Xiao Xiang, Lin Chen finished washing up and then called Yi Xiaodai, Yi Dama, and Diao Xiaochan to arrange the wedding room. He didn't buy much, just some red cloth, red candles, big red flowers, and big red double happiness characters, but in this era, it was already quite rare. Lin Chen placed 4 red thermos bottles on the table directly facing the door in the living room. Winter was coming, and he would definitely need the thermos bottles. Additionally, he planned to renovate the room, adding underfloor heating and building a heated Kong. Of course, it wouldn't be with traditional heating pipes, but rather using the principle of the heated Kong to warm the floor. Winter was approaching quickly, and he didn't want to freeze here. Xiaodai, wait a moment, tell me how many people you recruited yesterday? Lin Chen asked Yi Xiaodai. Good brother, yesterday I went to the city gate and recruited 30 refugees, but after the assessment, some will definitely be sent away. Also, there are 5 children with martial arts talent, 2 girls and 3 boys, the oldest being 14 and the youngest 6. Not bad. In the future, if you encounter children with martial arts talent, just bring them back directly. As long as there are no issues with their character, we can train them well, and they can become our support in the future. Yes, Xiaodai understands. You go ahead and get busy. You all have worked hard for this part at home. This is what Xiaodai should do. After the wedding room is arranged, we'll hold a simple ceremony at noon. It might be a bit shabby. I hope you don't mind, Lin Chen said apologetically. Although taking a concubine is not the same as marrying a wife, for the girl, it is still a significant event in life. He felt embarrassed about doing it so simply. To become your woman, I am already very content. Moreover, many people can't even fill their stomachs. We are grateful to have good brother's protection, able to eat hot meals every day. Both Xiaodai and mother are thankful to you. Silly girl, from now on we are family, no need to be polite with me. After sending Yi Xiaodai to get busy, Lin Chen went to the backyard. Fortunately, the backyard was quite large, otherwise, so many people would feel cramped. After several days of work, many vegetable plots had been opened up, and the previous flowers and grasses had been cleared away. Next, Lin Chen directed these people to start building a greenhouse. They were busy until noon, and under the witness of these hired workers, Lin Chen held a simple ceremony with Xiao Xiang and Yi Xiaodai. He treated everyone to fragrant pork stew with vermicelli and even had a little wine. The refugees were so delighted they could almost eat their own tongues. They even hoped that the master could take a concubine every day, so they could eat pork stew every day. In fact, weddings here are usually held at dusk, referred to as marriage. However, Lin Chen was the head of the family, and they could hold it whenever they wanted. Moreover, there were no relatives or neighbors to speak of, so naturally, no one would say anything. After eating and drinking their fill, the hired workers continued to work in the backyard, while Lin Chen took Yi Xiaodai to the bridal chamber. He didn't have time at night, so everything was moved up. Yi Xiaodai also knew that Lin Chen never allowed anyone to serve him while he slept at night, so it was fine to do it during the day. Good brother, it's too bright, can you pull the curtains? Yi Xiaodai said shyly. Now, in several of the main bedrooms, thick curtains have been installed, not only blocking the wind and light but also looking very beautiful. Yi Xiaodai particularly liked the big red peony curtains in her room. Lin Chen smiled and pulled the curtains up, instantly plunging the room into darkness, giving it a bit of a bridal chamber feel. As clothes fell one by one, the atmosphere in the room became enchanting. Good brother, I'm scared. Looking at Yi Xiaodai, whose actual combat power was much higher than his, Lin Chen suddenly felt a surge of conquering impulse at her childlike demeanor. In a bit, I'll make you both love and fear me. It was hard to tell whether it was the effect of the tonic from the pharmacy or the completely different feeling Yi Xiaodai brought that excited Lin Chen so much. Yi Xiaodia's first time surprisingly allowed Lin Chen to perform exceptionally well, and they were entangled for more than 2 hours. By the end, Both were exhausted, and Yi Xiaodai was completely conquered by Lin Chen's vigor. After resting until nearly evening, Lin Chen called for Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai, saying to them, Qiu Xiang, from now on, you will be the housekeeper of our family, managing all matters big and small. Xiaodai, you will mainly be responsible for the safety of the house and assist Qiu Xiang. You two are my left and right arms. I will be out for a few days, so I'm leaving everything at home to you. If there are any indecisive matters, we will handle them when I return. If the county magistrate comes looking for me, just say I'm out on his business. Oh, I've also written a letter for the county magistrate. Xiaodai, you will personally deliver it for me tomorrow. Master, let me accompany you. It's too dangerous to go out alone, Yi Xiaodai said worriedly. I still prefer you to call me good brother, especially when we're in bed, Lin Chen teased Yi Xiaodai. Master, Sister Qiu Xiang is still here. Yi Xiaodai immediately blushed and couldn't lift her head. We're all family. No one will laugh at you, Lin Chen said, his expression turning serious. Xiaodai, after I leave, the safety of this home will depend on you. Moreover, you know my strength, so don't worry about my safety. Just take good care of this home. In the morning, Lin Chen returned to Xiaohua village. This time, he planned to go to another world in a few days. Such a large batch of grain certainly couldn't be gathered just by saying so. Since the source couldn't be clearly stated, he had to make up for it with time. As for what to do in the next few days, he had already thought it through. The Knife God concert was very popular recently, and he planned to join in the fun and support his idol. From the first Snow to the Mountain songs, 20 years had passed, and he had transformed from a youthful boy into a middle-aged man. Now that he finally had the conditions, he naturally wanted to see it live and pay tribute to his lost youth. Lin Chen thought about it. Driving there alone would be a bit boring, so he posted online looking for someone to accompany him to the Knife God concert, offering to cover the ticket, accommodation, and all expenses along the way. In reality, he was just paying someone to accompany him to the concert. He had no other intentions. He just wanted some company to avoid being too bored. However, once the post was sent out, people started replying, questioning whether he was trying to deceive someone. Some maliciously speculated that he had ulterior motives, warning others to be cautious and not to fall for it. Lin Chen was very angry after reading this, but after calming down, he didn't engage with those people. There are all kinds of people online, with various dark mentalities, unhappy lives, and those seeking attention, even some who are mentally unstable. If he were to argue with them, it would never end. Although some didn't believe him and others were skeptical, many people still privately messaged him. After all, there were still many who wanted to take advantage. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people falling victim to telecom fraud. Lin Chen asked these people to send photos, as he would only proceed if he found them appealing. At this point, some became wary, wondering if they had truly encountered a scammer, and thus wouldn't send photos. Lin Chen didn't mind. If he didn't send anything, he would lose the opportunity and prove that there was no fate. Through this round, he filtered out some people. In the end, only 7 or 8 people sent him photos. Lin Chen looked at them and added 3 girls whom he found pretty and kind-looking on WeChat. As for the others, after expressing his apologies, he gifted them movie tickets as a way to reciprocate their trust. When these few people posted the movie tickets Lin Chen had given them and the replies, many others regretted it. However, some jumped out to say that this was a common trick used by bad people to attract more victims. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to those who spewed such nonsense. Even reading one more word felt like an insult to himself. Even doing good deeds could lead to suspicion of ulterior motives, so Lin Chen certainly wouldn't take these deliberately provocative comments to heart. In any case, those who should believe would still believe, and it was useless for others to say more. Next, he chatted with the 3 girls, mainly to see how they communicated. If they were abrasive or their values didn't align, it would just be asking for trouble. After more than an hour, Lin Chen finally settled on one person, while the other 2 also received movie tickets, this time 3 tickets. Weren't they calling him a scammer? What kind of scams was he running? Now they would see just how ignorant they were. After confirming his choice, Lin Chen contacted the other party and drove to the city. More than an hour later, Lin Chen called the girl. Kiki, I've arrived in the city. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Brother Lin, I'm at Bu Bay Community. I've sent you the location, Kiki replied. Okay, I'm on my way. See you soon. Lin Chen opened WeChat and clicked on the location Kiki sent, navigating there. A few minutes later, Lin Chen saw the girl named Kiki, a very sunny and beautiful girl. She was wearing light blue jeans, clean white shoes, a yellow knit top, and small sunglasses, pulling a suitcase, standing at the community entrance, a stunning sight. Kiki, hello, I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen parked by the roadside and walked over to greet her. Brother Lin. Kiki waved at Lin Chen with a smile. Many people think you're a scammer, but the moment I saw you, I knew you weren't. Why? Can you tell fortunes? Lin Chen laughed. I can't tell fortunes, but I can read people. Well, you seem to be quite accurate at reading people, Lin Chen chuckled, then took Kiki's suitcase and led her to the car. After placing the suitcase, they both got into the car. Kiki, give me your ID number. I'm booking tickets now, Lin Chen said as he opened the ticket booking platform. Brother Lin, I just checked. The tickets were sold out long ago. Now we can only buy from scalpers, Kiki said, looking at Lin Chen, curious to see if this big brother was really not short on money or just pretending. Lin Chen checked and indeed found no tickets available, so while driving, he said to Kiki, I've never bought scalper tickets, see how to purchase them and help us buy too. The price doesn't matter. Really? I heard one ticket has already skyrocketed by more than 10 times, the closer to the inner area, the more expensive, Kiki said. Buy it. I'm going out this time just to see the knife god. Then I really will buy it? You contact them first. Once you have it sorted, I'll pay. By the way, can you drive? Yes, I got my license a long time ago. Having a license, have you driven before? Lin Chen didn't want to end up with a car accident after a happy outing. There were plenty of road hazards on the streets nowadays, endangering both others and oneself. I've driven, don't worry. I'm an experienced driver, Kiki assured him. That's good. Let's take turns driving on this trip, otherwise, it would be too tiring. No problem. I'll buy the tickets first. After Coco finished speaking, she started operating her phone. By the time they got on the highway, they had already bought the tickets, and Coco excitedly posted on her moments, even taking a half-profile photo of Lin Chen, accompanying the uncle to see Dao Shu's concert. Let's go by car. After posting, Coco also commented on Lin Chen's previous post. Some people shouldn't be so dark-minded. The uncle is really nice and has no ulterior motives. We're setting off to see the concert now. I'll keep updating my status. Everyone can follow me. Satisfied, Coco put down her phone and lazily stretched, saying, Uncle, thank you for taking me to the concert. Why are you elevating my status? You just called me bro a moment ago. I think uncle sounds nice. Coco giggled and asked Lin Chen, Uncle, aren't you married yet? No, I don't plan to get married either. Why not? I feel good being alone. For example, right now, I want to go to a concert, and I can go anytime without having to consider this or that. That's true. I also think being alone is nice, so I don't have a boyfriend either. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to accompany you to the concert today. Looks like we're quite similar. By the way, don't you have to work? I write online novels. I just finished a project recently and wanted to get some fresh air. But since I socialize less and don't have many friends, I happened to see you looking for someone to go to the concert with. And you would cover all the expenses. Such a great opportunity felt like it was made for me, so I quickly contacted you. I see. Uncle, what do you do? I can say I'm currently unemployed, usually farming in the village. Ha, is farming that carefree? Uncle, I haven't studied much, so don't lie to me. I don't have many relatives left, so I just eat enough for myself. If I earn more, I spend more. If I earn less, I spend less. I think the same way. Anyway, I won't starve. The two drove on the highway, stopping to play in interesting cities along the way. To be honest, Coco was a great companion. Not only did she chat and play, but she also drove and took photos. Lin Chen got along well with her, and even before this trip ended, they had already booked the next one, planning to go out together again. 3 days later, they arrived at their destination and first settled into the hotel. However, when checking in, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel confused. Coco, didn't you say to book 2 rooms? Why did you only book 1? There are no extra rooms here. Besides, there are just the 2 of us. Sharing 1 room is fine. No need to waste money on another. Is it just about the money? If you post that I'm sharing a room with the uncle, even if I had 100 mouths, I couldn't explain it clearly, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. After Coco repeatedly assured him that she wouldn't post about them sharing a room, Lin Chen finally agreed to share for one night. Mainly, it was because there were no rooms available at all. Dao Shu's concert was too popular, and many people flocked here, causing the entire city's traffic to be paralyzed. Some people even came from thousands of miles away without tickets, just to support Dao Shu. In today's entertainment industry, there seems to be no one who can compare to Dao Shu. In the hotel lobby, almost all the people were fans of Dao Shu, discussing topics related to the concert. After completing the registration and getting the key, Lin Chen and Coco went to their room together. Fortunately, it was a standard room with 2 single beds, otherwise, Lin Chen would have to sleep on the floor tonight. He is not some kind of Lu Xiaohui. If they were to sleep together, it would be inevitable that some story would unfold. But right now, Lin Chen didn't want those stories to happen in the city. Finding a female companion to travel, chat, and relieve boredom was fine, but they absolutely could not engage in those kinds of activities between men and women. Uncle, I want to take a shower. Can you help me scrub my back? Coco joked. Lin Chen knew she was just kidding, ruffled her hair, and laughed. Hurry up and take a shower. I need to wash up too to relieve some fatigue. Uncle, you really are a good person. Is this your way of giving me a good person card? I'm serious. In today's society, there are too few men like you. Especially when faced with a sweet and lovely beauty like me, you remain unmoved. Uncle, you don't have any problems in that area, do you? Lin Chen's face darkened. Do I need to show you what a man's vigor looks like? Sure. I'm quite interested. Coco excitedly blinked her big eyes and clapped her hands. You little pervert. Hurry up and take a shower. After pushing Coco into the bathroom, Lin Chen took out the herbs he had brought from another world, snapped a few photos, and sent them to Yang Xiaowei via WeChat. Soon, Yang Xiaowei replied eagerly, I want them all. Give them to me. So thirsty? Lin Chen laughed. Are you at home? I'm coming over right now, bringing cash that you like. Lin Chen, I'm not at home. I've been out to see the Knife God concert these days. So it was you looking for a companion in the same city to go to the concert? Did you see that post too? Of course. If I had known it was you, I would have signed up. You should have asked me first about such a good thing. Yang Xiaowei pouted. You're such a busy person. How would I know you'd be free? Next time you go out to play, you must call me first. Being your companion is definitely better than that little girl. That little girl is quite nice too. Lin Gu, you didn't do anything with her, did you? How could that be? We booked 2 rooms for sleeping on the way, and if I really did that kind of thing, wouldn't I be a scumbag? I also think Lin Gu doesn't seem like that kind of person. So, are you coming back right after the concert? Yes, watching it tonight, resting here for a night, and then heading back tomorrow. When you get back to the city, remember to call me. I'll go back to the village with you. Sure. According to our last agreement, I'll save these herbs for you this time, but you have to make me satisfied with the price. You can rest assured about that. I will definitely make you satisfied. By the way, do you still have that wild tea you gave me last time? My dad drank it a few times and liked it, so he wants me to get some more. I still have some. I'll bring you some when I get back. Thank you, Lin Gu. At that moment, Coco came out of the shower, smelling fresh and looking fair. Wrapped in a snow-white bath towel, revealing her sexy shoulders and collarbone, she was drying her wet hair while asking, Uncle, who are you messaging? You look so lewd. Did I smile? Lin Chen put away his phone, took out a towel and clothes to change into from his suitcase, and walked into the bathroom. Just as he was about to close the door, Coco poked her little head in. Uncle, do you need me to help you scrub your back? You should just rest. Lin Chen pointed at Coco's forehead to push her away and then closed the bathroom door. Uncle, my little underwear is still inside. You wouldn't be doing something bad with it, would you? I don't lack women, and I'm not a pervert. Lin Chen replied irritably while showering. Coco stood at the bathroom door and continued, So Uncle has women, huh? I wonder what type you like. You ask too many questions. Just tell me, I'm very interested in you and I'm planning to make you the male lead in my next novel. You're not allowed to write. Are you trying to stifle my inspiration? Uncle, how cruel. Sister, can't you just let me take a shower in peace? Oh, after you come out, you have to tell me what kind of woman you like. Let me finish my shower first. Without Coco's interruptions, Lin Chen enjoyed a nice hot shower. After changing clothes in the bathroom, Lin Chen walked out. He saw that Coco had already fallen asleep on the bed. Lin Chen didn't disturb her, set an alarm, and lay down on the small bed beside her. Unknowingly, he also fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen suddenly felt something soft and fragrant beside him. He opened his eyes to find Coco had somehow crawled into his bed. Uncle, hug me. Before Lin Chen could speak, Coco put on a pitiful look. Lin Chen looked at the girl snuggled in his arms and warned, Coco, do you know how dangerous this is? Coco shook her head. I only know that Uncle is a good person. Good people can be impulsive too. Then be impulsive and let me see. Many people regret after being impulsive. Lin Chen hugged Coco tightly and said softly, Let's just hold each other like this and rest a bit before we go to the concert. Okay. Coco obediently agreed. After that, they didn't speak again, but neither fell asleep. They could clearly feel each other's heartbeat and the suppressed breaths. Moa. Coco suddenly lifted her head and kissed Lin Chen on the cheek. Uncle, this is to thank you for taking me to the concert. Moa. This is to thank you for giving me a different life experience. Moa. This is to thank you for not having bad intentions towards me. Stop. Seeing Coco about to continue, Lin Chen quickly pushed her away, sat up, and said, If you keep thanking me, I'll have to thank you back. Thank me for what? Coco was taken aback. Thank you for releasing the devil in my heart. Put. Coco burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Uncle, I've already decided. The male lead in my next book will be you, and the female lead will be me. I want to write a warm and love-filled story. Can you not write it? I don't want to be famous. Don't worry, you're my very own uncle, and I won't let anyone else know. At the concert of the knife god, Lin Chen, this big man, cried like a child. He didn't know why, but since the people around him were crying, he cried along too. Coco was also crying like a little puddle, hugging Lin Chen and wiping her tears and snot on his clothes. Lin Chen suspected that Coco was hugging him just to find a place to wipe her nose. After the concert, his tears had dried up, and his voice was hoarse from singing, but his mood had improved. He also recorded some videos from the concert and posted them on social media. Many people he hadn't contacted in a while asked him where he found the videos, which were quite clear. They would never have thought that Lin Chen would spend money to go to a concert. That didn't fit his previous persona at all. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to explain, just said he found them online and brushed it off. At his age, he had let go of many things. What social niceties, what emotional intelligence. As long as he was comfortable, that was enough. Except for his parents, no one expected you to live better than them. After bringing Coco back to the hotel, they quickly washed up and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Coco crawled back into Lin Chen's arms. She seemed to lack a sense of security, always wanting to be held, curling up like a lazy and mischievous kitten. Lin Chen had acted like a beast, firmly suppressing the devil within him. The next morning, the two checked out and headed home. They took turns driving and didn't stop along the way, arriving safely home just after 9 that night. After dropping Kiki off at the entrance of the Bihue Bay community, Kiki hugged Lin Chen and then kissed him on the cheek. "Uncle, thank you once again for letting me experience such a different journey. If there's a chance in the future, let's go out and have fun together again. Hurry back and get some rest. Goodbye, Uncle. Let's keep in touch when we have time." Lin Chen made a phone gesture and then got into the car, returning to Xiaohua village. As for Yang Xiaowei, he decided to wait until tomorrow to call. Back home, Lin Chen locked the door, tidied up a bit, and then transported himself to another world. The past couple of days had left him a bit frustrated due to Keek's antics, and he needed to vent. In the other world, morning, Lin Chen came out of the bedroom, activated a time acceleration item, and stealthily left the city. Then, in front of many people, he walked back into the city and returned to the Lin residence. "Master, you're back." Xiao Xiang was the first to appear at the door upon hearing the knock. "I'm back. Did you miss me?" Lin Chen pinched Xiao Xiang's collagen-rich cheeks and casually took a hairpin from his satchel, sticking it into her hair. The satchel was an ancient backpack, a type of cloth bag carried during travel. "Thank you, Master. I missed you every day while you were gone, just hoping you'd come back soon. When you're not home, I feel so lost." Xiao Xiang took the satchel and carried it for Lin Chen. "Are you thinking about that disassembled feeling again?" Lin Chen leaned close to Xiao Xiang's ear, teasing her with warm breath. "Master, there are others here. What's there to be afraid of? This is our home, no one can interfere." Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Xiao Xiang and entered his room. Before long, the room was filled with sounds of pleasure. Not long after, Yi Xiaodai learned that her good brother had returned and excitedly came over. However, upon bursting into the room, she awkwardly discovered that two people on the bed were engaged in something embarrassing. For a moment, she didn't know what to do, unable to leave or stay. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms lifted her up. Yi Xiaodai let out a surprised yelp as she was tossed onto the bed. On the other side, Xiao Xiang had already thoughtfully locked the door. After exhausting themselves, Lin Chen let out a long, contented sigh. "Ah, this is what life is all about. Xiaodai, I brought you a gift, go get it from the satchel yourself." Lin Chen patted Xiaodie's cheek. "Thank you, good brother." Yi Xiaodai was still a bit shy, after all, this was only the second time. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside, followed by Diao Xiaochan's voice. "Master, the county magistrate has sent someone, please go to the county office." Diao Xiaochan and her brother Diao Sanhua had already been bought by Lin Chen, so they referred to him as master. In terms of status, she was the same as Xiao Xiang. However, now that Xiao Xiang had become Lin Chen's woman and was managing the household, their statuses were different. "Got it. Tell the visitor I'll be there shortly." "Yes." Diao Xiaochan ran off quickly. With Xiao Xiang and Yi Xiaodai attending to him, Lin Chen took a bath and got dressed, then went to the county office accompanied by Diao Sanhua. "Sanhua, do you miss your big sister?" Replying to Master, "I was still young when big sister left, so I don't have a deep impression of her. But second sister said that if there's a chance, we must go to the capital to find big sister in the future." Diao Sanhua replied honestly. Practice well with Master Xiaodai, and when there's a chance, I'll take you to the capital to find your big sister." "Thank you, Master." Diao Sanhua immediately knelt down and bowed. "Alright, don't kneel so easily, there aren't so many rules here with me." Lin Chen helped Diao Sanhua up and then advised, "You wait for me outside. If there's anything, I'll call for you." "Yes, Master." Lin Chen followed the constable into the backyard. Just like last time, the backyard was very quiet, and there were no servants around. Lin, my brother, you just got home and haven't rested yet. I called you over, you won't blame me, will you? County Magistrate Song Yao warmly invited Lin Chen into the living room and personally served him tea. Brother Song, you're too polite. I was actually planning to come report to you. How did it go? Song Yao's tone was noticeably urgent. This matter was crucial to his entire plan moving forward. I lived up to my mission. However, the supplies gathered this time are all old grain, and it's only enough for a month. That's great. Brother, you've really helped me a lot. Where's the grain? Because I was worried about leaks, I had it unloaded in a cave outside the city. It's very safe. That's good. You've made a great contribution this time. I don't have much to thank you with, so please accept these land contracts as a token of my gratitude. Song Yao took out a stack of land contracts and handed them to Lin Chen. 1,000 acres? Isn't that too much? Lin Chen was stunned. Such a small amount of old grain had exchanged for 1,000 acres of land? This was the rhythm of becoming a landlord. Brother, that 1,000 acres is a gift for you. Additionally, I plan to rent you another 3,000 acres. Following the strategy you mentioned in your letter, the land belongs to the government, you pay 30% of the grain as rent, and the rest of the income is yours. How does that sound? 4,000 acres. Lin Chen was a bit dazed. Does the government have that much official land? No. Song Yao smiled lightly. The 1,000 acres I'm giving you is official land. The other 3,000 acres, I plan to take from the 4 great families. Do you dare? Song Yao's word take was quite impressive, making Lin Chen's mind race. However, he didn't ask much, just nodded slightly and said, I dare. Since Song Yao was confident in taking the land from the 4 great families, it proved he already had a plan, and with the Empress backing him, the success rate was quite high. Now, what was there to fear in taking over this land? It was just farming. When the time came, a few tractors would make it easy to farm even a few thousand more acres. Of course, the game warehouse might not be able to accommodate machines like that yet. It seemed he needed to hurry and make money to upgrade the warehouse functions. After telling County Magistrate Song where to store the grain, Lin Chen took the land contract for 1,000 acres and the lease contract for 3,000 acres and left the county office. At that moment, Diao Sanwa stepped forward and said, Master, there's a woman who fled here. She says she knows some martial arts and asked if we need someone to guard the house. Lin Chen looked in the direction Diao Sanwa pointed and saw a woman in tattered clothes standing there somewhat shyly. Upon seeing Lin Chen looking over, the woman quickly clasped her fists in greeting. Is she the one who came to ask you? Lin Chen inquired. Diao Sanwa replied, that big sister just walked by the county office and asked me where there were job openings. I asked her what skills she had, and she said she knew some martial arts, which was passed down in her family. I thought you might need someone like her, so I had her wait over there. Lin Chen nodded and walked up to the woman, asking, what is your name, where are you from, and what skills do you have? Replying to the master, my name is Ayu, Lin Ayu. I am from Yangchuan County. Because of a flood, my family all perished, and I followed my neighbors to escape to the capital. My ancestors were soldiers, and I practiced military combat techniques with my grandfather since I was young. However, as a young woman, I cannot join the army. I only learned it for self-defense. Martial arts. Lin Chen nodded. All right, you can come back with me. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's tough for everyone during these years of disaster. If I can help, I certainly won't hold back. But I must say this up front, if you have any other intentions, don't blame me for being rude, Lin Chen warned. Rest assured, sir. My family is considered military kin, a loyal household, and I am willing to accept your scrutiny. If you find any improper thoughts in me, feel free to send me to the county office, Lin Ayu vowed. It's best that way. Lin Chen took Lin Ayu back home and then called for Yi Xiaodai. After a match between them, Yi Xiaodai gave it her all but couldn't gain the upper hand against Lin Ayu. Of course, Yi Xiaodai didn't lose either, but from Lin Chen's perspective, it seemed Lin Ayu was holding back. Lin Ayu, your strength is quite impressive. You can stay on as a guard for now. Thank you for taking me in, sir. I don't keep idle people in my house. Since you've entered my home, you must prove your worth. Xiao-chan, take you to eat something and change into better clothes. Later, we'll go check on our fields together. Yes, master. Diao Xiao-chan led Lin Ayu to the kitchen. Lin Chen then pulled Yi Xiaodai aside and asked, what do you think of Lin Ayu? Very strong, at least stronger than me. The reason I didn't lose is probably because she held back, Yi Xiaodai replied honestly. Lin Chen pondered, I also think this woman is not simple. Her appearance is a bit suspicious. If brother suspects her intentions are not pure, we can do without her, Yi Xiaodai said. Lin Chen shook his head. If she really has any ulterior motives, it's better to have her under our watch than lurking in the shadows. Let's observe her for now. Besides, we don't have anything worth coveting. Who would be interested in us? I've just settled in Lanyun County and haven't offended anyone. If someone is targeting me, it's likely from one of the 4 major families. There are no secrets at the county office. I've been in close contact with Lord Song recently, so it's reasonable for them to probe into my background, Lin Chen speculated. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Anyway, I won't be doing anything, so their probing is useless. Xiaodai, let's go to the backyard and see how the greenhouse is coming along. Lin Chen had long decided not to get involved in the matters between Song Yao and the 4 major families. Their conflicts were none of his concern. At this moment, the backyard was bustling with activity. The greenhouse had been built according to Lin Chen's plans, and only the plastic covering was left. After days of hard work, the previously planted vegetables had already sprouted. It wouldn't be long before they could enjoy fresh, pollution-free vegetables. The hired workers toiled diligently every day, none daring to slack off. Here, they had food, drink, and a place to stay. No one wanted to be kicked out and face hunger for being lazy, so they cherished this opportunity greatly. Hello, master. Hello, Madam Xiaodai. The workers greeted Lin Chen and Yi Xiaodai as they saw them. I see your hard work. As long as you work well, there will be food for you as well as for me, so don't worry about going hungry. Thank you, master. In the backyard, Lin Chen not only planted vegetables but also corn, sweet potatoes, and peanuts. He wanted to experiment with how well crops could grow here without chemical fertilizers and pesticides. As for the land acquired through grain exchange, it would definitely require chemical fertilizers, otherwise, the yield wouldn't increase. Right now, the entire Long Kingdom was short on grain. Whatever one wanted to do had to be based on ensuring basic sustenance, and the foundation for ensuring sustenance was to increase grain production. Sir, Ayu has eaten her fill, and we've also bathed her and changed her clothes. I heard you were going to check on our fields. Xiao Xiang brought Lin Ayu to the backyard at that moment. Yes, I bought 1,000 acres of good farmland from the county office. Let's go take a look first. Xiao Xiang, you are our housekeeper, so you should come along too. Xiaodai, pick a few skilled workers from the laborers to join us. Understood. Diao Sanwell went to the horse and carriage shop to rent a cart, and then Lin Chen and his group exited the city through the east gate. After walking for about 3 or 4 miles, they arrived at the location. What lay before them was a field of wild grass. This was no good farmland. It couldn't even be considered poor land. If one didn't know better, they might think they had arrived at a prairie. However, this was to be expected. In recent years, there had been consecutive disasters, first drought, then floods, followed by plagues, leaving the land almost completely abandoned. If they relied on manual labor to reclaim the land, it would take ages. No, they had to upgrade the warehouse function. They needed tractors. Let's send a few people to check the fertility of this land, Lin Chen said. Immediately, the skilled workers dispersed in several directions. Moments later, Lin Chen received the results, which lifted his spirits considerably. Although the land was currently barren and overgrown with weeds, it was likely that the floods had washed in silt from the nearby river, making the soil quite fertile. As long as they cleared the land, they would surely have a bountiful harvest. If they added modern methods like chemical fertilizers and pesticides, achieving a shocking yield per acre was not impossible. They definitely needed tractors, but there was no need to rush. Because County Magistrate Song's plan had not yet been implemented, he also needed to lend a hand. Using labor to provide relief was another strategy Lin Chen had proposed to Song Yao. The reason Song Yao had given Lin Chen 1,000 acres of land was, in fact, a way to utilize Lin Chen to help him carry out his plan. It was certain that 1,000 acres of official land was valuable. However, given the current situation, food was naturally more precious, and this land had already turned into wasteland. Rather than continuing to panic, it was better to hand it over to capable people to manage. Moreover, in Song Yao's view, using 1,000 acres of land in exchange for Lin Chen's grain and assistance was a great deal. If managed well, he, Song Yao, would surely rise to prominence. As for the lost 1,000 acres of official land, once the plan succeeded, he could reclaim even more land from the 4 prominent families. In reality, he would end up profiting more. So, throughout history, there have been no fools among officials. Even though Lin Chen was a modern person with many advanced ideas, he still fell short in this regard. Sir, is this entire area our family's land? Xiao Xiang asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Chen smiled and pinched Xiao Xiang's chin, saying, that's right, this 1,000 acres of official land will belong to our family from now on. As the head housekeeper, you must manage it well. Xiaodai, you need to return to the city immediately to recruit refugees. The more, the better. Help us clear the weeds until dark, and we can exchange it for a steamed bun. How many people do we need? There are over 20,000 refugees in the city. After excluding the elderly, weak, women, and children, there should be less than 10,000 able-bodied workers. Let's recruit 1,000. From now until dark, we must clear this 1,000 acres of wasteland. Understood. I'll go right away. Xiaoxian, you should also go back and recruit 100 female workers to steam buns at home. Once they're done, hire a carriage to bring them over. When the time comes, I'll ask Lord Song for help to find some officials to maintain order, Lin Chen arranged. Got it, sir. After you return, send the hired workers from home over as well. Today, the main task is to clear the land and remove the weeds. Have them help arrange things and supervise as well. With Lin Chen's orders given, everyone went about their tasks. In less than half an hour, a group of refugees arrived in droves. Yi Xiaodai showed some leadership skills and even understood how to coordinate. She divided these people into several small teams, each with a team leader responsible for guiding the work. Watching so many people squatting on the ground to pull weeds, all full of energy and organized, Lin Chen couldn't help but praise them repeatedly. He had originally planned to call the constables to maintain order, but it seemed unnecessary now. Time quickly passed to the evening, and Xiaoxiang arrived with steamed buns. The weeds on the 1,000 acres of land had almost all been cleared. The strength of many people was vividly illustrated at that moment. After arranging the steamed buns, Yi Xiaodai called over the team leaders first and distributed 2 buns to each of them. Then she instructed them to lead their small teams to line up for the buns. Everything went smoothly, and there were no disturbances. Back home, Lin Chen checked the time and returned to his room. 2 large black dogs were still guarding the door, like 2 loyal sentinels. In the city, early morning, Lin Chen took out his phone and called Yang Xiaowei. Miss Yang, are you up? Lin Gu, you're back? Yang Xiaowei's voice on the other end was somewhat muffled, clearly indicating she had not yet gotten out of bed. I've got an old mountain ginseng here, over 200 years old. Do you want it? There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Yang Xiaowei's excited scream, I want it. Good Lin Gu, you have to save it for me. The price is negotiable. I'll come find you right away. Okay, I'll wait for you. Drive safely. Remember to bring cash, Lin Chen reminded her. See you soon. At this moment, Yang Xiaowei was wide awake, quickly getting out of bed to dress and grab cash before heading to Xiaohua village. Meanwhile, Lin Chen began upgrading the warehouse. 20 million in cash instantly shrank to 2 million. The warehouse function upgrade was successful. Lin Chen tried to store the gasoline generator in the warehouse, but it still showed that it couldn't be accommodated. It seemed his worries were not unfounded. It was not that simple. Now, to upgrade again, he needed another 10 million, and he didn't have enough money, so he could only wait for the financial fairy, Yang Xiaowei, to arrive. In the backyard, Lin Chen fed the poultry and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. With a thought, a small hen in front of him suddenly disappeared. He quickly opened the warehouse and saw that a small hen had appeared inside. Wow! It can actually store living things. This upgrade is worth it. Lin Chen moved the small hen out, and it immediately flapped its wings in fright, squawking and running away in a panic. Next, he experimented with other poultry. Ducks and geese of similar size could also be stored, but sheep and pigs could not. It seemed that while this upgrade allowed for the storage of living things, there were still size limitations. However, this would allow Lin Chen to bring some chicks over and develop a chicken farming business. In the other world, buying chicks wasn't that easy. One could only buy 20 chickens in a village, and if he wanted to scale up, it would take a long time. After selling the medicinal herbs and ginseng, Lin Chen planned to go to the city to buy a batch of fertilizers and wheat seeds, and then buy a batch of chicks to take to the other world. The weather there was about to turn cold, making it unsuitable for planting rice and other grains, but winter wheat would be fine. He planned to plant winter wheat on all 1,000 acres of official land. Additionally, irrigation facilities needed to be arranged. Digging ditches for irrigation was also very important. Lost in thought, Yang Xiaowei had already entered the yard. Hearing the dogs barking, she snapped back to reality. Lin Gu, hurry and let me see, she said eagerly as she stepped inside. What's the rush? Have a cup of tea first. Is it really 200 years old? Yang Xiaowei's mind was entirely focused on that old ginseng. Not a bit less. Lin Chen smiled lightly and poured her a cup of tea. Good Lin Gu, hurry and take it out for me to see, Yang Xiaowei pleaded. All right, stop shaking it. I'll go get it for you, okay? Lin Chen walked into the house. After a while, he came out holding the 200-year-old ginseng. Yang Xiaowei immediately rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the ginseng, which resembled a little person. What a treasure! This is the first time I've ever seen one in my life. Yang Xiaowei's voice trembled with excitement. Miss Yang, now that you've seen it, let's talk about the price. Yang Xiaowei struggled to pull her gaze away from the old ginseng, took a deep breath, and said, Lin Gu, I haven't seen such a treasure in many years, and no one is selling it on the market. I don't know how much to offer. I'll throw out a number, and you see if you can accept it? Lin Chen nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xiaowei held up 2 fingers to Lin Chen. 20 million, how about that? Upon hearing Yang Xiaowei's offer, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Miss Yang, I'm a bit greedy. Let me ask others what they would pay before we decide. Don't, Lin Gu. If you're not satisfied with the price, you can negotiate, Yang Xiaowei quickly interjected. This was a wild ginseng over 200 years old, with a golden skin and long, abundant roots and absolute treasure. If they could buy it and display it in the company, it would be quite impressive. Actually, the price you offered is already quite high. We don't really know how much this thing is worth, so I can't ask you to raise it further, Lin Chen said honestly. Yang Xiaowei waved her hand. Lin Gu, please don't be polite with me. In business, it's normal to haggle, that's just how it is. How about this, don't tell anyone else for now, and I'll call my dad. Alright, I'll wait a bit longer. If the price still doesn't meet my expectations, I'll have to ask a few other places. Please understand, after all, ginseng of this age is nearly extinct now. Calling it a treasure is no exaggeration. Thank you, Lin Gu. We'll definitely consider it seriously. Yang Xiaowei didn't want to delay, so she hurried to the yard to call her dad. After a while, she came back in and said, Lin Gu, my dad wants to come over in person. Can we wait for him to take a look before I ask others for a price? Okay, since it's for your sake, I can wait a bit longer. Lin Chen thought for a moment and agreed. Thank you, thank you. By the way, didn't you say there were other medicinal materials? How about we trade those first? That works. Just wait a moment. Lin Chen went back into the house and brought out several expensive medicinal materials for the trade. After inspecting them, Yang Xiaowei readily bought all the materials at the high price from last time. Lin Chen received 2,300,000. It was still a cash transaction. Yang Xiaowei brought enough cash, which pleased Lin Chen and was also the reason he was willing to wait for her father. After the transaction, Lin Chen helped Yang Xiaowei load the medicinal materials into her car. Then the two of them chatted while drinking tea. After finishing a pot of tea, they strolled around the backyard for a while when they heard a car honking from the front yard. Yang Xiaowei's father, Yang Tai, had arrived. Yang Tai instructed the driver to stop at the gate and then walked into the yard by himself. Dad! Yang Xiaowei greeted him and pointed to Lin Chen beside her, introducing, this is Lin Chen. The wild tea you drank before was brought by him. Mr. Lin, I've admired you for a long time, Yang Tai said, extending his hand and warmly shaking Lin Chen's hand. Mr. Yang, you're too kind. Please, come in. Lin Chen invited Yang Tai into the house and poured him a cup of tea. Yang Tai didn't rush to look at the ginseng. Instead, he savored the tea for a while and discussed tea culture with Lin Chen before getting down to business. After personally inspecting the precious wild ginseng, Yang Tai said to Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, this wild ginseng is indeed a rare treasure. A few years ago, I attended a private collection exhibition where someone showcased a 200-year-old wild ginseng, priced at 20 million, but its quality was not as good as yours, nor was its age as impressive. You could say that this kind of treasure is something you can encounter but not seek. We are now considered very good partners. The medicinal materials you sold us before were of excellent quality, and I hope this friendship between us can continue. Of course, I am still very willing to cooperate with your company, Lin Chen nodded. Mr. Lin, for this wild ginseng, I offer you 40 million. How about that? At this price, both Lin Chen and Yang Xiaowei were momentarily stunned. One must admit, Yang Tai's boldness was indeed remarkable. He doubled the price right off the bat, and this amount had already exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. He thought securing 30 million would be quite good. In fact, Lin Chen was not the greedy type he claimed to be. The reason he wanted more was also to upgrade the warehouse. Now that Yang Tai's price satisfied him, Lin Chen readily agreed to the deal. After the transaction, Lin Chen gifted Yang Tai some tea leaves he had brought from another world. After expressing his gratitude multiple times, Yang Tai left Xiaohua village with his daughter. Lin Chen deposited all the cash into the game warehouse, and his funds soared to 44,300,000. This time, it should be enough. Next, Lin Chen continued to upgrade the warehouse functions. The funds instantly decreased by 10 million, and the warehouse upgrade was successful. Lin Chen tested the gasoline generator, but it still didn't work. So, he continued to upgrade. The funds decreased by another 10 million. Still not working. Upgrade. Upgrade. The 40 million he had just acquired turned into nothing in the blink of an eye. In such a crazy situation, Lin Chen, a small-town bumpkin, surprisingly didn't feel he was going insane. At that moment, he felt like a gambler, continuously going all in. Fortunately, he wasn't as tragic as other gamblers. The gasoline generator finally could be stored in the warehouse. He also tried his car, and it surprisingly could be stored as well. This meant that the tractor could also be taken to the other world. Once Lin Chen calmed down, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for having made 40 million in such a short time. However, making money was easy now, and besides, he still had nearly 10 million in assets, so there was no need to worry. Ding! Spending exceeds 50 million, reward, special pet iron arm gibbon. Wow, isn't this a pet from the game? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. This iron-arm gibbon was quite powerful, capable of easily crushing stones with its hands, absolutely loyal to its owner, could help guard the house, and protect its owner, far superior to a guard dog. Upon summoning the iron-arm gibbon, a gibbon as tall as a person excitedly lunged at Lin Chen, baring its teeth. Just as it was about to collide, the iron-arm gibbon suddenly stopped in front of Lin Chen, bowing and spinning around, looking very excited. From now on, I'll call you Great Sage, Lin Chen said, patting the gibbon's head. The iron-arm gibbon nodded repeatedly, excitedly scratching its ears and cheeks. It was just short of saying, I have a name now. After interacting with the Great Sage for a while and giving it some fruit to guard the house, Lin Chen drove to the city. This time, he had a lot to purchase and was busy until dark, with only a small portion of the goods delivered. Lin Chen decided not to go back to avoid the hassle of coming back early the next morning. He called the delivery service to have them come tomorrow instead, then drove the car into the warehouse and locked the big door from the inside. First, he stored the car in the game warehouse, then put away the seeds and fertilizers that had been delivered, and finally recalled the iron-arm gibbon that had been guarding in Xiaohua village, taking it all to the other world. With the iron-arm gibbon guarding the door, Lin Chen no longer had to worry about others discovering his secrets. In the other world, morning, Lin Chen opened the door and saw Qiu Xiang, as always, holding a basin of water for washing, waiting at the entrance to serve him. Two large black dogs at the door, originally wagging their tails in anticipation of their master's feeding, suddenly yelped and ran away with their tails between their legs when they spotted a big monkey jumping out from behind Lin Chen. Qiu Xiang was startled as well. How could there be a big monkey hidden in the master's room? Qiu Xiang, don't be afraid, this is my pet, Dasheng. Lin Chen patted the gibbon's head. Dasheng, say hello. Dasheng obediently greeted Qiu Xiang. Wow, it's so smart. It can understand human speech? Qiu Xiang exclaimed in surprise. It can also guard the house and protect its owner. Dasheng, Qiu Xiang is one of us, you need to protect her too, understand? Oh, Dasheng whined, nodding repeatedly. Alright, go out and play. Upon hearing this, Dasheng excitedly ran outside. Master, did you sleep well last night? Not bad. Lin Chen brushed his teeth, washed his face, and shaved under Qiu Xiang's attentive care. After finishing, he went to the dining room for breakfast. Yimu now enjoyed a certain status due to her daughter, but she was a person who knew her place and acted with discretion, not dining at the same table as Lin Chen. Qiu Xiang, Xiaodai, I need to go on a long trip tomorrow to get grain for our county magistrate. I'll leave the household matters to you. Xiaodai, for the next few days, you'll be in charge of bringing people to repair the irrigation ditches and level the land. If you have time, you can start plowing the fields. The more workers, the better. Old, weak, women, and children can all help. It would be best to gather all the refugees to work for us. With so many people, we'll consume quite a bit of grain in a day, Yi Xiaodai said worriedly. That's all right. I'm doing this so everyone has something to eat. Consider it a good deed. As long as the work is done well, we can spare some grain. It's not a problem. I can afford it. Xiaodai understands. Master, you truly are a great benefactor. Many people were speaking well of you yesterday, Qiu Xiang said with a smile. Whether they speak well or not, as long as there are no troubles, that's what matters. If anything happens, you can go to the county office to find Lord Song Yao. I'll remember that. After breakfast, Yi Xiaodai took a dozen hired workers to the city gate to recruit refugees for work. Qiu Xiang stayed home to steam corn buns. Lin Chen then visited Song Yao to inform him of his plans. Song Yao knew Lin Chen wanted to slip away, but he found the reason quite good. Moreover, Lin Chen had already done what he needed to do. The biggest variable, the refugees, had already been resolved by Lin Chen. What remained was Song Yao's responsibility. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Where did you get so much grain? Song Yao asked half jokingly, half seriously. Lin Chen smirked and joked, of course, I had the immortals conjure it up, otherwise, how could I get so much grain? Ha ha, brother, you really have a way with things. I wish you a smooth journey. Thank you, brother. When I return, I'll come to ask you for some wine. I'll be ready to welcome you. By the way, here are some spices for cooking. You can try them when you have time. You really know me best. After leaving the county office, Lin Chen had a cart following him, a gift from Song Yao. It was equivalent to a modern BMW, and even money might not be able to buy it. It was also a symbol of status. Driving the cart to the pharmacy, Lin Chen purchased a batch of medicinal herbs. These items, once sold in the city, would yield over $1 million in income. Why not take advantage of it? As noon approached, Lin Chen casually invited the pharmacy's manager, Sun Shidao, to go to Feng Xiangcai for drinks. Feng Xiangcai had a deep background, reportedly owned by a big shot from the capital, so even in years of famine, it could operate as usual. As long as you had silver, you could get whatever you wanted to eat. Lin Chen didn't want to be too high profile, so he casually ordered a few dishes and then entered the private room. Lin, can you get more of those cigarettes? What do you mean? To be honest, a few days ago I went to the capital to report to the boss. The boss saw the cigarettes you sent me, along with that lighter, and he immediately liked them. He even took them out to show off, and many people wanted them. Our boss thought, why not collaborate? You supply the goods, and we'll handle the sales in the capital? Lin Chen thought for a moment and smiled. Sure, who doesn't like making money? Brother Sun, feel free to report back. When I go out next time, I'll bring back a batch of cigarettes and lighters. Let him think about the price first. Oh, by the way, I have something interesting here. Saying this, Lin Chen took out a watch from his pocket and handed it to Manager Sun. What treasure is this? This is called a watch, used to tell time. I even asked Lord Son to gift one to our Empress. Lin Chen boasted, and with the Empress as a living endorsement, plus the fact that watches were indeed fascinating, it immediately piqued Manager Sun's interest. Lin, you really have a lot of interesting things. I feel this watch has great potential. I'll head to the capital soon to report to the boss. I can also get spices, as well as cosmetics for noble women, nice clothes, and other good stuff. When you return to the capital, mention it to your boss and see what he thinks. I'm going to the capital right now. Manager Sun lifted his leg to leave. Aren't you going to drink before you go? No time for that, we need to seize the opportunity to make money, Sun Sherdao said as he walked out. But he quickly turned back and leaned close to Lin Chen's ear, whispering, Brother, our 4 major families in Lanyun County have backing in the capital, so be extra careful. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Sun. Now's a good time for you to go out and avoid the limelight. You're right, Brother Sun. Take care. Sun Sherdao clasped his fists and then turned to leave. This time he really left. Lin Chen also lost interest in continuing to eat and drink, so he packed up the food and drove the cart home. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Dashang riding on Dahu, chasing Arei in play. Dahu was panting heavily, but didn't dare to stop. Arei was scared, tucking its tail and trembling, but didn't dare to run too fast. It was quite pitiful. Dashang, stop messing around. Lin Chen scolded, and Dashang did a backflip, landing in front of Lin Chen, bouncing around him like a child wanting candy. Lin Chen tossed an apple to Dashang. From now on, you mustn't bully Dahu and Arei, they are your companions, understand? You all need to work together to take care of this home for me. Then, Lin Chen threw a few bones to Dahu and Arei to comfort their wounded spirits. After giving Dashang a little political lesson, Lin Chen went back inside to rest. Now that there were people watching over the house, he didn't need to worry too much. He didn't know how long he had slept when he heard Xiu Xiang calling for him in the yard, waking him up. With Dashang guarding the door, Xiu Xiang didn't dare to enter the house, let alone come close. Even getting within 3 meters would result in Dashang driving her away. This was Xiu Xiang. If it were someone else, they would probably face Dashang's attack. Dashang, let Xiu Xiang in, Lin Chen called from the bed. Soon after, Xiu Xiang walked in, looking a bit scared as she said, Master, Dashang was really scary just now. I wanted to come in and call you for dinner, and it was about to attack me. When I'm resting, Dashing doesn't allow anyone to come close, but you're my woman, so it definitely won't attack you. At most, it won't let you in the house. Master, don't you need me and little Dai to serve you tonight? Xiu Xiang asked. Lin Chen smiled and picked Xiu Xiang up, carrying her to the bed, wrapping his arms around her soft waist and asking, what's wrong? Do you want to fall apart again? No, I just think that a servant should take care of the master's rest, Xiu Xiang replied shyly. I need to practice at night and can't be disturbed. Once my skills are perfected, I'll let you all come and keep me company at night, how about that? As Lin Chen spoke, his hands began to wander again. Xiu Xiang immediately melted into his embrace. After some playful antics, Lin Chen didn't even eat dinner before it was time to return to the city. He gave Xiu Xiang some instructions and then issued a strict order to Dasheng to guard the room well before hurriedly teleporting back to the city. In the suburban area, inside the rented warehouse, Lin Chen opened the warehouse door and drove out to have breakfast. Although Xiu Xiang was a feast for the eyes, he still needed to replenish his physical nourishment. A steamer of soup dumplings, a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge, and 2 tea eggs, accompanied by some pickled vegetables, made for a truly happy meal. Upon returning to the warehouse, deliveries started coming in one after another. There were deliveries of fertilizers, seeds, pesticides, as well as tractors and various machinery. Lin Chen spent the entire day receiving goods. For now, he managed to get 1 tractor. Having more wouldn't be useful since no one would know how to operate them. The rest consisted of tillers for plowing, seeders for planting, irrigation pumps, hoses, and various agricultural equipment. As for other machinery, he could buy them when needed. Moreover, these machines were just temporary reserves. Currently, in the other world, there was plenty of cheap labor, and even if tractors were used, it would be discreetly during emergencies. Such technology was still too advanced for that world, and its sudden appearance would seem unrealistic. Perhaps he could initiate a productivity revolution over there. Or, once he gained enough strength and status, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Machines like tractors couldn't be used openly for now, but cosmetics, perfumes, and clothes could be traded to earn some money. As for food, Lin Chen planned to handle it this time and then stop. He couldn't explain too much, and now Song Yao was already suspicious. In the future, he just needed to ensure his people had enough to eat. Everything would be discussed after next year's wheat harvest. He was just an ordinary citizen and couldn't manage the grain shortage crisis across the Dragon Kingdom. He just needed to live well in the present and take care of himself. That evening, back in Shaohua village, Lin Chen ordered some cost-effective cosmetics, perfumes, and lipsticks online, along with some beautiful vintage clothes. Thinking about how winter was approaching in the other world, or going to the bathroom outside would surely be freezing, he decided to get a flush toilet. He also planned to set up underfloor heating and a heated con, making winter much more comfortable. Additionally, there should be natural resources like coal, oil, and natural gas in the other world. Oil and gas require high extraction technology, but finding coal mines, especially open-pit mines, would be much simpler. As long as there were people, they could work, and right now, the Dragon Kingdom had no shortage of cheap labor. Those refugees would willingly work a day for just a bun. Moreover, using the extracted coal for heating would not only be a good business but could also save more lives during the cold winter, which would be a great merit. With this in mind, Lin Chen began searching online for knowledge about exploring coal mines. The next day, Lin Chen slept until he naturally woke up. It was so comfortable. Holding his toothbrush, he went to the backyard, watching the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep as they chased and played while he ate. It was truly a delight. After breakfast, Lin Chen continued shopping online, buying anything that could be exchanged for money in the other world. When he felt like he might throw up from browsing too much, he moved a lounge chair under the big tree in the yard, lay down, and started watching a movie on his tablet. Time quickly passed to noon. Lin Chen had lunch and strolled around the village and its outskirts. He noticed that many houses had been renovated, and some had even built small multi-story buildings. Lin Chen thought to himself that perhaps he should also repair his house. The old house left to him by his father was quite comfortable to live in, but it was a bit outdated. He planned to do some simple renovations, mainly to enhance its aesthetics and practicality, as well as convenience. For instance, the indoor bathroom, shower, and a bright and clean kitchen all needed to be transformed. After the renovations, it would definitely be more comfortable to live in. Now that he had money in his pocket, Lin Chen decided to act on his thoughts. He originally planned to stay a bit longer before going to the other world, partly to avoid conflicts with Song Yao and the four major families, and also to gather food, allowing enough time for that. Currently, Long Country was facing a food shortage, and the longer he took to gather supplies, the less he would be suspected. Last time, he had been a bit too hasty. This time, he would take advantage of the time to renovate the old house. He contacted a local design company online, and they came to measure and listen to Lin Chen's requirements. With Lin Chen's financial capability, they agreed to provide the design by tomorrow. After that, Lin Chen asked them to recommend a construction team. They took a benefit and did their best to help Lin Chen find a construction team with a good reputation, and all that was left was to wait for the workers to arrive tomorrow. Ding-dling! Just after hanging up the phone, it rang again. Lin Chen looked at the caller ID and couldn't help but feel curious. Kiki, what made you think of calling me? Uncle, I'm here to play with you. Are you at home? Kiki's playful and sweet voice came through the phone. I'm at home. Where are you? I'm at the bus station in your county. Uncle, can you come pick me up? Okay, wait for me there. I'll come to get you. Although Lin Chen was surprised, since the girl had come all the way to the county, he couldn't just leave her hanging. After hanging up, Lin Chen drove to the county. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen picked up Kiki, who surprisingly was carrying a suitcase. What's this? Uncle, you don't mind if I stay at your house for a few days, do you? Isn't that inappropriate? How is it inappropriate? You're unmarried, and I'm not married either. Who cares? The villagers love to gossip, and I'm going to renovate the old house tomorrow. It will be very messy and noisy, which might affect your writing. That's great. I actually came this time to gather material. Come on, Uncle, just let me stay for a few days. I won't be a bother. Kiki shook Lin Chen's arm, acting cute. All right, if you don't mind the noise, then stay. Lin Chen reluctantly agreed. What do you want to eat tonight? It's on me. Don't you rural folks often drink corn porridge? Add some sweet potatoes, it's both healthy and delicious. I really want a bowl right now, Kiki said, squinting her crescent-shaped eyes. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Wanting corn porridge is easy to say? Just let your little braid go up. Bringing Kiki back to the village, Lin Chen drove directly into the yard. The big gate was quite nice, allowing vehicles to enter and exit, and right outside was an asphalt road, very convenient. However, the wall and gate were a bit old, and the left side of the wall was slightly leaning. Lin Chen planned to rebuild it and spray it with real stone paint. As for the gate, he intended to transform it into an archway with a roof, which could later be used as a garage. Wow, what a charming house! I love this big persimmon tree. Kiki jumped out of the car, stood in front of the big tree, and closed her eyes in enjoyment. This was planted by my dad over 30 years ago. It bears a lot of persimmons every year, and they are especially sweet. Lin Chen looked up at the small lantern-like persimmons and couldn't help but think of his father when he was alive. Uncle, are you missing your dad? Seeing Lin Chen's eyes slightly moist, Kiki gently held his hand and asked. Lin Chen wiped away a tear and said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Come on, let's go inside. He moved the luggage down and gave his bedroom to Kiki. He himself was preparing to move into his parents' room. If work started tomorrow, he might have to sleep in the car or set up a tent. Anyway, the yard was big enough, he could find a place anywhere. When Kiki heard that they would be setting up a tent in the yard, she was thrilled. She loved that kind of environment. After dinner, while it was still not completely dark, Lin Chen took a few dogs and led Kiki for a stroll outside the village. The two large wolfhounds were named De Lang and Er Lang, while the three little pups were San Lang, Si Lang, and Wu Lang. After some time getting familiar, they had basically accepted these names. Whenever Lin Chen called one of them, they would respond joyfully, which was particularly amusing. Lin Chen, is this your girlfriend? During their walk, a well-meaning villager asked upon seeing Kiki beside Lin Chen. No, she's a friend from the city, staying in the countryside for a few days. The young girl seems a bit young. Auntie, I'm already 25, not young anymore, Kiki replied. She's about the same age as my son. Would you like me to introduce you? My son works in a big city and is in a public institution. No, thank you, Auntie. I don't want a boyfriend right now, Kiki said, pulling Lin Chen along quickly. After walking quite a distance, Lin Chen laughed. Just wait, tomorrow your news will spread throughout the village. I don't even know them. Why would they spread news about me? Besides, no one knows me, Kiki said, puzzled. It doesn't matter if they know you or not, as long as it's interesting gossip, everyone will pass it around. That's how it is in the countryside, there are no secrets. Is it really like that? Living in the city, I've lived next door for years and never spoken a word. City life and rural life are completely different environments. You'll understand after a few days. They strolled around the village along the mountain path and returned home. Kiki, do you want to watch a movie? Lin Chen asked, noticing it was still early. Sure, I want to watch a horror movie. I used to be too scared to watch them alone, but now that I have an uncle with me, I can finally fulfill that wish. Maybe we should skip the horror movie? Let's watch an action film instead. Uncle, you're so mean. Lin Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. You little pervert. What are you thinking? When I said action film, I meant a serious action movie. What I said is serious too, Kiki replied with an innocent expression. Lin Chen pinched her little nose and then took out the projector, finding a Hollywood action blockbuster to watch. Uncle, you have a projector? This brand must cost tens of thousands. It's so extravagant. Life is about knowing how to enjoy it, Lin Chen said, then brought in a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cans of cola. There's popcorn too? Kiki was overjoyed. How can you watch a movie without popcorn? Come on, let's toast. Lin Chen opened the cola and clinked it with Keeks. They watched the movie for over 2 hours, and by the time it was past 10, Lin Chen prepared hot water for Kiki to wash up. Uncle, you're so good at taking care of people. You're a guest. Of course I have to take good care of you. Uncle, you're really nice. Hurry up and wash. After she finished washing, Lin Chen helped put on new sheets and changed the bedding. Alright, it's getting late, time to rest. Uncle, don't go. Kiki suddenly hugged Lin Chen's arm. Feeling the unusual sensation from her arm, Lin Chen instinctively shrank back but couldn't pull away. I'm in the room right across. Just call me and I'll hear you. Isn't it more convenient to chat in a room? We've lived together before. After repeated pleas from Kiki, Lin Chen had no choice but to keep her company for a while. The two lay side by side on the bed, with the bright moonlight streaming in through the window, and occasionally, a dog barked in the village. Uncle, hug me, just like last time, Kiki asked, turning to face him. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then silently pulled her into his arms. You're really nice, Uncle. Actually, I'm not that great. In my eyes, you're the best. How's your novel coming along? I haven't started writing yet. I want to know more about you before I do. Kiki, you're a good girl, Kiki suddenly covered his mouth with her small hand. Uncle, let's not talk about that now. Let's just quietly enjoy the moonlight. Look how beautiful the moonlight is tonight. Yes, it's very beautiful. Before they knew it, both of them fell asleep. Lin Shen had intended to stay with her for a while and then return to another room, but he ended up sleeping until dawn. The construction team had already arrived. Lin Shen quickly got up and let the team in to start working. He planned to first renovate the courtyard wall and the main gate, and at the same time, tear down and rebuild the east wing. Once everything was tidied up, he would renovate the main house, moving the items inside to the wing. Although he could store them in the warehouse, Kiki was here now, and the villagers would be around, so he didn't want to make it too conspicuous and raise suspicions. Even so, that night, Lin Chen and Kiki moved into a tent. He set up the tent under a big tree, and they lay inside, chatting about their childhoods, the atmosphere warm and natural. 3 little puppies lay beside the tent, as if guarding them. Uncle, wouldn't it be great if we could travel back to ancient times? What's so good about ancient times? Then I could be your concubine. What kind of logic is that? Because in the TV shows, concubines are favored more than the main wife. I want you to dote on me, uncle. This wouldn't be the plot of your novel, would it? Yes, in the character I designed, I'm your favorite concubine, and you're a great general with outstanding achievements. You traveled from modern times to ancient times, and what you don't know is that I also traveled from modern times. Is there any thrill in that? Lin Chen found it both amusing and exasperating. Of course, you don't know I traveled back, but I know you did, and that's thrilling. 10 days later, the courtyard wall and the east and west wings of Lin Chen's house were completed. The east wing was transformed into a kitchen and dining room, while the west wing became a bathroom, shower, and guest bedroom. Next was the renovation of the main house. First, all the furniture inside would be moved to the wings, and once the renovation was complete, Lin Chen planned to move back the furniture left by his parents as a keepsake. However, the living room and his bedroom needed to be replanned, with some new furniture added. Compared to the reconstruction of the wings, the renovation of the north room was more complex. According to Lin Chen's plan, the original 4 rooms would be changed into 3, with a spacious living room in the middle and bedrooms on either side. The 2 bedrooms would connect to the wings, allowing movement to the dining room, kitchen, and bathroom without going outside during the cold winter. This was the most significant change in this renovation. As the main house was nearing completion, Kiki planned to return to the city. Lin Chen wanted to check out some furniture, so he conveniently took Kiki home. During this time, they were very close, but they didn't do anything inappropriate. Uncle, next time I want to stay at your new home for a few days. As they were about to part, Kiki made plans for their next reunion. No problem, just call me when the time comes, and I'll come to pick you up. After bidding farewell to Coco, Lin Chen arrived at the furniture city. According to the dimensions after the renovation of his home, he purchased a sofa, coffee table, bed, and wardrobe, as well as a new television, air conditioner, and washing machine. To make tea more convenient, he also spent a lot of money on a tea table. In the future, when guests come over, he could show it off. After buying everything, he had the mall deliver it directly to the warehouse on the outskirts of the city. After receiving the goods, Lin Chen moved them directly into the game warehouse. The game warehouse was almost full now, especially with the bodies of Long Air and his group, which he still hadn't dealt with. When he went to the other world again, Lin Chen planned to throw them into a mass grave. A few days later, the house renovation was completely finished, and Lin Chen had spent a total of several $100,000. The furniture accounted for more than half of that, mainly because he bought high-end items. The entire home had undergone a complete transformation. The walls were painted with real stone paint, the yard was paved with colorful bricks, and the main door was replaced with an electronic anti-theft door. The only thing that remained unchanged was the persimmon tree that his father had planted in the yard. Late at night, Lin Chen locked the front door and moved all the furniture from the game warehouse out. He first arranged the bedroom, then the living room, while the other bedroom was filled with some old furniture and family photos that his parents had used. This room didn't have a bed and wasn't intended for anyone else to stay in. It was to be used as a study, a way to keep a memory for himself. The guest room was also carefully arranged. He didn't have many friends, but it was better to be prepared. Besides, there was also Coco. This girl was quite familiar with him now, and it was possible that she might come over to stay for a few days on a whim. Once everything was set up, Lin Chen was satisfied as he strolled through each room, growing fonder of it with each glance. The front yard was neat and tidy, and besides the large persimmon tree, there were several large flower pots, making the small yard particularly cozy. The backyard also had a shed built for poultry and livestock. Additionally, a back door was opened for easier cleaning and for the chickens and ducks to roam in the back mountain. The indoor bathroom, electric water heater, modern kitchen, and underfloor heating, along with smart appliances, were all in place. When winter came, he wouldn't need to go out, he could just stay at home. Watching movies, cooking delicious food, and then enjoying life in the other world at night sounded wonderful. After wandering around, Lin Chen finally arrived in the living room, sitting in front of the tea table and brewing himself a cup of tea. The tea table, carved from an old tree root, was surrounded by lights, and it featured a rockery, pavilion, and waterfall, even with a few small figures drinking tea in the pavilion, creating a beautiful scene. Lin Chen took a few photos and then posted them on his social media. Coco was the first to like it, followed by Yang Xiaowei and others who also liked it and expressed their desire to come over for tea. After exchanging a few pleasantries with everyone, Lin Chen opened the shopping platform to review the items he had purchased during this time: cosmetics, clothes, accessories, and even women's sanitary napkins and underwear. The sanitary napkins and underwear were bought for Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai, and of course, he was also planning to test the waters to see if the wealthy women in the capital would accept these items. In his plan, he intended to open a specialty store for women's products. All these items were prepared for that store. After all, this was a world ruled by the Empress. As for collaborating with the pharmacy's manager, Sun, it wasn't out of the question. It would depend on the other party's capabilities. More than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Chen felt it was time for him to make an appearance. During this time, he had quietly returned to the other world several times without alarming anyone. After finishing his tea, it was already past 10 at night. Lin Chen locked the door, drew the curtains, and then activated the teleportation. In the next moment, Lin Chen found himself in the other world, in his own bedroom. Activating the time prop, Lin Chen sped out of the city like a bolt of lightning. First, he headed to the chaotic graveyard to deal with a few corpses, and then he arrived at the cave where he had previously stored food. He took out half the amount compared to last time from the game warehouse before returning to the city. In fact, he still had quite a bit of food. The reason he took out half was mainly to dispel Song Yao's suspicions and create the illusion that gathering food was currently very difficult. Upon returning home, Lin Chen saw Qiu Xiang peering outside the door. When she spotted Lin Chen's figure, she immediately cheered and ran over. "Master, you finally returned. I was so worried," Qiu Xiang said, her voice choked with tears. "Don't cry, didn't I come back? Is everything at home all right?" Lin Chen reached out his large hand to wipe the tears from Qiu Xiang's face. Qiu Xiang nodded. "Everything is fine at home, but we were all very worried about you. It's quite chaotic outside, with refugees everywhere. I was gone a bit longer this time. It was mainly because food was hard to gather, and I traveled a bit further." The two chatted as they entered the house. "What about Xiaodai?" "Little sister Xiaodai took some people to work. According to your instructions, they have already dug the water channels and plowed the fields. Now they are building the farm over there." "Building a farm?" "Yes, with so much land, we will definitely need many people to work in the future. The farm will be a place for them to live. You've thought this through. Truly worthy of being my capable assistant." "Qiu Xiang, send someone to call Xiaodai back. I have something to discuss with her." "I've already sent someone. These days, little sister Xiaodai has missed you so much. If she knew you were back, she would definitely fly back." Qiu Xiang said with a smile. "You only say Xiaodai misses me. Don't you miss your master?" Lin Chen pulled Qiu Xiang onto his lap and began to kiss her passionately. "They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and the ancients did not deceive me." Like dry wood catching fire, the two quickly reached a state of being intertwined with each other. Before long, Yi Xiaodai also rushed back and was pulled into the excitement by Lin Chen. The three of them shared their feelings and alleviated their longing for each other, after which Lin Chen assigned a new task to Yi Xiaodai. First, to build another breeding farm at the estate, preparing for livestock farming to get ready for entering the food industry in the capital. Hot pot, iron pot stewed goose, lem hot pot, spicy skewers, and so on, with various seasonings combined with technology and hard work, they would surely leave the ancient people in a daze. Second, send people to explore for coal mines in the surrounding areas. With winter approaching, the heating situation needed to be expedited. Otherwise, who knows how many people would die. As for the third task, it was to build factories and research institutes, mainly to research and produce glass, paper, clothing, and simple machinery. Whatever else was needed in the future could be added as projects. The main purpose of this task was to keep people in the dark. Lin Chen would later bring more epic-making things from the city, so he needed to find a source for them. Upon receiving the task, Yi Xiaodai became spirited and went to arrange it. After being encouraged by her master, Yi Xiaodai was now full of energy and enthusiasm. "Qiu Xiang, find me a few workers, I want to renovate the house. Yes, I will go right away. Xiao Xiang hurried to the backyard to call a few hired workers. Lin Chen explained his ideas, which included a heated bed, underground flues, and the renovation of an indoor bathroom. The bathroom would be set in an adjacent room, so in case of rainy days, it could be isolated from any unpleasant odors. After giving the instructions, the workers began to get busy. Lin Chen asked Xiao Xiang to keep an eye on them while he took Lin Ayu to visit the county magistrate. Ayu, I heard from Xiao Xiang that you have been performing well lately. Work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly, Lin Chen said as he sat in the carriage. Lin Ayu, driving the carriage, replied, Thank you, master. Thank you, Madam Xiao Xiang. I will definitely not let you down in your trust and expectations. Your self-defense skills are quite good. In the future, take some time each day to teach those kids. I will pay you some extra remuneration. How about that? I will follow the master's orders. Very well. Master, be careful, Lin Ayu suddenly shouted. In the next moment, a sharp arrow shot from the side rooftop, which Lin Ayu deflected with her dagger. Ayu, don't worry about me, catch that person. Lin Chen was startled. Damn it, he had reached the level of being assassinated. Receiving the order, Lin Ayu immediately leaped from the carriage directly onto the rooftop. The assassin, missing the strike, turned to flee. Lin Chen sneered and used a time-altering item to slow down the surrounding environment. Then, amidst the shock of the assassin and Lin Ayu, Lin Chen arrived first, blocking the assassin's path. As the effect of the time pause item wore off, Lin Chen sized up the assassin and asked, Who sent you? The assassin looked around warily, trying to find a chance to escape. No need to look around, I'm faster than you, and you definitely can't escape. Your only chance of survival now is to honestly confess, and perhaps I can spare your life, Lin Chen said. Go to hell! The assassin shouted angrily, raising his bow and shooting at Lin Chen. However, at that moment, Lin Ayu's dagger had already pierced the assassin's shoulder. With a scream, the assassin's bow fell to the ground, and he was kicked down by Lin Ayu, who then stepped on him. The assassination quickly attracted the attention of patrolling officials. Now everyone in the county office knew about Lin Chen's relationship with the county magistrate, so they treated him very courteously. Master Lin, are you hurt? An official stepped forward, concerned. I'm fine, this assassin is for you to handle, Lin Chen said, cupping his hands in thanks, then got back into the carriage and continued towards the county office. Soon, the news of Lin Chen's assassination attempt reached Song Yao's ears. However, he was neither surprised nor overly worried. Now everyone in Lanyun County knew that Lin Chen had helped him deal with the 4 major families. Moreover, Lin Chen played a crucial role in this matter. If it weren't for him providing food and resolving the issues with the most unstable refugees, the 4 major families wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Therefore, it was only natural for Lin Chen to face hatred and assassination attempts. If Lin Chen knew that even hiding wouldn't spare him from trouble, he might curse. In fact, he had previously thought too simply. Once you step into this den of conflict, how could you possibly stay out of it? Even if he wanted to stay out, Song Yao would continue to pull him in. To Song Yao, Lin Chen was a great asset. How could he not use him? As for not worrying about Lin Chen's safety, that was because he knew that the Empress's shadow guards were right beside Lin Chen. To become a shadow guard of the Empress, one must first be loyal and secondly possess great strength. Currently, there weren't many who could kill under the watchful eyes of the shadow guards. Master, Lin Chen has arrived, reported Song Yao's old servant. This man was also an elder in Song Yao's household, one of his most trusted individuals. Quickly invite him in. Soon, Lin Chen followed the old servant inside. Brother Song, I'm back. Dear brother, are you hurt? I just heard someone tried to assassinate you? Song Yao asked with concern. Just a petty thief, nothing to worry about. Dear brother, you must not be careless. Although I have defeated the 4 major families, their remnants have not been cleared, and they might retaliate against you. Even I go out now with a group of officials, Song Yao said. Lin Chen smiled wryly. I'm just a commoner. If they target me, there's nothing I can do. But you don't have to worry too much. I've already issued a maritime capture order. Those clowns won't be able to jump around for long. Song Yao comforted Lin Chen before asking, So, how much grain did you bring back this time? A bit less than last time. Mainly because there isn't much grain available now, and it's a bit difficult to gather. No wonder you were gone for so long. I thought you had run into some trouble. But this is the basic national situation. Years of continuous disasters have left many places with nothing, and many landlords have no surplus grain left. Unless next year brings good weather, it might ease up a bit. Otherwise, Brother Song, we can think of ways to address the grain issue slowly, but now that winter is approaching, there's a very pressing problem that needs to be solved. Lin Chen said. What is it? Song Yao asked in a serious tone. Heating. Are you saying those refugees will freeze to death? Lin Chen nodded. If we can't find a way to keep warm, these refugees have no shelter to escape to, and in the cold winter, they definitely won't be able to hold on. What you say makes sense. In our Lanyun County, there are currently over 20,000 refugees, while the capital has hundreds of thousands. They have no place to escape the cold, and once faced with severe cold, many will surely die. Song Yao's expression grew grave, but then, as if recalling something, he looked at Lin Chen and asked, "You brought this up on your own. Do you perhaps already have a solution?" In the county office, in the backyard, Lin Chen lit a cigarette for Song Yao, and as they puffed away, he said, "Brother Song, to be honest, I do know a method that can help the common people get through the coming cold winter." "What method? Speak quickly," Song Yao urged. It must be said that Song was indeed a good official who cared about the common people, which made Lin Chen's assistance worthwhile. Such a good official was someone Lin Chen was willing to build a close relationship with, even if it meant taking on some risks. If it were a corrupt official who did nothing and was excessively greedy, Lin Chen would have to keep his distance. Coal. What is that? Song Yao looked puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously and then took out a piece of black coal from his bag. "Brother Song, this is coal. It can be used for heating and cooking, and it's much more convenient than charcoal. The most important thing is that this stuff is stored underground in large quantities. We just need to find a vein, and we can mine it to help the common people safely get through the winter." "This black stuff is underground?" "Yes, but we need to find the vein. If we have coal mines in Lanyun County, not only can we supply our county, but we can also meet the heating needs of the capital and surrounding areas." Song Yao thought for a moment and asked, "Brother, is it easy to mine this stuff?" "Not too difficult. If we're lucky and find an open-pit coal mine, we can just dig it up. Also, it's much cheaper and easier than charcoal. Even ordinary people can afford it." "Great. That's wonderful. Brother, you truly are my deputy general." Song Yao laughed heartily. "I'll send someone to look for coal mines right now. If there aren't any in Lanyun County, we'll check the surrounding counties, even the capital will do. If the emperor knows the benefits of this coal, even if there's coal under the royal farms, he would definitely be willing to hand it over. I've already sent someone to look." "Brother Song, you might as well have someone search through the county records or issue a notice to let everyone in the city and the refugees from all over the country participate. Whoever has clues about coal mines can receive a reward," Lin Chen suggested. "Good idea." Song Yao was also a decisive person, quick to act. After hearing about the benefits of coal mines, he immediately issued orders for everyone in the county office to search through the county records. Following Lin Chen's suggestion, he posted a reward notice. Next, they just had to wait for news. Lin Chen left the county office, preparing to head to the fields outside the city to take a look. At this moment, Lin Au was driving the carriage while saying, "My lord, the assassin has confessed." "Oh, is he from one of the four great families?" Lin Chen asked. Lin Au shook his head, his expression somewhat grave. "He was sent from the capital." "The capital?" Lin Chen suddenly recalled the words of Sun Shidao warning him. Lin Au explained, "According to the assassin, the four great families have backing in the capital. Now that my lord has helped Lord Song eliminate the four families, it's like slapping them in the face. They don't want to act against Lord Song for the time being, so they chose you instead, aiming to send a warning to Lord Song. So, I'm taking the blame for our county magistrate?" Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. "That's one way to put it. I just helped buy some grain. Do they really need to go this far? It doesn't matter how much you did. Even if you only stood by Lord Song, you can't avoid it." "Au, how did Lord Song deal with the four great families?" "He cleared them out in such a short time. 3 days ago, all members of the four families were executed for treason." "What a ruthless method," Lin Chen gasped. He hadn't expected Song Yao, who appeared so cultured and refined, to be so harsh. However, Lin Chen also knew that he must have prepared ample evidence beforehand. Whether the four families truly intended to rebel was no longer important. Previously, Song Yao had been cautious, fearing that the large number of refugees would be incited by the four families, leading to a civil uprising. If that happened, even if he ultimately defeated the four families, he would still suffer consequences, possibly even losing his life. This dilemma, however, was easily resolved by Lin Chen. With the four families no longer able to threaten Song Yao, the tables had turned, and Song Yao had gathered a lot of evidence against them. Coupled with long air as a breakthrough, Song Yao executed a brilliant counterattack. Even the backing of the four families could only suffer in silence. They found no reason to deal with Song Yao and vented their frustrations on Lin Chen, while also using the opportunity to warn Song Yao. This was the general outline of the entire incident. As the carriage exited the East City Gate, They soon arrived at the location of the farm. Lin Chen jumped down from the carriage and was greeted by a row of newly built thatched houses. Some of the houses were already occupied. At the entrance of the farm stood a wooden sign with the words Lin Family Farm written on it. Lin Chen looked at the characters and couldn't help but smile. Yi Xiaodai, this capable partner, was truly impressive. Not only did she have organizational skills, but she also possessed foresight and a broad perspective. What Lin Chen hadn't thought of, Yi Xiaodai had already considered. At that moment, Yi Xiaodai was organizing the refugees to build a breeding farm. Not far from Lin Family Farm, all the materials were sourced locally, and they could stack up walls using thatch mixed with mud. The surrounding forest could be freely cut down since that land now belonged to Lin Chen. Building shelters and stacking walls, the scene was bustling with activity. The remaining people were clearing weeds and breaking new ground on the 3,000 acres of rented land. Lin Chen had never seen such a scene of over 10,000 people working together. They say many hands make light work, but it's hard to truly appreciate that kind of shock without seeing it with your own eyes. Especially now, the refugees were working very hard for a meal, fearing they wouldn't be allowed to work the next day. They were working for survival. No one was slacking off, so the efficiency was very high. While Lin Chen was lost in thought, he noticed the left side of the forest had been cleared. The right side of the wild grass was also cleaned up, as if locusts had passed through. Of course, if they had used tractors, the efficiency would have been even higher. However, Lin Chen didn't want machines to take away the jobs of these refugees. "Good brother, why are you here?" Yi Xiaodai, having learned that Lin Chen had arrived, rushed over from a distance. "I came to see you all." Lin Chen took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Yi Xiaodai's forehead. "There are so many people working, you don't need to. Being idle is still being idle." "Good brother, I've sent people out as you said, and I believe there will be results soon." "Oh, some refugees have seen that kind of coal mine, but it's hard to say for sure. I've sent a few people with the piece of coal you gave me to compare." "Great! Is it within Lanyun County?" Lin Chen said excitedly. "Yes, just behind this hill. It seems that some black water was washed out by the flood and was discovered by people. That area should also be our territory, right?" "Exactly. According to the boundaries defined in the lease, as far as the eye can see, this large area is all ours," Yi Xiaodai said excitedly. Such a vast estate could drive one mad with joy in their dreams. So now, Yi Xiaodai was particularly energetic in everything she did because she was working hard for her man. Upon learning that the coal mine was on their territory, Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was truly a windfall. Since it wasn't far, Lin Chen planned to go see it for himself. If Lin Chen was going, Yi Xiaodai naturally had to accompany him, and she also chose a few strong-looking refugees to follow. The group walked on foot and reached the top of the hill after more than an hour. Having only heard that a horse dies running up a mountain, he now truly experienced it. However, Lin Chen didn't complain. Instead, he was very excited, because this vast land now belonged to him. Although 3,000 acres were leased from the government, the usage rights were his, which was almost equivalent to ownership. Moreover, it was close to the county town, making it very convenient for mining. "Good brother, look, they are over there." Standing at the top of the hill, the view became very broad. Yi Xiaodai had excellent eyesight and spotted a few figures moving not far below. Lin Chen nodded and said happily, "Let's go, let's hurry over and take a look." The group ran down the hill and quickly met up with those figures. Looking at a river ditch washed out by the flood, the water had already dried up, leaving behind a layer of black coal dust. Lin Chen immediately said excitedly, "That's right, this is a coal mine, and it's an open-pit coal mine." "Great!" Seeing Lin Chen so happy, Yi Xiaodai smiled along. "Master, what is this coal used for?" At that moment, Lin Au suddenly asked. Lin Chen looked at Lin Au and then smiled mysteriously, saying, "This is a treasure." "This black stuff, how is it a treasure?" Yi Xiaodai asked curiously. Lin Chen explained, "This coal can be used for heating, for cooking. It's much better and cheaper than charcoal. With this, we won't have to worry about freezing to death this year." "Ah, so this coal really is a treasure. So many people are displaced, if they can't keep warm, they definitely won't survive this winter," Yi Xiaodai said excitedly. "Exactly. I've already reported this to Lord Song, and I believe more coal mines will be discovered later. This year, not to mention other places, our Lanyun County will definitely not have people freezing to death because of the cold," Lin Chen said confidently. As night approached, Lin Chen returned to the city with several sacks of coal. At this time, the renovations in the bedroom were only halfway done. The heated bed hadn't been set up yet, they had only dug a flue in the ground, and for the toilet, they had only dug a cesspool in the backyard, which still needed pipes to connect it to the house. Lin Chen had to handle the piping work himself. After dinner, Lin Chen found another room to rest. De Shang and De He also moved their positions. In the deep of night, the Lin residence was peaceful. Lin Au put on her night clothes and quietly jumped out of the Lin residence from the backyard. The backyard of Lin Chen's house was right next to the river running through the city. At this moment, a small boat was anchored in the river. Lin Au leaped gracefully onto the small boat. Deputy Commander. A woman in black inside the cabin respectfully bowed to Lin Au. Send this urgent secret edict back to the capital immediately, without any mistakes, Lin Au said in a deep voice. Yes. Also, have the sisters in the capital keep an eye on the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Xiaoyan's household. Today, I captured an assassin sent from their family who intended to kill Lin Chen. Understood. Lin Au patted the other woman's shoulder, then jumped ashore and returned to the Lin residence. The small boat in the river quickly departed as well. More than an hour later, Lin Au's secret edict was delivered to the palace and reached the empress. It was already late at night, but the empress had not yet rested. Looking at the piles of memorials on her desk, all requesting money and grain, along with secret edicts sent from various counties, she found nothing but bad news. Some counties were on the brink of starvation, others reported tragic incidents of cannibalism, and there were outbreaks of civil unrest. Not a single piece of good news. Just thinking about these matters made her anxious, unable to eat or sleep. In comparison, she preferred the time when she was fighting for the throne, only needing to think about how to win battles. But now, she had to face so many thorny issues. Among the ministers in the court, some were officials from the previous dynasty, now merely occupying their positions without contributing, even engaging in petty schemes behind her back. Those who were willing to work were either hindered or lacked the strength to do so. She was well aware that the Dragon Kingdom was in a very dangerous situation. Fortunately, she still had absolute control over the military, which prevented the worst outcomes. However, she understood that if the food shortage was not resolved, even the army might rebel. Who would serve an emperor who couldn't even provide enough food for them? Sigh. The empress let out a long sigh again. This was the 9th sigh of the night. Just then, a shadow appeared before the imperial desk. Kneeling down, Your Majesty, Au has sent an urgent secret edict from Lanyun County. Quickly present it. The empress immediately set aside the troublesome memorials. The shadow respectfully handed the sealed secret edict to the empress. The attending female official removed the seal and placed it on the desk in front of the empress. Only then did the empress open it and read it carefully. After a moment, a rare smile appeared on the empress's face. This Lin Chen is truly talented. He actually discovered such a good thing. Rui, has the memorial from County Magistrate Song Yao of Lanyun County arrived? Replying to Your Majesty, Magistrate Song's memorial has not yet arrived. The empress thought for a moment and said to the shadow, Wushuang, you go to Lanyun County personally and find out what this coal is all about. Is it really usable for heating and cooking, and is it stored underground? This information is crucial. Report back immediately after you find out. This servant obeys. Wushuang accepted the order and set off for Lanyun County that very night. The empress took a sip of tea, stood up to stretch her stiff limbs from sitting too long, and her expression relaxed a bit. Rui, I remember your hometown is Lanyun County, right? Replying to Your Majesty, I am indeed from Lanyun County, from a village under its jurisdiction. Find a time, and I will take you to Lanyun County for a visit. You can also go home and take a look, the empress said. Upon hearing this, Rui immediately knelt down. This servant thanks Your Majesty for your grace. Get up. Tell me about the situation in Lanyun County, just what you know. Yes. Rui began to recount what she knew about Lanyun County. The empress listened while picking up the memorial sent by Au, which detailed Lin Chen's actions, including planting vegetables and corn in the backyard, raising pet gibbons, using labor to provide relief, and the process of discovering coal, all meticulously recorded. If Lin Chen knew that he was being watched so closely by the empress, he wouldn't know how to feel. Shaohua Village. Lin Chen returned from another world, took a nap, and didn't wake up until almost noon. He casually prepared some food, then fed the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, before taking a few puppies out for a stroll. Passing by the village's small shop, he overheard people discussing how cheap the corn was this year. Selling directly at the field, it was only 4 dimes per pound. After deducting various expenses, it might just cover the costs. In a relatively remote village like Shaohua, the grain collectors didn't even come by, not even offering a price. In contrast, items closely related to the common people's lives, like vegetables, pork, and eggs, had risen significantly compared to last year. 4 dimes per pound? So cheap. If I collect it and take it to another world, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. He bought 2 packs of good cigarettes at the shop, then turned a corner to the village chief's house. Uncle Liang, are you home? Lin Chen called at the door. Yes, who is it? A rough voice responded from inside. Uncle Liang, it's me, Lin Chen. Lin Chen pushed the door open and walked in. The village chief came out of the room, smiling as he asked, "What brings you here all of a sudden? Is there something you need?" "Nothing good comes without a reason," Lin Chen smiled, handing the 2 packs of cigarettes to the village chief. "Uncle Liang, I want to collect all the corn from our village. Could you help me announce it on the loudspeaker?" "You want to collect corn?" Uncle Liang couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Chen, a hint of skepticism on his face. "Yes, I'll buy it at 6 dimes per pound, cash on the spot, no credit." "Do you know what the current corn market is like?" the village chief asked. "I heard it's only about 4 dimes. "Exactly, with the corn price so low, if you buy at 6 dimes, you'll be at a loss, or it might even get stuck in your hands." "Uncle Liang, I know you're looking out for me, but I've already found a market. Regardless of profit or loss, once it's sold to me, it won't concern the villagers anymore. I'll pay on the spot, I guarantee it won't cause you any trouble," Lin Chen assured him. "Are you really sure? You really will pay on the spot?" "Uncle Liang, if you don't believe me, you can supervise it on site. Since the farming work is mostly done now, how about you help me collect for 2 days? I'll give you 200 yuan a day for your trouble. How does that sound?" Lin Chen said, pulling out 400 yuan and handing it to the village chief. "You little rascal, making me work for you," the village chief chuckled but didn't refuse. "Alright, since I'm free anyway, I'll help you for 2 days. You're quite the schemer, quietly starting a business. It's all thanks to friends helping each other. Let's go. You can come with me to the village committee." After announcing it on the loudspeaker, anyone who wants to sell can bring it to the village committee. There's plenty of space there, and it's convenient for you to transport. You really think ahead. Let's do it this way. In front of the village committee was a small square with a cement floor, perfect for storing grain. This was where the 2 packs of cigarettes and a few hundred yuan came into play. Normally, stacking grain and miscellaneous items here was prohibited. Bang bang bang! The village's loudspeaker blared to life as the village chief tapped the microphone and said, "Attention everyone! Attention everyone! Lin Chen from our village is collecting corn at 6 dimes per pound, cash on the spot, no credit. If anyone wants to sell grain, come to the village committee to take a look. For now, it's only for our village, no collections from outside villages for the time being. No collections from outside villages." This announcement was repeated several times. After finishing, the village chief turned off the loudspeaker and smiled at Lin Chen, saying, "Lin Chen, why don't you start with Uncle Lao's corn?" "Sure, if you could help find a few people to weigh and carry it, I'll give each of them 150 yuan for their trouble." "You little brat, you're quite generous. I'll make the call right now." The village chief took out his phone and began to call for help. Soon, Uncle Kai, the village accountant, and 4 others who were willing to help all arrived. They rode their electric tricycles from home and went to the village chief's house to transport the grain. Upon hearing the news, people rushed over from their homes. Although 6 mao was a low price, it was better than not being able to sell at all. Moreover, the corn had just been harvested and still had a lot of moisture, making it a suitable time to sell. Of course, some were reluctant to sell and wanted to wait a bit longer. As they watched the corn being weighed at the village chief's house, Lin Chen paid on the spot, and everyone's last bit of doubt disappeared. They all approached Lin Chen to sell him their corn. "Everyone, don't rush. As long as it's from our village, I'll buy it until we're done. But let me be clear, if I buy at this price now and it goes up later, don't regret it. If you really want to wait, you don't have to sell. It's all voluntary." Lin Chen is right. If you want to sell, sell. Once sold, don't regret it. They're buying at 6 mao, which is already taking care of our fellow villagers, so everyone should be aware of that. If you think the price of corn will go up, you can hold on to it and sell when the price is right, the village chief said. This statement made a few clever people think that the price might rise, so they decided not to sell. But more people chose to sell their corn directly to Lin Chen. Only the money in hand was their true income. No one could predict future prices. With the help of the village chief and others, Lin Chen's grain collection went smoothly. He only needed to handle the payments. As night fell, the corn in the square had piled up like a mountain. Yet, less than a third of the corn in the village had been collected. The main issue was the lack of a weighing scale, which made the process inefficient. "Uncle Liang, let's call it a day. Everyone is quite tired. We'll continue tomorrow. I'll contact vehicles tonight to transport the corn," Lin Chen said. "That works. Once we finish this batch, we'll pause and discuss everything tomorrow," Uncle Liang replied. Half an hour later, after the last family's corn was weighed and Lin Chen paid, the day's work came to an end. Lin Chen gave each helper 200 yuan, and the village chief added an extra 100. They had been busy all afternoon and hadn't had a moment's rest. Although the helpers were a bit tired, they wore smiles on their faces. Earning 200 yuan in half a day meant that if this work were regular, they could do it for a lifetime. Lin Chen, do you need help transporting the grain tonight? No, they can handle it themselves. They have machines, Lin Chen replied. Alright, then I'll head back. Just let me know if you need help. Thanks, Uncle Liang. Once we're done, I'll treat everyone to drinks. After sending everyone off, Lin Chen hired a few trucks that usually transported grain and offered them a good fare to take the corn directly to the warehouse area in the suburbs. This expense was unavoidable. However, during the loading process, Lin Chen secretly stored a portion in the game warehouse. He worked tirelessly until midnight, and all the hundreds of thousands of jean of corn were transported away. Lin Chen also rushed to the warehouse in the suburbs that night and stored the corn in the game warehouse. After finishing, Lin Chen didn't return to the village but directly teleported to the other world. At that moment, it was already noon in the other world. Opening the door, Lin Chen pretended to have just woken up, yawning and stretching his limbs. Master, you're awake? I'll go invite Madame Qiusheng, Diao Xiaochan said as she hurried over to greet him upon seeing Lin Chen awake. Lin Chen nodded, then took out 2 large bones from the warehouse, tossing one to De Hei and the other to Er Hei, and also brought a few peaches for De Sheng to eat. De Sheng, did anyone come near my room last night? Lin Chen asked. De Sheng's wise eyes turned around and then shook his head. Alright, go play, Lin Chen said, patting De Sheng's head. The great sage immediately grinned widely, then leaped onto the back of the big black dog, riding it as they ran outside. During this time, the big black had been gnawing on bones every day, and its body had grown much stronger. Otherwise, it would surely have been flattened by the great sage. Master, you must be exhausted from yesterday, right? Qiusheng quickly approached with a basin of water for washing. Although a few more maidservants had been added to the household, Qiusheng had always personally taken charge of serving Lin Chen. She had never felt superior to anyone. As for Yi Xiaodai, she was responsible for external matters, handling everything outside for Lin Chen quite well. With one managing the household and the other managing external affairs, Lin Chen had been spared a lot of worry. I am indeed a bit tired. Is work still going on over there? Lin Chen asked. Yes, the servants are still working. The heated Kong has been set up but the flue on the ground hasn't been built yet. I'll go take a look shortly. Has Xiaodai gone to the farm again? Yes, besides building the breeding farm, the 3,000 acres of rented land also need irrigation channels, and we have to clear the weeds and cultivate the land. So many refugees have been hired by us, but the food consumption is a bit fast. Don't worry about the food issue, just let them do their work well. I was being overly concerned. After helping Lin Chen wash up and eat, he went to inspect the construction of the heated Kong. He lit a fire at the stove, confirmed that the flue was functioning well and smoke was venting smoothly, then instructed them to finish up. As for the renovation of the indoor bathroom, the preliminary work had already been completed. It was now Lin Chen's turn to step in. He sent the hired workers away and got busy himself. An hour later, the pipes were all connected, and the soil was filled back in. The remaining leveling of the land and laying of bricks were left to the hired workers. Lin Chen had bought antique-style floor tiles from the city, so it wouldn't look too out of place. Once everything was done, he would install the flush toilet, and it would be ready for use. In addition, he also left extra water pipes for installing a water heater and a bathtub. This way, there would be more fun places for him, Qiusheng, and Yi Xiaodai to enjoy together. After all the fuss, it would also be convenient for bathing. Once he finished here, Lin Chen had Lin Au drive him to the farm. He first poured the bulk fertilizer at the field's edge, then instructed the refugees to evenly spread the fertilizer on the land before plowing it. As for the 1,000 acres of government land, they could start sowing seeds now. Additionally, Lin Chen had Yi Xiaodai allocate a few hundred people to go to the coal mine to build simple workshops and storage areas. They also needed to construct a road from the other side of the mountain. Since there was a hill to climb, using manpower or livestock would be quite strenuous. Therefore, Lin Chen planned to use explosives or an excavator to create a road. However, this work would have to wait for a time when no one was around. He also needed to buy an excavator. This machine would be much more efficient than manual labor for leveling the ground. After arranging these matters, Lin Chen personally led a team back home to fetch wheat seeds. He first planted winter wheat on the 1,000 acres of land that had been cleared. This land would not be treated with chemical fertilizers, and Lin Chen did not plan to use fertilizers or pesticides on this plot in the future. Such an eco-friendly land would be used to grow the cleanest food. If he couldn't eat it all himself, he could sell it in the city. Giving it a special name, those wealthy people would surely be willing to pay a high price for it. Moreover, this was truly pure and unpolluted land. The only fertilizers used would be organic and wood ash. Once the breeding farm was established, more fertilizers could be piled up, and the straw produced could be fed to livestock, thus forming a virtuous cycle. As night was approaching, Lin Chen took Yi Xiaodai home first. Good brother, with so many wheat seeds, I can't feel at ease without watching over them myself. I believe many people still abide by the law. Moreover, they can now fill their stomachs and have hope for the future, so there's no need to take risks. Besides, there aren't many seeds. If they are lost, so be it. But you should pay more attention to the coal mine. Whether fewer people die this year depends on it. Don't worry, good brother, I will keep an eye on the coal mine for you. And don't overwork yourself. Look at you, you've lost weight from being so busy these past few days. Back at the Lin residence, Lin Chen called Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai into the room. The two thought Lin Chen was going to do something embarrassing again, and they were too shy to look up. However, Lin Chen took out sanitary pads and underwear, explaining the function of the pads and how to wear the underwear. He insisted that the two of them put on the underwear for him to see. Master, this is so embarrassing. Although Qiu Xiang was extremely shy, she didn't dare to go against Lin Chen's wishes. It looks much better this way. Try putting on your outer clothes. Xiaodai, and you too. With such good assets, it would be a shame not to show them off properly. Good brother, can we not wear them? Yi Xiaodai asked, her face flushed. Yet, she wondered how her good brother could come up with such strange ideas. No, you must wear them. Moments later, the two girls, now in underwear, had even more alluring curves. If their figures used to score 80 points, now they could easily score 100. It was simply a deadly temptation. Next, Lin Chen gifted each of them a bottle of perfume and a set of cosmetics, providing them with some knowledge about it. Master, this perfume smells so good. What do you think would happen if I took these things to the capital to sell? The common people definitely can't afford it, right? That's for sure. Just the cost of this glass bottle is quite high. In that case, I think those wealthy ladies would definitely buy it, as well as the female officials in the government and the courtesans in the brothels. They all have money, so selling it wouldn't be a problem. Xiaodai, later you should give a bottle of perfume to Yu. Lin Chen said meaningfully. Understood. Yi Xiaodai nodded, understanding his implication. In the following days, Lin Chen harvested corn in the city, while in the other world, he dug coal, farmed, and renovated houses. Winter was approaching, and he needed to create a warm and comfortable little nest for himself before it arrived. The heated Kong was already set up, and the underfloor heating was completed. The underfloor heating here used the principle of the heated Kong, with a flue running underground, not the modern underfloor heating found in cities. Additionally, the indoor bathroom was also renovated, so he no longer had to worry about freezing his bottom when using the toilet in winter. What interested Lin Chen the most was the large bathtub he installed, which could accommodate several people. To ensure he had hot water in winter, he chose an electric water heater, powered by a portable power source. This device was silent, and whenever it ran out of power, he could just take it back to the city to recharge. Now that he had a coal mine, he might consider developing coal power in the future. After consulting with the county magistrate, he had no more concerns about building a manor outside the city. At this time, there were no demolitions of illegal constructions, nor were there any land permits required. Since the 1,000 acres of official land had already belonged to Lin Chen, he had the right to do anything on his own land. Even the emperor couldn't interfere. Next, he needed to find a location and make plans. Lin Chen intended to find a designer in the city to create a garden-like manor. After all, there was plenty of space, and funding was not a concern. Having harvested so much corn provided ample financial security. He had already selected over 100 skilled craftsmen from among the refugees and signed contracts to make them the first official residents of Lin's manor. They could be considered Lin Chen's employees. The construction of the manor would rely on this group of craftsmen in the future. In fact, among the refugees, there are many skilled individuals: blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, and even chefs. There is no shortage of talent. Lin Chen plans to make full use of these talents. After all, it's about utilizing people to their fullest potential. All these talents have signed contracts with Lin Chen, becoming part of the Lin family village. Now, with food shortages across the country, survival is a problem. Lin Chen can provide them with a place to stay and something to eat, and they would almost be willing to sell themselves to him. The compensation is merely a few steamed buns, which is incredibly cheap. Under Lin Chen's strong push, the coal mine has already started working. Among the refugees, aside from those with specific skills and those responsible for farming, everyone has come to dig coal. The molds for making honeycomb coal were also brought over from the city, a full 1,000 of them. In the past few days, tens of thousands of pieces of honeycomb coal have already been produced, and this is still because the workers are not very skilled yet. Once they become proficient, the efficiency will surely increase significantly. Lin Chen also brought over several hundred iron honeycomb coal stoves, and he intentionally had them made rather rough. However, these stoves are meant to be sold at a high price later on. The villagers of Lin family village are currently using mud stoves, built from earthen bricks, with a few iron rods for ventilation at the bottom. This is the simplest and most cost-effective method. Yet, it has provided everyone with tremendous convenience. They no longer have to worry about heating or cooking. The coal is produced locally and supplied for free. Villagers can even return home and wash themselves with hot water. Those who enjoy tea have even made some wild tea to brew and drink, especially before going to sleep. Soaking their feet in hot water is incredibly comforting. The idea of soaking feet before bed was suggested by Lin Chen. He is quite a conscientious little landlord. The road from the coal mine to the official road has also been repaired by Lin Chen. He took advantage of the darkness to secretly dig it out with an excavator. He had never operated such a machine before, relying solely on his own exploration. After all, no one was watching, and there was no talk of unlicensed operation here. To his surprise, after a few days, he actually got the hang of it and became increasingly skilled. Practice makes perfect. It seems this technique really needs more practice. The rumbling of the machines at night made these ancient people think Lin Chen was using some kind of divine magic. In just a few days, a smooth path appeared. The hill was split in two, as if it had been cleaved by a divine being. Lin Chen plans to build a large gate at this man-made pass and arrange for guards. The hills on both sides will be planned to have a wall built for defense. From the current planning, it seems most suitable to build the estate on the left side of the hill. That area is elevated and spacious, so there's no need to worry about flooding. Water source issues are also not a concern, as there is a clear river below, with spring water flowing from further up the mountain, pure and sweet. This place is a certain distance from the coal mine, with a forest buffer, so environmental issues are not a major concern. Additionally, if a power plant is built, it will be convenient to bring electricity from the coal mine. Of course, this is just his preliminary idea. The final location for construction will need to be considered further. As noon approached, Lin Chen took a carriage back to the city from the coal mine. Just as he arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by Sun, the shopkeeper from the pharmacy. "Lin, my brother, you really are hard to find," Sun Sherdao said with a wry smile. "Oh, brother Sun, you just returned from the capital? I came back yesterday, but I've been looking for you several times and couldn't find you." "Ah, I've just been busy. Did you need something? You really are a forgetful person, my brother. A few days ago, didn't you mention our collaboration?" Right. I've been so busy lately that I've been a bit muddled." "Brother Sun, hop on the carriage, let's find a place to chat slowly." Lin Chen invited Sun Sherdao onto the carriage, and they headed to the Fengxiangcai restaurant. However, this time, it was Sun Sherdao who was treating. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Sun Sherdao filled Lin Chen's cup and finally got to the point. "Brother, regarding the cooperation you mentioned, our boss is very interested. He has decided to visit Lanyun County in the next few days to meet you in person." "Brother, since we are going to cooperate, can you tell me who your boss is?" "Of course. Our boss is the eldest son of Imperial Physician Chen Dai, Chen Yudao. Dr. Chen is highly skilled and is known for his miraculous hands. When the Empress ruled the land, he was by her side, considered a loyal minister. He has saved her life several times and is one of her most trusted individuals. Currently, Dr. Chen's daughter, Chen Rong, who is our boss's younger sister, serves as the Empress's personal physician, often accompanying her and earning her deep trust." Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. "It seems your boss has a very impressive background." "Absolutely. Dr. Chen's medical skills are extraordinary, and he has saved many lives. Many dignitaries in the capital respect him greatly. Our boss, benefiting from his father's legacy, is well connected in the capital, and collaborating with us is definitely the right choice for you," Sun Sherdao said. From Sun Sherdao's words, Lin Chen gained some understanding of their pharmacy's boss. It must be said that this background is indeed formidable. The Empress's lifesaver and a descendant of a divine physician, with extensive connections and good relationships, makes for the best partner. However, despite Sun's enthusiastic words, Lin Chen still wanted to meet the person in question before making a decision. While making money is a good thing, if the partner is not suitable or does not meet Lin Chen's expectations, he would rather not earn that money. He currently had a laid-back attitude, not seeking great achievements or power, but simply wanting to enjoy life. The things he was doing were merely prerequisites for enjoying life. Thus, in business, he valued a relaxed approach. If it could make money, that would be great. If doing business made him unhappy, he could easily walk away or start anew. For a modern person, there were countless things he could do. There was no need to stubbornly cling to one tree. "Brother Sun, I look forward to meeting your boss. We can discuss the cooperation later. As for the cigarettes and lighters I promised to provide last time, please send someone to my house to pick them up. You can decide the price. Don't worry, brother, we won't let you down. By the way, our boss really likes that thing called a watch. Please accept this gold ingot, Sun Sherdao said, directly pulling out a 10-tail gold ingot. This shiny gold object was something Lin Chen had never seen before. He didn't expect this young master of the Chen family to be so generous. Based on the current gold price, excluding purity and other issues, this gold ingot could sell for several $100,000. But considering its historical and research value, it could probably fetch over $1 million. And that watch only cost Lin Chen $100. With such a 10,000-fold profit, this business could continue. Of course, rarity makes things valuable, and Lin Chen wouldn't turn the watch into a street vendor item. Although watches in modern times are indeed common, with electronic ones available for just a few bucks. Then I won't be polite, Lin Chen said as he accepted the gold ingot. After finishing the conversation with Sun Sherdao and having eaten and drunk enough, Lin Chen returned home under the protection of Lin Ayu. The room had been renovated, and Lin Chen moved back to his previous room. Xiao Xian, go run some hot water in the bathroom. Come and accompany me for a couple's bath later, Lin Chen said as he entered the room, addressing Xiao Xiang, who was following him. Yes, Xiao Xiang replied shyly. Although Xiao Xiang was the housekeeper, Lin Chen was her world, and taking care of him was her top priority. As long as Lin Chen was home, Xiao Xiang would always be by his side serving him. Hot water gushed from the faucet, quickly filling the bathtub. Although it had already been used twice, Xiao Xiang was still very curious about this faucet. How could it produce water, and hot water at that? Of course, the toilet was even more fun. With just a flush, it was clean, very convenient. Lin Chen took off his clothes, embraced Xiao Xiang, and lay in the bathtub to soak. With a beauty in his arms, it was pure bliss. Master, let me scrub your back, she said. How about you let me scrub yours first? You're so naughty, master. But don't you like it when I'm naughty with you? A song of heartbreak. Where can one find a soulmate in this vast world? Xiao Xian's enchanting voice could overshadow all the celestial melodies in existence. Only Lin Chen could truly understand her. After a comfortable soak, Lin Chen lay in Xiao Xian's arms and took a nap. Just as he woke up, someone from the county office sent for him again. Lin Chen quickly tidied himself up, took some tobacco and a pipe, and headed to the county office. Under Lin Chen's influence, Song Yao had completely become a smoker, and his addiction was quite severe. He would smoke after meals, upon waking, during work, and whenever convenient. Lin Chen genuinely worried he might smoke himself to death. So, Lin Chen kindly advised him a few times, but it seemed to have little effect. Master Lin, you're here. The magistrate is waiting for you in the back office. Thank you. Lin Chen casually handed a few pieces of candy to the gatekeeper. Thank you, Master Lin. The gatekeeper knew these were valuable treats. With Lin Chen's frequent visits, almost all the brothers at the county office had received small favors from him. Of course, small was from Lin Chen's perspective. To those gatekeepers, these candies were more precious than food. Lin Chen's generosity naturally earned him a lot of goodwill. Brother Song, did you need something? Lin Chen asked as he met Song Yao, presenting his gift. What is this? Song Yao asked curiously, looking at the pipe. Lin Chen always had a knack for bringing out peculiar items. Brother Song, this is a pipe, used for smoking. Let me show you how to use it. With Lin Chen's introduction, Song Yao quickly got the hang of it and even became quite fond of it. The way he held it felt a bit like playing golf. This pipe is nice. Younger brother, when you have time, get me 2 more. I want to give them as gifts to my elders when I return to the capital. No problem. I'll have someone deliver them tomorrow. Song Yao pointed to the seat next to him, indicating for Lin Chen to sit down, then said in a serious tone, Younger brother, how is your coal mine coming along? The temperature has dropped suddenly these past few days, which doesn't feel like a good sign. Don't worry, brother Song. The coal mine has already been excavated, and I've had some briquettes made, which we tested in Lin Family Village with very good results. I'll have someone bring over some coal balls for you to try shortly. The heating effect is very good? Very good. I can guarantee that as long as the common people can use coal, our Lanyun County will definitely not have anyone freeze to death this winter. That's great. As long as we can achieve that, I will be at ease. Can we send some to the capital? Are you referring to selling it or providing it for His Majesty? There are many refugees in the capital, and they have nowhere to stay. This winter will be hard for them. Right now, His Majesty is most worried about how to ensure these hundreds of thousands of refugees can safely get through the winter. If we can help relieve His Majesty's worries, he will surely be very pleased. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, mining coal is labor-intensive. Even if everyone in our county went to mine, it would be difficult to support hundreds of thousands of refugees for heating. Moreover, transportation is also an issue. Once it snows, the ground becomes slippery, making it easy for accidents, and we don't have enough vehicles for transport. I can seek help from the court for transportation. If I provide you with enough manpower, do you think it would work? Song Yao asked. It's worth a try. Even if we can't solve the heating for all the refugees, saving even one person is still a good thing. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. Later, I will ask His Majesty for permission to have the troops guarding the capital assist in transporting the coal. Additionally, we will relocate another 10,000 refugees from the capital to help you mine coal. If you do this well, I will commend you to His Majesty. Thank you, Brother Song. I will do my utmost. Although Lin Chen was not particularly interested in seeking merit, he could not express that. Sir, it's snowing. At that moment, Song Yao's old servant hurried in to report. Upon hearing this, Song Yao immediately stood up and walked outside. Lin Chen followed him into the courtyard. He saw that snowflakes were already drifting down from the sky, thick and fast, quickly turning the ground white. Brother, time is of the essence. I will arrange it right away. Lin Chen replied. Good, I will write a memorial, and we will act separately. Lin Chen clasped his fists and then left the county office. Ayu, run to the coal mine and tell Xiao Dai that starting today, all the mining refugees will be divided into 2 teams, one for day and one for night, working around the clock to mine coal. Prepare hot water and food for everyone. With the snow falling, many people in the capital may die. If we mine a bit more coal, we can save some lives, and this is also a way for us to accumulate virtue. After sending Lin Chen home, Lin Ayu rode out of the city. Meanwhile, Lin Chen welcomed Sun Sherdao, the owner of the Chen's medicine shop. Lin, are you heading out? No, I just returned from the county office. The weather has turned cold suddenly, and now it's snowing heavily. I fear that Lord Song is under a lot of pressure. Sun Sherdao sighed as he spoke. Yes, we in Lanyun County are better off, but I heard there are hundreds of thousands of refugees in the capital. If they can't withstand the cold, many may freeze to death. Speaking of which, I recently heard that the coal you mined in the east of the city is already in trial use. That's right, the heating effect is excellent, much better than charcoal. With the current situation, fewer people are burning coal, and I'm worried about how to get through this winter. Brother, can you get me some of that coal? No problem. I have some ready-made honeycomb coal at home, and I can give you a stove as well. You can take it back to use. Lin Chen said generously. How can I accept that? We're old friends, so there's no need to be polite. Brother, are you here to get cigarettes? Lin Chen asked. Yes, and I brought you something you really want. Sun Sherdao patted the package he was holding. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Chen led Sun Sherdao through the main door, where snowflakes had already covered the ground. Once inside the living room, a wave of warmth immediately piqued Sun Sherdao's curiosity. Lin Chen smiled and pointed to the stove in the living room, on which a kettle was placed, steam rising from it. Brother, this is the stove I developed. Lin Chen said, picking up the kettle. Look, this is honeycomb coal being burned inside. No wonder it's called honeycomb coal, with so many small holes. You really are talented, brother, Sun Sherdao exclaimed. It's nothing much, please have a seat. Lin Chen waved his hand. At that moment, Dio Xiaochan brought tea for Sun Sherdao. It was simply brewed with boiling water, without any random additives, the flavor fragrant and rich, more refreshing than those with additives. After drinking the tea, Sun Sherdao mysteriously opened the package and took out a wooden box. Brother, guess what's inside? He was not unfamiliar with this box, as he had bought ginseng from the medicine shop several times before, especially the 200-year-old one, which was packaged like this. It can't be that 300-year-old wild ginseng, can it? Lin Chen's heart stirred. This was a rare treasure, almost impossible to find on Earth. He had always wanted to buy it, but the medicine shop refused to sell it, claiming it was a treasure of the store. Brother, you are wise. This is indeed the 300-year-old wild ginseng. Our host knows that my younger brother likes ginseng, so this time he asked me to bring some as a gift for him. Gift for me? Isn't this too precious? This is our host's sincere intention, so please don't refuse, Lin. Sun Sherdao placed the ginseng on the table beside Lin Chen, then took out a cloth bag containing some silver coins. Brother, these 200 taels of silver are for purchasing cigarettes and lighters. I wonder if it's enough. Brother, since you've given me an old ginseng, I can't accept this money. One thing for another. That ginseng is a gift from our host, but this money is for our business. You must accept it, so we can continue to cooperate in the future, right? Well, alright, then I will graciously accept. After receiving the silver and ginseng, Lin Chen gave Sun Sherdao the 3 boxes of cigarettes he brought, along with 100 lighters. These cigarettes were made from purchased tobacco, rolled by hand using a rolling machine, without any text or labels. The lighters were custom-made online, some printed with characters from the current era of the Dragon Country, while others featured risque images of beautiful women. Additionally, there were 2 higher-end windproof lighters. Lin Chen took out one and handed the other to Sun Sherdao. Brother, please give this lighter to your host as a small token of my appreciation. Sun Sherdao examined the lighter, which was different from the others, and asked, "Brother, what makes this lighter special?" "This is windproof. Here, blow on it and see." Lin Chen lit it and let Sun Sherdao blow. The flame merely tilted but did not extinguish. "That's amazing," Sun Sherdao exclaimed, stroking the lighter's texture, saying, "This material looks high-end and feels substantial." "Exactly, this kind of metal won't rust even when it comes into contact with water. It will stay shiny like this." "Brother, on behalf of our host, thank you for your gift. You're too polite, brother." After some pleasantries, Sun Sherdao prepared to take his leave. Lin Chen sent a worker to help carry the items back for Sun Sherdao, along with a stove and several hundred pieces of honeycomb coal. However, the most eye-catching was a splash of green. These were vegetables grown in Lin Chen's backyard greenhouse, including spinach, lettuce, and bok choy. The leafy greens had just been harvested and were at their freshest. Once the worker delivered Sun Sherdao's items, Lin Chen had him take some honeycomb coal, a stove, and some of his homegrown greens to the county magistrate. "Master, is this comfortable?" In the warm, spring-like living room, Zhou Xiang was massaging Lin Chen's shoulders and neck. Lin Chen closed his eyes, humming in pleasure. "Yes, right there, a bit harder, feels good." "Master, please take your hand away. I'm so weak all over I can hardly move." Zhou Xiang protested softly, her little face as red as a ripe apple. Hearing Xiao Xiang's slightly spoiled tone, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, but his hands were busier. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the snow lay thick. Inside, it was warm as spring, with emotions flowing. In the early morning, in Xiaohua village, Lin Chen opened the door and stepped out of the room, exhaling a few puffs of white breath. Compared to the other world, although it hadn't snowed here yet and the weather wasn't too cold, it was already starting to chill. Some cold-sensitive people had already put on their cotton jackets. Lin Chen rubbed his face and then went outside for a short run. When he encountered early risers, everyone greeted Lin Chen warmly. Some even offered him homemade soybean paste, dates, and peanuts. Since he purchased corn from the villagers at a price higher than the market rate, Lin Chen's image in the village had immediately become elevated. In the eyes of the villagers, Lin Chen was considered a capable person, and having collected so much grain, all paid for on the spot, he could roughly be seen as a small wealthy man. This is the reality in the countryside. If you have no money, no one respects you, but if you have money, people will look up to you and speak to you politely. "Lin Chen, I was just about to look for you," said Uncle Liang, the village head, as he ran to the brigade office. "Uncle Liang, what's the matter?" Lin Chen stopped and asked. "The secretaries from a few neighboring villages know you're buying corn at a decent price. They've all called me to ask if you're still buying. If so, can you also take their village's corn? The price of corn is so low right now, everyone is feeling anxious," Uncle Liang said. After listening to the village head, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Uncle Liang, I can continue to buy corn, but if they want to sell, they need to bring it over themselves. Also, I have to go to the city today for some business, so I can only give them the money when I return. If they're willing, they can bring it over now. Uncle Liang, I'd appreciate it if you could help me with this. You can give them a note, and I'll pay them directly when I get back." "I have no problem with that. Let me call them and ask," the village head said, pulling out his phone to call the neighboring villages one by one. A few minutes later, Uncle Liang hung up the phone and asked, "They're all willing to sell. With such a large quantity, can you handle it? How much are we talking about?" Lin Chen inquired. "The neighboring villages have about the same amount of land as ours, so the yield should be similar," the village head replied. Lin Chen nodded. "Uncle Liang, don't worry about it. For now, let's limit it to these few villages. I can't handle more than that." "All right, then let them start bringing it over." "Thanks, Uncle Liang. It's no trouble at all. Didn't you already pay for the labor? It's the off-season for farming, so there's nothing much to do. Paying for labor is the right thing to do. I can't let you work for free. So, Uncle Liang, please keep an eye on it. I need to hurry to the city. Go ahead and get busy. I'll take care of this little matter for you." Having previously collected corn, the village head had some confidence in Lin Chen's abilities. After all, the corn was piled up in the village committee's square. Even if Lin Chen didn't pay, they couldn't take it away. There was no need to worry about not having the money. Lin Chen ran home, freshened up, and then drove to the city, calling a few pharmacy managers along the way to arrange for some medicinal materials. After more than an hour, Lin Chen first arrived at the Yingbin pharmacy. "Lin, you finally remembered me," Chen Jie said with a hint of grievance. "Brother Chen, here are the medicinal materials for this time. Please check them." Lin Chen smiled and said without further explanation. Of course, Chen Jie was just joking and wouldn't let business get in the way. After checking and confirming there were no issues, he had someone weigh the materials and count the money. "A total of 1.3 million. I have the cash ready for you." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Brother, if you have the chance, could you get me a ginseng from the old mountain? The price can be based on our previous transaction, how about that? No problem. I'll call you when I get it. Just remember, don't let Yang Xiaowei take it away from you, Shinjie joked. Don't worry, I'll definitely save it for you this time. In fact, Lin Chen had 2 old mountain ginsengs in his game warehouse. One was a newly acquired 300-year-old ginseng, and the other was one of the 3 old ginsengs he had purchased earlier. However, today wasn't suitable for trading, so he decided to wait for another day. After all, he had the goods and wasn't worried about selling them. There was no need to rush. After the transaction, Lin Chen sat for a while before heading to Xixingtang and then to Xinglong Pharmaceutical. Each place had over $1 million worth of medicinal materials, and finally, he arrived at Taiyang Pharmaceutical. Lin, why did you sell the goods to the other 3 companies this time? You're in business. You should know that it's not good to eat alone. Moreover, in these days, I've already given you quite a few medicinal herbs. You should at least let them have some soup. Yang Xiaowei was just being a bit coy and wouldn't argue with Lin Chen about right or wrong. The quality of the herbs provided by Lin Chen was top-notch, and she didn't want to lose this supplier. After the transaction, over $1 million was in hand. This time, coming to the city to sell herbs, she made a total profit of $5 million. And it was all cash, which Lin Chen stored in the game warehouse. Lin Gu, it's almost noon. Let me treat you to a meal. That sounds great. Just in time, I have something I want to ask you too. Then let's go to a restaurant and chat while we eat. Half an hour later, Yang Xiaowei led Lin Chen to the dining place. They ordered a few specialty dishes and started chatting while eating. Lin Gu, you mentioned you had something to ask me. What is it? Oh, I'm looking for a design company, the kind that builds houses. Do you know anyone? Someone with a high level of skill. Lin Chen had previously sought design help for renovating an old house in the county, but they only handled ordinary houses. They lacked the capability for a manor, which is why he came to the city to look. I don't know any designers, but my friend should know someone. Hold on, let me make a call. Yang Xiaowei put down her chopsticks and picked up her phone to make a call. Soon, she handed Lin Chen a business card. Lin Gu, this Su Yun is quite famous around here. She studied abroad and has designed many works, winning international awards. Her skills are definitely solid, but the prices are also quite steep. That's fine, as long as the design is good. Spending a bit more money is no problem. Then after we finish eating, I'll take you to find her. Thanks. No need to be polite with me. By the way, Lin Gu, I saw your post on social media. Did you renovate your old house? No, I just made some minor modifications to make it more comfortable and convenient. The pictures looked great. I'll visit your house next time. No problem. I'll be ready to welcome you warmly. When I have a vacation, I'll come stay for a couple of days and relax. Your place has a nice environment. Just give me a call in advance. After lunch, Lin Chen, accompanied by Yang Xiaowei, arrived at Su Yun's studio. They introduced themselves, and then Su Yun began to discuss with Lin Chen. Originally, Su Yun wanted to visit the site, but that was definitely not possible, and Lin Chen had anticipated this, so he had taken many photos in advance. Mr. Lin, photos and on-site inspections are definitely different. The effect will be greatly reduced. It's fine, just design according to these photos. If there are any issues, I won't blame you. Alright, you are the client. I respect your opinion. Miss Su, how long do you think it will take to get this design done? The manor design is quite complex. It will probably take about a month. Plus, I have a lot of other work, so this is already the fastest. Okay, then a month it is. After leaving the studio, Yang Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise, Lin Gu, you're building a manor? Is it for investment or for yourself? I'm helping a friend. I can't afford something like that myself. Lin Chen chuckled. You've made so much money. Building a manor in the countryside should be more than enough. Even if the money is enough, there's no place to do it. Land isn't something you can just move around freely now. Once the matter was settled, Yang Xiaowei had to return to work. After they parted ways, Lin Chen went to the mall, planning to buy some winter clothes for Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai. Especially for Yi Xiaodai, who was out every day, it was tough for her, and with the weather being so cold, he needed to buy her a warm coat. Additionally, he had to arrange for warm packs, heating pads, and a thermos. If he didn't take care of his woman, who would? Although it was his first time being a husband, he still had this awareness. In the city mall, Lin Chen spent over 100,000, buying 2 mink coats, one for Qiu Xiang and one for Yi Xiaodai, perfectly balanced. At this price point, the quality was indeed unquestionable. In addition to the genuine leather coat, Lin Chen also bought down jackets, cashmere leggings, cotton socks, and cotton boots, among other things. He almost got them cotton underwear as well. Of course, Lin Chen also added some winter supplies for himself. Although he had already planned to stay in for the winter and not go anywhere, just hibernating at home, he thought it wise to be prepared in case he needed to go out. Besides that, he also bought winter clothes for Lineu, Anchi, Diao Xiaochan, Diao Sanhua, and those few children. Diao Sanhua and the other kids were to be nurtured as trusted confidants in the future, so it was time to start investing in them. It was just a few pieces of clothing, but Lin Chen truly felt for those kids. The youngest was only 6 years old, who could bear to see them suffer from the cold. As for Aunt Yi, she was a genuine mother-in-law. Although she wasn't treated as highly in this other world as in the city, she was still an elder. Moreover, she had married off her daughter to him. Although her intention was to find a support, Yi Xiaodai had indeed treated Lin Chen very well and was now his capable assistant. For Yi Xiaodia's sake, he had to treat Aunt Yi a bit better. Lin Yu needed no mention. She was the martial force of the Lin family and had been diligent in her efforts for Lin Chen, doing her work meticulously. She had even saved Lin Chen once. Although he suspected her background, so far, Lin Ao had not revealed any ill intentions. With the thought of winning her over, Lin Chen wanted to see if he could make her feel at home. Finally, Lin Chen bought a fur coat for Song Yao. In the future, whether things went smoothly in Lanyun County would depend significantly on this county magistrate. Moreover, he was trusted by the Empress, and his future was limitless. Now that he had the chance to build a good relationship in advance, it was much better than trying to connect after he had risen in rank. After much thought, Lin Chen also bought a mink coat for the Empress, and it was even more expensive and luxurious than those for Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai. He had already given her a watch last time. Giving her a piece of clothing was not excessive, right? Forget about whether it was being a sycophant or not. Anyone would try their best to build a good relationship with the emperor if they could. After leaving the mall, Lin Chen tossed all the clothes into the game warehouse and then returned to the county town. In the county town, there was a place specializing in bedding, and Lin Chen ordered 1,000 sets in one go, taking 100 sets that were available first. He also went to a clothing factory and ordered 1,000 sets of cotton clothes. The existing factories were mostly small workshops, but the prices were cheaper and very affordable. In addition to the cotton clothes, Lin Chen bought 1,000 pairs of thick cotton shoes, which were meant as rewards for the hardworking refugees. Of course, there was also the intention of winning people's hearts. In the future, the Lin family village needed people to develop. In fact, Lin Chen already had a good reputation among the refugees. Especially those who had moved into Lin family village even referred to Lin Chen as a living bodhisattva, because Lin Chen not only filled their stomachs but also provided them with shelter from the wind and rain. In the current extremely severe situation, Lin Chen was willing to share his food with them, which was more compassionate than the Buddha. Therefore, everyone worked very hard, with almost no one slacking off. After finishing his business and returning to the village, he saw vehicles of all sizes lined up to deliver corn to the village. Xiaohua village hadn't been this lively in many years, even causing road congestion. Lin Chen couldn't even get into the village when he returned home. He parked the car in a spacious area and walked to the village committee. After half a day, the golden corn cobs in the square had piled up like a mountain. "Uncle Liang, how much have we collected?" Lin Chen asked as he approached the busy village head. "Oh, Lin Chen is back. We've already collected over 300,000 jin." The village chief said this, then pulled Lin Chen aside and asked quietly, "How is it? No issues with the funds, right? You can rest assured, I've withdrawn all the money. I'll distribute it to everyone shortly." Originally planning to take a nap when he got back, it seemed that sleep was out of the question now. They were busy until dark, temporarily halting the grain collection, sending off those who sold grain, and finally, the village quieted down. "Uncle Liang, we won't collect grain tomorrow. I'll wait until I find a vehicle to transport the grain. We'll continue collecting the day after tomorrow." "Alright, I'll call a few neighboring villages to ease their worries. This is today's hard-earned money. Please help distribute it to everyone, Uncle Liang. I've been busy all day and I'm a bit tired, so I'll head back to rest." "Then you should go back and rest. I've got this covered." Lin Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone before returning home. He locked the door, checked the time, and then transported himself to another world. "Qiu Xiang, come in," Lin Chen called from the bedroom. Soon after, Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai walked in together. The two girls lived next door to Lin Chen, and Qiu Xiang's first task every morning was to help Lin Chen wash up. So, she was definitely waiting at the door early in the morning. "Xiaodai is here too. Come over and let your brother give you a kiss." Lin Chen waved his hand. Yi Xiaodai shyly walked over to Lin Chen, who gave her a hearty kiss on the cheek. He then kissed Qiu Xiang on the cheek as well, making sure to be fair. "Qiu Xiang, when the weather gets cold, you don't need to wait at the door anymore. Just stay in the room. I'll call for you when I wake up." "Master, I'm fine. The children are all getting up early to practice every day. If they can persist, so can I. It's expected to endure hardships while practicing, but you don't need to. If you get cold, I'll be worried. Master, if you worry about me, I feel very happy, but serving you is what I should do. I also want you to see me as the first thing when you wake up. Xiao Xiang looked at Lin Chen affectionately as she spoke. Alright, then do as you wish, but you must take care of yourself and dress warmly. Also, in front of me, don't always refer to yourself as a servant. You are my woman and the mistress of this home. I just want to be your servant, serving you forever. You truly are a good woman. Of course, our Xiaodai is also wonderful, running around outside every day, sharing a lot of the burden with me. Come, see what gifts I've prepared for you. As Lin Chen spoke, he brought out a pile of winter clothes from the bedroom. This is a mink coat, each of you gets one. Lin Chen handed a coat to Qiu Xiang and another to Yi Xiaodai, followed by cashmere leggings, down jackets, cotton boots, gloves, hats, thermos cups, and so on. Yi Xiaodai even received a warm treasure in warm patches, along with clothes for Aunt Yi. Thank you, good brother. Yi Xiaodai hugged the pile of warm, thick clothes, tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes, especially touched that Lin Chen had thought of her mother. Thank you, master. You are my women. There's no need to be polite with me. Put on the coats first, let me see. Hearing this, Xiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodia's hearts felt incredibly sweet, like they had eaten honey. Under Lin Chen's guidance, the two girls put on the mink coats. Because they had great figures, they looked particularly elegant, like noble women. Master, this coat is so warm. With this coat, we won't fear the cold. Lin Chen looked at his two lovely women, feeling a sense of pride. After giving out the gifts, Yi Xiaodai hurried out. She had to keep an eye on the fields and the coal mine. Lin Chen had wanted to encourage her, but now he could only continue to bond with Qiu Xiang. A few days later, on the official road from Lanyun County to the capital, horse-drawn carts loaded with coal formed a long line. After several days of snow, it finally stopped, and the sun rarely appeared in the sky. However, the winter sun was like an elderly man, lacking any passion. Not only was there no warmth felt, but even its rays looked somewhat dim. With the arrival of coal in the capital, the refugees alleviated the crisis of severe cold and finally caught their breath. So far, no one had frozen to death, and this news greatly uplifted Her Majesty the Empress. This Lin Chen really has some skills. Not only did he discover coal, but he also created such a simple stove, making it very convenient for heating and cooking. The Empress sat in front of the stove, warming her hands while praising him. She was draped in the mink coat that Lin Chen had presented to her. Ever since she tried it on, the Empress had been reluctant to take it off, even covering herself with it while sleeping. Your Majesty! At that moment, a shadow knelt before the Empress. What is it? Reporting to Your Majesty, the shadows from various regions of the 9 provinces have sent back secret reports, and 4 provinces have discovered coal, which is now being excavated. What about the other provinces? Have they found anything or not? It is still uncertain. Send a decree down. The provinces that have discovered coal must excavate it with all their might, providing it free of charge to the military and civilians, ensuring that no one freezes to death this winter. For those that have not found coal yet, continue searching for veins. Additionally, they can borrow some coal from nearby provinces that have it, to get through this tough time. As you command. The shadow took his leave. At this moment, the Empress raised her wrist to check her watch, stood up, and said, "It's almost noon. Rui, go and serve the meal, and bring me some wine. I'm in a good mood today, I want to have a couple of drinks." This servant obeys. If Lin Chen knew that the watch and the mink coat he gifted to the Empress were both greatly appreciated by her, he would surely be very pleased. This proved that he had flattered her correctly, and it counted as a moment of presence. While the Empress was dining, at Lin Chen's home in Lanyun County, Lin Chen was also drinking, and across from him sat a young nobleman dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lin brother, this hot pot you invented is so damn delicious. I've decided, from now on, I want to eat hot pot every day, said Chen Yudao, the owner of Chen's medicine shop, wiping his sweat. Outside, the cold wind howled, but inside, it was warm as spring. With the addition of the spicy and fragrant hot pot, the enjoyment was unparalleled. Not only that, but in this cold season, Lin Chen's home could actually serve green vegetables. This filled Chen Yudao with curiosity about Lin Chen. Although the hot pot is delicious, it can't be eaten every day, the body can't take it. Here, eat more vegetables. This is cucumber, crisp and fresh, especially refreshing. Lin Chen handed Chen Yudao a spiky cucumber. This was the first batch of cucumbers produced in the greenhouse. Today, Chen Yudao was indeed fortunate. Lin Chen felt that these unpolluted vegetables tasted particularly good, and his appetite had improved as well. Lin brother, this cucumber is clearly green. Why is it called yellow light? Because it has another wonderful use. It's relatively yellow, so it's called cucumber. What does that mean? Come, let's continue drinking. Lin Chen couldn't explain it clearly, and besides, too much explanation would lead to harmony. Lin brother, in my life, I have not admired many people, but you are one of them. You flatter me, dear brother. No flattery, this is absolutely the truth. Just talking about this lighter, if someone didn't know, they would think it was a divine technique. With this, I met the courtesan Shirshir at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. You don't know, Shirshir is not someone who can be met by just anyone. Oh, what is so special about this Shirshir that even dear brother can't meet her? Lin Chen asked with great interest. Chen Yudao lowered his voice and said cautiously, Brother Lin, I'm only telling you this because it's you, but you mustn't spread it outside. This is a secret. Don't worry, my mouth is like a zipper, very secure. What's a zipper? That's not important. Just hurry up and tell me. Chen Yudao had Lin Chen lean in closer, then mysteriously said, Miss Shirshir is a princess from the neighboring country, Yan. A princess? How can a princess enter a brothel? Does His Majesty know? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Of course he knows. This princess is actually a war captive of our emperor, captured personally from the battlefield. So she's a war captive. Brother Lin, don't underestimate this war captive. His Majesty pays a lot of attention to her, and there are shadow guards monitoring her secretly. How do you know such private matters? Of course, my sister told me. She knows I like to visit brothels, so she reminded me not to provoke this Miss Shirshir. At this point, Chen Yudao suddenly remembered something and grabbed Lin Chen's hand, saying, Brother Lin, since we hit it off so well, why not let me introduce my sister to you? Ah, Lin Chen was stunned by Chen Yudao's words. What kind of logic is this? Just because they got along well, he wants to give away his sister? My little sister is incredibly beautiful, and she's also the emperor's personal physician, talented and virtuous, a perfect match for someone as extraordinary as you, Brother Lin. This might be a bit. Brother Lin, aren't we good brothers? Of course. Then don't you want to be my brother-in-law? That's settled then. When I return to the capital, I'll arrange this matter. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Besides, I haven't even met your sister yet, and I don't know if she would agree. I'm sure my sister will like whoever I like. Just wait for my good news. In the evening, Lin Chen saw off the drunken Chen Yudao, who took with him some goods meant for ladies. There was also a small mirror, which Chen Yudao asked Lin Chen to give as a gift to his sister. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to give her a small mirror, the kind that can be carried in a bag, along with a small comb. This item isn't worth much in the city, but here, it's quite a rare object, especially the mirror surface, which is much clearer than a bronze mirror. Definitely a treasure for ladies. It might even set a trend in the future. Of course, Lin Chen also wanted to use the identity of the Empress's personal physician to promote the little mirror. As for Chen Yudao's suggestion of him becoming a brother-in-law, Lin Chen didn't take it seriously. At that time, Chen Yudao had already drunk quite a bit, perhaps it was just drunken talk. As the weather turned cold, Lin Chen also began his winter hibernation in this other world. He read books, cooked, discussed the truths of life with Xiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai, and occasionally checked on how Diao Sanwa's children were practicing. Life was fulfilling and enjoyable. Compared to his previous hard life, it was simply too pleasant now. He didn't have to worry about making a living, had beautiful maids and concubines to accompany him, and whatever he wanted to eat was brought to him. When he was tired, they even gave him massages. Such a life, even if offered the presidency, Lin Chen wouldn't trade it. Yi Xiaodai, the capable housekeeper, was also firmly kept at home by Lin Chen for a few days. In such cold weather, how could he let her go out and suffer? Under Lin Chen's guidance, Yi Xiaodai appointed some team leaders and responsible persons among the refugees, providing them with better treatment. Even if Yi Xiaodai didn't go, the work at the coal mine and fields could still proceed normally. 1,000 sets of cotton clothes, bedding, and shoes were rewarded to those who worked hard and were capable, which not only won Lin Chen the people's hearts but also gained him a group of loyal craftsmen, igniting everyone's enthusiasm for work. Rewards and punishments should be measured, making everyone understand one principle: under Lin Chen's command, only hard work leads to a bright future. In these past few days, Yi Xiaodai has become increasingly feminine under Lin Chen's guidance. The two have grown more in sync, having learned dozens of positions, yet they still wonder when they might create a little one together. Master, this journey to the west is so good, please play another episode. Good brother, I beg you. On the warm Kong, a small table is set up, adorned with fruits and tea, along with a tablet. The tablet had just played an episode of Journey to the West that Lin Chen had downloaded in advance. Lin Chen occasionally pulls out some strange gadgets, which the two girls have now grown accustomed to. In response to Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaojia's pleas, Lin Chen smiled and said, if you both perform a show, I'll play you another episode. How about that? Master, I can't do that. How about you spank me instead? Qiu Xiang shyly suggested. This was a new game they had developed over the past few days with Lin Chen. Then as you wish, Lin Chen laughed heartily. Qiu Xiang obediently got into position, and Lin Chen playfully gave her a couple of light smacks on her full, rounded backside. A wave of tingling sensation swept over Qiu Xiang, causing her to let out a soft moan. This girl was too sensitive. Now that she was well-fed and well-dressed, she was simply a beauty. "Good brother, let me show you some punches," Yi Xiaodai chimed in after Qiu Xiang had satisfied Lin Chen's request. Lin Chen's forehead immediately broke out in a few black lines. "No need for punches. How about you perform a striptease dance instead?" "Ah, I can't do that." Yi Xiaodai blinked her big, confused eyes at Lin Chen, looking incredibly cute. "Forget it, just give me a massage. Don't use too much strength." "Okay, got it." Yi Xiaodai knelt behind Lin Chen and began to massage him. Qiu Xiang picked up some fruit from the table and fed it to Lin Chen. As Journey to the West resumed, the monkey jumped onto the screen, instantly capturing the girl's attention. But Lin Chen was studying the white bone spirit. In the past, he had only focused on the monkey, but revisiting the classic, he found that every woman in it was a stunning beauty. "Master, young Master Chen has arrived," came the voice of Diao Xiaochan from outside the door. "Chen Yudao? Why is he here again?" Although Lin Chen didn't want to move, he knew he had to go out and entertain the guest. Qiu Xiang quickly got off the Kong to help Lin Chen put on his shoes. Yi Xiaodai took Lin Chen's fur coat from the nearby rack and draped it over him. "You two keep watching. If you get tired, take a break. We won't watch anymore. It's better to watch with you, master." "I'll go check the backyard," Qiu Xiang said, exchanging glances with Yi Xiaodai. Yi Xiaodai immediately added, "Then I'll go check on the farm. A few hundred chicks just arrived at the breeding farm, and I'm a bit worried. Why go out in this cold? Stay inside." "Good brother, I know you care for me, but I've been inside for several days. I really can't relax without checking. What if someone steals grain from the mill? I need to see how things are at the coal mine too. You really are a burden. In a bit, take the carriage over, and wear gloves and a hat. Oh, and take this hand warmer." Lin Chen understood that Yi Xiaodai did all this for him. This woman was so considerate it made his heart ache. "Good brother, I understand." Yi Xiaodai felt her eyes welling up with tears from Lin Chen's concern. How could there be such a good man in the world? When Lin Chen arrived in the front living room, he saw Chen Yudao huddled by the stove, warming himself. "Lin brother, you have to make it up to me. Look at my eyes." Chen Yudao immediately began to complain upon seeing Lin Chen. "What happened? How does this still have anything to do with me?" Lin Chen looked at Chen Yudao, whose eyes were clearly bruised from a beating, and asked in confusion, "Isn't it all for your lifelong affair? Did your sister do this?" "Although I really don't want to admit it, it was indeed my little sister who hit me. But she has already apologized to me and is quite interested in you. She said to invite you to the capital for a visit and have a talk." "Is that why you came?" Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing. "Sort of. Also, Our Lady's specialty store has become a hit in the capital. All the goods you sent me have sold out. You need to restock quickly." "Oh, this is the profit from this time." Chen Yudao opened a small box beside him, revealing it filled with shiny gold ingots. "Sold out so quickly? Aren't we in a famine? How can everyone still have so much money?" "The ones starving are the common people. The ones who die of hunger are also the common people. Have you seen any officials starving to death?" "That's true, but restocking won't be that fast. It will take some time. As for this profit, I'll take half, and you can help me exchange the other half for paintings, calligraphy, or precious medicinal materials. I have a 500-year-old ginseng at home, but that's my father's treasure, so I can't touch it. However, I can bring you a 400-year-old one as a gift. As for the other items, I'll help you with that and send them over in a couple of days." "Then thank you, dear brother. This hand warmer is for you, as a small token of my appreciation. From now on, we are family. There's no need to be so polite with me." Chen Yudao waved his hand, but when he saw the exquisite hand warmer, his eyes widened in surprise, almost pulling at his eye sockets. "Ouch, that hurts. What kind of treasure is this?" "In the capital, within the imperial palace's royal garden." After several days of heavy snow, the flowers here were draped in a layer of white silk. The empress had been busy all morning and had just finished lunch, so she came here for a stroll to clear her mind. She was still wearing the mink coat that Lin Chen had specially chosen for her. Compared to the dragon robe, this mink coat was warm and comfortable. As long as she wasn't attending court, the empress mostly wore the mink coat. Because of this, she had a deep impression of Lin Chen, the stranger she had never met. Additionally, Lin Ayu occasionally sent her information about Lin Chen. It could be said that in the empress's heart, Lin Chen was more well known than some inconspicuous officials. "Your Majesty, Dr. Chen has arrived," a female official named Rui reported. "Summon him." Soon, Chen Rong hurried over with a small package. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "No need for formalities," the empress said before Chen Rong could kneel. "Thank you, your Majesty." Chen Rong had a close relationship with the empress, who trusted her greatly, so their formalities were not so strict in private. "Ronger, what do you have in your hand?" the Empress asked. Shenrong quickly stepped forward, presenting it like a treasure. "Your Majesty, these are new items from the ladies' specialty store. I think they are quite good, so I brought them for your Majesty to see. This specialty store was opened by your brother Chen Yudao, right? He really knows how to make money. I heard the business is booming. Within just a couple of days of opening, all the goods were sold out. Some people even fought over not being able to buy anything. Your Majesty, my brother is at fault, please punish him." Shenrong knelt down again. "Are you referring to the publicity I did?" The Empress smiled and waved her hand. "Your father has already come to apologize for this matter. There's no need to mention it again. Thank you for your leniency, Your Majesty." "Ronger, tell me what these items are," the Empress asked with some interest. "Yes." Shenrong first picked up a small mirror and said, "Your Majesty, this is a dressing mirror, and it comes with a small comb, making it very convenient to carry and tidy up one's appearance." "What is this mirror made of? It reflects so clearly." The Empress picked up the mirror and looked at herself, seeing every detail, even the tiniest pores. "I don't know, Your Majesty, but we will find out in a few days." "Oh, this item was sent to me by Lin Chen from Lanyun County, through my elder brother. I've already asked my brother to invite him. He should be arriving in the capital in a few days." "You mean Lin Chen is coming to the capital?" "Yes, Your Majesty. And look at this women's underwear. It really is much more convenient to wear. I dared to bring it to you only after trying it on myself, so please give it a try as well. Additionally, this is a sanitary pad for menstruation, this is cosmetics, perfume, a scarf, a handbag, a hat." Shenrong nearly showcased everything from Chen Yudao's shop, almost giving him a heartache. If it weren't for Shenrong threatening him with the publicity he had done in the Empress's name, he would never have agreed to give her anything. "All these items were provided by Lin Chen, right? He seems to have quite a knowledge of women." "Your Majesty, I believe Lin Chen is very talented. Although his ideas can be quite strange at times, some of his inventions are indeed valuable. Take that watch for example, it tells time accurately. And the honeycomb coal and stove have made a huge contribution to helping people withstand the cold. My father has been sitting by the stove almost every day." That stove is indeed very useful, and the invention of honeycomb coal is excellent. So far, none of the hundreds of thousands of refugees in the capital have frozen to death. Lin Chen deserves great credit for that, the Empress said with satisfaction. "Your Majesty, I invited Lin Chen to the capital to see this person. If he truly has talent, he could help relieve your burdens." Then you should observe this person well for me. I will obey your command." Lin Chen couldn't produce any goods for the time being, and Chen Yudao decided to stay in Lanyun County. He said he wanted to return to the capital with him. In such cold weather, Lin Chen really didn't want to go out, but Chen Yudao was determined not to leave unless he went, so in the end, he had to make the trip. Of course, Lin Chen also wanted to broaden his horizons and do some research. After settling Chen Yudao, Lin Chen returned to the city to restock. After a few days of busy work, he had finished collecting corn from the surrounding villages. The village finally returned to its usual tranquility. He called over a dozen trucks to transport the corn to the warehouse in the city. After a whole day of hauling, the last truck of corn was finally delivered. He spent quite a bit on transportation, but this money was necessary. One must be meticulous in their work. At the small commodity wholesale market in the city, Lin Chen restocked various goods, even adding a few more types, such as hairpins, hair ties, pajamas, and leather boots. Of course, he chose more vintage styles. In addition, he also made another round of purchases from the online store he had ordered from before, increasing the quantities several times. However, Lin Chen did not plan to give all these goods to Chen Yudao at once. Instead, he aimed to save himself some trouble by making fewer trips. This also created an illusion of scarcity, making people think that the items in the women's specialty store were high-end products, thus enhancing the brand effect. After shopping, Lin Chen went to Boyazhai, sold a pair of porcelain vases, and made 20 million. He also delivered a 100-year-old ginseng to Qinjie at the Welcome Pharmacy, earning 9 million. Before heading back, Lin Chen visited Kiki, buying her plenty of snacks and fruits, and even gave her a large doll. Lin Chen had no ulterior motives. He simply thought the girl had a nice personality and it would be good to be friends or consider her like a younger sister. "Uncle, you're so nice, I'm almost moved to tears," Kiki said, cuddling up to Lin Chen. "Then why don't I see any tears?" Lin Chen pinched her little nose. Hee, that's not an exaggeration, is it?" Kiki said playfully with a smile. "Uncle, are you going back tonight? Why not just stay at my place for a night? We can watch a horror movie together. Why do you always want to watch this stuff? It's easy to have nightmares at night. Aren't you scared living alone? I just want to find some excitement. Come on, Uncle, just keep me company." "Alright, but if you get scared later, don't blame me. Yay! Kiki pulled Lin Chen back home first. This was Kiki's own house, and she usually lived alone, saying it was more conducive to her creativity. Lin Chen thought that whether it was conducive to creativity was uncertain, but living freely was indeed true. Uncle, this is my room. Doesn't it look nice? Kiki led Lin Chen into her bedroom. Lin Chen looked around and said, "It's very nice, and it's tidy too. Uncle, I want a hug again." At that moment, Kiki suddenly hugged Lin Chen from behind. Lin Chen treated Kiki to a big meal, and Kiki invited Lin Chen to watch a movie. The film was the horror movie Kiki had always wanted to see. Although he knew horror movies were made by people and acted by people, in that atmosphere, it still felt very scary. Even Lin Chen, a big man, felt a chill running down his back. On the way home, he always felt like someone was following him. Kiki was even worse. In her own house, she made Lin Chen follow her to the bathroom. At night, she was even more afraid to sleep alone. Lin Chen had no choice but to accompany her, playing soothing music on his phone, which eased the tense atmosphere a bit. After lulling Kiki to sleep, Lin Chen began to upgrade the time tool. Today's income was 29 million, plus the previous savings of over 9 million, totaling less than 40 million, allowing for 3 upgrades. Each level up would extend the time in the other world by 1 hour, while the corresponding interval time would be reduced by 1 hour. Lin Chen was eager to see if upgrading further would make the interval time 0. If that were the case, traveling to the other world would be much more convenient, going anytime and anywhere. After reducing the funds by 10 million, the time tool increased to 2 hours. Continuing to upgrade, the time tool increased to 3 hours. Keep going. The time tool increased to 4 hours. If following the previous pattern, he could stay in the other world for 16 hours, extending from evening to late at night. Thinking about playing 3-person games with Zhou Xiang and Yi Xiaodai at night, Lin Chen suddenly felt excited. Life was getting better and better. This little life was simply too enjoyable, especially seeing Kiki in his arms. Such a cute and beautiful girl was willing to sleep in his embrace. In the past, this would probably only happen in dreams. Uncle, hug me. Aren't I already hugging you? Hug me tighter. Lin Chen had no choice but to use a bit more strength to hold her tighter. The night quickly passed, and when he woke up, it was already late morning. Kiki had long woken up, but she didn't get out of bed, just curled up in Lin Chen's arms, blinking her big eyes at him. Awake early? Lin Chen opened his eyes and saw Kiki staring at him, asking, "Just woke up a little while ago." Kiki pouted, "Uncle, being held by you feels really good. I slept so soundly last night that I didn't even dream." "You slept so well, aren't you afraid I might have ulterior motives?" "Not afraid." Kiki shook her head. "If you wanted to do something to me, you would have done it long ago. You can't say that. What if one day I can't control myself? Then just don't control yourself. I want to experience that feeling too. It would enrich my experiences, making my creativity more authentic." "Don't talk nonsense. If you get too real, the police will have to invite you for tea." Lin Chen glanced at the time on the bedside table and said, "I should head back. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll treat you again." "Uncle, I want to eat the food you make. Is this also an experience of life?" Lin Chen smiled, then sat up and said, "All right, I'll cook for you. Let's see what vegetables you have at home." The two then went to the kitchen. The fridge was quite well stocked, and Lin Chen prepared a few simple home-cooked dishes, having lunch with Kiki. Then, under Kiki's reluctant gaze, he drove away. Before he had left the city, Yang Xiaowei's call came in. "Lin Gu, did you come to the city yesterday? How did you know?" "Chen Jie told me, bragging that he bought a century-old ginseng from you. Are you here to settle scores with me?" "Lin Gu, how could I dare? The goods are yours. It's your freedom to sell them to anyone. Although we have a contract, you've already given us so much. I'm grateful, not the other way around. Since it's not to settle scores, then why did you call me? Are you looking for more old mountain ginseng?" "Miss Yang, wild ginseng isn't that easy to find, especially those over 100 years old. It's a matter of fate," Lin Chen said with a wry smile. "Lin Gu has such good luck, finding so many precious old ginseng. It's clear you have deep blessings. Flattery won't help. I really don't have any recently." "That's fine. We can work with other herbs too. By the way, Lin Gu, are you at home? I'm off work for the next couple of days and want to come over to relax. I'm still in the city." "Then send me your location. I'm coming to find you now." "All right." After more than 10 minutes, Yang Xiaowei drove and met up with Lin Chen, then they returned to Xiaohua village together. Back in the county town, Lin Chen bought over 1,000 yuan worth of cooked food at a deli, including pig's head meat, fatty intestines, pig liver, and beef braised chicken. These were meant to take to another world to satisfy Zhou Xiang and Yi Xiaodai. Of course, he also planned to send some to the county magistrate to maintain their relationship. After that, he went to a seafood seasoning shop and bought some seasonings, live fish, fresh beef and lamb, as well as various meatballs. Lin Chen knew that many of these meatballs were made with technology and hard work, so he didn't plan to eat them himself but intended to give them to Song Yao. Lord Song was a gourmet, and these things suited him better. After shopping, the two cars returned to Xiaohua village together. Upon entering the village, the villagers basking in the sun at the wall greeted Lin Chen warmly. This enthusiasm made Lin Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. However, since they greeted him, he couldn't just ignore them, so he got out of the car and took out a cigarette to relax. After chatting for a bit, he took Yang Xiaowei home. Lin Chen has really made it big now. Even his partner drives a BMW. Did you not say last time that they were just ordinary friends? Do you really believe that? Didn't you see that girl stayed at his house for several days? With a lonely man and woman, how could nothing happen at night? That's true, but the frequency of changing girlfriends is a bit high. Both cars drove into the yard, and Yang Xiaowei got out. Looking at the tidy little courtyard filled with the charm of landscape paintings, her mood lifted significantly. Lin Gu, you've done well here. I want a little courtyard like this too. You city folks just want something new. After a few days, it loses its charm. How could that be? I love the life of mountains and fields the most, Yang Xiaowei argued. Delang, Sanlang, Sailang, Wulong, come here. Lin Chen called out, and a big wolf dog ran over with 3 little puppies. Lin Chen threw some chicken liver and bones to them, then went to the backyard. Lin Gu, where's Erlang? Erlang is in the backyard. Lin Chen went to the backyard, where Erlang was lying on the ground sleeping. He threw some food to it and then started feeding the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. Miss Yang, you can stay here, but from now on, these chores will be your responsibility. Yang Xiaowei was a bit dazed. As soon as she entered, she was put to work, clearly to learn how to do things herself. Do you have any objections? Yang Xiaowei immediately shook her head and said, no, I quite like these things. Let's go, I'll help you settle in first. What do you want to eat tonight? I'm not picky, I'll eat whatever you make. Then let's have hot pot. I prepared some green vegetables for you to try. After putting her luggage in the guest room, Yang Xiaowei took the initiative to go to the kitchen, washing and chopping vegetables with Lin Chen to prepare for the hot pot. Half an hour later, the steaming pot was ready, and Lin Chen even moved the projector to the dining room, so they could eat while watching. Lin Gu, you're so interesting. While others eat popcorn while watching movies, we have hot pot, Yang Xiaowei laughed. I thought you, Miss Yang, would be too refined to eat while talking. My family doesn't have such strict rules. You've met my dad, he's just an ordinary old man who came from the countryside. And stop calling me Miss Yang, just call me Wei Wei. Is that appropriate? My friends all call me that. Aren't we friends? Of course we are. Then as good friends, shouldn't you get me some good medicinal herbs, like ginseng or cordyceps? Yang Xiaowei stayed at Lin Chen's house for 3 days, then packed some wild tea and pure green vegetables to take back to the city. After all, she never left empty-handed, she always had to bring something. Lin Gu, I'll come back to help you next time. Bye. Be careful on the road. Send me a message when you get home. Don't worry, Yang Xiaowei waved as she drove away. Lin Chen then returned home to tidy up, preparing to teleport to another world. He hadn't shown up for a few days, and Shen Yudao must be getting anxious. He had prepared some methods and materials for making glass to take to the other world, hoping to break the ice there. Making paper was relatively simple. Craftsmen at the Research Institute were already working on it. A clothing factory had also been set up, but with only about 20 people, they would first build the framework. Starting anything is difficult, but as long as the beginning is done well, the rest can follow step by step. This time, he brought dozens of sewing machines and a batch of fabric to teach the workers how to use the machines. The last and most complex task was machinery. Lin Chen bought a second-hand machine tool and welding machine, along with a batch of iron materials, to test the waters in the other world. Currently, there were only a dozen blacksmiths working in the machinery factory, which was more like a blacksmith shop. Lin Chen's first task for them was to make a curved plow. As for the breeding farm, there were only a few hundred chicks and a few emaciated plow oxen, which he had managed to buy through connections with the county magistrate. There were 2 horses, one was a gift from the county magistrate, complete with a cart. The other was purchased by Lin Chen for emergencies, but it was mostly ridden by Yi Xiaodai or Lin Ayu. Lin Chen didn't know how to ride, and if there was an emergency, he could just drive. Fortunately, he had bought a tank-like off-road vehicle, as regular cars would get damaged on the rough roads of the other world. As night fell, Lin Chen locked the door, checked that the yard's surveillance was functioning normally, and then confidently activated the teleportation. The next second, Lin Chen appeared in the other world. The last time he left, he had specifically exited the city to return to the metropolis without having to run outside the city again. Now, as he teleported back, he found himself exactly where he had left off. At the same time, a wooden cart appeared behind him, loaded with some goods, and then it was pulled into the city. If the warehouse could accommodate large livestock like cattle and horses, he would never have pulled the cart himself. Lin brother, you finally returned. I was worried sick. As soon as he entered the city gate, a person sprang out from the nearby tea house. It was none other than Chen Yudao. Turns out it's you, Chen Xiandi. What are you doing here? Of course, I'm waiting for you. So, how much cargo did you bring this time? It's all in the cart. Let me take a look. Chen Yudao immediately got excited and was about to rush over. Lin Chen quickly pulled him back, saying, there are too many people around. Let's wait until we get back to look. Alright, let's hurry back. You pull the cart. I pull? Chen Yudao blinked, then cheerfully grabbed the wooden cart and wobbled his way toward the Lin residence. Wow, these are all treasures. All treasures. I'm rich. I'm rich. In the living room of the Lin residence, Chen Yudao was nearly going crazy with excitement as he looked at the goods. Lin Chen sat in a chair, sipping hot tea and enjoying Qiu Xiang's service. Master, it's so cold, don't go out anymore. It's too hard, Qiu Xiang said, feeling sorry for him while massaging his legs. Lin Chen touched Qiu Xiang's face. Just thinking about you caring for me makes it all worthwhile. Master, Lin brother, let's hurry back to the capital. I can't wait. I want those ladies to go crazy for us. Ha ha ha. Xiandi, calm down. It's just this little bit of cargo. There will be more opportunities to make big money in the future. I can't calm down. Don't try to persuade me. Let me be crazy for a while. After much persuasion, Chen Yudao finally agreed to let Lin Chen rest at home for a day before setting off. After having Qiu Xiang accompany him for a warm bath, Lin Chen felt refreshed and went to the county office. It's cold, dress warmly. At the entrance of the county office, Lin Chen said to Lin Au, who had escorted him, the cotton clothes given by the master are warm. I'm not cold at all. You still need a scarf. Here, let me put it on for you. Lin Chen took out a fluffy scarf from his satchel and personally wrapped it around Lin Au's neck. Not bad, it looks nice. Master, this is too precious. It's a gift from the master. Just wear it, no need to worry about how precious it is. Lin Chen adjusted it for Lin Au and then walked into the county office. Thank you, master. Looking at Lin Chen's back, Lin Au's expression was somewhat complex. Xiandi, good news. Song Yao's face lit up as soon as he saw Lin Chen. Let me guess, this good news is from the capital? Xiandi is wise. Song Yao enthusiastically pulled Lin Chen to sit down. Our coal has brought warmth to the refugees in the capital. Not a single one of the hundreds of thousands of refugees froze to death. And your discovery has saved many lives across the Dragon Kingdom. His Majesty has issued a decree to commend you. Your future is limitless. I'm just an ordinary citizen. As long as I can live well, I'm satisfied. I don't need a bright future. But what about you, Song brother? Are you getting a promotion? I still need to stay in Lanyun County for a while, but His Majesty has already asked me to prepare to take up the position of governor in Lingyang Prefecture, Song Yao said with a hint of joy. Wow, this is truly great news. Congratulations. Just in time, I brought a delicious new invention for you today. We should eat it to celebrate. What delicacy. As a foodie, Song Yao's interest peaked immediately at the mention of food. Hot pot. Lin Chen said, having someone bring in the pot and ingredients. Why does this pot look like this? Song Yao asked curiously. This is a pot specifically for hot pot. It has a place for charcoal inside to keep heating. The side is for placing ingredients, which can be cooked and eaten. Song brother, hot pot is perfect for winter. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Great. Great. After hearing you, I can't wait. After enjoying a hot pot meal with the county magistrate, Song Yao was completely thrilled. Especially the various meatballs, which he praised endlessly. It truly was a blend of technology and hard work. After contacting the relevant parties, the dinner party was nearing its end. Lin Chen left behind a roasted chicken and some pig head meat before departing from the county office. Sir, are you going home? Lin Au approached and asked. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, take this. Lin Chen took out a roasted sweet potato. This was brought over from the city, and neither Qiu Xiang nor Yi Shaodai had a chance to eat it yet. The sweet, soft, and glutinous flavor instantly made Lin Au's mouth water. She wanted to refuse, but the words got stuck in her throat. Such delicious food was hard to turn down. Au, let's head out of the city and take a stroll around the fields. Once they got into the carriage, Lin Chen leaned back inside, blissfully closing his eyes to rest. A small heater was placed in the corner of the carriage, securely fixed, so there was no worry about it tipping over and catching fire. The floor was covered with felt, soft cushions, and bedding, making it very comfortable to lie inside. To enhance comfort, Lin Chen had craftsmen install a shock-absorbing system and replace the wheels with iron rims and tires. Additionally, to increase safety, the carriage was lined with a layer of iron, and even the windows were fitted with bulletproof glass. This was a precaution taken after someone had attempted to assassinate him with a bow and arrow last time. Now, this carriage was like a small mobile fortress. While it lacked offensive capabilities, its safety was undoubtedly among the best in the world. The ironclad carriage, like a car, was cold in winter and hot in summer, so Lin Chen also had insulation materials added. The space was slightly reduced, but the comfort level increased several times, making the sacrifice of space worthwhile. With the shock-absorbing system, the carriage moved much more smoothly over the bumpy official road. In fact, it was quite comfortable, like sitting in a cradle, and after sipping a bit of wine, Lin Chen fell asleep. Meanwhile, Lin Yu devoured the roasted sweet potato, feeling warm inside, which also warmed her heart. Upon arriving at Lin's village and seeing Lin Chen asleep, Lin Yu did not disturb him but stood by the carriage, vigilantly keeping watch. Half an hour later, Lin Chen felt the carriage had stopped moving and suddenly woke up. "Ayu, have we arrived at the fields?" "Sir, we have arrived. I didn't wake you since you were napping," Lin Yu replied. Lin Chen opened the carriage door, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, making him shiver. "Sir, it's too cold. Should I drive the carriage inside?" "No need. You go rest in the carriage for a bit. I'll go check on everyone." "Yes, just call me if you need anything, sir." Lin Chen nodded and then walked into the heavily guarded research institute. By heavily guarded, it merely meant that a few more people were stationed to patrol, and these individuals were not skilled in martial arts. If they encountered someone like Lin Yu, they could only shout. However, Lin Chen didn't have many capable people under him at the moment, so it was better than nothing. The entire research institute was a large courtyard, divided into several smaller courtyards, all built from rammed earth. Lin Chen planned to later construct a new research institute using reinforced concrete and connect it to the manor. This place was just a temporary measure. Everything would be discussed once the design plans for the manor were completed. He first went to the clothing factory, took out a sewing machine, and taught everyone how to use it. Most of the female workers here were skilled and crafty, and it didn't take long for them all to learn. Lin Chen then brought out several styles of clothing for them to try making. Next, he visited the paper mill and the glass factory. The glass factory was where they made glass, and some raw materials had already been piled up. Lin Chen quietly added a bit more, making it hard to notice any abnormalities. Under Lin Chen's guidance, the workers processed a certain proportion of raw materials, and the development progress noticeably sped up. Finally, Lin Chen arrived at the machinery factory. After tossing the old machine tools and welding machines into a corner, he called the workers over to teach them how to operate them. However, the power plant hasn't been built yet, so without electricity, it can only serve as a model for the craftsmen to familiarize themselves with. Once the thermal power plant is completed and the electricity is connected, these craftsmen will be able to get started quickly. After connecting with the craftsmen, Lin Chen went to the breeding farm to take a look, and then he visited the coal mine. After a round of visits, it was getting dark, so Lin Chen called Yi Xiaodai and they took a horse-drawn carriage home together. After dinner, Lin Chen invited Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai to take a hot bath together, and then they snuggled under the covers to read Journey to the West. However, the two girls were focused on the monkey, while Lin Chen was more interested in the peach. On the warm Kong, it didn't take long for things to get heated and tumultuous. After tossing and turning until deep into the night, Lin Chen used the excuse of practicing to send Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai back to their own rooms to rest. It seemed he needed to enhance the time-related items as soon as possible. In another world, the next morning, as soon as Lin Chen arrived from the city, he heard Chen Yudao shouting in the yard. "Lin brother, are you up? We should head back to the capital." Lin Chen quickly responded to avoid the endless shouting from this guy. After a hurried breakfast, Lin Chen, under the escort of Lin Yu, drove the carriage towards the capital. Chen Yudao stubbornly squeezed into his carriage. "Lin brother, your carriage is so comfortable, not bumpy at all, and so warm? What a fuss. Yudao, first tell me, what kind of person is your sister? I need to know." Lin Chen handed Chen Yudao an apple. Chen Yudao had eaten apples a few times already and had no resistance to this fruit. "My little sister is not only beautiful but also virtuous and kind, and she has remarkable medical skills. Many people in the capital want to marry her, but my sister has high standards and doesn't look at ordinary people at all. Plus, she is close to His Majesty, and although she is a bit older, my father hasn't forced her to marry. Yudao, we are good brothers. Are you sure your sister is the virtuous type?" "Of course. How could I lie to you?" Lin Chen pointed at Chen Yudao's eye sockets and said with annoyance, "Your eye sockets are still not healed." "Misunderstanding. This is purely a misunderstanding. In fact, my little sister is really gentle. You'll know when you meet her." "Why don't I believe you?" "Lin brother, you have to trust me. we are good brothers, I would never push you into a pit. Then tell me honestly, does your sister have any violent tendencies? Does acupuncture count? Actually, my sister's medical skills today are half my credit. Speaking of this, Chen Yudeo's tone became somewhat tragic. When we were young, she practiced acupuncture on me. Because of this credit, I gave up the family medical practice and started a business instead, and my father didn't beat me. Actually, I can also do acupuncture. If there's a chance, I'll help you get revenge. Lin Chen patted Chen Yudeo's shoulder and said, Lin brother, you are so great. No wonder we hit it off so well. Chen Yudao was so moved he almost cried. In the Dragon Kingdom, the capital, the magnificent city walls, though filled with wear and tear, still give a sense of historical weight, and those signs of wear silently tell the brutal story of dynastic changes and the scars left by war. Near the city gate, there were clusters of shanties spreading far and wide. This was a temporary gathering place for refugees. Every day, porridge is distributed here. No wonder the refugees flock to the capital, as it is the only place where they can seize a glimmer of hope. These refugees are really pitiful. Lin Chen looked at those wearing tattered clothes and barefoot refugees, unable to help but sigh. Chen Yudao also sighed in response. This is unavoidable. When disaster strikes, how can ordinary people stop it? Lin Chen gazed at the tragic scene outside the carriage window and fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but rather that saying anything would be useless. In today's society, it is indeed an era where the common people are enslaved. Who cares about their lives and deaths? Yet, upon entering the city gates, the scene on the streets suddenly changes. One cannot see any ragged refugees in the city, the streets are bustling with people, and the shops are thriving as usual. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Chen would think he had stepped into two completely different worlds. As citizens of the capital, they are evidently much luckier than those from other places. This can be seen from their complexion. No wonder people are eager to have a household registration in the capital. As he walked and observed, half an hour later, the carriage stopped in front of a mansion. The entire street was lined with mansions, and there were no idle people around. It was clear that only officials and their families lived here. Brother Lin, we've arrived at my home. I don't know if my sister is at home right now, so let me take you to rest first, Chen Yudao said, instructing the servants to drive the carriage through the side gate, then leading Lin Chen through the main entrance into the mansion. As one of the most trusted ministers of the empress, the Chen family had received generous rewards. The entire Chen residence was vast, with pavilions and numerous rooms. It was at this moment that Lin Chen truly experienced what the upper class of this world was like. No wonder those ladies' products were so expensive yet sold so well. Brother Lin, you rest here first, I need to arrange the goods. We can't delay making money, Chen Yudao said eagerly. How about I go with you? Lin Chen also wanted to see what kind of specialty store Chen Yudao had created. He could offer some suggestions based on his urban experience. Brother Lin, you've traveled a long way. It's better for you to rest at home first. Another day, I'll take you to explore the capital properly, Chen Yudao replied, instructing the servants to serve Lin Chen tea while he hurried off to attend to his business. After drinking tea for a while, Lin Chen felt no drowsiness and stepped out of the guest room. Unknowingly, he wandered into the back garden of the Chen residence. He felt it was somewhat inappropriate to intrude, but just as he was about to leave, a woman in the garden suddenly called out to him, "Are you Lin Chen, the gentleman from Lanyun County?" Following the voice, Lin Chen saw a tall, elegantly poised woman in a pavilion, looking at him. "I am indeed Lin Chen," Lin Chen replied after a moment of contemplation, noticing that this woman did not seem like a servant, so he boldly asked, "Are you Miss Chen Rong, the daughter of the Chen family?" The woman neither confirmed nor denied it. "Mr. Lin, please come and sit." Lin Chen walked over and cupped his fists in greeting. "I cannot accept such a title, you may just call me by my name. With your own strength, you have supported over 20,000 refugees in Lanyun County, discovered coal, and rescued hundreds of thousands of refugees in the capital. Just for this, you deserve the title of gentleman. Moreover, you brought corn, a high-yield crop, from another country. If it can be harvested successfully next year, alleviating the nationwide famine, your contributions cannot be overlooked. Additionally, with your plans for labor relief and land nationalization, I must say you are a very thoughtful talent. Miss Chen, you flatter me. I merely have some peculiar ideas, I cannot take credit for them. The stability of Lanyun County and the current situation are all thanks to Lord Sonyao's overall planning," Lin Chen said. "You need not be modest, it is your achievement, and no one can take it away. I am just a commoner, I do not care much about credit." "Mr. Lin, are the products in the ladies' specialty store all your ideas? I usually like to tinker around, I have seen a lot while traveling for business, which led to these products. Do you know how His Majesty evaluates you?" "Ah, His Majesty knows me?" "Of course, he knows. The watch and the mink coat you gifted him, he likes very much, he wears them all the time now." As long as His Majesty likes them, that is my honor. His Majesty says you are a genius and a person of merit to the country. If given the chance, would you serve the country and help His Majesty with his worries? Well, I haven't thought about it yet, but I am naturally lazy and might not be suitable for an official position. Of course, I am willing to help His Majesty, even if I don't hold an official title. There are many things I can do for him. Upon hearing this, the woman slightly furrowed her brows, then relaxed. That's true. Mr. Lin, what do you think of me? What do you mean by that? Lin Chen was taken aback by the question. The woman smiled and asked, aren't you here to court me? Oh, you mean that. Lin Chen, a grown man, suddenly felt embarrassed. Miss Chen, your temperament is outstanding, your appearance stunning, and you possess a presence that no man can compare to. You truly are a remarkable woman. Your words are too euphemistic. You think I'm too strong-willed, don't you? It might be because I've been by His Majesty's side for too long. That's not what I meant. In fact, women like you, with a strong character, are quite charming. He. Although the woman didn't understand what strong woman meant, she grasped Lin Chen's intention. So, you are quite satisfied with me? Very satisfied. Mr. Lin, I have things to attend to. Let's talk again when we have the chance. The woman suddenly stood up and took her leave. It wasn't until she had walked far away that Lin Chen realized what kind of courtship this was. She hadn't expressed any feelings at all. Could it be that she wasn't interested in him? But thinking about it, it made sense. Chen Rong had both family background and talent, and she was someone close to His Majesty. Her standards were certainly not ordinary. Recalling their earlier conversation, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of loss. Damn it, he had come to ancient times and was still thrown off by a woman. But he had to admit, Chen Rong was indeed too beautiful, uniquely so, and very captivating. Once you met her, you would never forget her. Lin brother? I'm here. Lin Chen hurried out of the back garden. Lin brother, why did you come here? My sister and I went to find you in the room just now, but we couldn't find you. Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit confused as he looked at the girl beside Chen Yudao and asked, is this your sister, Miss Chen Rong? How many sisters do you have? In the back garden of the Chen residence in the capital of Longhua, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Yudao was somewhat puzzled but didn't think much of it. Lin brother, let me introduce you. This is my sister Chen Rong, the most trusted imperial physician by His Majesty's side, a lady of the Chen family who possesses both virtue and talent, beauty and wisdom. Chen Yudao introduced the woman beside him to Lin Chen. Hello, Miss Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't know what you like, so I brought you this small gift. I hope you won't dislike it. As Lin Chen spoke, he took out an exquisite small gift box from his pocket. What treasure is this? Lin brother, you are too inconsiderate. You didn't let me see it even once on the way, not even mentioning it. Chen Yudao stepped forward, wanting to snatch the box. However, a delicate little hand was quicker than him. This is a gift from my brother Lin. Why should I let you see it? Chen Rong snatched the box away and then formally bowed to Lin Chen. Hello, brother Lin, I am Chen Rong. You can call me Ronger. Thank you for your gift. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. Sister, let me see what it is. Lin brother wrapped it so exquisitely. It must be something good. Maybe if we sell it, it will be a hot item. Chen Yudao said eagerly. You only know how to do business. You reek of copper smell. Your words hurt me too much. Without me making money, could you eat well and wear nice clothes? Could you? That's all from my own salary, okay? Besides, what I wear and use is all granted by His Majesty. I haven't spent your money. Chen Rong protested. Then, what about the goods you took from my shop? Do you know how much silver I can sell? All of that has been given to His Majesty. If you want it, you can go find His Majesty. You. Chen Yudao was left speechless by the retort, then pointed at Lin Chen and said, with brother Lin's talent, if it weren't for me, would you even know him? Would you have received this gift box? That does make some sense. Alright, I'll allow you to take a look. But just a look. After Chen Rong finished speaking, she specifically looked at Lin Chen and asked, Brother Lin, can I open it now? Of course, it's a gift for you. When to open it is your right. Lin Chen watched the sibling banter with a certain amusement. He knew they must have a good relationship, otherwise, they wouldn't act this way in front of him, an outsider. Thank you. Chen Rong smiled slightly, and then, under Chen Yudao's anxious urging, opened the gift box. So beautiful. Is this made of silver? Chen Yudao looked at Lin Chen excitedly. Lin Chen nodded. How can this necklace be made so exquisitely? It's simply too delicate. The gemstone pendant on it is the finishing touch. Brother Lin, you're being foolish. What's wrong? Such a good product, and you didn't make more? This is definitely a big moneymaker. Those wealthy ladies and young wives would absolutely love this. As soon as the topic of making money came up, Chen Yudao's obsession flared up again. This is a gift for Ronger, one of a kind in the world. Brother Lin, really? Chen Rong couldn't help but be moved. To receive such a precious gift upon their first meeting, and one that is unique, Brother Lin is just too kind. Of course, this necklace will never have a second piece. Brother Lin, you absolutely must not. This necklace can make a lot of money. We need to get more. Chen Yudao, don't force me to turn against you. Before Lin Chen could speak, Chen Rong suddenly said coldly. Chen Yudao looked at his little sister's frosty expression and immediately swallowed his words. However, he still couldn't let go of the idea of that necklace. Brother Lin, let me take you for a stroll in the back garden. Although it's winter, there are still many beautiful flowers in the garden. When the girl invited him, Lin Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. One has no sense of propriety with the opposite sex. One forgets her brother once she has a husband. They're all ungrateful. Chen Yudao rolled his eyes and stormed off in anger. Lin Chen and Chen Rong chatted in the back garden for over an hour, until their feet were so cold they felt numb. Ronger, it's a bit chilly, why don't we go to my room and chat for a while? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We just met, Chen Rong said shyly, lowering her head. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit amused. This girl had quite the inner drama. I have no other intentions, don't misunderstand. By the way, I have another gift to give you. Another gift? Brother Lin, we just met, and you're already spending so much. What if we don't end up together? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? Lin Chen laughed heartily. You've called me Brother Lin so many times. Just for that, it's only right to give you a few gifts. Moreover, this gift I'm giving you will be very helpful and convenient for your medical practice. You know medicine? A little, mainly studying how to give injections. Brother Lin, you're amazing. My little concubine and maid also say I'm quite impressive. Then if there's a chance, let's have a sparring session. Sure, I'm looking forward to it. As they chatted, they made their way back to the guest room where Lin Chen was temporarily staying. Ronger, you sit first. I'll go get your gift. Thank you, Brother Lin. Don't mention it. Lin Chen walked into the bedroom, and when he came out again, he was holding a medical kit, the kind doctors use for house calls. Not only was there a medical kit, but it also contained many accompanying items. This was something Lin Chen had specially prepared for Chen Rong before coming to the capital. Regardless of whether their matchmaking succeeded or not, he intended to build a good relationship with Chen Rong. Her family background aside, as the most trusted imperial physician of the empress, it was worth Lin Chen's investment. Brother Lin, what is this? This is called a medical kit, a box carried during house calls. It can hold items for treating illnesses, and you can carry it by hand or sling it over your shoulder. Saying this, Lin Chen opened the medical kit. Look, there are some instruments inside, like a stethoscope, a blood pressure monitor, a thermometer, tweezers, gauze, scissors, alcohol. Brother Lin, wait a moment. Chen Rong picked up the stethoscope and asked, how do you use this? This is mainly used to listen to the heart and lungs, and it can also be used to listen to fetal heartbeats. You can try it on me. Lin Chen placed the stethoscope in Chen Rong's ears and then began to unbutton his clothes. Ah, Brother Lin, what are you doing? Chen Rong immediately turned away shyly. Ronger, don't misunderstand. The stethoscope must be used against the skin. Lin Chen unbuttoned his clothes and placed the other end on his heart, asking, now listen to my heart. Wow, how amazing. It sounds so clear. Chen Rong exclaimed. You can also listen to my lungs. This time, Chen Rong directly reached out, her icy little hand sending a shiver through Lin Chen. This stethoscope is simply incredible. With this magical tool, it will be even more convenient for me to see patients. And this one is specifically for measuring body temperature. Here, you try it yourself, clamp it under your armpit. Lin Chen handed her a mercury thermometer. Although Chen Rong felt a bit shy, her curiosity about the instruments overcame her hesitation. She turned her back, clamped the thermometer under her armpit, and then Lin Chen pointed to the watch on his wrist, saying, after 5 minutes, the reading will be accurate. Then you'll know your body temperature. Brother Lin, your watch looks very high-end. I'll give you one later, it will be useful for your medical practice. Chen Rong initially thought of politely declining, as Lin Chen had already given her many gifts, and she didn't want to be too greedy. But hearing that it would be useful for her medical practice, the words she was about to say were swallowed back. 5 minutes later, Chen Rong took out the thermometer. Lin Chen immediately took it from her, as if possessing the thermometer with the girl's body temperature gave it a life of its own. Ronger, let me teach you how to read this. This is the mercury column, and this position shows your current temperature, 36.5, which is a normal value. As long as it doesn't exceed 37 degrees, generally, there's no problem. From 37 to 38.5 is considered a low fever, which can be managed without medication, just physical cooling. Any higher is a high fever, requiring medical intervention. Brother Lin, you know so much. Did you also research this thermometer? Sort of, Lin Chen replied vaguely. After measuring the temperature, you need to shake it to bring the mercury down below the reading before taking a second measurement, otherwise, the temperature won't be accurate. Here, let me measure it, and you can see. Next, Lin Chen demonstrated how to use the blood pressure monitor and explained the normal values for blood pressure, what constitutes high blood pressure, and what low blood pressure is, leaving the little imperial physician in awe. Finally, Lin Chen opened a small bottle containing alcohol and held it up to Chen Rong's nose. Is this alcohol? Chen Rong asked in surprise. Does it have a use in medicine too? This isn't ordinary alcohol, it's alcohol for disinfection. For example, these instruments need to be sterilized before use, and disinfecting wounds can reduce infection and help them heal faster. Alcohol has such amazing uses, it's incredible. Chen Rong was deeply impressed by Lin Chen's extensive knowledge. And this needle and thread aren't for sewing clothes, they're for suturing wounds, usually for larger injuries, which can heal faster after being stitched. I know about this, but I haven't mastered this medical skill yet. Brother Lin, can you teach me? I'm not very skilled at this either. Wait until I fully master it before I teach you. Such amazing medical skills, you must teach me. I can become your disciple. Aren't you going to be my wife? Once you become my wife, I'll teach you. Brother Lin, you're so bad. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Ronger, what do you think of me? Do I meet your expectations of a husband? Chen Rong blushed and lowered her head, whispering, Brother Lin is knowledgeable and talented. I admire him very much. Then does that mean you're satisfied with me? Chen Rong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. It's not easy. We finally succeeded in our matchmaking. Lin Chen, a man who couldn't find a wife in the city, unexpectedly caught the eye of the emperor's royal physician in another world. Where could he complain? In the country ruled by the empress, the customs were relatively open, and women could hold official positions. Therefore, matters of romance between men and women were not as taboo as in other countries. Brother Lin, are you satisfied with me? Ronger, with such excellent medical skills and such beauty, of course, I'm satisfied. Then, you should stay at my house for a while longer. My father will meet you soon. Okay. After staying in Lin Chen's room for more than an hour, Chen Rong left with her medical kit. Not long after, she appeared in the palace. Ronger, weren't you supposed to go on a blind date with Lin Chen from Lanyun County today? Why did you come to the palace? The empress smiled and asked upon seeing Chen Rong. Your Majesty, I have important matters to report. Please dismiss the others. Seeing Chen Rong's serious expression, the empress had her attendants leave. Ronger, what is it? Your Majesty, please take a look. Chen Rong placed the medical kit on the imperial desk. This is a medical kit, a gift from Lin Chen. Your Majesty, please look at the medical instruments inside. I will explain them to you one by one. More than an hour later, Chen Rong finished explaining the items to the empress. The empress's expression became solemn. If we master the suturing technique and have these instruments, our soldiers' mortality rate will greatly decrease in the event of war. Yes, Your Majesty. Moreover, I believe Lin Chen is very knowledgeable and is definitely a rare scholar. I suggest that Your Majesty send someone to secretly protect Lin Chen. I have already done that. But what do you think of Lin Chen? I admire him very much. There aren't many men who can earn your admiration. Lin Chen truly has real skills. Do you think he can be of use to me? Chen Rong thought for a moment, furrowing her brows. In our conversations, I indirectly asked him, and it seems he is not very willing to enter the officialdom. Talented people often have peculiar temperaments. Ronger, you should keep in touch with Lin Chen in the future and report any new discoveries to me. I will obey. After Chen Rong left, Lin Au appeared before the empress. Yuer, did you hear everything just now? I heard. I will definitely protect Lin Chen's safety. Even if I die, I won't let him die. The empress nodded and said, didn't you say he has a bit of a lecherous side? If possible, you can use some means to become his woman. I will obey. In the following days, Chen Yudao took Lin Chen around the entire capital. They visited brothels, gambling houses, and even met the courtesan Shirshir from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Lin Chen became one of the few guests favored by Shirshir. However, after this incident, it seemed that Chen Yudao was severely punished by his family and lay at home for several days. By the time Lin Chen said his goodbyes and prepared to return to Lanyun County, he was still limping. During this time, Lin Chen and Chen Yudao also collaborated to open a hot pot restaurant, aptly named Deepening Pot. The name of the restaurant was personally inscribed by Empress Chen Rong. Relying on its spicy and fragrant dishes, along with its novel way of eating, the one-pot dish became an instant hit in the capital, even leading the culinary trend in the city. Now, if someone of status claims they haven't tried the one-pot dish, they wouldn't be considered part of the upper class. Even Her Majesty the Empress praised it, declaring that the one-pot dish truly lives up to its name. The common folk could only listen to the excitement, they couldn't afford it. Chen Yudao was too greedy, the cost of a hot pot meal could feed a commoner for a whole year. Yet, the one-pot dish was always packed to the brim every day. Some even wanted to eat it in the morning, but the one-pot strictly opened only for lunch and dinner, and they did not accept reservations. A restaurant praised by the Empress was indeed that impressive. On the official road returning to Lanyun County, 2 horse-drawn carriages were moving slowly. The front carriage was driven by Lin Au, while the one behind belonged to the servants of the Chen family. At that moment, inside Lin Chen's carriage, Chen Rong and Chen Yudao were bidding farewell to Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, parting is such sweet sorrow. When you have time, come visit the capital more often." "Yes, brother-in-law, from now on we are family. Come to the capital when you can, and I'll take you to." Chen Yudao was about to say a brothel when he suddenly noticed the murderous look from his sister beside him and quickly changed his words, "To eat good food. Is there anything in the capital that can compare to our one-pot dish?" Lin Chen laughed. "That's true. Even Miss Shishir praises it endlessly. After eating, she wants more. You wouldn't believe it, but to repay me for the hot pot, Miss Shishir even played a tune for me," Chen Yudao said proudly. "Chen Yudao, are you done? I warn you, stay away from that courtesan, you know her background," Chen Rong warned. "I was just listening to a little tune, nothing else." "Better be so, or it won't just be family discipline waiting for you at father's place." "Yudao, Ronger is right. Your family is close to the emperor, while Miss Shishir is a captive from another country. Getting too close is not beneficial. If a petty person spreads rumors, it could bring unnecessary trouble to your uncle," Lin Chen also reminded. During his days in the capital, he had gained some understanding of the power dynamics there, mainly from Chen Yudao's father, the imperial physician Chen Deyu. This old physician, a close aide to the emperor, seemed to hold Lin Chen in high regard. Not only was he supportive of Lin Chen and Chen Rong's relationship, but he also treated Lin Chen very well, gifting him several precious medical books upon parting. This left Lin Chen feeling both amused and helpless. Those books looked like celestial scripts to him. He was afraid he would disappoint the old physician's kindness. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Chen Yudao said. "All right, you can stop here. Ronger, come visit me in Lanyun County when you have time." "I will, brother Lin. I wish you a smooth journey." After Chen Rong finished speaking, she was urged by Chen Yudao to get off the carriage, while he himself lagged a step behind. "Old Lin, think about that necklace again, it's very profitable." Ronger, all right, I won't say anything more. You really drive me crazy." Lin Chen smiled, and after Chen Yudao got off the carriage, he opened the window, waving as he said, "There are plenty of profitable things out there. Next time, I'll surprise you with something." "That's a promise, brother Lin, until we meet again." As the carriage gradually moved away, Lin Chen lay in the warm cabin, reflecting on the gains from this trip to the capital. First of all, his courtship with Chen Rong could be considered a success. Chen Rong was very satisfied with him, and Chen De was also pleased. As for when they would marry, that had yet to be discussed, but their relationship was now established. In fact, this was the one thing Lin Chen had the least hope for before coming. He never expected to achieve such an unexpected outcome. Secondly, his investigation of the capital has also yielded significant results. He has gained a comprehensive understanding of the power distribution and factional conflicts in the capital. This will be beneficial for making the right choices in future social interactions. Lastly, as a delightful bonus, he successfully opened a restaurant called Ipingwa. This adds another source of income for him. Chen Yudao is a capable person, and Lin Chen feels very reassured leaving the business in his hands. Moreover, Lin Chen holds the most important base recipe for Ipingwa, so even if Chen Yudao had ulterior motives, it would be of no use. Finally, there are some gifts that the Chen family presented to him. For Chen De, those medical books and insights into practicing medicine are the most precious. However, Lin Chen has a particular fondness for the 400-year-old ginseng. This was also something Chen Yudao had promised him earlier. The 200-year-old ginseng sold for 40 million in the city. This 400-year-old one is likely a priceless treasure. Of course, he does not intend to sell such a treasure. He plans to keep it for himself. As for the 300-year-old ginseng, it could be sold or not, depending on the situation. Besides these two items, the rest consists of some antiques, calligraphy, and silks and satins awarded to the Chen family by the emperor. Naturally, items bestowed by the emperor cannot be casually given away or used. However, silks, satins, grains, and fields are not included in that category. The remaining items are a few gold ingots, which are the profits from the Yipingguo and the ladies' specialty store during this period. Earning so much in such a short time clearly shows that Chen Yudao is indeed a skilled businessman. Phew! Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, the horse-drawn carriage, moving at a steady pace, was suddenly pulled to a stop by Lin Au. Ayu, why aren't we moving? Lin Chen was about to open the carriage door. Master, there's a big tree blocking the road ahead. Oh, Lin Chen pushed open the carriage door and looked ahead, only to see a large tree fallen across the official road. Looking around, the environment was quite perilous, with hills on both sides and dense forest in front and behind. Have we run into bandits? Lin Chen chuckled, not taking it seriously. With Lin Ayu's strength, ordinary mountain bandits would not be a match. Moreover, with him around, controlling time meant controlling everything. Master, I don't think it's that simple. Lin Ayu, holding a long sword, observed the surroundings with a cold expression. Are you saying this is aimed at me? There have never been reports of bandits in this area, and it's not far from the capital. No criminal dares to cause trouble under the emperor's nose unless there's another motive. I haven't offended anyone, have I? Master, your land policy has already offended all the landlords. And among the officials in the court, which family doesn't have countless fertile fields? Is that so? Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Have I unknowingly become the public enemy? Not exactly. At least the common people admire and support you. This can be seen from the praise you received from the refugees in Lanyun County. Let's not talk about that. What should we do now? Lin Chen felt a bit frustrated. He just wanted to enjoy life and didn't intend to make enemies. However, now that it had come to this, it was no big deal. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, damn it. Moreover, this policy is extremely supported and endorsed by the Empress. Currently, it hasn't been implemented in other places, so even if those people are overly sensitive, there's no need to engage in such acts of intimidation under the Emperor's feet. As for Song Yao, that monkey, whether he will implement this policy upon his transfer to Lingyang Prefecture is still uncertain. Furthermore, if the Empress truly decides to proceed, even if she kills Lin Chen, it wouldn't stop the policy from being enacted. I'll hold off the bandits. Master, you take the opportunity to escape, Lin Ayu said. What a joke. Although I don't want to cause trouble, if trouble comes knocking, I'm not someone who fears it. How could I leave you and run away by myself? My lord, no need to say more. If we're leaving, we leave together. If we're to be killed, let it be quick. For a while, you don't need to worry about me. Just kill the enemies. The faster you kill, the safer I will be. Alright, I'm off. My lord, you hide in the carriage. In the dense forest, the sounds of fierce fighting soon erupted. Lin Chen did not take action. Instead, he took out a sunflower seed and sat on the cart waiting for the outcome. Moments later, two masked men with gleaming sabers charged out from the woods, rushing towards Lin Chen. But they only got halfway when they were caught up by Lin Ayu, who had come from behind, and each was stabbed to death with a sword. Lin Chen had originally thought of leaving one alive to ask some questions. My lord, all the bandits have been killed by me. Did you not leave one alive to ask? Lin Chen took out a handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains off Lin Ayu's face. Lin Ayu's expression was somewhat unnatural. I already asked. They are from the Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard? The Emperor's people? Lin Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. Lin Ayu shook her head. If the Emperor wanted to kill someone, it wouldn't be so troublesome. A decree would suffice. Besides, the Emperor has no reason to kill you. That's true, but aside from the Emperor, who else could mobilize the Imperial Guard? Lin Chen asked. I don't know about that. Lin Ayu shook her head. Forget it, let's go back and talk. The two of them moved aside the fallen tree blocking the road and continued on their way. In the afternoon, the cart entered Lanyun County. As soon as they entered, the maids and servants lined up in 2 rows to welcome the master home. Xiao Xiang was getting better at organizing things now. Alright, everyone go back to your tasks. Xiao Xiang, have someone move the things from the carriage to the room. Yes, it was too cold outside to stay, so he hurried back to his bedroom. His room was always warm, and after taking off his shoes and sitting on the heated bed, he quickly warmed up. Master, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Go cut me some pig's head meat, and then get some dipping sauce from the backyard. Join me for a couple of drinks later. Master, just a moment, I'll be right back. Before long, Xiao Xiang came in with a plate of pig's head meat, some greens, and a small pot of wine. The room was very warm, and by this time, Lin Chen had also warmed up, so eating something cool was quite refreshing. Just as Lin Chen was enjoying food and drink with Xiao Xiang, Lin Ayu quietly stepped out. She went to a grocery store not far from the Lin residence. Deputy Commander. A plain-looking peasant woman greeted Lin Ayu with a stern expression. There are traitors in the Imperial Guard. While I was returning, someone attempted to ambush Lin Chen. You must relay this message back immediately. Understood. Additionally, aside from those protecting Song Yao, the rest should disperse around the Lin residence, patrolling secretly to ensure Lin Chen's safety. This is the Emperor's command. I understand. I will take care of it right away. Be careful, don't reveal any clues. After giving the orders, Lin Ayu hurried back. She was now tasked with protecting Lin Chen. She also needed to find a way to entice the master, as it was the emperor's will. However, this matter left the usually unflappable deputy commander of the Shadow Guards feeling somewhat troubled. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Chen lay down on Xiao Xiang's lap for a nap before heading to the county office. But Song Yao was also unaware of the situation regarding the assassination by the Imperial Guard. He only reassured Lin Chen not to worry, saying he would report to the Empress and investigate the matter. After sending Lin Chen off, Song Yao's expression immediately turned serious. The Imperial Guard was the military force stationed in the capital, and the military power had always been in the hands of the Empress. Without the Emperor's decree, who would dare mobilize the Imperial Guard? Who could mobilize the Imperial Guard? But how could the Emperor possibly target Lin Chen? Moreover, Lin Chen was protected by the Emperor's most trusted Shadow Guards. This matter was indeed suspicious. However, Lin Au was lurking beside Lin Chen now, and he couldn't approach her directly. As for whether Lin Au would mistake someone for another, others might, but the Shadow Guards, especially those at the commander level, would never make such a mistake. In the evening, Yi Xiaodai returned, and Lin Chen hurriedly asked her to take a hot shower to warm herself up. Lin Chen then rushed into the bathroom, showing his attentiveness. After he joined her, Yi Xiaodai quickly warmed up, even breaking a sweat. Late at night, Lin Chen returned to the city. During his days in the capital, he also returned to the city late at night. At that hour, everyone was asleep, so it didn't raise any suspicions. Taking out his phone, Lin Chen found Yang Xiaowei's number and called her. Lin Gu, so early? Are you still not up? I got a lot of good medicinal materials this time. If you want them, bring some money. Do you have old ginseng? I have 200-year-old ones, but I can only give you one. Last time, I also made arrangements with Xixingtang, so I have to give him one too. Then save the other medicinal materials for me? Sure. By the way, I want to give you a heads up. This time I have cordyceps, and the quality is very good. I want it. I want it all. Lingu, wait for me. I'm coming over right now. Are you that eager? Yes, I'm that eager. Alright, I'll wait for you. Drive slowly and be safe. After hanging up, Yang Xiaowei hurriedly took cash and headed to Xiaohua village. Ever since establishing a partnership with Lin Chen, she had gotten used to keeping cash at home. Of course, when it was really not enough, she could also transfer money. But Lin Chen preferred cash. Paying in cash seemed more sincere. More than an hour later, Yang Xiaowei drove directly into Lin Chen's home. Lin Chen took out the medicinal materials, and after Yang Xiaowei inspected them, she immediately broke into a smile. The quality of this batch of medicinal materials was generally much higher, and there was also cordyceps, which Lin Chen had found in the Chen family's warehouse. He spent not a penny but exchanged it for over 10 million. Including the 100-year-old ginseng and other precious medicinal materials, Yang Xiaowei, the goddess of wealth, paid Lin Chen a total of 23 million. This time, Yang Xiaowei didn't stay long. She quickly took the medicinal materials and returned to the city. The funds in the game warehouse had now reached over 30 million. Thinking back to the last time when he spent 50 million, the game had given him a pet iron-armed gibbon. He wondered if spending over 100 million would yield a reward. Moreover, he had already spent 80 million and was still short 20 million. Should he go for it? This was a brief hesitation before Lin Chen began to spend money. He continued to upgrade the time item. The time increased to 5 hours. Upgrade again. The funds were left with just over 10 million. The time item increased to 6 hours. Immediately, a prompt sound rang out. Ding! Spending exceeds 100 million. Reward, 1 attribute gem. Ding! Spending exceeds 100 million. Unlock new item, building wall. Damn! That's amazing. In the management game Lin Chen was playing, attribute gems could increase player attributes. The building wall was essential construction material for building and expanding the manor. In Xiaohua village, at Lin Chen's home, on the lounge chair by the window, Lin Chen leisurely basked in the sun, starting to study the attribute gem. Just like the attribute gems in the game, once he held it, it displayed the attribute, strength plus 10. This was a gem that increased strength attributes, and it could increase by 10 points at once. However, in the game, attribute gems were generally used for embedding in weapons and equipment. He currently had no weapons or equipment, so this attribute gem seemed to have no use. However, just as he thought of this, the attribute gem gradually faded in his palm, eventually disappearing without a trace. Immediately afterward, an inexplicable force surged into his body, and he felt a warm sensation throughout. It felt as if his inner strength had been poured into him, and his soul began to feel comfortable. Is this really possible? Lin Chen instantly understood. He never expected that attribute gems could be used this way. Excitedly, he headed to the backyard, making a beeline for the stone mill. This thing had been used for threshing grain at the granary. It weighed over 100 pounds and had been left unused for many years, just sitting in the backyard. Lin Chen had tried to move it before. Not only was lifting it impossible, but even rolling it forward was a struggle. Initially, they used oxen to pull it, and later a tractor. Human strength was simply insufficient. Feeling the increased power within him, Lin Chen squatted down and grasped the stone mill with both hands. Ha! With a loud shout, he surprisingly lifted the stone mill with ease. It was so effortless that he almost pulled a muscle. Immediately after, Lin Chen raised the stone mill above his head and walked a circle around the backyard. Incredible! Lin Chen set the stone mill down, bursting with excitement. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills. In the face of absolute strength, any trick is futile. This was equivalent to enhancing his self-defense capability. Of course, against a master, just having strength might not guarantee victory, but he still had time-based items, so safety was not a concern. He never expected that spending money could bring such unexpected benefits. I must get 2 liang today. Lin Chen hummed a tune and went to a neighbor's house to buy a free-range chicken. The white chickens sold in the market were all fed with feed and tasted terrible when stewed. It was still better to have a free-range chicken raised in the countryside. The meat was firm and delicate, not tough, and tasted much better. An hour later, the aroma of chicken wafted from the kitchen. At that moment, a car stopped at the door. It was Lin Siki, the head of Sishingtang. Mr. Lin, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Oh, President Lin is here. I stewed a free-range chicken from our countryside. Please stay for a meal. Then I won't be polite. Lin Siki readily agreed. He was eager to find an opportunity to get closer to Lin Chen. Inviting Lin Siki into the house, Lin Chen sat at the tea table and began to arrange his tea set. He had become quite adept at it now. President Lin, please have some tea. Thank you, Mr. Lin's little life is truly enviable. If President Lin wanted to live my kind of life, you would have done so long ago. Not at all. I genuinely envy you. President Lin, this time I brought 200-year-old ginseng plants, both of the same quality. One has already been taken by Yang Xiaowei, and the remaining one is the one I promised you before. This time, I am fulfilling my promise. Mr. Lin is considerate. Thank you so much. You pay me, I sell goods. It's a normal transaction, no need to be polite. Lin Chen took out the ginseng for Lin Siki to inspect. After confirming there were no issues, Lin Siki pushed 2 large bags in front of Lin Chen. I know Mr. Lin prefers cash transactions, so I specifically went to get cash. However, today's limit is only this much. Can I transfer the rest to you? Sure, Lin Chen replied readily. In fact, cash and transfers were the same for him. He preferred cash for his spending needs. In the city, using electronic payments was more convenient. The transaction completed, Lin Chen invited Lin Siki to have lunch at his home, but since Lin Siki had to drive back to the city, he couldn't stay to drink a few cups with Lin Chen. After taking a nap, Lin Chen woke up and began to study the newly unlocked item. As the name suggests, the building wall is used for constructing buildings. This item can be purchased with funds. A section of wall is 10 meters long and 2.5 meters high, costing only 100 yuan. Moreover, it forms in one go. Just take it out and place it on the ground without needing to lay a foundation, making it both convenient and sturdy. Lin Chen was just preparing to build his own estate, and this item came at the perfect time. After this round of spending, Lin Chen was very satisfied. Although he had the building walls, he still planned to open a brick factory in the other world, and he also needed to produce cement. The roads over there were too difficult to traverse. This was still the official road, and the smaller paths were even worse. If it rained, he wouldn't even be able to go out, and he'd end up covered in mud. So he planned to build cement roads, at least around the manor where he lived, leading to the farmland, Lanyun County, and the main road to the coal mine. Cement could not only be used for roads but also for building city walls and such. In the future, selling it would also be a big business. Currently, there were 30,000 refugees eating with him. They were not a burden but a source of wealth. Once he had cement and bricks, Lin Chen would pull together a construction team, and later the coal bosses would align themselves with the real estate tycoons. He had to make sure they all stayed. If possible, he even planned to go to the capital and bring over more refugees. In the future, these refugees would work for him, and feeding them would be a minor issue. After wandering around the village and the outskirts, he was teased by the old women and young wives left behind, and Lin Chen hurriedly returned home. Goodness! They were all like wolves and tigers, looking terrifying. Autumn Fragrance and Yi Xiao Dai were more to his taste, of course. And little Dr. Chen Ron was also quite nice. As for the noblewoman who had a blind date with him in the Chen family's back garden, Lin Chen still had no idea who she was. The Chen family didn't have anyone like that. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Lin Chen locked the door and teleported to the other world. In the other world, it was another morning. He opened the door, and the cold air rushed in, making Lin Chen shiver. As usual, he took out a few large bones and threw them to De Hei and He, while preparing bananas and peaches for De Shang. Although this big guy was a vegetarian, he was incredibly strong. Once he got angry, more than a dozen people couldn't control him. "Master, I want to report to you." Autumn Fragrance stood at the steps, looking aggrieved. "What happened? Who are you reporting?" Autumn Fragrance pointed at De Shang with her small hand. "It's him. He took our tablet and won't let us watch." "Ha!" Lin Chen was taken aback. "De Shang, why did you take the tablet?" At that moment, De Shang took out the tablet, skillfully opened Journey to the West, pointed at Sun Wukong's golden staff, and started gesturing and pointing, occasionally mimicking a few moves. Lin Chen immediately understood and asked with a smile, "You want a stick like this?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, De Shang was instantly excited, dancing with joy. At that moment, De Shang almost cried. It was still his own kind. After gesturing with Autumn Fragrance and Yi Xiaodai for a long time, he still didn't know what he wanted. Furious, De Shang was about to explode. "De Shang, give the tablet to Autumn Fragrance, and in a few days, I'll get you a stick." Squeak, squeak, squeak. De Shang immediately bowed in thanks. "All right, go play." After sending De Shang away, Autumn Fragrance followed Lin Chen into the house to help him wash up. Autumn Fragrance took such good care of him that Lin Chen had become lazy. Now, when he washed his face, someone had to prepare the water, and when he brushed his teeth, someone had to squeeze the toothpaste for him. As for shaving, it was even easier. Lin Chen just had to lie back in the chair and play with a papaya for a while. "Master, are we going out today?" I need to go check on the farmland and the coal mine. You should come with me in a bit, and bring a few cooks." "Okay, master, I'll arrange it right away." Autumn Fragrance never asked why. As long as it was Lin Chen's arrangement, she would unconditionally fulfill it. Before long, his beard was shaved, and the papaya was almost mashed. Next, Autumn Fragrance served Lin Chen breakfast, with Yi Xiaodai accompanying them. Yi Xiaodai had her own role and never competed with Autumn Fragrance for tasks that could bring her closer to Lin Chen. She wasn't very good at it either. In fact, this was better. Each had their own duties, and a harmonious family thrived. After a hearty meal, Lin Chen took Autumn Fragrance and Yi Xiaodai and left the city. In today's county town, the shadows of beggars and refugees can no longer be seen, as they have all gone to work in the coal mines in Lin Chen's fields. In the county town, one can only drink thin rice porridge that is so watery you can see shadows in it, while helping Lin Chen with work means having steamed buns to eat. Although it still isn't enough to fill the stomach, having solid food is much better than watery porridge. Lin Au is very skilled at driving. Now, whenever Lin Chen goes out, he usually rides in a horse-drawn carriage driven by Lin Au. The household staff at Lin Chen's home are also arranged quite clearly. There's the cook responsible for meals, the doorkeeper, the housekeeper and maid handling trivial matters, and the hired workers in the backyard responsible for growing vegetables, among others. Xiao Xiang, the chief steward, manages the household affairs efficiently, keeping everything in order. Even Yi Mu has been assigned a role, responsible for the household purchases. In fact, most of the household expenses are covered by Lin Chen, while Yi Mu only takes care of the trivial matters that Lin Chen forgets. After all, they are family, so it's reassuring to have them around. Not long after, Lin Chen and his group arrived at the research institute. He delegated the cement research project, then dropped off some materials and headed to the coal mine. "Xiao Xiang, have the cooks bring those big pots from the kitchen and set them up in this open space. I want to stew some meat." "Yes." This time, Lin Chen personally took charge, stewing frozen meat brought over from the city. This meat had been frozen for who knows how many years, and its taste was far inferior to fresh meat, but it was cheap. With Lin Chen's special seasoning and various spices added, the aroma wafted for miles. The unpleasant smell was completely masked by the spices. "It smells so good. Is the kitchen making stew for us today? What are you dreaming about? The meat is for you? Just having some meat broth is already good enough. What do you think you are? You want to drink meat broth? Just enjoy the smell. This is too fragrant. I haven't smelled meat in years. Xiaodai, go call the workers back. I have something to say." "Yes." Before long, the miners, led by their respective team leaders, lined up in an orderly fashion and walked over. With so many people, it was surprisingly not chaotic at all. Lin Chen was very pleased to see this scene, as this system of orderly lines was something he had asked Yi Xiaodai to implement here. Under the temptation of rations, no one disobeyed. Now, they had basically achieved a system of strict compliance. "Good brother, everyone is here." Yi Xiaodai stood behind Lin Chen, taking a protective stance. Lin Au stood on Lin Chen's other side, feeling both shocked and curious. She wondered how these people had been trained to walk in such a neat formation. What was even more curious was what Lin Chen was planning to do. "Everyone, quiet." Lin Chen's voice suddenly resonated throughout the area, and almost everyone could hear him. A murmur of surprise arose from the crowd. "Silence." Lin Chen held a microphone. Several large speakers were set up around, which had been installed long ago but had never been used. Of course, apart from him, no one else knew how to use them. The refugees had no idea what the large speakers were for, and upon hearing the sound coming from them, they couldn't help but marvel. "Does everyone smell that delicious aroma?" "That's right, it's the smell of stewed meat, specially prepared for the talented among you." "So what is talent?" "In my view, those who can fight are talented, those who can write and calculate are also talented, and those with a special skill are even more so. And today, these people are qualified to enjoy this fragrant little stew. Plus, there are big white buns. As the saying goes, wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, while dogs travel thousands of miles to eat dung. Whoever has the ability gets to eat meat. If you don't have the ability, you can only smell the aroma and watch others eat." "Boss, I can fight. I want to eat meat." "I can too. I can write. I can eat. Does that count?" "Shut the hell up. Now we will assess each group separately. If you think you have the ability, you must pass our assessment to count. As long as you qualify, there will be a share of the meat in this pot for you." After Lin Chen finished speaking, he personally selected a dozen or so who could write and calculate, assigning them to organize groups and keep records. Those who felt they had no talents stayed in place. Those with a skill found the corresponding group to sign up and participate in the assessment. Lin Yu was responsible for assessing those who understood martial arts, and Lin Chen placed great importance on this type of person, personally supervising the process. The first to step up was a very tall man, estimated to be over 2 meters tall, standing out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. In this era, being this tall was indeed rare. However, due to hunger, his body looked relatively thin, but even so, he was much stronger than others. "Boss, I can eat and I have strength. Does that count as talent?" the tall man asked as he approached Lin Chen. "Good guy. It's a shame you don't play basketball." "What's basketball?" "I'll organize a basketball team later. You can be the center." Lin Chen smiled and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Dashin. Zhao Dashin." Lin Chen nodded and asked, "Dashin, being able to eat doesn't count as talent, but being this big is indeed a rare gift." "What do you mean? Can I eat meat? Didn't you say you have strength? Let me see just how strong you are." "Alright." Zhao Dashin looked around and then pointed to a large stone not far away, saying, "I can lift that stone." "Really?" Lin Chen was a bit surprised. That stone must weigh several hundred pounds. If he could lift it, he would definitely be a strong man. In another world, in the open space near the coal mine, with a loud shout from Zhao Dashin, the heavy stone weighing about several hundred pounds was easily lifted by him, even raised above his head. The people around were so scared they kept dodging, afraid that if he exhausted himself, the stone would fall and crush them. However, Zhao Dashin walked towards the crowd while holding the stone, causing everyone to quickly back away. If it weren't for the fear that Zhao Dashin might throw the stone, they probably would have cursed him out. Bang! After showing off, Zhao Dashin threw the stone back to its original position. Then he ran up to Lin Chen and asked, "Boss, can I eat meat? If not, I can lift an even bigger stone." "No need to lift anymore, go eat meat." "Get him 10 steamed buns, pure white flour," Lin Chen said with a smile. "This guy is truly a talent. I'll have him be my bodyguard in the future. He'll be impressive wherever he goes." "Boss, can I exchange 10 white buns for 20 corn buns?" Zhao Dashin asked. "Why is that? Aren't 10 buns enough for you?" "They are enough, but I want to save some for later, to have a couple more full meals," Zhao Dashin said somewhat foolishly. Lin Chen laughed heartily. "From now on, you'll work by my side. How about I make sure you eat enough every day?" "Really? In front of so many people, would I lie to you?" "Thank you, boss. Then I'll follow you from now on. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do." "Good. Go eat meat now. Eat until you're full, eat enough." Zhao Dashin excitedly wiggled his big butt and ran towards the pot of stewed meat. Everyone was genuinely worried that this guy would pick up the pot and run away with it. Soon, Zhao Dashin came back with a basin of stewed meat, his 2 large hands, like fans, each grabbing 5 white buns, proudly eating in front of everyone. While eating, he swayed back and forth. The sound of chewing and the aroma of the stewed meat made everyone present drool. "Zhao Dashin, can you not flaunt in front of us?" One person couldn't help but curse while swallowing. Zhao Dashin rolled his eyes. "I enjoy it. You're capable. Why don't you come and eat meat too? It smells so good. It's just a bit of strength. I can fight too. I want to eat meat too. With your pathetic skills, I could flatten you with one punch." "Shut up. Who do you look down on?" "Who do I look down on?" "It's you. Got a problem with that? Want to fight?" "Bah, I won't fall for your tricks. I still have to pass the meat-eating test. The assessment scene was progressing quickly and orderly. Although it was divided into more than a dozen groups and the assessment method was particularly simple, with so many people, it took more than half a day to complete. In the end, it was counted that there were just over 100 people with some skills, which was quite a selection. There were 2 others with exceptional talent like Zhao Dashan. One was named Li Ernio, who was also very strong, lifting 200 to 300 pounds as if it were nothing, but he wasn't as exaggeratedly tall as Zhao Dashan. The other was named Yuan Fei, who excelled in running and likeness skills, moving at incredible speed. Lin Chen specifically had him go from the coal mine into the city to buy some medicine for frostbite, and he made the round trip in just a few minutes. That was much faster than Lin Chen taking a horse-drawn carriage one way. Such talents must be brought under his command. There were only a little over 30 people who could write and calculate, and among them, only 4 or 5 could do calculations, a very low ratio. However, among these refugees, there were quite a few children, who could later be trained as teachers, slowly cultivating them. In a year or 2, results could be seen. Additionally, there were nearly 2,000 people with a skill. Most of them were masons, carpenters, and blacksmiths. Lin Chen organized all the masons into a construction team, the carpenters into a renovation team, and the blacksmiths into the mechanical factory of the research institute. There were also basket weavers, brickmakers, cooks, water conservancy experts, and barbers, a wide variety of talents. As for those who could farm, they were not counted, as most of these people were farmers and could all farm. Looking at so many talents, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile widely. This was all wealth. Lin Chen personally arranged these talents, setting up a barbershop for the barbers and having the cooks help in the kitchen. As for those with some skills, he organized them into a crafts factory, so they wouldn't have to mine coal anymore. There were more than a dozen brickmakers, all of whom were master level, and Lin Chen had them in charge of establishing and operating the brick kiln. After signing contracts with these talents, they were all arranged to live in Lin Family Village, forming the original residence along with the previous group. With the thatched huts not enough, they would continue to build, as these talents definitely wouldn't run away. As for those martial artists, they wouldn't have to mine coal anymore. They would be responsible for the safety of the coal mine and the research institute, patrolling and standing guard. Of course, they would also have to undergo training from Lin Au. Among them were indeed a few formidable ones, some even stronger than Yi Xiaodai, whom Yi Xiaodai couldn't teach. Busy until nightfall, Lin Chen returned to the city with Zhao Dashan, Li Erniu, Yuan Fei, and 10 martial artists. From now on, Zhao Dashan and the others would be Lin Chen's close aides and part-time bodyguards. The 10 martial artists would serve as guards for the house, led by Yi Xiaodai when Lin Chen was away. Lin Chen personally settled them in the front yard and arranged specific tasks. Dashan, Erniu, from now on when I go out, you two come with me. When at home, just practice martial arts with everyone and improve your own strength. You don't need to worry about other things, understand? Understood, boss. Yuan Fei, come with me. Lin Chen called Yuan Fei into the bedroom for more than an hour of discussion. Afterward, Yuan Fei left the Lin residence under the cover of night. After a busy day, Lin Chen was a bit tired. He originally wanted to call Qiu Xiang over for a massage, but unexpectedly, Lin Au came looking for him, and it seemed she had tidied herself up a bit. Au, did you need something? Lin Chen asked curiously. Lin Au's palms were sweating with nervousness. If you asked her to kill someone, she wouldn't even blink, but pleasing a man was truly not her forte. Master, are you tired? Let me massage your back, Lin Au asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback, sizing up Lin Au, and asked, Au, if you have something to say, just say it. I will definitely help you with whatever I can. Master, I'm fine, it's just. You never stuttered before. What's going on today? Master, I want to be your woman, please take me. Lin Au had thrown caution to the wind. After saying that, she closed her eyes, allowing Lin Chen to handle her as he wished. However, after a long pause, she still didn't hear Lin Chen speak. As she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Chen looking at her with a playful expression, his demeanor inscrutable. Au, tell me, who exactly are you? In the Lin residence, in the bedroom. Facing Lin Chen's questioning, Lin Au was not flustered. Instead, she was much calmer than before. Master, what do you mean? I'm just Au, right? Lin Chen smiled but remained silent, his gaze noticeably colder. He had always wanted Lin Au to return to him, and today, suddenly breaking this layer of pretense was actually giving her a chance. If she still didn't speak, she would no longer be of use in the future. Even if she meant no harm, a woman who approached him with ulterior motives could never be fully trusted. Lin Au sensed that she seemed to have made a misstep, but now was not the time for regret. Since it had come to this, she could only choose to be honest. With her understanding of human nature, if she continued to speak nonsense at this point, she might never regain Lin Chen's trust. This was contrary to the emperor's orders. She could die, but the task assigned by the emperor must be completed. With that thought, Lin Yu took a deep breath and said, "Master, you noticed long ago that I approached you with another purpose?" Lin Chen nodded. "That's right. I was indeed ordered to approach you, but we mean no harm." "Who do you mean by we? Who ordered you?" Lin Chen asked. "Lord Song." "Who? Song Yao?" Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and suspicious. Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, it was Lord Song who arranged for me to approach you." "Why? It seems that I don't need such means with Lord Song. Besides, I have helped him before. That's why I said we mean you no harm. Are you here to protect me?" "Sort of. You helped Lord Song resolve the issues with the 4 major families in Lanyun County, which also brought danger to yourself. Lord Song doesn't want anything to happen to you, and he also wants to use you to find the forces behind the 4 major families." Additionally, Lin Yu suddenly stopped. "Continue. Master, if I say everything, I won't be able to return to Lord Song. Following Lord Song not only involves many matters but is also dangerous. If you are willing to stay, I can let you remain by my side, on the condition that you must be honest with me," Lin Chen said. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lin Chen, her gaze sincere as she said, "Lord Song wants to know where you got your grain." "I see." Lin Chen smiled. "Our county magistrate has quite the ambition. Lord Song is highly valued by the emperor. If he can relieve the emperor's worries, his future will be limitless." "That is indeed the case. Moreover, he has offended the forces behind the 4 major families by destroying them in Lanyun County. In the current environment, controlling grain means controlling power, so he wants to know the source of my grain." "Master is wise. You don't need to flatter me. If I were wise, I should have seen through your background earlier." Lin Chen waved his hand and continued to ask, "You just said you wanted to be my woman. Is that also Lord Yao's intention? With your personality, it shouldn't come to this. Lord Song will be going to Lingyang to take up his post after the new year, and the situation there is worse than in Lanyun County. If there is food, no matter what is done, the results will be twice as good with half the effort, even achieving unexpected effects. So he wants you to be my woman, hoping to lower my guard and tell you the source of the food?" Lin Chen asked. "Yes, Lord Song is indeed shrewd, but asking you to offer your body is a bit lacking in cleverness." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yu's expression suddenly darkened. "She is the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards, one of the most trusted confidants of the emperor. In the past, when on official business, even high-ranking officials had to treat her with courtesy." "How dare you, Lin Chen, look down on me? You are a warrior, and you have your own pride and personality. You can fight against villains without batting an eye, but asking you to actively please me and offer your body is too much to ask." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression softened slightly. "Is that why the master doubts me? From the first time we met, I felt there was something off about your background, and your actions today make me think we should have an open and honest conversation. To be frank, I admire you and hope you can sincerely work for me. You must have seen what kind of person I am these days. As long as you are my person, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Think it over again. If you are willing to stay by my side, I will welcome you warmly. If you still want to work for Lord Song, I won't stop you. Today's conversation will also be kept confidential for you." "Thank you, master. Then I will head back first." Lin Yu could no longer stay and hurriedly ran out. After dinner, Qiu Xiang and Yi Shaodai intended to serve Lin Chen for rest, but Lin Chen politely declined, citing practice as the reason. When the night grew deep and quiet, Lin Chen activated time acceleration and left the city. The walls of Lanyun County were not high to begin with, and after years of war, the newly established country faced several years of disasters, leading to the walls being in disrepair with many gaps. Closing the city gates at night was merely symbolic. It was not too easy to come and go. Of course, on such a cold night, no one was awake like Lin Chen, who was restless. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance created by the excavator, the only passage in and out of the coal mine. Originally, there was someone on duty here, but they had already fallen asleep. People in this era went to bed particularly early. There were no lights or rich entertainment facilities, and after a day of hard work, they were exhausted. Moreover, once asleep, they wouldn't feel hungry. After confirming the location, Lin Chen began purchasing game props to build walls. Once the purchase was successful, he took them out and placed them on the ground, and the building walls became solidly integrated with the ground. Lin Chen even pushed against it with all his strength. With his current power, the wall didn't budge, showing its sturdiness. He was already familiar with the surrounding terrain. Following the outline in his mind, he used the building walls to create a circle of walls, encompassing the future manor, research institute, and Lin family estate. Since the coal mine was in the mountains, surrounded by hills, it was sufficient to build walls around the lower terrain. He left the newly opened thoroughfare as the entrance and exit to the stronghold. In the future, this coal mine would be his private property. As for the construction of the manor, since the blueprints had not yet been drawn up, Lin Chen temporarily did not build the walls. However, since there was still time, he operated the excavator to level the foundation at the previously selected site. This would be the location of the manor. The entire manor would not only have pavilions and towers but also scenic lakes and mountains, and once completed, it would definitely be a paradise on earth. The loud noise continued until late at night. As the departure time approached, Lin Chen put the excavator away in the warehouse and then returned to the city. In Xiaohua village, at Lin Chen's home, it was already past 10 in the morning, and Lin Chen was still sound asleep in bed. He had been busy in another world until late last night and felt a bit tired when he got back. After all, he was alone. He could sleep whenever he wanted and for as long as he wanted. Not even the King of Heaven could interfere. However, a series of intense knocks on the door disrupted Lin Chen's sweet dreams. Who the hell is it? Lin Chen cursed a bit groggily, opened his phone to check the surveillance, and saw his neighbor's sister-in-law, Xinwei. From her expression, she seemed quite anxious. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Lin Chen asked through the video surveillance's speaking function. Lin Chen, my son Sanna was playing and accidentally stepped on a nail. The nail has pierced his foot. Can you please drive us to the hospital? Xinwei said anxiously to the camera. Okay, you go prepare, and I'll be right there, Lin Chen said, immediately feeling awake at the news. He quickly got dressed and rushed outside. A few minutes later, Lin Chen was already driving towards the county town. Mommy, it hurts. The child cried out in pain, calling for his mother. Baby, don't cry, it will be fine soon, Xinwei said, both heartbroken and anxious, tears streaming down her face as she tried to comfort her child. Sister-in-law, don't worry, we'll be at the hospital soon, Lin Chen reassured her. Lin Chen, thank you so much today. We're all from the same village, no need to be polite. Everyone has their troubles. You helped a lot when my dad passed away. Oh, that's just how it should be. After chatting for a bit, Xinwei's tense mood finally eased a little. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen drove the car to the emergency hall of the county hospital. Xinwei held the child, and Lin Chen protected them as they hurried inside. The doctor examined the child's condition, immediately wrote a prescription, and then began to clean the wound. Sister-in-law, let me handle it, Lin Chen said, taking the payment slip to pay the bill. When he returned, the child had stopped crying, likely due to the anesthesia, but was still curled up in his mother's arms, shivering. Lin Chen suddenly realized that if he could bring the anesthetic to the other world, it would definitely be popular. But it was not easy to obtain. There was also the tetanus shot, which was very useful for injured soldiers. A significant number of people died from injuries on ancient battlefields, and one major reason was tetanus. Another reason was incomplete disinfection, leading to bacterial infections. Alright, just one more tetanus shot, and take good care of him when you get back. Try to keep him from moving around too much for a while. Thank you, doctor. Does he need to take any medicine? I'll prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication for a few days. It would be best to have him on N4 for a few days when you get back. Give me the prescription. Sister-in-law, you can wait in the car with the child. Lin Chen took the prescription, got the medicine, and then drove back home. Baby, quickly thank Uncle E. Thank you, Uncle E, the child said in a sweet voice. Lin Chen smiled. You're welcome, little one. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Uncle will buy it for you. I want to eat candied hawthorn. You want candied hawthorn? Alright, I'll buy it for you later. Lin Chen drove to the supermarket, not only buying candied hawthorn but also some snacks that children like. He bought a few extra strings of candied hawthorn, planning to take them to the other world for Qiu Xiang and the others to try. Back in the car, Lin Chen handed the candied hawthorn and snacks to the child. Lin Chen, you've spent too much. How much is it? I'll pay you back. Sister-in-law, this is for the child. Don't be polite. Give me the payment slip, and I'll give you the money when we get back. It's not much, just forget it. That won't do. You drove us to the hospital, and I'm already very grateful. Lin Chen exchanged a few polite words before handing the payment slip to Xinwei. Returning to the village, Lin Chen dropped the two women off at their doorstep and then went home. Not long after, Xinwei came over carrying 2 chickens. Lin Chen, this is the medical fee you covered for us. These 2 chickens are from my own farm. Take them and eat. Sister-in-law, you're being too polite. We're all from the same village. Helping each other is what we should do. And you've given too much money. Just a little for gas. It's not much. You keep it. I have to go back to look after the kids. Shinwei dropped the money and the chickens and hurried away. Shinwei's husband worked outside, and she managed 3 children at home, which wasn't easy. Lin Chen didn't want to take advantage of her, so he took the chickens back to her. He also returned the extra money. Neighbors helping each other shouldn't come with benefits. After all this, it was already afternoon. Lin Chen fed the livestock, quickly cooked himself a bowl of hot noodles, fried 2 eggs, and then went to the study. After playing games for a while, Lin Chen practiced his calligraphy. This was just a way to pass the time since he had nothing else to do. Recently, he planned to buy a guitar to play for fun. With time on his hands and no worries about making a living, his self-entertainment projects had increased quite a bit. In fact, just a couple of days ago, he bought a pool table online, thinking he could play a few games when he had nothing to do. It was still on the way. After playing games, practicing big characters, walking the dog, and chatting with the village women, who teased him a bit, Lin Chen returned home feeling quite frustrated. The words from those women were incredibly provocative. As an unmarried man in his late 20s, he had become their target for teasing. What a turn of events. As night fell, Lin Chen intended to lock the door and head to another world, but Shinwei came over again, bringing him a small pot of stewed chicken. This was because she saw that Lin Chen hadn't taken her chickens earlier, so she cooked them for him. Sister-in-law, why are you being so polite? If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know what to do. You didn't take the chicken before, but now that it's cooked, you can at least accept it, right? Shinwei smiled. Sister-in-law, your stewed chicken smells so good. I'll take it. Thank you. If you want to eat anything in the future, just tell me, and I'll make it for you. You're a big man living alone. It's not easy. How about I introduce you to someone? Let's skip the matchmaking. I think being alone is just fine. Wait a moment, sister-in-law. I'll go dump this pot out. Lin Chen carried the pot, poured the chicken into his own dish, and then washed the pot. After that, he picked some fruit and gave it to Shinwei. Look at you, I bring you chicken, and you give me so much fruit? Take it. I can't eat too much by myself. Lin Chen, you're a good person. Think about what I told you. The other party has good conditions, a car and a house, and is a graduate student, but he's been divorced once. I don't know if you mind? Sister-in-law, I really haven't thought about marriage, thank you. I heard from people in the village that several city girls have stayed overnight at your place. You're not. We're just ordinary friends. Don't listen to those rumors. After finally sending Shinwei off, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He locked the front door, checked the front and back yards, and then returned to his bedroom, transporting himself to another world. Opening the door, he saw the Monkey King looking hopeful, and Lin Chen suddenly remembered he needed to buy some sticks. Monkey King, don't worry, the sticks aren't ready yet. Good brother, it's bad. Something happened at the farm. Just then, Yi Xiaodai rushed in, looking anxious. What happened? Lin Chen asked calmly. Yi Xiaodai, looking tense, said, early this morning, someone from the farm reported that last night, a miracle occurred. Our farm and the coal mine were surrounded by a wall. This matter, I know, no need to worry. Lin Chen waved his hand. You know? Yi Xiaodai asked in surprise. Last night I dreamed of an immortal, and the immortal told me that from now on, that place will be my home. It seems I need to build a house over there. Grandpa, you can still dream of immortals? That's amazing. When has Grandpa not been amazing? Lin Chen pinched Xiao Xiang's bottom. Grandpa is someone favored by the immortals. Otherwise, where do you think all the food at home comes from? Speaking of this, Lin Chen said to Yi Xiaodai, Xiaodai, please go and tell everyone this news, so they don't panic and just continue working. Yes, I'll go right away. Go after breakfast. I think I should check first. Everyone is scared out of their wits. As Yi Xiaodai spoke, she had already run far away. Watching Yi Xiaodai rush off, Lin Chen shook his head and smiled, just letting her be. With such a woman at home, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. Xiao Xiang, come with me into the house. Grandpa will tell you a story about the golden staff breaking through the heavens. Isn't that the Monkey King from Journey to the West? Actually, it's not just the Monkey King who can wield a staff, Grandpa can too. In the warm bedroom, after demonstrating the golden staff's tricks to Xiao Xiang, there was a sudden urgent knock at the door. Master, the county magistrate has arrived. Xiao Chan, you go serve tea to Lord Song. I'll be right there, Lin Chen instructed. Yes, master. Having just performed and expended quite a bit of energy, Lin Chen hadn't rested yet, so he wasn't in a hurry and let old Song wait a bit. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lin Chen dressed neatly and arrived in the front hall. Brother Song, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Song Yao stood up and pulled Lin Chen outside. Brother Song, where are we going? I just heard that there are miraculous occurrences at the coal mine. Let's go take a look, Song Yao said. Lin Chen didn't want to say much and could only follow Song Yao. Younger brother, your carriage modification is really good, it's very comfortable to ride in, Song Yao praised. If Brother Song likes it, bring your carriage over another day, and I'll have the craftsman modify it for you too. Then I thank you, younger brother. Since we call each other brothers, there's no need for polite words. By the way, Brother Song, this is a new delicacy I've been researching. Please give it a try. Lin Chen turned around and pretended to take out a string of candied hawthorns from the storage box behind him. What is this? It's so red and looks great. This is called candied hawthorn. The red fruit inside is called hawthorn. Song Yao tried one, and the sweet and sour taste immediately captivated his appetite. Younger brother is truly an expert in the culinary world. This candied hawthorn is deliciously sweet and sour, simply amazing. When you have time, you must teach me. No problem. As the two chatted, they soon arrived at Lin's village. It was even livelier here than in Lanyun County. Especially during work hours, it was crowded with people, and since everyone had food to eat, there were no disturbances, creating a scene of harmony. As a local official, Song Yao felt very gratified and satisfied with this. Younger brother, with your abilities, you would definitely have a bright future as an official. Moreover, you have already made a deep impression in the emperor's heart. I think you should consider it seriously. I know brother is thinking of my well-being, but my ambitions lie elsewhere. However, if you have any orders, I will definitely assist you with all my strength. Ha ha ha. Younger brother is indeed righteous. I will remember your words. Song Yao got off the carriage and immediately saw the winding walls on the hill ahead. He had previously thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. Is this really a miracle? Overnight, such a long wall has grown on the ground, and no one can believe that this is the work of human hands. Brother Xian, did you really dream of an immortal last night? Song Yao looked at Lin Chen and asked again. This Lord Song has a wide network of informants, and he can know what happens at the coal mine in real time. So, he naturally knew about Lin Chen's fabricated legend of the immortal's favor before coming here. Lin Chen nodded and said seriously, to be honest, Brother Song, I did dream of an immortal. This wall surrounds the place that the immortal has granted me as my home. The food you obtained before, was it also a gift from the immortal? Lin Chen made a gesture of not daring to speak. Brother Song, there are some things I can say, but there are some things I really cannot say. I hope you understand. Song Yao stared at Lin Chen for a moment, then nodded and said, I understand. I won't make it difficult for you. Thank you, brother. Shall we go take a look? Let's go. The group walked to the wall and looked at it. Song Yao even had his subordinates test its sturdiness. It was even stronger than city walls. Such a solid wall could not have been built by human hands, and Song Yao was very sure of this. After inspecting the wall, Song Yao also went to the coal mine to take a look, then got into the carriage to return. Brother Xian, I have already reported to His Majesty that you will supply coal to the capital for free this year. Starting next year, this coal mine will belong entirely to you. If the court wants to use it again, they will have to pay as usual. This is the reward from His Majesty and me to you. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your care, brother. This is what you deserve. Song Yao waved his hand. By the way, there is something I need to apologize to you for. Brother Song, you are being too formal. It's about a you. She is actually someone I arranged to be by your side. Initially, it was just to protect you and to find evidence of the connections behind the four great families. Later, I became selfish and wanted to investigate the source of your food. After hearing Song Yao's explanation, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Song, why did you suddenly tell me about this today? Because today's miracle made me realize that you are not an ordinary person. I don't want to know your secrets anymore. I just hope we can become true friends, which is why I am being honest with you. Of course, I also hope to continue receiving your help and support. You know, after the new year, I will be going to Lingyang for my appointment. The situation there is worse than in Lanyun County. Without food, nothing can be accomplished. Don't worry, your matters are my matters. I will help you. Thank you, Brother Xian. Your broad-mindedness truly makes me feel ashamed. Brother Song, you is a good helper. I think it would be better for you to take her with you to Lingyang. Actually, you and I are not in a subordinate relationship. She is a person from the rivers and lakes, and the reason she is willing to help me is that I once helped her. Now she has done what she needed to do, and it no longer has anything to do with me. Saying this, Song Yao patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said earnestly, Brother Xian, Yu has a tragic background. She has no relatives in this world. Let her stay by your side in the future. If you think she is still useful, I will consider it carefully. In the palace, in the imperial study, the Empress was reviewing the secret memorial sent by Lin Yu via carrier pigeon. The content reported was precisely about the miraculous event at Lin's village. Early this morning, as soon as she received the news, Lin Yu personally went to take a look, then immediately wrote a memorial and secretly sent it to the palace. Wuxuan, take a look at this memorial from your. The empress casually tossed the memorial behind her. Immediately, a shadow appeared in time to catch the memorial. Wuxuan was the leader of the shadow guards and also the empress's shadow. Wherever the empress was, she was sure to be nearby. In a strict sense, Wuxuan is both the shadow and bodyguard of the empress, as well as a shield and meat shield. On the battlefield, Wuxuan has blocked no less than 100 cold shots and hidden arrows for the empress. She herself has been seriously injured multiple times, making significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, and is regarded by the empress as a trusted confidant and sister. It can be said that Wuxuan is the most trusted person in the world by the empress, without exception. Wuxuan took the memorial, opened it, and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Do you also find it unbelievable? The empress asked. Wuxuan nodded. Your Majesty, this miraculous event is indeed quite extraordinary, but since you witnessed it with her own eyes, it shouldn't be false. That is also what puzzles me. Is it possible that there are really immortals in this world? The empress stood up, pacing back and forth in the imperial study with her hands behind her back, deep in thought. Your Majesty, should I personally make a trip to Lanyun County? No need. Since Ayu said she saw it with her own eyes, it should not be false. As the empress said this, she suddenly recalled the scene in the back garden of the Qin residence that day and pursed her lips. This Lin Chen truly is hard for me to see through. I have personally investigated, and this Lin Chen indeed has some unclear background. But to say he is a spy from another country, it doesn't seem quite right. What if he is someone sent by the immortals? The empress suddenly asked. Your Majesty still believes in such things? Believe it or not, the facts are before us. Otherwise, where did his grain come from? Have you found his channels and routes for transporting grain? No, Wuxuan shook her head. Let's leave it at that for now. In any case, he currently has no ill intentions towards us. On the contrary, he has helped me with many things. I actually don't care where he comes from or who he is, as long as he is valuable and can be of use to me, the empress said. Your wisdom is unparalleled. You've learned to flatter now. The empress smiled, then her expression turned cold as she asked, how is the investigation into the Imperial Guard going? I was just about to report to you. According to the news sent by Ayu, those who attacked Lin Shan are all newly recruited soldiers from the Imperial Guard, the earliest of whom have been there for no more than 6 months. Oh, these people are all loners, with not a single relative left. Either they died in war or perished during disasters. I have also checked the process of receiving these new recruits, and there are no issues in any of the steps. It seems someone had long been plotting, arranging for these people to enter the Imperial Guard 6 months in advance, the empress said. Yes, but there is one thing I find hard to understand. You mean, since they are lurking in the Imperial Guard, they must have ulterior motives, so why would they act against Lin Chen and expose their identities? Exactly, this is very illogical. Sometimes, the more illogical things are, the more they indicate that there may be a greater conspiracy behind the events. If their target is not Lin Chen, then what is it? Wuxuan asked in confusion. The empress snorted coldly, their target is me. I don't understand. Everyone knows that the Imperial Guard is my private army and my most loyal troops. What they are doing is to make me suspicious of the Imperial Guard, thereby achieving the goal of sowing discord. If the Imperial Guard turns against me, what do you think will happen? They want to rebel? Wuxuan's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with a cold light. These scheming little people, like filthy bugs in a gutter, will always resort to despicable means. But they have ultimately underestimated me. They have also underestimated my Imperial Guard. At this moment, the Empress displayed a powerful aura. Your Majesty, although the Imperial Guard is worthy of trust, since someone has already infiltrated, could there be others? You want to conduct a thorough investigation in the Imperial Guard? The Empress shook her head. If that's the case, then we would truly be falling into a trap. If we don't investigate, I really won't feel at ease. If it doesn't work out, I'll sneak into the Imperial Guard camp to look into it. No need. The Imperial Guard is the troop that has been with me the longest. I can name every old brother in there. I can trust them unconditionally. A few clowns won't stir up much trouble. However, please give your orders, my lord. I must uncover the mastermind behind sending people into the Imperial Guard. Wuxuan, you will handle this personally. I obey. I will be leaving the capital tomorrow, so take this time to investigate thoroughly for me. Your Majesty is leaving the capital? Wuxuan asked in surprise. Hasn't there been a miracle in Lanyun County? I'm quite curious and plan to go take a look. It's also a good opportunity for those clowns to show off. The Empress said with a hint of a cold smile. Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord. I understand. But if you leave the capital, how can your safety be guaranteed? Don't worry, I will take the Imperial Guard with me. Besides, there's Yuer over in Lanyun County. You stay in the capital and focus on your own matters. As the Empress said this, she suddenly sighed. It's easy to conquer the world, but hard to govern it. I just obtained the world, and now there are years of disasters, and the people are suffering. Is it really that heaven doesn't want me to be this emperor? My lord, please don't think like that. Natural disasters and man-made calamities do not represent heaven's will. Only the people's hearts are most important. Indeed, but if this disaster continues, the people's hearts may not hold out much longer. The common folk don't care who the emperor is. They will follow whoever can ensure they have enough to eat. I don't care about that. Whoever dares to oppose you, I will make sure they have no place to be buried. The Empress smiled and looked at Wuxuan with gentle eyes, saying, You've suffered these years. Find some good talents to nurture. In the future, avoid risky matters. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Go on and be busy. Don't worry about me, just do your own thing. I obey. Wuxuan left without a trace. Rui, are there any abnormalities with the border guards recently? Reporting to your majesty, aside from a few disturbances at the Lingnan border that have been quelled by the Southern Army, there are no other abnormalities. What about the Yin Kingdom? Any abnormalities there? The Empress frowned. This situation was quite unusual. Yes, your majesty, there have been no secret reports from the Northern Army. Order the mole to go check on the Northern Army immediately. The miraculous event was causing a stir in the county town. Yet the instigator of this event remained at home, as if nothing had happened. The joy of wintering like a cat lies in the very word cat. Lin Chen accompanied Song Yao to the Lin family village and then never stepped out again. On the Kong table, The Journey to the West was playing on the screen. Lin Chen lay on Xiaoxiang's soft lap, studying a thick book on the art of manipulation. It was said that people in the business world read this, and he planned to learn from it. For example, this saying, better to learn from a turtle than to be a hedgehog. It was very insightful and inspired him greatly. In the afternoon, the sunlight warmed the room. The newly renovated glass windows allowed sunlight to pour in freely. The warmth made people feel lazy, and soon Lin Chen dozed off. Seeing Lin Chen asleep, Xiaoxiang quickly turned down the volume of the television and shifted her body slightly to make Lin Chen more comfortable. When it comes to serving others, 10 Yi Xiaodai can't compare to one Xiaoxiang. Of course, both women have their strengths, and Lin Chen is fond of them both. Time quickly passed to the evening when Yi Xiaodai returned. Lin Chen called her in and then took out 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Sir, what is this? Xiaoxiang asked, looking at the bright red, shiny candied hawthorn, instantly falling in love with it. This is called candied hawthorn. The outer layer is sugar. You should try it. Delicious. Good brother, can I save a few for my mother? Yi Xiaodai asked. Of course, your filial piety proves you are a good woman. Thank you, brother. Lin Chen gently patted Yi Xiaodia's cheek, then got off the Kong. You all eat? I'll go for a walk. After lying on the Kong for an afternoon, his body felt a bit soft. Good day, master. Upon arriving at the backyard, the servants working in the greenhouse greeted Lin Chen. Keep busy, don't mind me. Lin Chen waved his hand and casually picked a spiky cucumber, eating it right away. Perhaps it was psychological, but the cucumbers grown on this pure land without fertilizers or pesticides tasted better than those from the city. The texture was different. Soon finishing one cucumber, Lin Chen picked a tomato next, enjoying its sweet and sour flavor. After wandering around, Lin Chen strolled over to the chicken coop. Under the careful raising by Diao Xiaochan, these chickens grew quickly and healthily, with not a single one dead, each looking lively and cheerful. Master, Diao Xiaochan brought chicken feed over and quickly bowed upon seeing Lin Chen. Xiaochan, you've raised these chickens well. It seems you've put in effort. This is what a servant should do. Here, this is a reward for you. Lin Chen took out 2 pieces of candy and stuffed them into Diao Xiaochan's hand. Thank you, master. Diao Xiaochan couldn't help but smile. All right, you go back to work. After wandering around the backyard, the sky had completely darkened. As he returned to the house, he thought about whether to have Xiaoxiang or Yi Xiaodai serve him tonight, or perhaps both together. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly bumped into a shadow, startling Lin Chen. Master, are you all right? Lin Chen patted his chest and curiously asked, Ayu, what are you doing here? Do you need something from me? Lin Ayu lowered her head and said softly, Master, I've made up my mind. I want to stay by your side, please take me in. Really made up your mind? It'll be too late to regret later. Master is a good person, I won't regret it. Then tonight, you can serve me while I rest. Ah, what? Unwilling? No, I'm willing. Come in with me. This time, Lin Ayu also joined the dinner table. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen asked Xiaoxiang to run the water so Lin Ayu could take a bath. Without needing Lin Chen to say more, Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai understood what he meant. so after preparing the water, the two returned to their own rooms. It was Lin Ao's first time bathing in a bathtub, and with shower gel, it produced a lot of foam, making her smell nice. There were also special shampoos and toothpaste, which were particularly novel. After a thorough wash, Lin Ao wrapped herself in the bath towel Chiu Xiang had specially prepared for her and walked into Lin Chen's bedroom. The lights were off, and soon the room was filled with beautiful celestial music. Lin Ao felt very embarrassed. She didn't know how she could make such shameful sounds, but she just couldn't help it. It was as if a demon was controlling her. Lin Ao was indeed a martial arts expert. Her body's flexibility was simply extraordinary. And although this woman usually appeared quite proud, last night she was passionate like fire, giving Lin Chen a great surprise. Even after returning to the city, he was still savoring that wonderful experience. At that moment, a phone call interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. Su-yun? Lin Chen saw the caller ID and quickly answered. Mr. Lin, we've designed that set of blueprints you requested. Let me know when it's convenient for you to come pick it up. If there are any unsatisfactory parts, we can discuss them on site. That was quick. I happen to have time today. I'll head over now. Great. I'll be waiting for you in the office. More than an hour later, Lin Chen drove to Su-yun's studio. Mr. Lin has arrived. Please take a seat. Just wait a moment for me. Okay. Lin Chen sat in the chair in front of the desk and observed the busy Su-yun. To be honest, this career-oriented woman was quite charming when she worked hard. Of course, she was also good-looking. She belonged to that type who could easily rely on her looks but chose to use her talent instead. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. After a flurry of activity, Su-yun finally finished and took out the design drawings from the cabinet behind her, placing them on the desk. Mr. Lin, here are all the design drawings. Please take a look and let me know if there's anything you're not satisfied with. I can make revisions. The main issue is that I haven't done an on-site inspection, so some aspects may not meet your requirements. Miss Su is too modest. With your level of skill, this design drawing is already excellent. Lin Chen glanced at it and finally nodded, saying, Miss Su, this design is perfect, with no need for modifications. Thank you very much. I should be the one thanking you. I truly appreciate your recognition. Miss Su has high standards and excellent designs. I can't possibly be dissatisfied. Lin Chen smiled, stood up, and shook hands with Su-yun. Since you're so busy, I won't disturb you. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Mr. Lin, you're too polite. Let me see you out. Miss Su, please stay. By the way, Mr. Lin, I heard from Miss Yang Xiaowei that you have channels to obtain some high-quality herbs? In Su-yun's office, Lin Chen was about to leave when he heard her words and turned back. May I ask what herbs Miss Su needs? Oh, please wait a moment. Let me check. Su-yun smiled apologetically and hurried to rummage through her desk. A few minutes later, she returned with a note in hand. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. Can you see if you can get these herbs? Ginseng, angelica, white atractalodes. Lin Chen looked at the list and smiled. These are all relatively common Chinese herbs. I'll ask around when I get back. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Please let me know the price later. Since I only deal with the highest quality herbs, the prices are relatively high, especially for precious herbs like ginseng. If you need older ones, the price might be quite steep. Lin Chen said in advance to avoid any misunderstandings later. I understand. Miss Young has already mentioned it to me. I can't afford ginseng over 100 years old, but could you find me some that are a few decades old? Spending a few $100,000 is still acceptable. Alright, just wait for my call. Thank you so much. No need to be polite. Su-yun personally escorted Lin Chen to the elevator, waiting for the doors to close before returning to her office. Wei, are you free? Let's have a meal. Lin Chen got into his car and called Yang Xiaowei. Lin Gu, you're in the city? Yang Xiaowei laughed. What good news do you have that you want to treat me to a meal? You helped me introduce a client. I have to treat you. Client? Oh, you mean Su-yun? She called me a few days ago. Yang Xiaowei explained. You needed her design, right? So I thought, let her owe you a favor. That way she might be more dedicated when helping you with the design. You won't blame me for being talkative, will you? You're quite clever. Lin Chen laughed. If I were to blame you, I wouldn't be calling you. Yang Xiaowei giggled. I knew Lin Gu wouldn't blame me. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'll come pick you up. We can have a meal together, then I'll head back to the village. Sounds good. Then I'll trouble Lin Gu to make a trip. The daughter of the prestigious Taiyan Pharmaceutical. I bet there's a long line of people wanting to take you out, right? I feel honored just to take you to dinner. Lin Gu, you're joking again. How could I dare? Alright, enough of that. I'm driving over now. Let's chat when we meet. Lin Chen smiled and hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen picked up Yang Xiaowei. Isn't this an early leave? It's not even off work yet. Well, I am a young lady of a wealthy family. I have some privileges. Yang Xiaowei joked. Lin Gu, you're too stingy, coming to pick me up without even buying a bouquet? Buying flowers is so uncreative? Then what are you going to give me? I've prepared some green, pollution-free vegetables. Want some? Did you grow them yourself? Purely organic, no fertilizers or pesticides used. The taste is different. You'll know once you try it. Thank you, Lin Gu. I'm not familiar with the city. You pick a place, and I'll pay when you order. Then I'll order a few more dishes to take advantage of you, this rich guy. Yang Xiaowei teased. I'm just an ordinary person. I have nothing to do with the rich. Come on, you're richer than me now. That watch on your wrist is worth over $1 million. Then I'll support you. Would you be willing? Of course, as long as you treat me well. I wouldn't mind giving up being a young lady. Let's not get carried away. Once you inherit the family business, you'll be a billionaire. You won't need me to support you. The two were now good friends, and with their interests intertwined, joking with each other wasn't out of line. Joking around, under Yang Xiaowei's lead, Lin Chen arrived at a private dining restaurant. These wealthy people particularly liked to find such quiet places amidst the hustle and bustle. Dining was also about the environment and service. Miss Young has arrived. The private room I often use isn't occupied, right? It's free. I'll take you there. Thank you. You're too polite. The manager personally led Yang Xiaowei and Lin Chen to the private room. Yang Xiaowei didn't order, letting the manager arrange it. It seemed she was a regular here. Although the place looked upscale, Lin Chen felt at ease with money in his pocket. He could smile while paying regardless of the price. If worse came to worst, he could just toss out a gold ingot. Lin Gu, why did you come to the city today? Did you finish the design? Lin Chen nodded. This morning, Miss Su called me, saying the design was completed, and I happened to have time, so I came over. Isn't the design for this estate done by you? Of course not. I don't have that capability. Then why not get more medicinal materials? High-quality Chinese medicinal materials are in short supply now, and prices are continuously rising. It would be a shame not to seize such a rare opportunity to make a fortune. You think these medicinal materials are like cabbages, that you can just get as many as you want? Lin Chen said this, but in reality, he could get as much as he wanted. He simply didn't want to. He was just one person. As long as he was full, his family wouldn't go hungry. He still had over 4 million in his bank account, and over 8 million in his game warehouse, more than enough to spend. Unless he wanted to upgrade his warehouse or time props, there was no need to accumulate so much money. He was completely laid back in the city. He didn't want to get married, didn't want to date, and definitely didn't want to buy a house. Wasting that energy was not as good as enjoying life in another world. As for what others said, he didn't care, as long as he felt good about it. He was just an ordinary person, and with too much money, he didn't even know how to spend it. With over 10 million now, he could live quite freely. Speaking of time props, Lin Chen planned to increase the time by another 6 hours in one go. This way, the interval for traveling to the other world would be eliminated, allowing him to go anytime and anywhere, which would be much more convenient. If trouble arises in the city, I can simply hide in another world and return whenever I want. If I don't want to come back, that's fine too. And if I get into trouble in that other world, I can also return to the city at any time. For me, this is not just a matter of convenience, but a precaution for my own safety. With this in mind, Lin Chen continued, Wei Wei, don't say I don't consider you a friend. In a few days, I'll get a 300-year-old ginseng. I plan to notify Zhao Lon, Lin Siki, and Chen Jie for a small auction. If you want it, be ready with enough money. At least 60 million in cash, the rest can be transferred. What? 300 years old? Are you sure? Yang Xiaowei's eyes widened in surprise. Ginseng of that age probably only exists in legends now. 300 years, entire dynasties have fallen in that time. Such old ginseng is definitely a treasure that is hard to come by. Lin Chen nodded. I've already been contacted by someone who digs ginseng. They haven't started digging yet, but I'll have confirmation in a few days. Okay, brother Lin, can we not auction it? Just name a price, and we won't argue. Yang Xiaowei pouted, shaking Lin Chen's arm playfully. Your pouting won't work. I don't even know how much to sell this old ginseng for. If I ask for too much, you'll feel uncomfortable. If I ask for too little, I won't feel it's worth it. So it's better to auction it. No matter the amount, at least it's a choice we both agree on, Lin Chen said. After lunch, Lin Chen drove back to the village. Yang Xiaowei didn't let Lin Chen spend any money. She was trying to win him over, so how could she let him spend? After seeing Lin Chen off, Yang Xiaowei hurried home. She needed to tell her father the latest news and come up with an effective strategy. They must secure that 300-year-old ginseng for Taiyang Pharmaceuticals. When Yang Tai received the news, he thought for a moment and made a decision. Wei Wei, I'll call the bank now to prepare the money. Tomorrow, you go directly to Lin Chen with cash and try to convince him not to auction it. What price should we offer? If it's too low, It might not move him, then let's offer a bit more. Didn't he say to prepare at least 60 million? Let's prepare 100 million. 100 million? That's too much. I spent 40 million on that 200-year-old ginseng. And a 300-year-old ginseng is definitely a treasure. It's not just a simple doubling of the price. 100 million is just my conservative estimate. If it goes to auction, it might even be higher. Of course, it also depends on the specific quality and characteristics. The quality of what Lin Chen brings out is definitely not a problem. So let's prepare 100 million in cash first. If that doesn't move him, we can use a check. Anything under 200 million should be enough. You'll stay at his place until we secure the ginseng. Dad, how can you do this? Trading your daughter for ginseng? Yang Xiaowei pouted. Yang Tai laughed. Haven't you stayed there before? Actually, if this kid could be my son-in-law, that wouldn't be bad. It's a good choice for both you and our company. This guy is just a blockhead. Then think of a way to make this blockhead come to his senses. Is 100 million in funds enough in one day? No problem. I'll arrange a bulletproof car for you to take over. I won't arrange for anyone else. I'm sure that kid doesn't want too many people knowing his address. Old Ginger is spicier. With our sincerity, we should be able to move him. 100 million in 100 yuan bills has a volume of about 1.19 cubic meters, which can be considered as a cube measuring 1 meter on each side. The weight is approximately 1.25 tons. This is the information I found. Arranging for a cargo van for transport should be fine, right? Lin Chen was unaware that Yang Tai and Yang Xiaowei were already plotting against him. Listening to music, Lin Chen drove in rhythm, looking incredibly carefree. Once upon a time, he had longed for a car, to feel the wind while being sheltered from the rain, and to take trips to explore the beautiful landscapes of his homeland. Now, his wish had come true. Although the car wasn't top-notch, it was quite safe and handled long distances and rough roads without issue. He planned to spend the new year in a warmer place, experiencing different local customs along the way. Upon returning to the county, Lin Chen went straight to the supermarket in the shopping mall and bought all the candied hawthorns available. He chose not to buy them outside because he was unsure of their cleanliness. Recently, he had seen a video of an old man using saliva to moisten the glutinous rice paper wrapping the candied hawthorns. To avoid any unsanitary additions from the old man, he felt it was safer to buy them in the mall. After that, he purchased dozens of pounds of candies and nuts, either to reward his subordinates or to pass the time. After leaving, he noticed vendors selling sliced cake and roasted sweet potatoes, so he bought those as well. The time in the game warehouse was eternal, so there was no worry about spoilage. Moreover, with dozens of people at home, if he wanted to share, there wouldn't be enough for everyone. Shopping like this was quite satisfying. Young man, I have several 100 pounds of these apples. Do you want some? Sure, but you have to deliver them to my home. Where do you live? Is it far? Not far. Just in Xiaohua village, it takes about 10 minutes. No problem. If you want to buy them all, I'll deliver them to your home and give you a better price. Great, let's settle on that. I'll give you 100 yuan as a deposit, and pay the rest when we get there. How about that? You're an honest young man. I have nothing to worry about. So Lin Chen led the way, and the old man selling apples followed on his tricycle. They quickly arrived at the village. After unloading the apples and weighing them one by one, Lin Chen paid the remaining amount. Young man, let's exchange phone numbers. If you want any fruit in the future, just call me, and I'll deliver it, the old man said with a smile after receiving the payment. Grandpa, you're a real pro at business. Lin Chen chuckled and exchanged numbers with him. This arrangement was quite convenient. If he didn't want to go out in the future, he could just have the old man deliver. It saved him time, made things easier, and the old man could earn some pocket money. Everyone benefited. After sending off the apple vendor, Lin Chen tidied up and stored everything in the game warehouse. He took De Lang and Wu Lang, along with 5 dogs, for a stroll outside the village. After returning, Lin Chen sat down in his study and turned on the computer. He inquired with several online stores and finally found one willing to custom make a golden hoop staff. Lin Chen provided the dimensions, weight, and shape, paid half the deposit, and agreed to cover the shipping costs. For the sake of the great sage, Lin Chen was willing to go all out. Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Seeing it was a delivery service, Lin Chen quickly answered, "Hello, is this the delivery for the pool table you purchased online? Are you home now? I'm at home. Then we'll deliver it to you right away." "Okay, thank you. I must say, the logistics of a certain company are truly impressive. They even deliver directly to the village, unlike other couriers that leave packages in town for you to pick up." After waiting for more than half an hour, he finally saw the delivery truck arrive. Lin Chen opened the gate and let them drive into the yard. After more than an hour of installation, the delivery workers left, and Lin Chen took a couple of shots himself. This table had cost him over 8,000 yuan, and the quality was indeed much better than the tables at the local pool hall. The included cue rack and other small gifts were also quite nice. As night fell, Lin Chen locked the gate and then stored the pool table in the game warehouse, transporting it to another world. The room next to the bedroom is the one that was converted into a bathroom with a flushing toilet. The space is quite large, just enough to fit a billiard table. Moreover, during the renovation, a flue was also installed, so it's not cold in winter. In this cold winter, playing a couple of rounds with my beautiful maid can be quite enjoyable, and when we get tired, we can engage in other activities, which adds a lot of fun. After finding the right spot, Lin Chen moved the billiard table out from the game storage and set it up, ready to call someone to try it out. At that moment, Xiaoxian's voice happened to sound from outside the door. "Master, have you risen? Yuan Fei has returned and says he has important matters to report. Let him in." Lin Chen walked to the door and opened it. Yuan Fei then approached Lin Chen, first bowing respectfully, and then leaned in to whisper in Lin Chen's ear, "Master, the Emperor has come to Lanyun County, accompanied by the Imperial Guard, and has already left the capital." Yuan Fei had been assigned by Lin Chen to the capital to gather information at any time. Of course, given Yuan Fei's status, he was currently only able to gather news from the streets. Lin Chen intended to first assess his capabilities. If he truly had expertise in this area, he could later have him liaise with Chen Yudao to obtain more important information, and then use his likeness skill to quickly bring it back. "What is the Emperor doing in Lanyun County?" Lin Chen muttered to himself. Yuan Fei interjected, "I heard it's to witness a divine miracle." "Oh, this news spread to the capital so quickly?" "Yes, now the common people in the capital all know about it. People in tea houses, taverns, and on the streets are discussing it." "That is a bit strange. Could someone be deliberately spreading the news?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then took out a piece of candy and rewarded Yuan Fei. "You did well this time. The news was delivered very promptly. You can go rest now." "Thank you, Master. When should I go back to the capital?" "You should rest for 2 days first, and wait for my instructions." "Yes. Xiaoxian, come help me wash up." Lin Chen had also become accustomed to being served. Even washing his face and brushing his teeth required someone to assist him. Hearing the call, Xiaoxian quickly walked in. Upon seeing the billiard table set up in the room, she curiously asked, "Master, what is this? It looks like a big table." "This is a table. From now on, you will serve me on this," Lin Chen said with a mischievous smile. "Master, you are so naughty. Do you like it?" Lin Chen asked, tilting Xiaoxian's chin. Xiaoxian's shy face turned a bit flushed. "Ha ha, let me give you a kiss." Lin Chen cupped Xiaoxian's small face and pressed his lips against hers. Teasing this lovely little maid every morning brightened his mood for the entire day. After washing up, Lin Chen took out some cut cake and roasted sweet potatoes to share with Xiaoxian, Yishao and Ayu. Now Ayu had successfully joined this little group. Lin Chen had arranged everything, including a mink coat, cashmere leggings, hats, gloves, and sanitary napkins, among other things. Last time, he had bought a lot to stock Chen Yudeo's specialty store for women's products. "Master, what is this?" Lin Ayu asked, picking up a piece of cut cake. She had a heavy responsibility, so she was quite curious. Whenever she saw something unusual, she would ask about it. "This is called cut cake. It has red dates inside and is very delicious. You all should try it. Xiaodai, later take a piece to your mother." "Thank you, good brother. Hurry and eat." "So sweet, this cut cake is so good." Xiaoxian's eyes squinted into crescent shapes as she enjoyed the sweet treat. "If it's good, eat a couple more pieces. I would be very content with just one piece. Compared to before, life now feels like paradise. All of this is the master's grace." "Silly girl, we are family, there's no need for formalities." Lin Chen ate 2 pieces of roasted sweet potato and drank a bowl of porridge, feeling warm all over. "Xiaoxian, bring me a basket." After eating his fill, Lin Chen brought along some gifts and, accompanied by the 2 door gods Zhao Dashan and Li Ernia, headed to the county office. Both of them were strong men, especially Zhao Dashan, who lived up to his name, standing beside Lin like a mountain, providing a great sense of security. With these 2 by his side, ordinary folks dared not approach. Lin Chen had specifically taken the time to let Lin Ayu test their martial prowess. Although she had not practiced martial arts, her tough skin and strong physique made her comparable to a second-rate expert. If pushed to the limit, she could even hold her own against Lin Ayu, a first-rate fighter. Exceptional talents cannot be judged by common standards. "You wait here," Lin Chen said, giving the 2 a handful of sunflower seeds and some candies to keep them occupied near the county office entrance. "Thank you, boss." Lin Chen waved his hand and, carrying the basket, walked into the county office. "Master Lin has arrived. Good morning." "Morning." Lin Chen greeted people as he walked in, resembling a generous benefactor, casually handing out some nuts and candies. He had become quite familiar with the county office. "Brother Lin, you've come. I was just about to send someone to find you," Song Yao said mysteriously, pulling him toward the study. Brother Song, what do you need me for? Lin Chen asked curiously. Song Yao did not answer immediately. Instead, he entered the study and closed the door before saying to Lin Chen, His Majesty is coming to Lanyun County, probably arriving in the afternoon. I plan to prepare some delicious dishes for His Majesty to taste. I need your advice. His Majesty is coming to Lanyun County? Lin Chen feigned surprise. According to the latest news, he has already left the capital. However, since there are many attendants traveling with His Majesty, he surely won't be moving too quickly, so we still have ample time. What dishes does Brother Song plan to make? I happen to have brought some delicacies. I wonder if they can be of use. Oh, what delicacies have you prepared? Let me see, Song Yao said excitedly. Lin Chen placed the basket on the table and took out several skewers of candied hawthorn, 2 pieces of cut cake, and a few roasted sweet potatoes. These candied hawthorns are great, they can count as a dish. His Majesty will definitely like them. Song Yao laughed heartily. He had tasted candied hawthorns before. They were sweet and sour, very delicious. This is called cut cake, made from glutinous rice, filled with red dates, and it's sweet as well. I just figured it out and hurried to let Brother Song taste it. I didn't expect His Majesty to come. I only have these 2 pieces. Is that too little? It is a bit little, but I trust your skills. Brother, this can count as a dish. Brother Song, why don't you try a piece first? This is prepared for His Majesty. How can I eat it? His Majesty can't eat it all by himself. This is too sweet, and eating too much will be cloying. Brother Song, just cut a small piece to taste, it's fine. Song Yao thought for a moment but ultimately could not resist the temptation of this novel delicacy. How about I try a piece? Go ahead. Lin Chen smiled, then took out a small knife and cut a small piece for Song Yao. Song Yao looked at the cake, which resembled pearls, then opened his mouth wide and stuffed it all in. Slowly chewing, he closed his eyes in enjoyment, and soon his chewing became quicker. The fragrance of glutinous rice and the sweetness of red dates filled his mouth. It was soft and chewy, incredibly delicious. People in this world had almost no resistance to sweet foods. The deliciousness of sweetness could bring happiness and joy, thus increasing the allure of such delicacies. Brother, your skills are simply amazing. This is so delicious. His Majesty will definitely love it, Song Yao said, then pointed at the steaming roasted sweet potatoes and asked, What are these? These are called sweet potatoes, also known as yams, and they are a high-yield food. One moo can produce dozens of stones, 20 times more than grains, and they are delicious whether eaten raw, steamed, or roasted. Today, I roasted sweet potatoes. What did you say? Is this another high-yield grain? Song Yao's eyes widened in surprise. In the study of the county office's backyard, facing Song Yao's astonishment, Lin Chen provided an answer that made his heart soar. That's right, this sweet potato not only has a high yield per acre, but it also has strong adaptability and doesn't require much from the soil. It can be grown in both mountainous and flat areas. Song Yao, feeling a bit excited, continued to ask, Is it really 20 times better than grains? That's just a conservative estimate. We planted some in my backyard, but we'll have to wait until they mature to see the actual yield. Of course, with this cold weather, we can't plant anything outside. We'll have to wait until next spring when the temperature rises. I'll try it first. Song Yao nodded, deciding to experiment himself. He picked up the smallest piece and then asked, How do you eat this? Lin Chen smiled, helped him break it in half, peeled off the skin, and handed it to Song Yao. Song Yao took a small bite, chewed a couple of times, and his eyes lit up again. It's this sweet too? Yes, and it creates a feeling of fullness very easily. If dried and ground into powder, it can also be made into dry food. Ha ha, that's great. Lin brother, you truly are my lucky star. This roasted sweet potato will be the highlight dish for His Majesty. With this, His Majesty will definitely be very pleased. How can I thank you? We're good brothers, no need to be so polite. Lin Chen waved his hand. Song Yao looked at Lin Chen seriously. Rest assured, brother, I will always cherish this friendship. It's just a bit of food. There's no need for such formality, Song brother. Brother, His Majesty is coming to Lanyun County this time to see the miraculous events in the fields, and he will likely visit the coal mine as well. You wait in the fields. If His Majesty wants to see you, I will notify you. Okay, I'll remember that. By the way, I heard that you and the daughter of Physician Chen Rong, have already arranged a marriage? I haven't congratulated you yet. Not so fast. We only have mutual feelings for each other right now, and Physician Chen is somewhat satisfied with me. But we haven't had the chance to discuss the next steps. To win the favor of little Physician Chen, brother, that's quite remarkable. You should know that in the capital, there are dozens of well-known official families, and they all want to marry little Physician Chen. But she doesn't look at anyone. Then have I offended all the second-generation heirs in the court? Not exactly offended, but they will definitely look at you unfavorably, Song Yao said with a hint of schadenfreude. So, how about it? Do you want to go to Lingyang with me next year? Get a bit further away from this place of troubles? Lin Chen thought for a moment and smiled wryly. I would like to go with you, Song brother, but I have so many people at home, it would probably cause a ruckus. That's true. Right now, there are tens of thousands of people relying on you for food. Song brother, is His Majesty coming to Lanyun County just to see the miracles? Lin Chen asked tentatively. Song Yao pondered for a moment and then lowered his voice. Brother, I'm only saying this in front of you, but you must not let it out. Rest assured, brother, I know how to be discreet, Lin Chen assured him. Song Yao continued. The reason His Majesty left the capital this time is because of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard? The last time I returned from the capital, it was the Imperial Guard who tried to assassinate me. That's the matter. Those people don't know whose orders they are following, but they are trying to harm you. This clearly touches His Majesty's reverse scale. The Imperial Guard is His Majesty's private army and the most trusted troops. How dare anyone cause trouble within the Imperial Guard? They really don't know how to write the word death. So, brother means that His Majesty left the capital this time to find out the mastermind behind the scenes? Exactly, under the Emperor's feet. How can such things be tolerated? Brother, just wait and see. The true culprit behind the assassination attempt on you will soon face justice. That would be the best outcome. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully and then said goodbye. Brother Song, you still need to prepare for the arrival of His Majesty, so I will take my leave first. That's fine, when there's time, we'll chat again. I'll have someone see you off. Song Yao was also a clever person. In front of Lin Chen, he never referred to himself as this official or anything like that. Brother, please stay. As Lin Chen exited the county office, he saw Deshan and Ernyo sitting by the wall, cracking sunflower seeds and basking in the sun, looking quite content. Boss! The two immediately spotted Lin Chen and hurried over. Let's go home. This trip to the county office was not in vain. He had indeed learned some inside information. It seemed that the rule of this empress was not so stable after all. If even her private army could be challenged, what about other places? In this newly pacified world, would it really descend into chaos again? It was already rare for a woman to be an emperor, and neighboring countries were certainly watching closely, hoping for turmoil within the Dragon Kingdom. The years of famine in the country had also gradually increased the factors of instability. One could imagine how much of a headache the Empress must have at this time. In Lin Chen's view, the Empress's visit to Lanyun County to investigate the hidden hand behind the Imperial Guard was true, and her inquiry into the divine signs was certainly genuine as well. In such an environment, if a heavenly omen truly appeared, it would also be a favorable factor for the Empress's rule. Based on Lin Chen's understanding during this time, although the Dragon Kingdom was similar to ancient dynasties, there were also some differences. There were significant variations in agriculture, society, governance, literature, martial arts, and many other aspects. Upon returning home, Lin Chen taught Xiao Xiang and the others how to play billiards. The rules were quite simple. Whoever pockets all the balls first wins. Soon, the women were having a great time. Lin Chen then excused himself and took Lin Ayu into the bedroom. Ayu's icy and fiery nature was quite addictive to Lin Chen, and he was thinking about it again. When you put on this lingerie, it really accentuates your figure. It's a full cup size larger. Master, what is a cup size? That's not important. Let me experience your passion again. In the afternoon, Lin Chen was napping with Lin Ayu when suddenly Qiu Xiang's voice came from the doorway. Master, His Majesty has arrived in Lanyun County. The county magistrate has notified everyone in the city to go out and welcome. His Majesty is here? Lin Chen jolted up and then had Qiu Xiang assist him in getting dressed. Lin Ayu was fine in a fight, but when it came to serving people, she was all thumbs. After getting dressed, Lin Chen took everyone in the house and went out. At this time, the streets were already packed, with everyone gathering towards the city gate. At that moment, some officials were driving a horse-drawn carriage over, picking up Lin Chen and Xiao Xiang, and they headed out of the city first. 10 miles north of the city, Song Yao and other officials from the county office were already waiting there. Lin Chen walked over to Song Yao and greeted him. Master Song. In front of outsiders, Lin Chen called out respectfully. Stay close to me in a bit. Understood. As all the officials and citizens waited, the Empress's convoy slowly appeared in sight. But unlike the lively scenes depicted in historical dramas with fluttering banners, Lin Chen only saw a group of knights dressed entirely in black and wearing masks. The sound he heard was the synchronized thud of hooves hitting the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. Aside from these sounds, there was no other noise. The horses made not a single sound, indicating they were all well trained. Most of these horses were black, blending seamlessly with the knights' black attire, creating a strong sense of oppression. This is the Imperial Guard? The Empress's private army? Lin Chen speculated in his heart. Kneel. With a loud shout, led by Song Yao, everyone knelt down. Lin Chen, mingling in the crowd, merely pretended to kneel. After all, he had a long robe covering him, and the people around him dared not raise their heads. Song Yao, the county magistrate of Lanyun County, respectfully welcome our emperor. Long live, long live, long live. Song Yao shouted loudly. Immediately, the people around, including the common folk, began to shout along. Unexpectedly, this world also shouted long live, which felt a bit like filming a movie. The cavalry continued to advance, and Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. Song Yao was the trusted aide of the Empress. Wouldn't she encourage them a few words? Just then, a carriage stopped nearby, and a woman's voice came from inside the carriage. Lord Song, His Majesty said to let everyone go home. It's so cold, there's no need for these empty formalities. I obey the command. Song Yao quickly acknowledged. The carriage continued to move forward under the protection of the cavalry, and the Empress had not shown herself at all. Once the procession was over, Song Yao ordered everyone to disperse and return home. Brother, you should go home first. If there's anything, I'll call for you. Song Yao briefly instructed Lin Chen before hurrying to catch up with the Empress's carriage. Fortunately, the carriage to take him home was still there, so Lin Chen got on with Qiu Xiang and the others. Hiss! It's really cold. Home is still warm, Lin Chen hissed, stamping his feet as he entered the house. The heated Kong inside was burning brightly, and his frozen feet quickly warmed up. He was wearing cotton shoes, and he couldn't imagine how those refugees without shoes managed to endure. No wonder those who received cotton clothes and quilts from Lin Chen were so grateful to him. This was not just a simple piece of clothing or a quilt, it was a life-saving item. Sir, did you see His Majesty just now? Qiu Xiang asked curiously. Lin Chen had been called over by Song Yao, so he wasn't with Qiu Xiang and the others. Lin Chen shook his head and said, It's not easy to see the Emperor. I didn't even hear her voice. I don't even know what the Emperor looks like. Is she really like the legends say? What do the legends say she looks like? Lin Chen asked curiously. Qiu Xiang began to tell Lin Chen, and Yi Shaodai added her thoughts. However, Lin Ayu spoke little and seemed somewhat distracted. Next to the county office, there was a spacious courtyard. At this moment, it served as the temporary residence of the Empress, and the defense work had been taken over by the Imperial Guard. The palace maids were arranging the interior, placing some commonly used items. From today until the Empress's departure, this place would be a forbidden area for the entire Lanyun County. In the flower hall, a stove was lit, burning the honeycomb coal invented by Lin Chen. On top, there was an iron kettle for boiling water, with steam billowing from the spout. The Empress sat in the main seat, with Rui, her personal maid, standing behind her, while Song Yao stood in front of the hall. Song Niching, I have heard in the memorials about how Lanyun County is, and today, seeing it in person, you truly did not disappoint me. I am terrified. It's not court today, so there's no need to be so formal. Rui, grant him a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Following that, there was a private conversation between the ruler and the minister. An hour later, Song Yao stood up and hurriedly ran out. Not long after, he returned, holding a food box, and said, as if presenting a treasure, Your Majesty, this is a few dishes I prepared for you. Please have a taste. Saying this, he presented a plate with candied hawthorn, followed by square pieces of rice cake, and several of his best small dishes. Finally, there was the signature dish, roasted sweet potatoes. As Song Yao brought them out, he introduced them to the Empress. Those small dishes were naturally good and received the Empress's praise. This was the highest honor for a foodie, making Song Yao feel as if he had eaten honey. However, the candied hawthorn and rice cake left a deep impression on the Empress. Song Niching, did you also create these candied hawthorn and rice cake? Replying to Your Majesty, these two dishes were not made by me, but by Lin Chen. He heard that Your Majesty was coming to Lanyun County and specially prepared them for you. At this moment, if Lin Chen knew how righteous Song Yao was, he would definitely be moved to send him more technology and tough tasks. Is he the one who discovered coal as a resource and researched honeycomb coal? Yes, Your Majesty. Not only that, but today's final dish is also provided by him. I borrow flowers to present to the Buddha. Please taste it, Your Majesty. Ruby picked up a roasted sweet potato, first testing it with a silver needle, then tasting a bit herself to ensure there was no problem before bringing the roasted sweet potato closer to the Empress. This was not about trust, but rather about customs and regulations. The Empress's food safety was the biggest security issue and had always been checked by trusted confidants. The taste is good, sweet and sticky, it warms the stomach. But compared to other delicacies, it doesn't seem that stunning. Why did you choose this roasted sweet potato as the final dish? Is there some significance? The Empress asked. Your Majesty, according to Lin Chen, this sweet potato, like corn, is a high-yield crop that can serve as food. 1 acre of sweet potatoes can produce dozens of stones, 20 times that of common grains, and it has low soil requirements. It can be grown almost everywhere in our Dragon Kingdom. Is this true? The Empress's expression changed upon hearing this. The biggest problem in the entire Dragon Kingdom right now was the food crisis. The lack of food had already triggered many chain reactions affecting stability. Therefore, the Empress was most sensitive and concerned about food issues. Although I have not verified its authenticity, based on my understanding of Lin Chen, he would not lie and would not dare to deceive on such matters. How can this crop be obtained? Lin Chen said he stumbled upon it while trading along the coast with fishermen, and then he tried planting some himself. Oh, by the way, he is currently growing some at home, but they are not yet mature. Now, can this sweet potato grow in such a cold environment? Not exactly. Lin Chen has set up a greenhouse at home to increase the soil temperature. I have been to see it. It is indeed quite miraculous. Even in this cold weather, fresh vegetables can be eaten, and he is also growing corn there, reportedly experimenting with improved seeds. This person is quite a talent. Previously, you mentioned in your memorial that over 70% of the land in Lanyun County is planted with winter wheat. In the temporary palace, the Empress was talking with the county magistrate of Lanyun, Song Yao. When the topic of grain planting came up, Song Yao confidently said, Your Majesty, so far, 80% of the wasteland in Lanyun County has been reclaimed, most of which was planted by Lin Chen. Lin Chen has made a tremendous contribution to the stability of Lanyun County and provided valuable food. I will offset 1,000 official fields as debt and then lease him 3,000 acres. When the harvest comes next year, he will give 30% of the harvest as rent. This food can be submitted to the National Treasury. Additionally, I have gathered a batch of seeds to lend to the residents who received land. When the harvest comes next year, they will return 30% of the harvest as agricultural tax, along with the borrowed seeds to the county office. The land policy provided by Lin Chen had already been detailed in a memorial by Song Yao. The Empress was also quite familiar with this policy. This land policy can indeed greatly enhance the enthusiasm of the common people for farming, thereby stabilizing the situation, but the side effects are also considerable, as it involves the interests of those ministers in the court. Although the matter has been suppressed by me, there are still daily memorials impeaching you. Song Yao stood up, bowed to the Empress, and said loudly, I am not afraid. As long as it benefits the country and the people, and can relieve your Majesty's worries, I would risk my life without hesitation. Good. This is the attitude I want. Saniqing, next year I will issue an edict for you to take over as the governor of Lingyang. The situation there is not optimistic, so you need to prepare mentally in advance. Also, you can recommend someone to take office in Lanyun County. Your servant thanks your Majesty for your trust. Get up. Do your job well for me, and your family need not worry. I will send someone to ensure their safety. Your servant obeys. After the conversation between the ruler and minister, Song Yao took his leave. The Empress did not mention the matter of visiting the divine phenomenon. Rui, you need not stay by my side. Take 2 people and go back home to see your family. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Rui immediately knelt in gratitude. Go ahead. Once Rui left, a shadow descended from the rooftop, kneeling at the Empress's feet. My lord, Commander Yu has replied. She is currently unable to leave and will come to pay her respects later. Understood. Is there any news from the capital? Commander has no messages to report at this time. Then you may leave. Your servant takes her leave. These shadow guards were the elite around the Empress, each a top-tier expert, while the commander, Wu Xuan, was an extraordinary master. They came and went without a trace, making great contributions and sacrifices for the Empress and the Dragon Kingdom. The Empress picked up a candied hawthorn and ate one. It was sweet and sour, perfectly to her taste, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Lin Chen, I truly want to see what kind of person you are. As night deepened, the Empress had already gone to bed but had not yet fallen asleep. At this moment, she was reviewing some urgent memorials. Since pacifying the realm, she had developed this habit. She would read a few memorials before sleeping, and when tired, she would fall asleep immediately. As a female emperor, she had no harem of beautiful women nor any male favorites. The palace attendants were all maidservants, and there were no eunuchs. Moreover, all her shadow guards were women. There were rumors in the market that the Empress favored women, but she had never intervened in this matter. Her shadow guards could easily investigate these rumors, but the reason they did not was that these rumors were spread by her own design. "My lord, Commander Yu has arrived." A shadow guard knelt before the bed to report. "Announce her." The Empress continued to review the memorials without raising her head. Soon after, the sound of the door echoed, and Lin Au appeared before the Empress's bed. "Your servant Au pays her respects to my lord. Long live my lord." The Empress set down the memorial and looked at Au, smiling as she said, "It seems you have successfully approached him." "Reporting to my lord, I have been commanded to become Lin Chen's woman. Tell me, what have you discovered?" Then, Lin Au detailed everything she had found out about the Lin family. After listening, the Empress nodded and asked, "About the divine phenomenon, are you sure it was not his doing?" "Absolutely not. In one night, not to mention one person, even hundreds could not build such a long wall, and those walls seemed to grow from the ground, extremely sturdy, surpassing the city walls of the capital. Could it really be a divine phenomenon?" The Empress pondered for a moment and asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual while being by his side?" "Unusual?" Lin Au thought for a moment and said, "If I must say something unusual, Lin Chen sleeps alone every night. Previously, he would rest as soon as it got dark and would not let anyone enter his room. There is a very formidable monkey guarding his door, comparable to a top-tier expert. It would be impossible to approach without being noticed. Recently, he has allowed me and those 2 concubines to accompany him for a while, but in the end, he still sleeps alone. I heard it is for training." "A monkey comparable to a top-tier expert?" "I have personally tested it. This monkey seems to be an extraordinary breed, with arms as strong as steel." I almost suffered a loss. "What is Lin Chen's martial skill like?" "He didn't really make a move. The servant only knew that his speed was extremely fast, and she probably wasn't his match, so she didn't dare to test him recklessly at night." From now on, you will keep an eye on him for me. Report any situation promptly." This servant obeys. "Tomorrow, I will meet him. Make the arrangements, and don't let him know my true identity." "Yes." In the city, early morning. Lin Chen had just been transported from another world when he heard a series of knocks at the door. His phone had already accumulated dozens of missed calls, and there were many unread messages on WeChat, all from Yang Xiaowei. "Stop knocking, I heard you." Lin Chen responded to Yang Xiaowei through the camera and then opened the door. Immediately, Yang Xiaowei drove a clearly modified van into the yard. As Lin Chen walked out of the room, he saw Yang Xiaowei taking a suitcase out of the car, the same one she had brought during her last brief stay. "What are you doing?" "Big brother, I called you dozens of times and couldn't get through. I thought you were missing. I have trouble sleeping. I usually keep my phone on silent at night. But why are you bringing luggage?" From today on, I'm living at your place. Aren't you going to work?" "This is work. My dad said if I can't get that 300-year-old ginseng, I don't have to go back." "Is your dad really your biological dad?" "I also feel like I was adopted. He actually wants to trade me for ginseng." Yang Xiaowei pouted and then pulled Lin Chen to the car, flinging the door open. In the next moment, Lin Chen stood there in shock. He had seen a fair amount of money, but seeing so much cash piled together was still somewhat overwhelming. "Did you rob a bank?" "Yeah, just robbed it, all for you." "How much is this?" 100 million. Looking at the mountain of cash in the van, Lin Chen quickly closed the door. He then walked back and asked Yang Xiaowei, "You brought all this cash by yourself?" "Yeah, my dad said you might not like being disturbed, so I came alone." "Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" "Of course I'm afraid, but to show our sincerity, I have to come anyway." Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Do you really want to collect that 300-year-old ginseng?" "Of course. I brought the money, how could it be fake?" Wei, 100 million is indeed a lot, and I see your sincerity, but this price, I really can't say. What's there to hesitate about? Business is business, and friendship is friendship. Just give me a number you like, and we can negotiate." "Let me think about it." "You all think about it too. After all, the old ginseng hasn't been dug up yet. We still have to wait a few days." Lin Chen said, "Then I'll stay at your place for these few days." "What about all this money?" "Just leave it in the car. It's bulletproof. My dad specially arranged for it to be secure." "Impressive." Yang Xiaowei settled in just like that. It was just a few meals, and Lin Chen could manage that. Moreover, she was a fortune-bringing girl, so it was only right to treat her well. In fact, when he first saw so much cash, Lin Chen was already tempted. Plus, it was cash brought by a girl herself, which was quite sincere. But who would complain about having too much money? That 300-year-old ginseng was definitely a treasure. He thought about selling it for a good price, not knowing if he could get such an old one again in the future. As for the 400-year-old ginseng, Lin Chen didn't plan to sell it, he would keep it for himself. After dinner in the evening, Lin Chen took Yang Xiaowei for a stroll outside the village, also walking the dog. When they returned, they watched a movie together and then prepared to wash up and rest. After saying goodnight to each other, Lin Chen entered the bedroom and locked the door. He waited for a while, confirming that there were no issues on Yang Xiaowei's side, before transporting himself to another world. Xiao Xiang. Lin Chen burrowed into the warm quilt. The heated Kong had been warm all night, and the quilt was cozy too. Master, you're awake? Hearing Lin Chen's call, Xiao Xiang responded from outside. De Shang, let Xiao Xiang in. Immediately, De Shang, who was blocking the door, stepped aside. Once Xiao Xiang entered the room, Lin Chen pulled her into the quilt. Now, every morning, Xiao Xiang had to wash up nicely, just waiting for this moment. A thrilling battle began in passion and ended in tenderness. These days, Xiao Xiang had been eating well and sleeping well, and under Lin Chen's love and care, she became even more radiant, her skin seemingly glowing. Master, you haven't had breakfast yet? Let me help you get up. On such a cold day, why get up? Let's continue sleeping. Lin Chen held Xiao Xiang as if she were a warm baby, soft and warm, making it incredibly comfortable. Before long, a somewhat tired Lin Chen fell asleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when Xiao Xiang softly called in his ear, Master, Ayu is calling for you outside. There might be something important. Let her in, Lin Chen mumbled, burying his head in Xiao Xiang's embrace. Ayu, the master wants you to come in, Xiao Xiang relayed, then snuggled deeper into the quilt, covering her head. Master, there's an old acquaintance of yours waiting outside, Lin Ayu said as she entered the room and saw the two in the quilt, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, it was true what they said, if you're not embarrassed, others will be. Acquaintance? I don't have any acquaintances. Lin Chen waved for Lin Ayu to come closer. The next moment, Lin Chen reached out and pulled Lin Ayu onto the con, and without saying a word, he began to explore. Master, there are still people waiting outside. Woo! Lin Ayu tried to struggle, but under the man's relentless advances, her body went limp and unresponsive. Moreover, with his enhanced strength, Lin Chen was already quite powerful. In the end, Lin Ayu succumbed to Lin Chen's vigorous assault. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly had a whim and activated a time item on Lin Ayu. When the battle ceased, it felt as if Lin Ayu had experienced a whole day. Master, there are still people waiting for you outside, Lin Ayu said, feeling anxious and on the verge of tears. After all, it was the Empress outside. They had actually kept the Empress waiting while hiding inside doing shameful things. I don't have any acquaintances. Did she say what her name was? Looking at the conquered Lin Ayu, Lin Chen smiled contentedly. She said she had met you in the capital. Is this person from the capital? Lin Chen thought for a moment but couldn't recall who it might be. After all, he had met many people in the capital. Could it be the girl from Zui Xianlu? No way. It can't be her, right? A figure suddenly flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Hurry and invite the guest in. I'll tidy up and come out. Lin Ayu quickly put on her clothes, not even having time to fix herself, and rushed out in a flurry. When she reached the front door, she saw the Empress standing calmly at the entrance. Master, the master invites you in for tea. Upon seeing the Empress, Lin Ayu almost knelt down. However, under the Empress's gaze, she barely managed to stay upright. Please lead the way. Please come in. Lin Ayu walked ahead, and soon she heard the Empress's soft voice. It seems this guy really is quite lecherous, getting in the mood so early in the morning. Lin Ayu felt both embarrassed and scared, only knowing to keep her head down as she walked, nearly bumping into the wall. When they reached the living room to serve tea, it wasn't long before Lin Chen, looking handsome, arrived in the living room. Mr. Lin, it's been a while since we parted in the capital. I hope you have been well, the Empress said, standing up and smiling at Lin Chen. Is it really you, miss? I thought you were a fraud, he replied. Duh. Lin Ayu instinctively wanted to call him bold, but just as the words were on her lips, she remembered something and quickly stopped. What's wrong? I just have a bit of a sore throat. That might be because you ate too much earlier. You should go rest for a while, he suggested. Lin Ayu stole a glance at the Empress before exiting the living room. Is Mr. Lin accusing me? The Empress asked. Lin Chen observed the woman. Her noble demeanor and tall, curvaceous figure were far from ordinary. However, her presence in the Chen family's garden suggested a close relationship with them. No, I'm just curious. Since you are not Chen Rong, how did you end up in the Chen residence's garden that day? I am a court lady and a good friend of Ronger. I heard many things about you from His Majesty, so when I learned you were at the Chen residence, I went to meet you, the Empress explained calmly. Is that so? At that time, I thought you were Miss Chen Rong. After you left, I felt quite disappointed. Oh, disappointed about what? Aren't we supposed to be getting to know each other? You asked me how I felt about you, and I said I was very satisfied, but you left without saying a word. I thought you weren't interested in me, so of course, I felt disappointed. The Empress smiled sweetly and said, then later, didn't you receive a surprise? That could be considered one of my contributions, right? In the Lin family living room, the Empress and Lin Chen, though meeting for the second time, were enjoying a lively conversation. The Empress asked many questions about state governance, and although Lin Chen's answers were quite simple, his ideas were very innovative. After some thought, the Empress found great value in them and began to admire Lin Chen even more. How could a simple villager know so much? Could he be the so-called hermit who hides in plain sight? Outside the living room, Lin Ao heard laughter coming from inside and finally relaxed her tense heart. To be honest, she was quite concerned about Lin Chen, the man who had taken her first time. She absolutely did not want to see any unpleasantness between the Empress and Lin Chen. After more than an hour, Lin Chen and the Empress walked out of the living room together. Lin Ao hurried over. Sir, is your esteemed guest leaving? No, I'm taking Miss Linglong to the backyard to see what I've planted. Go to the kitchen and instruct them to prepare a more lavish lunch. I want to entertain our esteemed guest, Lin Chen instructed before leading the Empress toward the backyard. However, Lin Ao stood frozen in place, unable to react for a long time. Because the Linglong that Lin Chen mentioned was the name the Empress had kept in her boudoir, a name she hadn't used in a long time. The only people who knew this name now were the old ones who had followed the Empress back in the day. Did His Majesty have some deeper meaning? In the Lin family's backyard, Lin Chen led Linglong, admiring his masterpiece in the plastic greenhouse. Mr. Lin, yesterday Lord Song Yao presented a crop to His Majesty called sweet potato. Do you have any planted here? Of course, it's right over there. Let me take you to see, Lin Chen said, leading the way. They needed to cross a small irrigation ditch, and Lin Chen jumped over first, then gentlemanly extended his hand to the Empress to help her. The Empress hesitated for a moment but eventually placed her hand in his. Be careful. It's quite muddy here, Lin Chen reminded as he held the Empress's small hand. The Empress nodded, and after crossing the small ditch, she tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Chen held it tightly. Linglong, this is a sweet potato. Its fruit grows underground, and it might just be starting to bear fruit now. The vines above can feed livestock and are excellent fodder crops. So the fruit grows underground, no wonder it's called sweet potato. That name is quite fitting. Lin Chen showed Linglong sweet potatoes, corn, bok choy, spinach, and other vegetables, and then picked a cucumber for her to eat. Mr. Lin, why is it so warm in this greenhouse? The film above actually lets sunlight in? It's just like the rooms we humans live in. I simply use this room to grow crops. It's easy to say, but hard to do, and for so many years, no one thought of using this method to grow vegetables in winter. Your actions can be considered pioneering. If the common people could have such greenhouses, they could eat fresh vegetables in winter. That's just an idealistic view. In reality, the feasibility of this matter is low, Lin Chen said. Linglong nodded. That's right. The common people can't even fill their stomachs, and many have lost their homes. How can we talk about eating fresh vegetables? Difficulties are only temporary. As long as we get through this crisis, I believe the scene you envision will definitely appear. You have such confidence? Our Majesty is talented and capable. If he can conquer the world, he can also maintain it. As long as there are no mishaps, the disasters will pass, difficulties will be resolved, and the common people will live a happy life where they can eat and dress warmly. What you say is truly wonderful. I also look forward to that day. After touring the backyard, Lin Chen took Linglong back inside. Since the other rooms were too cold, it was more comfortable to entertain guests in the renovated room. Oh, this room is so warm? It seems like there's no stove? The Empress asked curiously as she entered. Feel your feet. It feels warm underfoot. What's going on? This is called underfloor heating, created using the principle of a heated Kong. You are truly talented. Not at all. I just like to tinker around. Is this big table a dining table? The Empress looked at the strange billiard table and asked. This is not a dining table, it's a billiard table, made for winter entertainment. Come, I'll teach you how to play a few shots. Lin Chen explained the rules, set up the billiard balls, and finally handed a cue stick to Linglong. You hold it like this. Lin Chen moved in from behind the Empress, teaching her how to hold the cue and the posture for striking the ball. At that moment, Lin Ao happened to come in with dishes, and upon seeing this scene, she was so startled that her hands shook, causing the plate to fall to the ground. What's wrong, Ao? Did you hurt your hand? Lin Chen hurried over, concerned. No. As long as you're not hurt, it's fine if the plate broke. Hurry and clean it up. Yes. Lin Ao hurriedly picked up the shards and fled outside. At that moment, her heart was trembling. It's over. How dare he hold the Empress? Mr. Lin, this billiard sounds very interesting. Please teach me, Linglong said, acting as if nothing had happened. Then, Lin Chen continued to teach Linglong how to break, aim, adjust angles, calculate trajectories, and so on. The Empress quickly grasped the tricks and felt the fun of billiards, even neglecting her meal and insisting on playing several shots with Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, this billiards is really fun. If you could present it to the Empress, I think she would be very happy. Present it to the Empress? Lin Chen was somewhat bewildered. Yes, the Empress works hard every day in the palace reviewing memorials, and there's not much entertainment in winter. If you give this billiards to the Empress, she might be so pleased that she could grant you an official title. Whether I become an official or not, as long as the Empress likes it, it would be my honor to present it to her. Linglong, you are by His Majesty's side. Could you take the trouble to deliver this to him? No problem, leave it to me. Linglong readily agreed. In her heart, she thought, I'll let you off for now with just a billiard table for your light-hearted offense against me. It's just a matter of a few $1,000, so I can part with it without any reluctance. It's just that he just bought it and hasn't had much fun with it yet, so it's a bit frustrating to see it taken away. During dinner, the roast chicken, pig's head meat, cut cake, and many flavorful dishes that Lin Chen brought out made the Empress's appetite soar. Mr. Lin, your food is so delicious. How about I recommend you to the palace to cook for His Majesty? Thank you for your kind offer, but cooking is just my hobby. I have many more important things to do. What? Mr. Lin doesn't want to serve His Majesty? Of course not. I just want to do more for His Majesty. Cooking is just serving one person, while serving the world is more important. What do you think is more significant, miss? The world is important, and so is His Majesty. The people are precious, the state is secondary, and the ruler is the least important. Only by valuing the common people can His Majesty's reign last long. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat and also capsize it. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This is an unchanging truth in any dynasty. Those rulers who lost their kingdoms did so because they failed to win the people's hearts, leading to chaos. Lin Chen spoke eloquently, but his words made Lin Ayu break out in a cold sweat, her pants dampening. In the afternoon, Linglong took her leave, not only taking the billiard table dedicated to His Majesty but also a small personal gift from Lin Chen. However, this small gift made Linglong feel a bit embarrassed. But she also knew that these women's personal items were quite expensive in the capital, and while Lin Chen's actions were somewhat inappropriate, they were not entirely unjustifiable. After sending off the Empress with trepidation, Lin Ayu's heart remained heavy. You error, what's wrong with you today? You seem distracted, Lin Chen said as he returned to the bedroom and took off his shoes to sit on the heated bed. On such a cold day, it was indeed comfortable on the heated bed. Lin Ayu sat at the edge of the bed, hesitating to speak. Master, this Miss Linglong is after all a female official in the palace. Is it appropriate for you to give her underwear and sanitary pads? What's inappropriate about it? The things given by the master are rare treasures in the capital. You might not even be able to buy them with money. For a female official in the palace, my gift is quite generous. I know these two gifts are valuable, but they are still quite private items for women. What's so private about it? It's just like clothes. I heard His Majesty has used them and found them quite good. Don't worry, it's fine. I hope she won't misunderstand your good intentions. Come, sleep with me for a while. Lin Chen pulled Lin Ayu onto the bed, treating her like a pillow. Lin Ayu, however, was troubled and restless, but she couldn't show it. After a long wait until nightfall, when Lin Chen let her leave, Lin Ayu hurried to the Empress's temporary palace. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Please punish me. Upon seeing the Empress, Lin Ayu knelt down with a thud. Oh, what crimes do you have? The Empress asked casually while reviewing memorials. Lin Ayu took a deep breath and steeled herself to say, First, I made your Majesty wait outside for a long time. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Well, in such cold weather, making me wait out there for so long indeed froze me badly. What else? Lin Ayu hesitated and continued. Second, I watched as your Majesty was disrespected and did not stop it. That is an even greater crime. Go on. Third, Lin Chen is now my man, and he offended your Majesty, so I share some responsibility. But what? Based on my understanding of Lin Chen, he has always been so free-spirited and unconcerned with trivial matters. Moreover, the gifts he sent to your Majesty were sincerely meant to befriend you, with no intention of being frivolous or offensive. I hope your Majesty can spare him this time. Upon hearing this, the Empress threw down the memorial and suddenly smiled at Lin Ayu. You didn't come here to plead for forgiveness today, but to speak on his behalf, right? I wouldn't dare. Get up. How long have you been with Lin Chen that you know him so well? Yet you have been with me for at least 10 years. Do you not understand me? Your Majesty's heart is as deep as the ocean. I wouldn't dare to make presumptions. Today, I visited Lin Chen in the identity of Linglong, not as the Emperor of Long Kingdom. Moreover, today's visit has yielded great results, and you can be considered to have contributed. I thank your majesty for your generosity. You err. Do you think I revealed any flaws today? Linnea shook her head. Your majesty is meticulous. Your words and actions showed no flaws. What about Lin Chen? Has he ever doubted my identity? No. He seems to firmly believe in your majesty's identity as a female official in the palace. The reason he sent you undergarments and sanitary pads is that these items are hard to find in the capital, and he thought to please you. This Lin Chen is not simple. His knowledge is vast and profound, and he may very well be a hidden sage among the common folk. You should continue to stay by his side and keep watch for me. From now on, every word and deed of his must be recorded and sent to the palace. I will obey. You may leave. I take my leave. Linnea respectfully backed out, then let out a long sigh. Today's crisis was over, but with Lin Chen's nature, he might still say something shocking in the future. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. She didn't want Lin Chen to bring about his own demise because of his tongue, and of course, she didn't dare to go against the Empress's orders. It seemed she would have to find an opportunity to communicate with Lin Chen when she returned, to help him control his mouth. The people are precious, the state is secondary, and the ruler is light. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Rui, what do you think of these two sentences? I wouldn't dare to speak rashly. I am asking you to speak, just say it. If you say something wrong, I won't blame you. Seeing this, she had no choice but to brace herself and say, the first sentence should mean that we must value the common people, prioritize their livelihoods and the state. The support of the people is crucial for a country's long-term stability. Go on. The Empress nodded in approval. The second sentence is not much different from the first. It should also imply the importance of the people's hearts. The common people, or the people's hearts, are like vast waters, while the boat refers to the court. If we have the people's hearts and their support, this dynasty will enjoy long-term stability. Otherwise, it will be like a boat capsizing. Well said. It's no wonder I have invested in you. The Empress nodded in satisfaction and did not continue to ask further. Instead, she suddenly inquired, by the way, have you seen your family? Rui's eyes turned red with sadness, replying to your majesty, my parents have passed away, and my younger brother and sister have reportedly sold themselves to the Lin family. Which Lin family? The Lin family that your majesty visited today. Oh, what a coincidence. Upon hearing this, the Empress suddenly showed a hint of a smile. That's great. That Lin Chen fellow is quite capable, so they surely won't go hungry. You can write to them often to keep in touch. I understand. I have also inquired, although my second sister and third brother have sold themselves as servants, Lin Chen treats them well, ensuring they have enough to eat and wear, and he even has his little butterfly lady teach my third brother martial arts. It's indeed much better than in the village. The Empress thought for a moment and suddenly said, tomorrow you can go to the Lin family to see your family. You might as well reveal your current identity to Lin Chen. If he asks about Linglong, just say you are a female official by my side. No need to say more. I will remember. Master, an urgent report has come from the commander. At that moment, a shadowy inner guard suddenly appeared at the door. Come in, the Empress said in a deep voice. Immediately, a figure cloaked in darkness entered and handed the Empress a small bamboo tube sealed with wax. The Empress inspected the seal, then opened it and took out a note. The small note was densely filled with tiny characters. The Empress leaned in closer, examined it carefully, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Humph! Finally, the fox's tail has been revealed. 3 days later, in another world, the Empress had returned to the capital, and Lanyun County had regained its former tranquility. During these 3 days, Lin Chen had not received a summons from the Empress, but he felt no disappointment. He was in this other world to enjoy himself, now with beautiful maidens and concubines attending to him, and no worries about food and clothing at home. He was already quite content. He had no desire to hold any official position, nor did he possess the political acumen for it. Just hiring some servants to tend to the land and bringing in some goods from the city to do a bit of business was enough to ensure a comfortable life. A man lives his life for such things, after all. Power was not what he sought, but he already possessed wealth and beauty. Thus, Lin Chen was very satisfied and had a laid-back attitude. Of course, if conditions allowed, it would be beneficial to maintain a good relationship with the Empress. He had already established connections with those around her, and in the future, he could occasionally send gifts to the palace. To his surprise, the minks he had recently purchased, Mink Xiaochan and her brother Mink Sanhua, turned out to be closely associated with the Empress's trusted maid, Rui. This was practically family, and with such a connection, he could reach the heavens with ease. Xiaochan, from now on, you won't need to raise chickens, assist Madame Xiaoxiang in managing the household affairs. Lin Chen called Mink Xiaochan over and promoted her. From today onward, Mink Xiaochan would be part of the management and wouldn't have to work anymore. Thank you, Master. Make sure to keep in touch with your sister. When you write to her, let me know. and I'll send something for her and His Majesty. I will remember, and I thank you on behalf of my sister. Alright, you can go now. Great sage, look at what this is. Taking advantage of the absence of others at home, Lin Chen pulled out a gold hoop rod weighing over 100 pounds from the system warehouse. This was custom-made according to the original proportions and appearance of the black Yukong staff. The texture and feel were excellent, very hard. Lin Chen tested it, and a single strike on the cement floor left a dent. The quality matched the price he paid. GGG. The great sage saw the rod and immediately became excited, bouncing around. Come on, show me what you can do. Lin Chen tossed the gold hoop rod to the great sage. The great sage leaped, catching the rod midair, then began to twirl it like Sun Wukong, leaving only after images. Not bad, not bad. With this weapon, your combat power has increased significantly. The great sage joyfully hugged the rod, feeling it up, and after a while, he played with it again, clearly delighted. With the great sage in the house, Lin Chen no longer had to worry. This weapon, weighing over 100 pounds, could deal a heavy blow even without any special techniques. Not to mention, the Iron Arm Monkey was incredibly strong. With his enhanced strength, he could smash stones, let alone flesh. Seeing that the items made by this manufacturer were good, Lin Chen ordered one for each of his bodyguards. Zhao Dashan liked hammers, Li Erniu preferred broadswords, and Yuan Fei favored throwing knives. Lin Chen arranged everything, all custom-made. He ordered Zhao Dashan a drum-shaped golden hammer, of course, not as exaggerated in proportion and weight. For Li Erniu, he ordered a Qinglong Yenyu knife, and for Yuan Fei, a flying knife, which would henceforth be known as Little Yuan's flying knife. With weapons, the bodyguard's strength would increase by more than double. Lin Chen's safety was even more assured. Meanwhile, he himself had also gained powerful defensive abilities. Moved by Yang Xiaowei's sincerity, Lin Chen ultimately sold the 300-year-old ginseng to Taiyang Pharmaceutical for a high price of 150 million. Of that, 60 million was used by Lin Chen to upgrade his time-related items. From now on, the interval time for him to enter the other world was gone. In other words, he could enter the other world at any time. As for how long he could stay in the other world, whether it was a day and night, 24 hours, or longer, he planned to verify that this time. In addition, having spent over 150 million, Lin Chen received another reward. That was the Qilin armor, which increased his own defense. Although it was called armor, it was not real armor but a type of defensive effect. When activated, the Qilin armor not only made him impervious to blades and bullets but also protected against fire and poison, even having a counter-damage effect. This was Lin Chen's trump card, so he didn't want anyone to know about it. He had the great sage test the Qilin armor's effect, but unexpectedly, the counter-damage effect hurt the great sage himself. The wrong child ignored Lin Chen for 2 days. However, despite feeling wronged, he still stood guard and never neglected his duties. After being struck by a 100-plus-pound golden staff, Lin Chen was completely unharmed under the protection of the Qilin armor, incredibly strong. Most importantly, the armor's effect covered his entire body, even protecting his head. Even if he encountered a master archer, he wouldn't have to worry about being shot in the head. From now on, Lin Chen could walk sideways in the other world, because no one could harm him anymore. With the Qilin armor activated, Lin Chen could arrogantly declare, "Who else?" That night, for the first time, Lin Chen had 3 women, Xiao Xiang, Yi Xiaodai, and Lin Yu, serving him in bed together. After taking the nourishing medicine from the Chun family pharmacy, combined with the boost from his strength attribute, Lin Chen felt he could go all night until dawn. The 3 women also indulged in pleasure, enjoying the utmost bliss of the mortal world. Xiao Xiang's tenderness, Yi Xiaodia's passion, and Lin Yu's ice and fire made Lin Chen experience a different kind of happiness. The next day at noon, Lin Chen finally crawled out from the pile of women. Soon after, Xiao Xiang and the others woke up, quickly washed up, and had someone bring lunch. Now, the kitchen was managed by Ye's mother, who had specially hired a chef. The cooking was top-notch, even without advanced techniques. Using only the most primitive seasonings, it was done very well. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone went about their business. Lin Chen called Yi Xiaodai and took Deshan and Ernyo to the fields. Yesterday, he received word that the brick factory had started producing bricks, and Lin Chen needed to go take a look. Those who contributed deserved rewards. Under his command, rewards and punishments must be clear. Those who contributed must be rewarded. Xiaodai, how is the cement research going at the institute? Sitting in the carriage, although the bumps weren't too severe, Lin Chen still felt somewhat dissatisfied with the current roads. I visited a couple of days ago. It has reached the most critical stage. If all goes well, I believe there will be good news soon. Lin Chen nodded, just about to ask about the progress of other projects when suddenly, he heard Zhao Dashan's voice from outside the carriage. Who dares to block our master's carriage ahead? Isn't that Lin Chen, the master of Lin Family Village? A man's voice responded. Who are you? State your name, Li Ernio asked. I am Zhuge Yunchang. I have heard many deeds of Master Lin, and recently, there have been divine blessings and miraculous signs, so I have come to pay my respects. Zhuge Yunchang? That name sounds a bit grand. Lin Chen pushed open the carriage door and saw a man in a single garment, with a 3-inch beard, looking thin but resolute, standing proudly in the cold wind. On the way from Lanyun County to Lin Family Village, Lin Chen opened the carriage door, looked at the person blocking the way, and frowned, asking, if you want to pay your respects, why not go to the Lin family in the city? Speak, what exactly do you want? Zhao Dashan, despite his muscular build, was no fool. He immediately brandished a pair of makeshift axes and confronted Zhuge Yunchang. The golden hammer he had ordered for the drum was still on its way, so he had to make do with the axes for now. Meanwhile, Li Ernio quickly retreated to the side of the carriage, guarding both the vehicle and Lin Chen inside. These two bodyguards were indeed quite useful. At the very least, they provided a sense of security. Zhuge Yunchang smiled faintly. The outside world says that Mr. Lin is a great benefactor who saves the people from peril and rescues them from dire straits, and that he is well versed in both astronomy and geography. But seeing you today, it seems you are nothing special. Oh, is that how the world speaks of me? I had no idea I was so impressive, Lin Chen replied with a smile, unbothered. He never thought of himself as remarkable, and a person with no ambition, who only wished to lie back and enjoy life, wouldn't care about such empty fame. Regardless, the food you've procured and the coal you've mined have indeed saved many lives, which counts as a great merit. Now, tell me, what do you really want? Lin Chen asked directly. I only wish to meet the legendary Mr. Lin. Now that you've met me, you can leave, Lin Chen said, closing the carriage door and signaling to Li Ernia to be cautious of this person. Initially, Lin Chen thought Zhuge Yunchang was a recluse who had come out of seclusion upon hearing of his reputation. But after seeing him in person, it was clear he had overestimated the situation. This man had shown no hostility so far, but Lin Chen felt uneasy around him. Moreover, Zhuge Yunchang's appearance did not sit well with Lin Chen. It wasn't about being handsome or ugly. It was the kind of face that made one feel he was not a good person. Get out of the way. Zhao Dashan didn't care who Zhuge Yunchang was and glared at him. Once Zhuge Yunchang stepped aside, the carriage, under Li Ernia's protection, continued on its way. Just as the carriage passed by Zhuge Yunchang, he suddenly drew a sword and lunged toward the carriage. Lin Chen, die! However, the anticipated scene of the long sword piercing through the carriage and into Lin Chen's body did not occur. Instead, there was a clang, and Zhuge Yunchang immediately realized something was wrong. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly leaned out of the window with a smile. Didn't expect that, did you? I had already predicted your prediction. If you want to kill me, you're still too inexperienced. Die! Zhuge Yunchang swung his sword again, but Li Erniu, standing guard nearby, swung a large cleaver, forcing Zhuge Yunchang back. Following that, Zhao Dashan charged forward with his axes, his towering figure exuding immense strength, truly resembling a deity descending to earth. Zhuge Yunchang calmly dodged, trying to evade. However, to his astonishment, a move he was sure he could easily avoid inexplicably slowed down by half a beat. With no time to think, Zhuge Yunchang quickly raised his sword to block. There was a loud bang, and a tremendous force shattered his long sword, sending him flying. In that moment, Zhuge Yunchang lost all his previous composure. He had been in Lanyun County for over 10 days, trying to gauge Lin Chen's capabilities, but Lin Chen was incredibly elusive, rarely venturing outside. When he did, he was either accompanied by a hulking brute or a top-tier expert. He had never been alone. After so many days without finding a good opportunity, now that the Empress had left and the Imperial Guard had departed, Lin Chen finally emerged from his lair. Zhuge Yunchang could wait no longer, otherwise, he would have to face the consequences. Yet, he had still managed to gather a lot of information about Lin Chen. It was just that he had overlooked a crucial detail. The first was the carriage. He hadn't expected that the carriage Lin Chen was riding in was reinforced with iron plates. How afraid of death could one be? Secondly, that big fool, based on his observations during this time, this big fool's movements are not very agile, and his reactions are definitely slow, yet the result is quite the opposite. Lastly, and most importantly, Lin Chen seems to have seen through his intentions. He originally planned to get close under the pretense of a visit and then suddenly assassinate him, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen seemed to have seen through him and didn't give him a chance. With these three missteps, Zhuge Yunchang's sudden assassination was doomed to fail. Even he himself was captured alive. This bizarre outcome was nothing like what he had imagined before. No, it's you tampered with me. How did you do it? Zhuge Yunchang was pushed to the side of the carriage by Zhao Dashan. First, let's talk about you. If you satisfy me with your answer, I might respond to you, Lin Chen said from a high position, with a hint of disdain. No way. I will never betray my employer. I didn't ask about your employer, I asked you. Your swordsmanship seems quite impressive. Are you a professional assassin? Don't insult me. I am a swordsman. Then you are indeed quite despicable. You dare to insult me. You're asking for death. Damn it. You've been caught by me, and you still dare to glare at me? Dashin pull out all his beard, not a single one left. Got it, boss. Just watch. This is my specialty. Back at home, I was the one who killed chickens and plucked their feathers. Zhao Dashin chuckled as he grabbed Zhuge Yunchang's beard and yanked it hard. Zhuge Yunchang immediately let out a howl, feeling like his entire chin was about to come off. Take him to the village. I want to interrogate him properly. Lin Chen was feeling a bit bored, and this guy came just in time. The carriage continued on, and Zhao Dashin escorted Zhuge Yunchang until they soon arrived at the Lin family village. Finding an empty courtyard, Lin Chen let Yi Xiaodai go about her business while he, along with Dashin and Ernyo, dragged Zhuge Yunchang into a thatched hut. Kneel. Zhao Dashin was particularly cruel. In just a short time, not only had he completely plucked Zhuge Yunchang's beard, but he had also pulled out quite a bit of his hair, leaving him half bald. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. If you have the guts, give me a quick death. Zhuge Yunchang looked at Lin Chen and his two subordinates with indignation. What kind of gentleman are you? The more you want to die, the less I'll let you die. Of course, you won't have it easy either. Do you know about chili water and the tiger bench? Do you know the 10 most brutal tortures? In front of me, you'd better not stick too much to your principles, or you'll definitely suffer. For example, pulling out your toenails one by one, then driving bamboo sticks into the roots, and while the wounds are still fresh, sprinkling some salt on them, tch, that feeling will definitely be excruciating. Want to give it a try? You are a devil. The Lin Chen from the rumors is nothing like you. Everyone has a devil living inside them. I just released mine. Now, speak up, don't make me waste my breath, or you'll suffer the old punishment. I say. Yes. Zhuge Yunchang suddenly stopped, collapsing to the ground and dying. Quick, chase him. Lin Chen immediately rushed out. Zhuge Yunchang's sudden death caught Lin Chen somewhat off guard, but that didn't stop him from being the first to burst out of the room. In the next moment, a figure leaped over the low wall, leaving Lin Chen with only a glimpse of their back. Trying to run? Lin Chen snorted coldly and immediately used a time item. In the next instant, he appeared in front of that figure, blocking their path. You think you can run after killing someone? You need to ask me if I agree? Your speed is indeed impressive. The killer had a look of confidence, as if they had anticipated this. Oh, how did you know I was fast? Did you check me out? Of course, otherwise how could I kill you? You deliberately lured me out? Lin Chen pretended to look nervous, glancing around. Now your two followers are still 100 meters away. By the time they find this, you will already be dead. Zhuge Yunchang was just your bait? One could say it's like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the oriole is behind. Then can you tell me who wants to kill me? Don't leave me in the dark. Alright, after you die, I will tell you. Before the killer finished speaking, he lunged at Lin Chen. He seemed very confident in his own strength, so he still had time to waste words with Lin Chen. It was only when he heard Zhao Dashin and Li Erniu approaching that he intended to let Lin Chen die in despair at the last moment. At that moment, Lin Chen stood frozen in place, as if stunned. As the killer lunged closer, a dagger appeared in his hand, stabbing fiercely towards Lin Chen's heart. But Lin Chen suddenly revealed a strange smile. This smile made the killer feel a twinge of doubt. However, the dagger did not stop. Clang! The sound of metal clashing finally made the killer realize something was wrong. The numbness in his wrist shocked him even more. Didn't expect that, did you? Lin Chen smiled triumphantly. You're wearing armor. The killer, having made a mistake, did not give up but continued to stab at Lin Chen's neck. Lin Chen remained motionless. Another clang sounded, and this time the killer's eyes widened. You didn't expect that? This is hard too. The killer lost his composure, frantically stabbing at Lin Chen's face, the back of his head, and finally even aimed for his rear. All that could be heard was a series of clanging sounds, like someone tapping a bowl with chopsticks, creating a rhythm. Impossible. This can't be happening. The killer shouted in despair. Take him down. With Lin Chen's stern shout, Zhao Dashin and Li Erniu, who had just arrived, each grabbed one of the killer's arms and pressed his head into the ground. Boss, are you alright? Zhao Dashin ran over, panting heavily, as if his lungs were about to burst. Today he had run at the fastest speed of his life. Lin Chen was very satisfied with his performance. Although if it were someone else, they might have already died by now. But one shouldn't be too harsh on others. Zhao Dashin, being so big, was able to run at this speed, which was quite commendable. As for Li Erniu, his performance was also good. Their strengths were not speed to begin with. Today, they had nearly run themselves to death to save their master, so they deserved recognition and praise. I'm fine. Get this guy back. Make sure he doesn't die this time. Don't worry, boss. This time, I'll make it hard for him to even think about dying. As Zhao Dashan spoke, he swung a hatchet and struck the killer's mouth a few times. Immediately, all the killer's teeth became loose and were pulled out by him. On the other side, Li Ernia stripped the killer of all his clothes, worried that he might be hiding some hidden weapons. Back in the small courtyard from earlier, Zhao Dashan maliciously poured a basin of cold water over the killer, freezing him into an ice block. Want to experience what it feels like to have bamboo skewers poked into your fingers? The killer trembled from the cold, but his eyes were exceptionally fierce. I like your rebellious nature. Dashan, go get another bucket of water. Erniu, hold him down on the bench. Today, I'll demonstrate to you what torture is. Boss, move back a bit, don't let the water splash on you. Zhao Dashan ran back with the water bucket, excitedly saying, splash my ass. Lin Chen found a ladle from the room, then took out a stack of paper from the game warehouse, sticking them one by one onto the killer's face. It was like pasting paper on a wall. Stick one piece, pour some water, and soon the killer began to struggle violently. However, Lin Chen did not stop but continued to paste paper on his face. Only when the killer was nearly out of strength did he tear off the paper from his face. The killer immediately gasped for breath. This suffocating feeling is simply terrifying. How is it? Not bad, right? I have plenty of tortures like this. If you want to experience them one by one, I have all the time in the world. Just kill me. Of course, I will kill you, but you must tell me who is behind this. Everyone says you are a great benefactor. I never expected you to have such a cruel side. I admit defeat. The murderer finally couldn't withstand the torment of the torture and confessed. However, Lin Chen did not easily believe him and subjected him to a few more rounds of pleasant experiences. In such extreme circumstances, the probability of the murderer lying is much lower. The answer he provided, however, surprised Lin Chen. He never expected that the person who wanted him dead would be that individual. Kill him and bury him. Make it clean. Lin Chen left with confusion. Good brother, are you okay? Yi Xiaodai rushed over to ask when she saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head and asked, how is it? How's the quality of the bricks made? I tried them. The hardness is pretty good. No problem for building houses. Did you cut them with your hands again? Lin Chen picked up Yi Xiaodai's small hand and looked at it seriously, saying, you mustn't cut bricks with your hands anymore, understand? This is the hand that holds the golden cudgel. Got it. Yi Xiaodai blushed with embarrassment. After these days of influence, she now understands Lin Chen very well. Good. Come with me to see how the school is doing? Ever since a pot of meat selected many different talents, Lin Chen set up a school for the children of the refugees. However, the teacher does not teach the 4 books and 5 classics but arithmetic, pinyin, and English. Those with a talent for languages go to learn English, not for exam-oriented education, but to establish a unique intelligence system. Of course, there is no need for it yet, it's just a precaution. Arithmetic is also taught using the textbooks Lin Chen brought, focusing on memorizing multiplication tables, learning quick calculations, and bookkeeping skills. 1 times 3 equals 3, 2 times 3 equals 6, 3 times 3 equals 9. In the classroom, the children learning arithmetic are reciting the multiplication tables. Lin Chen walked into the classroom and randomly asked a few children. Their recitations were quite good. He rewarded those children with candy and sunflower seeds. Thank you, master. Study hard. Whoever learns well will get more delicious food in the future. The top scorer in the final exam will receive a piece of pork as a reward. Wow, that's great. Thank you, master. We will study hard. Not to mention the children wanting to study hard, even the teachers were tempted to learn upon hearing about the pork reward. After leaving the school, Lin Chen went to the kitchen to take a look. It was bustling with activity every day because so many people were eating. There were more than a dozen large pots just for steaming buns. After a round of inspection, Lin Chen was quite satisfied and found no cases of private embezzlement. Finally, Lin Chen arrived at the research institute. The cement was still in the development stage. Even with the materials he provided, it required a process to produce it step by step. On the other hand, there was new progress with the glass. They had already produced transparent glass. Chapter 71, Chen Rong arrives with a secret order with glass. They could later manufacture glasses, magnifying glasses, and telescopes, providing a traceable source. Lin Chen awarded all the craftsmen who achieved results, encouraging them to continue their efforts and create more achievements. With the rewards, the enthusiasm of all the craftsmen for research increased even more. The clothing factory is now mass-producing underwear, not only for women but also for men. In the future, he not only wants to be a friend of women but also a light for men. After arranging the general work, Lin Chen took a carriage home. Along the way, he pondered the assassination attempt, wondering why that person wanted him dead. There was no conflict between them at all. It seems that to get the answer, one must see the person in question to ask clearly. By the time Lin Chen returned home, it was almost dark. Because he had something on his mind, he ate dinner and went back to his room alone. Xiao Xiang, Yi Xiaodai, and Lin Ayu were concerned about Lin Chen, but without his permission, they didn't dare to enter his room. Moreover, there was the great sage guarding the door. Now that the great sage possessed the golden cudgel, his combat power had become even stronger, while the He and Air He had completely become lackeys. In the deep of night, Lin Chen used a time tool to quickly arrive at the location where he planned to build the manor. He rapidly constructed the building walls. He worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning and had completed the largest main building in the blueprints. All that was left was to put on the roof. This part could only be left to the craftsman to handle. The main building would serve as Lin Chen's bedroom and a place for leisure and entertainment, so it was built with more secure and reliable walls. As for the other buildings, the craftsman could take their time. When he returned to the city next time, he planned to acquire a set of thermal power generation equipment. Even if it was outdated, a smaller size would be fine. As long as it could meet the needs of the manor and the research institute, that was enough. Beneath his feet lay a coal mine, so there was plenty of coal. It would be a waste not to utilize thermal power generation. As for clean energy, like photovoltaic power and solar panels, they could be temporarily used before the thermal power plant was built, or serve as a backup for it. In case the thermal power generation equipment malfunctioned one day, clean energy could provide timely support. The decoration of the new home would align with modern urban standards. The kitchen would have a range hood, the bathroom would have a flush toilet, and there would be a water heater, a large bathtub, and a shower for bathing. A cinema, a leisure room, a gym, and an indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool were all necessary. Returning home unnoticed, he saw Lin Ayu pacing anxiously in the yard in front of his bedroom door. Beside her were Chen Yudao and his sister Chen Rong. Why are they here in the middle of the night? At that moment, Xiao Xiang also got up, and Lin Ayu hurried over, whispering, "Sister Xiao Xiang, think of a way. It's urgent. We must wake the master." Xiao Xiang, however, looked troubled and said, "The master has repeatedly instructed us not to disturb him at night. Besides, look at the great sage. If you dare to make a sound, he really will hit you. Most importantly, if it affects the master's training, we would be beyond redemption. What should we do? It really is urgent. Miss Chen came all the way from the capital overnight. How about I discuss it with the great sage?" Xiao Xiang suggested hesitantly. "Sister Xiao Xiang, I'm counting on you." Lin Ayu was anxious, but she knew the great sage's strength and didn't dare to force it. She was also worried that if Lin Chen was training, it might lead to him going astray. Who is making such a racket outside, disturbing my rest? Just as Xiao Xiang was cautiously approaching the great sage, Lin Chen's voice rang out like a celestial sound. "Master, you're awake?" Xiao Xiang immediately sighed in relief. "Old Lin, it's me. My sister and I came to see you," Chen Yudao shouted without caring about anything else. However, this time the great sage did not get angry. Since the master was awake, there was no need for him to take charge. "Chen Yudao?" Lin Chen pretended to be surprised as he opened the window. "Ronger, why did you come in the middle of the night? Come in quickly, it's so cold outside." Then, Lin Chen ordered the great sage, and the group hurried into Lin Chen's bedroom. "Ronger, you must be freezing," Lin Chen said as soon as Chen Rong entered, taking her small hand. "Brother Lin, can you ask the others to step out for a moment? I have something important to discuss with you," Chen Rong said with a serious expression. Lin Chen nodded and gestured for Lin Ayu and Xiao Xiang to step outside first. "Do I really not have to go out?" Chen Yudao protested, but he was still pulled out by Lin Ayu. The door closed again, and Lin Chen looked at Chen Rong and asked, "Ronger, what happened? Why did you come over in the middle of the night?" "There's a war in the north, and His Majesty sent me here specifically to bring you a secret edict." "A secret edict? For me?" Lin Chen was a bit confused. He didn't even know what the emperor looked like, so how could he have received an imperial decree? Chen Rong nodded, then took out a piece of yellow silk from her bosom and said, "His Majesty said that after you read this secret edict, you must burn it." Lin Chen was even more curious. What was going on? He took the edict and opened it, his expression suddenly becoming exceptionally vivid. After a moment, having read the decree, Lin Chen threw it into the furnace. Then he sat on a stool by the fire, warming himself while thinking. Chen Rong did not disturb him or urge him. She sat by the fire just like him. A long time passed before Lin Chen made a decision. "Ronger, aren't you anxious? Why don't you urge me?" Chen Rong smiled and said, "His Majesty said that once the secret edict is handed to you, my task is complete." "All right. I'll have someone arrange for you to rest. It's too late today, we'll talk about it tomorrow." "Brother Lin, do you plan to help His Majesty?" "Oh, although I don't know the content of the edict, with the war in the north, His Majesty got the news and had me bring the edict to you. It must be related to the war, and very likely related to food supplies." "Ronger is clever. You guessed correctly. His Majesty wants me to help her gather supplies. But this matter can't be accomplished in a short time. I know. But Brother Lin is powerful and has divine protection. You must have your own methods, right? Just go rest for now. Chen Rong didn't ask any more questions and was taken down to rest by Qiu Xiang. Ayu, come in for a moment. Master, what do you need? There should be secret channels from Lord Song to send messages to the capital, right? Lin Ayu nodded. I'm going to write a letter to His Majesty. You go find Lord Song and have him send someone to deliver it to the capital overnight, directly to His Majesty. This matter is very important and must not go wrong. Understood. Lin Chen immediately took out a carbon pen and started writing. His calligraphy with a brush wasn't very good and was slow. He was more accustomed to using a carbon pen. Soon, a letter was finished, then folded and placed in an envelope. Keep it confidential. Understood. I didn't expect His Majesty to know me so well, even using beauty as a strategy. But I'm not just here for beauty. Lin Chen smiled, then locked the door, had the great sage guard the entrance, and transmitted back to the city.